Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 332 Eye of Reincarnation of Heaven and Earth. The cheetah looked at the short alien beast in the distance that he could trample to death with one kick. He immediately lowered his guard and prepared to say hello in a friendly manner. But the moment it met Fat Chicken's eyes, a wave of fear surged into his heart, and the soft hair all over his body immediately stood up. Those are a pair of extremely cold and evil round eyes. The cheetah couldn't help but think of the snake's eyes. The cheetah will let go of its vigilance and raise it again. It stared warily at the fat chicken not far away, using all its strength to resist the pressure from the alien beast. Actually, I just accidentally walked into the wrong cave. You are not the one I want to find. The cheetah's roar was slightly trembling. A huge monster, grunting, with a weak aura. A short alien beast, no more than 2 feet tall, held its head high and exuded a powerful pressure that made people shudder. The strange beast didn't make a sound, but looked at the entrance of the cave blocked by the cheetah. Wasn't the complete Jutian star formation lost long ago? Why are there still people who can perform the correct Jutian star formation today? Fei Yi's spiritual consciousness spread outside the cave and observed Liu Kanglan at the center of the formation. Mr. Mo Shang's appearance is as exquisite as ancient jade, showing gentleness and elegance. He was dressed in plain clothes, without any wind, and his aura of nobility made him look like a Lanziyushu, giving him a sense of distance. His eyes looked extremely gentle, but they hid mysteries and were unpredictable. And Liu Kanglan, who was in the formation, vaguely felt a ray of prying consciousness. Liu Kanglan knew that his formation must have alerted the alien beasts inside, causing the alien beasts to spy on it. But the power of this strange beast seemed to exceed his expectations. The level of the alien beast is by no means only the heaven level, it is very likely that it has reached the immortal level. The strength of the immortal level beasts is equivalent to that of human Mahayana monks. Even with the blessing of the Jutian star formation, he might not be able to subdue the immortal level beast. However, since he had promised to contract heavenly beasts to Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu, he could not break his promise since he had inherited this cause and effect. Liu Kanglan's gentle brows became more solemn. It seemed that he needed to change his plan and use the group of people behind to take down the strange beast inside. Liu Changchan was accompanied by a person whose cultivation and strength were far above him. It is initially estimated that that person has at least the strength of the combined stage. If that person is allowed to enter the Jutian star formation again and there is an increase in the formation, that person must have the strength of the Mahayana stage. With the strength of the Mahayana stage and the assistance of the talisman, that person would have no problem dealing with the immortal level beasts. But after that person surrendered the immortal level alien beast, how should he let the person give up the immortal level alien beast to Chu Beizu? Liu Kanglan thought for a moment, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Liu Kanglan looked at Jiang Chanyu's lips and had an idea. In the cave. Fei Yi took back his consciousness and realized that there was indeed something about Liu Kanglan. Unfortunately, it is too weak to be its contractor. It seems that it needs to continue waiting for its contractor. Fat Yi turned his cold eyes, shook his red chicken tail, and glanced at the leopard with a lack of interest. He was not hungry now, so he should let this stupid leopard go. The moment the fat chicken's tail trembled, the leopard was so frightened that its legs almost weakened. The strange beast in front of me is not only capable of heaven-level strength. Senior, why don't you go out and take a look? The weak roar of the cheetah fell into Fei Yi's ears. Do you know my identity? A yellow light flashed around Fei Yi, and he actually grew 6 legs and 2 pairs of wings. The cheetah has wide eyes, a yellow body, a red tail, and a snake crown on its head. Could it be that the fat chicken in front of me is actually the fat remnant of an ancient beast? Fat relics of ancient strange beasts, the leopard asked with great trembling. If it is really an ancient beast, then what it did just now violated the rules of heaven and earth. Fei Yi's bloodline contains a trace of the bloodline of the ancient snake, and its bloodline level is much higher than that of the leopard clan. But it offended a bloodline that was countless times more noble. If this was outside the secret realm, I'm afraid the punishment from heaven would have already been imposed. The cheetah can hardly suppress its fear of divine punishment. For a moment, the cheetah's front legs bent slightly, as if it was kneeling to worship the fat man. Don't you, the leopard clan, always pride yourself on yourself and would rather die with dignity than bow to others? Fei Yi said with great disdain. Senior, I have noble status and blood, and I surrender to you with no regrets. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the roar of the leopard. The rule of blood level really makes all the beasts unhappy. Under the dual threat of strength and coercion, you did not kneel down, but you became afraid in front of this bloodline. Leopard, you are really getting better and better. Fei Yi mocked. Fat Yi also hates bloodline rules. Don't look at the fact that its bloodline level is much higher than that of the cheetah at this moment, and it can be superior. But in the same way, it will also meet someone with a nobler bloodline than its own. At that time, it was no better than the cheetah. Senior, I don't know. Compared to ancient times, today's bloodline level rules are more stringent. It's just that there is no way of heaven in this mysterious realm, and there is no way to send down punishment from heaven. Leopard explained. There are many beasts who rebel against the rules of bloodline. But those beasts all paid a heavy price. Either he disappeared, his body and soul were destroyed, or he was thrown into the Seven Seas realm to suffer the pain of eternal reincarnation. The existence of the rules of heaven and earth restrains the weak and protects the strong. The entire plain became smoky. But so what? These things are not something it can change. The cheetah just wants to let himself and his cub live peacefully in the mysterious realm without having to bear the punishment of heaven. After hearing what Cheetah Leopard said, Fei Yi fell into silence. Since Fei Yi entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan with Baize, he chose to sleep and wait for the right person. Now that it was awakened by Liu Kanglan's Jutian star ray, it was not clear how long it had passed. Fei Yi only remembered that there was a group of beasts that led the beasts to resist the rules of bloodline hierarchy. Looking at the cheetahs like this now, I think the group has failed. Fat Yi folded his wings and turned into an ordinary fat chicken again. The fat body actually had the blood of a snake, but it didn't like the feeling of being hairless, so it chose to become a fat chicken. In this way, you can avoid being identified, and you can also pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Leopard, take your master away from here while I'm not hungry. This area is not where you should be. Fei Yi's tone was majestic, not allowing for any resistance. It was afraid that these people would bother Bai Zhe regardless of life and death. Even though Bai Zhe was the weakest in ancient times, all the beasts did not dare to touch Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe has a pair of eyes of reincarnation, which can see through the essence and weaknesses of all things, and can even destroy a living being without any effort. Senior, please go out with me. I promise the people outside will take you to see them. The cheetah stood upright on all four legs, no longer showing signs of surrender. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 333. The group was almost wiped out. If I don't go out with you, what will you do? Fei Yi looked at the cheetah leopard with both eyes. He wanted to spare the cheetah leopard for the sake of the Zhutian star formation. Now it seems that its kindness makes the cheetah think it is easy to talk to. The cheetah felt the pressure around his body double, like a billion-pound hammer pressing on his back, almost making it unable to stand. But the cheetah, which had succumbed to its bloodline level before, is now extremely determined. They, the cheetah clan, always keep their promises, and whatever they promise must be completed. Any difficulty or danger is not enough to make it violate the ancestral precepts in its blood. Senior Fei Yi, even if it costs me my life, please go out and talk. Compared with before, the roar of the cheetah leopard was more powerful this time and resounded in the cave. The coldness in Fatty's round eyes disappeared, and a strange emotion appeared. Are you so persistent because of that kid outside? Fei Yi asked curiously. I promise him that I will lure you out. The cheetah replied subconsciously. Ha, you are sincere, but do you know why he asked you to lure me out? Fei Yi looked at the cheetah with waning interest. Is this guy really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Fei Yi vaguely felt that cheetah leopard's previous actions were all done to confuse him. I must have wanted to contract you when I lured the seniors out, but with their strength, they are not worthy of contracting you at all. Cheetah leopard told the truth. In front of the strong, sincerity trumps all tactics. Fei Yi looked at the leopard and said, perhaps what they're looking for is not me, but the golden king lion who is 3 miles away from me. The Zhutian star formation plus you, a 10th level monster, coincidentally can subdue the heavenly beast. Quote. Cheetah. So, in fact, it took me the wrong way. What the hell? This would have been if I hadn't met the fat and hungry senior. Wouldn't it and Liu Kanglan become delicacies that would be eaten by tigers? Senior Fei Yi, how do you know that what we are looking for is a heaven-level beast? Cheetah leopard asked cautiously. HMPH, get out, take your master and get out. After Fei Yi said in a cold voice, a strong wind blew the cheetah away. Fei Yi was just guessing, but it turned out to be true. It was simply unforgivable to disturb its sleep. If it weren't for Liu Kanglan's sake, it would have made it impossible for the cheetah to come back. It's a pity that the leopard is Liu Kanglan's contracted beast. Liu Kanglan has a clean body and will definitely become a great person in the future. Fat Yi is too lazy to make enemies with Liu Kanglan because of the hunting pattern leopard. Roar. Outside the cave, a powerful leopard roar came. The cheetah's face hit the ground, its face twisted in pain, and it almost couldn't help but curse. But when he met Liu Kanglan's smiling eyes, leopard felt inexplicably guilty. It led the wrong way and almost caused everyone to be wiped out. This matter needs to be kept tight. Otherwise, it might never be able to contract with Liu Kanglan forever. What's inside is not the strange beast we are looking for. The strange beast we are looking for is 3 miles to the north. The leopard sent a message to Liu Kanglan. Are you sure it's Bei? Liu Kanglan smiled warmly, and the dark color flashed under his eyes. Natural. Cheetah leopard and Liu Kanglan looked at each other, full of momentum. Senior Fei Yi didn't tell you the direction, right? Liu Kanglan asked. The cheetah shook its head and said, it's obviously the north. There's also the smell of strange beasts there. A faint smile appeared on Liu Kanglan's gentle face, staring at the leopard. He originally thought the cheetah leopard was reliable, but it turned out to be a scam. The leopard looked at Liu Kanglan's smile and suddenly froze. Can you hear the conversation between me and Senior Fei Yi? Liu Kanglan nodded and said warmly, I would like to thank you, otherwise I would not have the chance to fight against the ancient beasts. Cheetah leopard felt even more guilty and annoyed. Its regularization contract will definitely be extended again. Actually, I can explain this. After all, the auras of the alien beasts are similar. The leopard couldn't go on and decided to make up for it. The leopard shook its head and vowed to walk towards the north. As he walked, he said, just wait, we will take you to find the Golden King Lion. I will never smell the smell of a lion. Well, let's go south. The cheetah took a few steps, then turned and walked south. Liu Kanglan. Could it be that he has well-developed limbs and a simple mind? Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu were also helpless. They almost thought that the leopard had been switched. When we first see it, the cheetah looks majestic. After getting along with him for a while, I discovered that cheetah leopard actually has a twitchy personality. Brother Liu, why don't we think about it again? Jiang Chanyu took out the copper coins he had collected from the space and prepared to make a fortune. Chu Beizu raised his hand to hold down Jiang Chanyu. Chanyu, no. Jiang Chanyu only used the power of the spirit of speech not long ago, and will not be able to make another hexagram for 10 years. The spiritual master may be the chosen one in the eyes of others. But Chu Beizu doesn't think so. The spirit of speech is an ability given by God, so why is it not a burden? If it weren't for his father's protection these years, Jiang Chanyu's lifespan might have been shortened long ago. Beizu, I am sensible, Jiang Chanyu said softly. He just wanted a warning and it wouldn't damage his life. No, some things can't be settled. Chu Beizu spoke forcefully and refused to give in. Brother Jiang, follow the leopard. It can't always make mistakes. Besides, life is unpredictable, so it's better to just go with the flow. Lu Kanglan said warmly. Jiang Chanyu glanced at Chu Beizu and Lu Kanglan and prepared to put away the copper coins. Chu Beizu was a step faster and took the copper coin from Jiang Chanyu's hand. Put it with me first and I will return it to you in 10 years. Jiang Chanyu stared at the copper coins that Chu Beizu had snatched away, and said heartbrokenly, you must keep it for me. I have hidden this for a long time. And after you go out, don't tell Master Chanji that I have this. It depends on your performance, let's go. Chu Beizu smiled freely. Brother Lu, it seems that someone got there first. Jiang Chanyu looked at the group of people in front of him and said. Lu Kanglan's eyes fell on Lu Changchan. But I took the wrong path and fell behind. The cheetah was digging in the dirt in frustration. The lair of the Golden King Lion is surrounded by people. How can it help Lu Kanglan catch the Golden King Lion? Brother Jiang, Brother Chu, follow me next and protect yourselves. Lu Kanglan said warmly. Lu Kanglan knew very well what Lu Changchan did. If Lu Changchan found out that Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu were robbing exotic beasts from him, he would definitely not show mercy. While Lu Kanglan was thinking, he suddenly felt a burning gaze. Lu Kanglan raised her eyes and met a pair of charming eyes. Immediately afterwards, a seductive voice sounded, friends from afar, since we are here, why not come out and talk? Why hide? Lu Kanglan and the others have not yet responded. Everyone in Dailingzhu first showed vigilance, took out their weapons, and became on guard. Lu Changchan looked in the direction where Mengji smiled, and a strange color suddenly flashed across his eyes. He finally met his good big brother. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 334 Luo Yuxuan wants to escape. A dim light flashed across Lu Changqian's eyes. Since Lu Kanglan came to his door, he must not let go of this opportunity. Brother, are you here for the strange beasts too? Lu Changqian asked with a smile. When everyone in Dailingzhu heard Lu Changqian's words, they stared at the three people in the distance with cold expressions. Everyone wants to get the heavenly beasts. But they also knew very well that the final winners of the alien beasts must be Lu Changqian and the others, and the remaining people were not qualified to contract with the alien beasts at all. We all belong to the Diling state, so competition is not a problem. But if there are people from other states who come to fight for the exotic beasts, then they will naturally deal with the outside world and deal with the people from other states before discussing the ownership of the alien beasts. Roar. The leopard stood in front of Lu Kanglan and let out a shocking roar. This group of people dared to draw a sword against its master, which is unforgivable. It's a 10th level cheetah, everyone, be careful. After Gu Cheng finished shouting, he stared at the cheetah with excitement. His cultivation level cannot compete with that of Lu Changchan, a heaven level beast. Then he was the only one qualified to make a contract with the cheetah in front of him. Everyone is wary of cheetahs. Only Luo Yuxuan had a look of fear on his face, trembling and hiding behind the crowd, looking around as if looking for a way out. Jiang Wu glanced at Luo Yuxuan, a smile flashed across his jade face, something was indeed wrong with Luo Yuxuan. Before, all those men were confused by Sister Meng, but Luo Yuxuan chose to stay away from Sister Meng from beginning to end. Nowadays, when everyone sees the cheetah, all they think about is making a contract or showing signs of wariness. Only Luo Yuxuan wanted to escape. Jiang Wu watched Luo Yuxuan retreat from the crowd little by little, preparing to escape. Brother Luo, where are you going? You're still injured, so it's better not to run around. Jiang Wu stepped out of Luo Yuxuan's way and said with a smile on his face. Jiang Wu's sudden appearance scared Luo Yuxuan to the point of running cold all over. I don't want to go anywhere, I just want to observe the surrounding situation. Luo Yuxuan said softly, hiding his guilt. Luo Yuxuan was not afraid that everyone in Dailingzhu would find out that he wanted to escape. Luo Yuxuan is afraid that the cheetah will notice him. He finally got the alien cub, and he didn't want to give it back, let alone others knowing about it. Brother Luo, there is no need to worry too much, just concentrate on your cultivation. We can deal with a mere leopard, Jiang Wu said loudly on purpose. Everyone in Dailingzhu just glanced at Luo Yuxuan and then turned to look at the leopard. When the cheetah heard Jiang Wu's voice, he instantly became dissatisfied and dared to look down on it. The leopard looked at Jiang Wu and also noticed Luo Yuxuan beside him. Immediately, the cheetah roared violently and made an attack stance. Lu Kanglan's slender hand landed on the cheetah's head and said warmly, wait a minute, I will help you rescue the little cheetah. He had a kind of medicine in his hand that was specially designed to target monsters. After I smelled the medicine, I fell into a coma. When I woke up, Zai Zai had also disappeared. If it weren't for the smell of beast-attracting powder on him, I would be in a coma. There is no way I can find him in this huge secret realm. Leopard angrily sent a message to Lu Kanglan, telling him what happened before. Human monks are the most cunning and always have endless methods and strategies. If it hadn't met Lu Kanglan and his group, it would probably have always been malicious towards human monks, and would not even let go of every monk it met. When Lu Kanglan heard the beast-attracting powder, his eyes flashed slightly. No wonder Luo Yuxuan looked down on the corpse of a 10th level monster. It turned out that he had long planned to poach leopard cubs. Naturally, outsiders cannot understand what the cheetah says. They could only see the leopard opening its mouth and roaring at Lu Kanglan. Look, that person is too arrogant, isn't he? He wants to command a 10th level monster. A person in Dailingzhu laughed. Ha ha ha, the monsters don't eat them. I guess they're just full. They're keeping them as rations. Everyone in Jungsanzu has the same problem. They always try their best to find a sense of presence. What do the three of them think about coming to find strange beasts? Ellipsis. The people of Dilingzhu belittled Liu Kanglan and the others with every word they said. Liu Kanglan, Qiu Beizu, and Jiang Chanyu didn't care about their attitudes. Brother Liu, that woman is Meng Ji from Netherworld State. I have watched her games. She makes her opponents surrender without making a move in every game. We must be extra careful with her. Jiang Chanyu whispered. Liu Kanglan nodded slightly. No one in Netherworld should be underestimated. All the disciples from Netherworld State who participated in the competition successfully entered the Netherworld secret realm. Thinking of this, Liu Kanglan quietly activated the Jutian star formation. Liu Changchan did not order to attack them for the time being, but he just wanted to observe if there was anyone behind him. Once Liu Changchan is sure that there is no one else behind them, he will definitely order an attack on them. Among the group of people from Dilingzhu, there were 3 avatars, 15 nascent souls, and 2 people from Netherworld State. There are only 3 of them and 1 cheetah. Without the protection of the formation, they will suffer losses if they take action. At the same time, Liu Kanglan also thought of another point. Dilingzhu must have used some special method of contact to be able to gather so many disciples so quickly. Maybe there are people from Dilingzhu nearby, but not sure. If you want to deal with them, you must use the heavenly star formation. The Jutian star formation slowly arrived at the feet of the Dilingzhu disciples. No one in Dilingzhu noticed anything, but Meng Ji raised her hand to set up a barrier to block Liu Kanglan's magic circle. Young master, this is a good trick. Are you trying to trap us with the formation? Meng Ji smiled charmingly and became more interested in Liu Kanglan. This Liu Kanglan seems to be more suitable for her than Liu Changchan. Liu Kanglan's spiritual power was more solid and pure, unlike the mixed spiritual power in Liu Changqian's body, where a small part of his cultivation was accumulated through pills. Moreover, Liu Kanglan has a unique fragrance. This fragrance is deep in the soul and has a deep temptation for her. Miss Meng, Liu has no intention of being your enemy. I just want to help my friend contract a strange beast. Liu Kanglan's voice was as gentle as jade, and it was extremely comfortable to the ears. Of course I don't want to be an enemy of the young master. It's fine if you want this beast, but if you want me to give it to you, you need to agree to one condition. Meng Ji smiled brightly, charming to the bone. The people in Dilingzhu were very dissatisfied when they heard what Meng Ji said. Miss Meng, you promised senior brother that you would stand by our side. How could you go back on your promise? Gu Cheng asked angrily. That's Miss Meng. You are from the upper 3 states. How can you associate with the middle 3 states? There is an unwritten rule in Kyushu. No matter how much people in the upper 3 states fight among themselves, once they meet people from other states, they must all be united in dealing with the outside world. They have always adhered to this rule. Meng Ji's current behavior was that she did not follow the rules. Everyone in Diling province looked at Meng Ji with dissatisfaction. Miss Meng really wants to choose to side with Qingyun Prefecture. Liu Changqian's voice was slightly lowered, and he seemed to be looking at Meng Ji sadly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 335 Old Grudges. Meng Ji's eyes were charming and she smiled and said, Young Master Liu, if you can't satisfy me, I will find another man to satisfy me. Is it reasonable? Miss Meng, how could you say such shameful words? One of the disciples' eyes was full of disappointment. It's human nature for a man to love a woman, so why should we be ashamed? Meng Ji's voice was coquettish, and she spoke casually without showing any shyness. Then Miss Meng can't be so casual. A woman's chastity is such an important thing, how can it be used as a bargaining chip? The disciple's voice suddenly rose. Meng Ji and Liu Changchan were teasing each other before, but this disciple did not dare to say anything. After all, Liu Changchan acquiesced to Meng Ji's actions. But now Meng Ji has her sights set on Liu Kanglan from Jungsanzu, and she says such inappropriate words, which this disciple cannot accept. Ha ha ha. Meng Ji laughed wantonly and loudly, with sarcasm on her pretty face. Meng Ji said with a hint of charm, is it important? If chastity is really so important, would you use things and chips to describe it? You just use chastity as a tool to restrain women. I naturally care about my chastity. You don't need to tell me. What does it have to do with you that I'm looking for a man to practice double cultivation? I didn't force him to practice dual cultivation with me, and I didn't casually practice dual cultivation with a dirty man like you. You have what qualifications do you have to say that I am casual? Do you need me to explain why there are no female cultivators in your Diling prefecture? Any woman who has some cultivation and strength will be used by you as a cauldron to improve your cultivation. You even treat women as tools for reproduction and trample on them at will. What qualifications do you have to judge me here? Do you really think you can hide those dirty things? After Meng Ji said this, she glanced at everyone in Dilingzhu, with a domineering look in her charm. When Liu Kanglan heard Meng Ji's words, his gentle eyes showed shock. When the junior sister mentioned that there were no female disciples in Diling province, he had never paid attention to it. After all, Diling state is the first state with many big families. Generally, large families pay more attention to cultivating men, so it is normal that there are no outstanding female cultivators participating in the competition. Liu Kanglan never thought that the female cultivator from Dilingzhu would have such a status. Not only Liu Kanglan was shocked, but Jiang Chanyu and Qiu Beizu also looked surprised. They had heard earlier that Dilingzhu was very hierarchical, with men being superior to women, but they thought that at most the female cultivators were allocated fewer resources, and they had never thought that this was the case. The disciples of Dilingzhu all looked ugly. How could Meng Ji know the secrets of their state? Everyone in Diling Prefecture has sworn an inner demon oath not to say anything about Diling Prefecture to other prefectures, otherwise they will be struck by lightning and die badly. The oaths taken by monks are bound by the rules of heaven and earth, and no one will violate their oaths. The only possibility is that Meng Ji secretly sneaked into Diling state and discovered these secrets. Lu Chunqian's eyes were slightly cold, with a vague murderous intent. These secrets of Dailingzhu must not be leaked. He can't kill Meng Ji, but Lu Kanglan and the other three must die. The secrets of Diling Prefecture must not be known to the people in the Middle and Lower San prefectures. Otherwise, no more female cultivators will come to Dailingzhu in the future. Lu Changchan winked at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng understood immediately and led some people to approach Lu Kanglan from the left. Lu Changchan looked at the remaining avatar Hua Qi. Hua Qi nodded to Lu Changchan and led the people from the right. Seeing this, Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu took out their magic weapons and went back to back with Lu Kanglan. The cheetah leopard let out several earth-shaking roars and stood in front of Lu Kanglan. Master Lu, what are you doing? Meng Ji asked. They know too much and cannot be spared alive. After all, I have to thank Miss Meng for giving me a chance to kill someone and silence them. Lu Cheng smiled sinisterly, completely losing the harmony he had before. Lu Changchan had already been planning to kill Lu Kanglan before entering the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. When he destroyed Lu Kanglan's spiritual roots and took over the position of young master, he never thought of letting Lu Kanglan live. But Lu Kanglan was lucky and hid in Qingyun Prefecture. As a result, his plan fell through. Now that he sees Lu Kanglan again, he will definitely not be able to let Lu Kanglan escape from the mysterious realm of Yuxuan alive. Young Master Lu, if my strength was not superior to yours, I should be the one being silenced now, right? Meng Ji smiled meaningfully. Lu Changchan was ruthless, yet flexible, and Meng Ji was suddenly glad that she did not practice double cultivation with such a person. Meng Ji looked sideways at Lu Kanglan, who was gentle, elegant, handsome and upright, like her orchid jade tree. Her ideal partner for dual cultivation is a humble young man like Lu Kanglan. He is not a hypocrite like Lu Changchan. The corners of Meng Ji's lips curled up slightly. Although Lu Kanglan's cultivation level was slightly lower than Lu Changqin's, Lu Kanglan's spiritual power was more solid and pure. If the two of them really faced off, Lu Kanglan still had the strength to fight. Meng Ji waved her hand and removed the protective barrier. Young Master Lu, I would like to kindly remind you that the people in Diling province have fallen into Lu Kanglan's formation. Before Lu Changchan could say anything, Lu Kanglan had already sensed that Meng Ji had removed the barrier protecting Dailingzhu. A flash of light flashed across Lu Kanglan's eyes, and he raised his hand to throw out the array disc. Without the restrictions of Meng Ji's barrier, he could use the array with confidence. The light pillars soaring into the sky lit up, flickered, and then disappeared. Instead, a huge star formation formed. The disciples of Dailingzhu discovered that every time they took a step, there would be an extra star under their feet. The stars were connected together like a shackle, which made them feel frightened. But their behavior in the formation was not restricted. They approached Lu Kanglan, Chu Beizu, and Jiang Chanyu little by little without any hindrance. Gu Cheng raised his sword and looked at Chu Beizu with the jade tree in front of him. Young Master Chu is so offended. Gu Cheng waved his hand to signal the disciples behind him to attack Chu Beizu with him. Just when Gu Cheng and the others were about to take action, a burst of light from the stars flashed before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they were dozens of feet away from Chu Beizu. Everyone looked at each other and suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Hua Qi led a team to attack Jiang Chanyu and encountered the same situation as Gu Cheng. Hua Qi and Gu Cheng looked at each other in the air and realized that what just happened was not their imagination. Senior brother Gu, it's a problem with the formation. Lu Kanglan used a high-level formation disc. A low-level formation master said. No, the aura of this formation is so familiar, the Zhutian star formation. Lu Kanglan has used it in the spread fighting arena before. This formation is weird, please don't move yet, Gu Cheng said. When Lu Kanglan used the Zhutian star formation, not many people cared. The Thousand Machine Master's light was too bright, which made him think that the Zhutian star array could work, and it was all the result of the Thousand Machine Master. Now he is in the formation again. When the formation was targeted, this group of people truly realized that they had underestimated Lu Kanglan. Lu Changqin's eyes were cold when he saw this scene. He ducked into the formation and sneered, brother, let me come and meet you for a while. Lu Kanglan was dressed in plain clothes, fluttering his sleeves, and his warm eyes became deep. Indeed, some things should be settled. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 336 Lu family's forbidden technique. Brother, if you want to do the math, just read once and for all. Lu Changqin's eyes, which were somewhat similar to Lu Kanglan's, were cold. Lu Changchan stood not far from Lu Kanglan. He flipped his wrist and held the formation disc in his hand. Lu Changchan hung the formation disc in his palm, and a casual smile flashed across his eyes. You should know this, brother, right? The moment Lu Kanglan saw the array, his breathing stagnated, his hands in his sleeves clenched slightly, and his gentle brows were filled with a hint of coldness. If you want to threaten me with this, I'm afraid it's too late. Lu Kanglan's eyes were clear and he spoke slowly. Lu Changchan curled his thin lips slightly and played with the array disc. I haven't said anything yet, why are you so anxious? Brother, don't you want to know how I got the array disc? I don't want to. Lu Kanglan stood in the center of the formation, with an upright posture. The light of the stars was projected on his body, which made his plain clothes even more clean, like a branch of a tree, which made people unable to take their eyes away. Lu Kanglan knew very well that things were in the hands of others, and the initiative was not with him. He can't show the slightest concern about the matchup, otherwise the matchup will definitely become his weakness. But I feel that eldest brother really wants to know. After all, this is the only thing left by our ancestors. He also specifically told me to give this to eldest brother. Lu Changchan raised his eyebrows lightly, raising his head with endless expressions. Confidence and certainty. In the entire Lu family, there are only two people who are kind to Lu Kanglan. One of them is the ancestor of the Lu family. If the ancestor hadn't come forward, Lu Kanglan would never have had the chance to walk out of the Lu family alive, let alone escape to Qingyun Prefecture. Lu Changchan knew his elder brother very well. Lu Kanglan was a man of great love, justice and trust, and would not turn a blind eye to his ancestors' things. Lu Changchan observed Lu Kanglan's face, played with the formation disc in his hand, and then said, "Brother, I heard that when a low-level formation disc and a high-level formation disc collide head-on, the low-level formation disc will break into powder. I wonder if it's true." After hearing Lu Changqin's words, Lu Kanglan clenched his hands in his sleeves and remained silent. The confrontation between a low-level formation disc and a high-level formation disc is like an egg hitting a stone. The low-level formation disc will be shattered to pieces. Lu Kanglan tried his best to calm down and maintain the stability of the formation. Lu Kanglan knew that the formation was the protective umbrella of Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. Once he is unable to maintain the formation, Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu will be killed by Dai Lingzhu's disciples. Lu Changchan was even more proud when he saw that Lu Kanglan didn't speak. Didn't the elder brother say that he wanted to do the math? Why don't you speak now? Brother should know that what I am holding in my hand is my ancestor's favorite formation disc. When my ancestor taught me the formation, this is the one I used. It's a pity that this array only has a yellow level. If it goes up against my elder brother's heaven-level array, it will definitely end up being shattered to pieces. Brother, are you willing to see my ancestor's favorite thing disappear? Lu Changchan had a faint smile on his lips, and his eyes flashed with joy. What Lu Changchan wanted was not only Lu Kanglan's life, he also wanted Lu Kanglan to die in peace. For Lu Kanglan, death is not a fearful thing. Lu Changchan wanted to destroy Lu Kanglan's belief before Lu Kanglan died. Let Lu Kanglan die with endless regret and hatred. The viciousness in Lu Changqin's eyes flashed through, but his face remained gentle. Brother, since you don't care about this array, then I will destroy it for you. Lu Changchan said, raising his hand and throwing the array plate out. Lu Kanglan suddenly became short of breath and confused. The power of the stars in the formation flickered and became weak, and he could hardly maintain the formation. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes widened as he watched the array approaching him little by little. He is now in the center of the array, which is equivalent to the heaven-level array. As long as the yellow-level array hits him, the array will be broken. The only way to keep the formation is to dismantle the star formation and take back the heavenly formation. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu naturally heard that Lu Kanglan was very important to the oncoming Huangji array. The two of them turned sideways at the same time, raising their hands to catch the Huangji formation disc for Lu Kanglan. Seeing this, Lu Changchan said quietly, "Brother, there are restrictions unique to the Lu family on this formation disc. Only the blood of the Lu family can touch it." Lu Kanglan's face suddenly turned cold and he hurriedly said, "Brother Chu, Brother Jiang, stop now, don't touch, it's dangerous." The Lu family's ban is an extremely vicious forbidden technique. Anything that has been banned by the Lu family can only be touched by the Lu family's blood. Once outsiders touch it, things will be destroyed and people will die. This is also a way for the Lu family to protect their inheritance. When the Bailey family purged the major families, the Lu family relied on this forbidden technique to preserve most of the family's resources. But this forbidden technique can only be used by a member of the Lu family once in a lifetime. Lu Kanglan never expected that Lu Changchan would not hesitate to use forbidden magic to deal with him. Lu Kanglan's eyes glowed with anger, and a murderous intention surged from the bottom of his heart. He finally chose to put away the Heavenly Order formation disc and disable the Zhutian star formation. After the formation was removed, the disciples of Dai Lingzhu suddenly felt the pressure disappear from their bodies. Lu Kanglan dodged the moment the array plate fell and caught it. Lu Kanglan looked at the scratches on the array plate, with a lot of thoughts in his heart, and a feeling of sadness rose up. In the end, he did not see his ancestor for the last time, and he almost failed to save his ancestor's things. Lu Kanglan put away the formation disc and sent a message to the leopard, "Protect Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu from here." Next, there is a personal grudge between him and Lu Changchan, and others are not suitable to participate. Lu Kanglan did not choose to use the formation again. Using the Zhutian star formation twice in a row in one day almost exhausted the power of his consciousness. Even if he continued to use the formation, the power of the formation was far less than before, and it was not enough to protect Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. Roar. The cheetah roared with dissatisfaction and communicated to Lu Kanglan, "In this situation, if you stay, you will die. I won't leave. My cub is still here. Take them away, and I will help you rescue the cubs and protect them." Lu Kanglan's tone was slightly tough. "You think I'm stupid? How can you win against 3 people? The leopard didn't want to leave. Lu Kanglan is the master it has chosen, and it will never run until the master leaves first. I will survive, you staying will only hinder me," Lu Kanglan said confidently. If Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu stayed, he would have to distract himself from protecting him, which was disadvantageous for him. And at this moment, Lu Changchan and others' attention was on him. If they don't leave at this time, Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu will not be able to leave until Lu Changchan and the others recover. The cheetah lowered his head and roared. What Lu Kanglan said was true. It and the other two would only hold Lu Kanglan back. If it hadn't been here with Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu, Lu Kanglan would have escaped long ago. The cheetah turned to look at Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu, motioning them to sit on its back. Lu Kanglan will create opportunities for them to escape. "Brother Lu, you took the risk for us, we can never abandon you." Chu Beizu took out his natal magical weapon and refused to leave. Jiang Chanyu is different from Chu Beizu. He knows very well that he and Chu Beizu are here and cannot help at all. Jiang Chanyu's expression was solemn. "Brother Lu, don't worry, we will definitely bring someone back to rescue you. You will definitely not be in danger of your life. Jiang Chanyu, don't you want to live?" Chu Beizu was shocked. Jiang Chanyu actually used the power of speech spirit again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 337 Comprehensive Evaluation. As Chu Beizu finished speaking, Jiang Chanyu's complexion turned pale, a bright red appeared on the corners of his lips, and he became much weaker. Jiang Chanyu waved his hand. I have a sense of control in Beizu, nothing will happen to me. You are always like this, can you think about yourself? Chu Beizu looked at Jiang Chanyu with both distress and anger. His father strictly prohibited Jiang Chanyu from using the power of speech spirit many times. But Jiang Chanyu can't help but use the power of words and spirits to help others. Beizu, can you leave now? Jiang Chanyu chuckled nonchalantly, pointed at the cheetah, and asked Chu Beizu to come up. Chu Beizu gritted his teeth and finally chose to take Jiang Chanyu with him on the cheetah's back. Liu Kanglin's life is not in danger. Chu Beizu didn't want to stay here and hold him back. As soon as Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu got on the back of the leopard, the two teams from Dailingzhu immediately noticed. Lu Changchan said coldly, Hua Qi, don't let the mice escape, there are still leopards who want to live. Hua Qi responded, don't worry, senior brother, we will never let them have a chance to escape. Hua Qi and others stared at Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu, while Gu Cheng blocked all Liu Kanglin's escape routes. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu have the same nascent soul and the same golden pill. Hua Qi had no problem dealing with them. At this time, Jiang Wu walked up to Meng Ji and said, Sister Meng, where are we standing? Wait, Meng Ji's charming eyes shone with interest. She was very interested in the feud between Liu Kanglin and Liu Changchan, and she had no intention of helping anyone. Sister Meng, I think that Liu Kanglin is more suitable. This Liu Changchan may have better conditions in all aspects, but Liu Changchan seems a bit sinister. I'm afraid he plots against you. Jiang Wu dragged his chin and said seriously. In the fighting spirit arena, Liu Kanglin didn't make anyone feel dazzling. After comparing the disciples from all the states, the people from Netherworld found that Liu Changchan was the most suitable candidate for dual cultivation with Meng Ji, so that was the scene where they pretended to be from Diling State. But now Liu Kanglin stood in front of him, Jiang Wu found that this Liu Kanglin was much better than Liu Changchan. Deep thought flashed in Jiang Wu's eyes. Why didn't they notice such a graceful Liu Kanglin? If they had chosen Liu Kanglin earlier, perhaps nothing would have happened at this moment. Jiang Wu, Liu Kanglin is indeed suitable, but Meng Ji's man must be the strongest. He must feed Liu Changchan first and survive, Meng Ji said with a slightly narrowed gaze. However, Jiang Wu heard something different. Meng Ji's words clearly indicate her approval of Liu Kanglin, but does she still have any grudges in her heart? Jiang Wu's eyes rolled around. Liu Changchan was the person chosen by Wenren Jushao for Meng Ji. If Meng Ji chooses Liu Kanglin, Wenren Jushao may be displeased. Meng Ji is waiting for a reason why she must choose Liu Kanglin. Jiang Wu's face was full of smiles. Sister Meng, of course your man must be the strongest, but when choosing a man, you can't just look at his cultivation, we have to make a comprehensive evaluation. Meng Ji glanced at Jiang Wu and motioned for him to continue. Jiang Wu Dao. Sister Meng, you see, although Liu Kanglin's cultivation level is one level lower than Liu Changqin's, Liu Kanglin knows formations. And Sister Meng, don't forget, Liu Kanglin is from Qingyun Prefecture. The resources of Qingyun Prefecture are incomparable to those of Diling Prefecture. Among the more than 100 contestants from Qingyun Prefecture, there are only 5 who have transformed into gods, while among the more than 100 contestants from Diling Prefecture, there are more than a dozen who have transformed into gods. In addition, the strength of Liu Kanglin's formation has been certified by Master Chanji, and it is obviously among the top in Kyushu. With Liu Kanglin's strength, if he were to practice in Diling Province, think about what he would achieve now. Jiang Wu analyzed clearly. When Meng Ji heard these words, a smile appeared on her charming face. What you said makes some sense, but in terms of overall strength, Liu Changchan is not weak, right? Sister Meng, Liu Changqin's overall strength is indeed not weak, but has Sister Meng ever thought about it? All the disciples in Diling Province have slept with others, but Liu Changchan has not. Why is he so special? Jiang Wu whispered. Meng Ji was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized what Jiang Wu meant. Meng Ji's charming eyes fell on Liu Changchan. Liu Changchan didn't look weak, either. He is also a powerful monk, how could it not be possible? Wrong. How could Liu Changchan, who was born in a big dye vat, be alone? Then there is only one explanation left, that is, Liu Changchan is unable to carry out personnel affairs, so he has not changed personnel affairs. Meng Ji looked at Liu Changchan with slight sympathy. The dignified young master of the Liu family turned out to be a masculine woman. Fortunately, she did not choose Liu Changchan. Liu Changchan still didn't know that the fact that he had to maintain the body of Chuyang because of his cultivation skills would be seen as a sign of his inadequacy in the eyes of others. At this moment, Liu Changchan was looking at Liu Kanglin proudly. In fact, if Liu Kanglin chose to escape alone when catching the array, Liu Kanglin could really escape. It's a pity that Liu Kanglin was once again harmed by his affectionate and righteous temperament. Brother, why don't you surrender obediently? For the sake of our brothers, we can give you a happy one. Liu Changqin's brows showed a sense of pride and superiority. Liu Kanglin ignored Liu Changchan, but was calculating how to send Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu out. Run south. Liu Kanglin threw a formation disc while transmitting a message to the leopard. The cheetah received the order and ran south without hesitation. When Hua Qi discovered that the leopard was escaping, he immediately asked his disciples to surround him. Suddenly, a burst of white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, which stung the disciples so much that they couldn't open their eyes and their movements slowed down. Hua Qi felt that for a moment, all his spiritual power was lost, and his pressure stagnated. By the time Hua Qi's spiritual power recovered, the leopard, Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu had disappeared. The faces of Hua Qi and others suddenly changed. How is this possible? Within a few breaths, the leopard disappeared with the man. Hua Qi is back. Liu Changqin's voice came, making everyone even more frightened. Senior brother, I'm sorry, I underestimated the enemy. Hua Qi walked up to Liu Changchan, bowed his head and admitted his mistake. That's a heaven-level psychedelic formation. It's normal that you can't deal with it. Lu Chunkin's eyes flashed with dark light and he looked at Liu Kanglan. At the cost of destroying the array and preventing Huichi from displaying his power of becoming a god, the eldest brother's methods are getting stronger and stronger. But the Heavenly Order formation disc is such a rare thing. If he uses one, he will lose one. He wants to see how many Liu Kanglan can throw. Brother, do you think they can survive if they escape? Lu Changchan narrowed his eyes. There are countless high-level exotic beasts in this dense forest. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu lost the protection of Liu Kanglan again. He will definitely be targeted by the monsters in the dense forest. Liu Kanglan did not answer Lu Chunkin's question, but took out the magic weapon and said with a leisurely look, together, or one by one. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 338 Thread Devouring Powder. Liu Kanglan was dressed in plain clothes, with a tall and straight figure. His gentle and elegant face exuded confidence and calmness, and he didn't care at all about the strength of the enemy opposite him. Brother, you're as confident as ever. Unfortunately, you seem to have missed something. Lu Changchan raised his hand and told everyone in Dailingzhu to retreat. Lu Changchan walked slowly towards Liu Kanglan without any intention of being defensive. Surprise flashed across Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes. Lu Changchan was someone who would never put himself in danger. A bad premonition arose in Liu Kanglan's heart. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power and found that his spiritual power was passing away little by little. Liu Kanglan's eyes flashed slightly, remembering the formation disc he caught before. Did you tamper with the formation disc? Brother, it seems a little late to discover now. Spirit devouring powder is colorless and odorless. The spiritual power will slowly disappear when you smell it. Without an antidote, you will become an ordinary person. Liu Changchan had already left as he spoke. Arrive in front of Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan looked at Liu Changchan. His eyes became colder. How did the ancestor die? The corners of Liu Chunkin's lips curled up. Brother, shouldn't you be concerned about your own situation first? Why are you worried about the cause of your ancestor's death? What you gave me is not the array disc used by my ancestor at all. Liu Kanglan said with determination. Liu Changchan will only hand over the bargaining chip to control the enemy when he is % sure that the enemy has no power to resist. The Wangji formation addresses his weakness. With Liu Chunkin's temperament, he was determined not to give him the array. Although he knew this was the case, when Liu Changchan threw the formation disc at him, he did not dare to bet on whether it was true or false. If the formation disc is real, then the destroyed formation disc cannot be repaired. Ha ha ha. Liu Chunkin's cold eyes flashed with a strange luster. Even if the formation plate is fake, why did the elder brother mention the death of the ancestor? Liu Kanglan clenched her hands hidden in her sleeves, feeling complicated. The ancestor is the one who knows the grudges between us best. There is no way he would let you give me the formation disc. Even if my ancestor wants to leave something for me, he will only give it to Master Liu, not you. There is only one situation where my ancestor will give it to you. That's when the ancestor died. There was no one else around but you. So the ancestor has to give the things to you, hoping that you can fulfill his last wish. The ancestor's cultivation is a virtual god, and he must be aware of his own death. He cannot die in a hurry, let alone have any unavoidable situation before death. The only situation is that he will hand over the formation disc to you. It's because he was killed by you and there was no one else around him. The warmth between Liu Kanglan's brows faded away and became cold. Clap clap. Liu Changchan listened to Liu Kanglan's analysis and clapped his hands. Big brother is indeed a big brother. He can guess so much, but so what? It is true that I was the only one the ancestor saw before his death, but I was not the one who killed him. Liu Changchan smiled proudly. Liu Changchan approached Liu Kanglan and said softly, the ancestor was killed by you. At an important moment in seclusion, he received the news from his elder brother, and he was so anxious that he died. Brother, you said you were fine, why are you still alive? If you weren't alive, my ancestor wouldn't have received your message. In this way, would my ancestor be able to live another 1,000 years? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, my ancestor wanted to see you before he died. Every word Liu Changchan said was like a knife, piercing into Liu Kanglan's heart. Liu Kanglan tried his best to control his emotions. He knew very well that Liu Changchan said this just to break his psychological defense. But there were some things that Liu Changchan didn't know at all. He was grateful to his ancestor, but he hadn't reached the point where he would lose his mind for his ancestor. And Liu Kanglan's silent look, in Liu Chunkin's eyes, meant that he was feeling sad. Liu Chunkin's eyes were filled with joy. What about the proud man of heaven? Wasn't he defeated at the feet of Liu Changchan? Brother, tell me, if you hadn't gone into the forbidden area to save people, would things have been different? Liu Changchan deliberately poked Liu Kanglan's pain into every word. Did the ancestor really leave something for you? Liu Kanglan asked instead without answering. Some things have been in the past for so long that there is no need to recall them. Humph. Liu Changlan snorted coldly, and the jealousy in his heart ignited again. How could Liu Kanglan guess so many things? Liu Kanglan was the legitimate son of the Liu family. He became the young master of the Liu family at birth and was highly favored. Liu Kanglan was extremely talented and had top-grade heavenly spiritual roots. When he was only 10 years old, he was already a monk at the 10th level of Qi refining. During that time, Liu Kanglan was at the top, the future hope of the Liu family, and unparalleled in the limelight. He was even attracted by the legitimate daughter of the Bailey family and was ready to get engaged. And he, Liu Changchan, was the son of a concubine of the Liu family. His status was so low that everyone could step on him. It is obviously the same as Tianlingen. But he had to hide behind others and not reveal any talent. The mother said that he was the son of a concubine and had to keep a low profile. If he took the limelight from his legitimate son, they would die. He can only be like a rat in the gutter every day, hiding in a dark corner. Liu Kanglan, on the other hand, is highly sought after and becoming more and more dazzling. His mother always advised him not to pursue so much as long as he could live. His mother's humble appearance made him even more unwilling. So he stared at Liu Kanglan all day long, kept imitating Liu Kanglan, tried hard to catch up with Liu Kanglan's footsteps, and wanted to become better than Liu Kanglan. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't keep up with Liu Kanglan. Finally, when Liu Kanglan was about to get engaged to the Bailey family's legitimate daughter, he had an opportunity. He used a servant to trick Liu Kanglan into the Liu family's forbidden area. Only the owner of the Liu family is not allowed to enter the Liu family's forbidden area. Anyone else who enters the Liu family's forbidden area will be killed. Liu Kanglan trespassed into the restricted area of the Liu family and was caught by the elders of the Liu family. Liu Kanglan was supposed to die, but he never thought that Liu Kanglan would be lucky enough to be favored by the Bailey family's legitimate daughter, who wanted to save Liu Kanglan. The elders of the Liu family did not dare to offend the Bailey family. Unable to decide Liu Kanglan's life or death for the moment, he could only choose to imprison Liu Kanglan first. Seeing that the opportunity to defeat Liu Kanglan was right in front of him, it was impossible for him to give Liu Kanglan any chance to turn around. At that time, he took a huge risk by dressing up as Liu Kanglan and entering the room of Bailey's legitimate daughter. Therefore, he has followed Liu Kanglan all year round and is extremely familiar with Liu Kanglan's various movements. The eldest daughter of the Bailey family did not recognize him as the fake Liu Kanglan and was happy to talk to him. He deliberately humiliated his legitimate daughter during the conversation and did things that disgusted her. The legitimate daughter of the Bailey family became so angry that she almost slapped him to death. He luckily escaped from the Bailey family's legitimate daughter, and what happened afterwards was exactly as he imagined. The Bailey family's legitimate daughter left the Liu family angrily and no longer cared about Liu Kanglan's life and death. Liu Kanglan is good at the forbidden areas of the Liu family, and he has offended the Bailey family's most favored daughter. This is a certain death. The head of the Liu family only has Liu Kanglan and his two sons. As long as Liu Kanglan dies, he is the only one left who can become the young master of the Liu family. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he still missed one person. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 339 The Liu family's forbidden land. When the elders of the Liu family were preparing to execute Liu Kanglan, the ancestor of the Liu family appeared and wanted to save Liu Kanglan. The ancestor of the Liu family is the one who loves Liu Kanglan the most. And Liu Kanglan is also the person who is most similar to his ancestor. Not only did Liu Kanglan inherit his ancestor's formation talent, he was even better than his predecessor. At a young age, Liu Kanglan is already a third-level formation mage. Since Liu Kanglan entered the Qi refining stage, the ancestor often sacrificed his time in retreat to teach Liu Kanglan formations. The relationship between the ancestor and Liu Kanglan is extremely deep, and he will definitely not watch Liu Kanglan die. For Liu Kanglan, the ancestor handed over all his real power in the Liu family and emptied all his wealth. Finally, he lowered his cultivation level and forced the elders to agree. Those elders agreed to spare Liu Kanglan's life, but they could avoid the death penalty, but they could not escape the living penalty. They destroyed Liu Kanglan's spiritual roots and will be expelled from the Liu family and will not be able to return to the Liu family forever. Later, Liu Kanglan became a useless person and left the Liu family. He successfully entered the eyes of the head of the Liu family and became the next young master of the Liu family. The first thing he did when he became the young master was to choose to eradicate the root cause. He sent people to kill Liu Kanglan, but found that Liu Kanglan had already fled Huolingzhu. Since then, he finally got rid of Liu Kanglan's influence, used the resources of the Liu family to practice, devoted himself to practice, and climbed up step by step. Later, he secretly used some other forces to get the opportunity to enter the first sect in Dilingzhu. After entering the first sect, he relied on his personal efforts to become the chief disciple step by step. Everyone in Dilingzhu has to call him senior brother when they see him. But Liu Kanglan was always the thorn in his heart. Just when he was in a state of unparalleled glory, Liu Kanglan unexpectedly appeared in his sight again. When he saw Liu Kanglan, he would think of those miserable years, and he was even more afraid that those dark moments in the past would be mentioned by Liu Kanglan. Therefore, when he saw Liu Kanglan again, he planned how to kill Liu Kanglan. The first step in Liu Chunqian's plan was to kill his ancestor and threaten Liu Kanglan with his ancestor's relics. The ancestor had injured his foundation when he lowered his cultivation level. After Liu Kanglan left, the ancestor chose to retreat all day long to heal his injuries and not see anyone except the head of the Liu family. The ancestor told the outside world that he would not see anyone, but when he sent the news about Liu Kanglan, the ancestor immediately summoned him. He took this opportunity to lower his guard for his ancestor, poisoned him, and took the opportunity to interrogate him about the secret realm of the Liu family's forbidden area and the method of entering the Liu family's forbidden area. In addition, he got something belonging to his ancestor and threatened Liu Kanglan. But he never thought of it. The ancestor actually chose to commit suicide in order not to reveal the secret of the forbidden area. The ancestor did not leave anything behind after his death, except for one sentence: "I am ashamed of my master and my ancestors in this life." The yellow level array plate he gave to Liu Kanglan was copied by someone based on his memory, and it was not the ancestor's at all. However, the ancestor is dead, so it doesn't matter whether the array is true or false. Liu Kanglan, the things left by our ancestors are in my hands. If you want it, just beg me. Liu Changqian pulled away from the memories and looked at Liu Kanglan with cold eyes. Liu Kanglan heard Liu Changqian's words and chuckled. Liu Changqian, you don't know the ancestor so well. He must have destroyed everything in the storage ring before he died. How could you know? Liu Changqian said in disbelief, his pupils trembling. When the ancestor died, only he and his confidants were present, and there was no way his confidants would betray him. Liu Changqian, when you really understand a person, you can also judge these things from his words. Liu Kanglan looked at Liu Changqian with sad eyes. Lu Changchan met Lu Kanglan's eyes, and anger suddenly aroused. Lu Kanglan, what do you know about me? Lu Kanglan smiled warmly and said calmly, I understand Ancestor. Ancestor would rather destroy things than give them to you. He will not leave any weakness for me, just like when he executed my mother. What Lu Kanglan said made Lu Changchan change his expression when he heard it. Lu Changchan seemed to have remembered something. Didn't you kill my mother? Lu Changqin's eyes narrowed, recalling in his mind the assassination of his mother not long after he became the young master. At that time, he used all his forces and could not find any clues. At that time, he thought it was Lu Kanglan who came back to take revenge on him, and put all the hatred for him on his mother. He always thought that Lu Kanglan killed his mother. The Lu family has an ancestral motto that any heir must have no weaknesses and his mother must die. In addition, the Lu family cannot tolerate people with foreign surnames. Lu Kanglan said lightly. Lu Kanglan was grateful to the Lu family ancestor for saving him. But he could never forgive his ancestor for killing his mother. Over the years, he has been working hard to repay the Lu family for their upbringing. He wants to see the Lu family again after repaying everything. Did you also expect that my mother would die? Lu Changqin's eyes were full of haze, and there were some things he should have thought of. Lu Kanglan nodded, with a hint of helplessness between his brows. I have been trying my best to protect you and your mother. After I found out the cause of my mother's death, I asked my servant to tell you in a vague way, but it's a pity that you didn't understand it at the time. I also know that you want to practice. I deliberately asked my servants to leave you alone and let you follow me and learn various cultivation techniques. I want you to become strong as soon as possible and escape from the Lu family. I am also taking the opportunity to plan to leave the Lu family. Otherwise, do you really think that you can plot against the young master of the Lu family? I deliberately took advantage of the opportunity you gave me to go into the forbidden area to find out. Unfortunately, I only went not far, and was expelled from the forbidden land. Later, the elders of the Lu family wanted to put me to death. The head of the family asked my ancestor to protect me. I watched my ancestor surrender to cultivation. I was not moved. On the contrary, I felt even heavier. The person who killed my mother protected me in turn, and also you are related to me by blood, so you should understand the pain. My ancestor was kind to me, and I am extremely grateful to him, but these things cannot erase the fact that he killed my mother. You envy me as the young master, with my unparalleled scenery. I also envy you, having someone beside you who cares for you wholeheartedly. Lu Kanglan couldn't help but sigh. His feelings towards the Lu family are extremely complicated, and it is difficult to have grudges. Is what you said true? Lu Changchan asked, still unwilling to believe it. It turned out that all along, his complacent calculations were like a clown in Lu Kanglan's eyes. Also, those things he thought he was smart enough to win were all given to him by Lu Kanglan. Lu Changchan almost collapsed. The status and position he dreamed of were just a layer of hell. He killed his mother for the young master of the Lu family's vanity. Do not. Does he want to believe it? Lu Kanglan must have said this in order to survive. Lu Kanglan was lying to him. Lu Changqin's eyes were red with blood, and his eyes were cold. He stared at Lu Kanglan and said in a voice like ice, Lu Kanglan, do you think I will let you go if you say this? Senior brother, don't you need to let go of your trash? A clear and sweet voice came from the air. Suddenly, everyone looked in the same direction. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 340 Weakness comes to the door. Who is that? Pretending to be a ghost. Get out. Huichi stared at the direction of the sound and yelled loudly. Everyone in Dailingzhu even clasped their hands, looking like they were watching a good show. They knew very well that there were no female cultivators in Dilingzhu who had entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. The owner of this voice must be named Lu Kanglan. The sect that Lu Kanglan belongs to is called Lingyun sect. It is just an extremely small sect with 3 female disciples. The 3 female disciples were all extremely beautiful, but their cultivation was far inferior to Lu Kanglan's. They could easily pick up Lu Kanglan, and it was no problem to take down a female disciple. Several of them in Dailingzhu looked strange. The cauldron they needed had arrived. Rustle. The wind blew through the dense forest. Except for the sound of the wind, everything was quiet. It was as if the crisp sound just now was their illusion. Hey, why are the words silent? Could it be that I am fascinated by my brother's heroic appearance and don't dare to come out to meet him? One of the disciples joked. That's right, girl, come out quickly, we never beat women, you don't have to be afraid. Little girl, there are many of us here. If you don't come out on your own, do you want me to catch you out myself? The disciple in golden clothes smiled, with a slightly sinister look in his eyes. Lu Kanglan looked at the disciple in golden clothes. His clear eyes became cold and sharp, the light and shadow flowed on the delicate handsome face, and the aura around him was slightly cold. You can say whatever you want to him, but you must not let go of those who insult the junior sister. Lu Changchan, who was releasing his spiritual consciousness to detect the incoming person, keenly noticed the change in Lu Kanglan's aura. Lu Changqin's slanted eyebrows were slightly raised, his eyes were dark and dark, and the corners of his lips raised an unknown smile. It turned out that he had gone in the wrong direction. The person Lu Kanglan cares about most is not his ancestor, but his fellow juniors. He would not let go of the weak points that came to his door. He didn't believe that when junior sister was insulted in front of Lu Kanglan could still maintain a calm attitude. He must let Lu Kanglan fall into the dust and humble himself in the dirt. Only in this way can the shadow left by his childhood be erased. A dark look flashed across Lu Changqin's eyes, and he said coldly, Girl, you can come out now, otherwise your senior brother may not be able to hold on any longer. A burst of melodious laughter sounded in the dense forest. I am giving you time to say goodbye to this world. You must cherish it, otherwise you will not have time to miss this world later. What an arrogant tone. Who can't just talk big words? Why don't you show up if you have the ability? Huichi's voice fell. Zhang. The knife was unsheathed. In the blink of an eye, a sharp dagger passed through the dense forest and stabbed towards Huichi. Huichi's dagger flew towards him, contempt flashed in his eyes. Liu Kanglin's junior sisters were all nascent soul cultivators. A nascent soul cultivator actually tried to sneak attack on him as a transformed god. Overthinking. Ridiculous. Huichi looked sarcastic, raised his hand to use his spiritual power, and swung out a strong wind, thinking he could knock down the dagger. However, the dagger passed through the strong wind and pierced the spiritual barrier on Huichi's body. At this moment, Huichi felt frightened and wanted to move to dodge the dagger. But sometimes you have to pay the price with your life for underestimating the enemy. Phew. The dagger stabbed Huichi's heart with lightning speed. The panic on Huichi's face had not yet been concealed, and he looked at the dagger on his chest with disbelief. There was obviously no spiritual power fluctuation. How could the dagger pass through his spiritual power barrier? A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Huichi's mouth, and his hand was still frozen in midair. The moment death approached, Huichi had only one sentence in his mind: in the dangerous world of immortality, underestimating the enemy will always cost your life. Bang! Huichi fell straight backwards. From the dagger flying to Huichi falling down, the whole process happened in just a few breaths. When Huichi fell down, the smiles on the faces of everyone in Dailingzhu had not yet been taken back. Huichi. Gu Cheng was the first to run to Huichi's side and stretched out his hand to feel Huichi's breath. How is second senior brother? Another disciple also ran over and asked nervously. Gu Cheng looked embarrassed and shook his head. Huichi is dead. All the disciples were in an uproar. This is impossible. When the dagger came just now, the aura on it was extremely weak. How could Huichi not be able to block the dagger with his strength? Elder brother, come and see Huichi. Lu Chunkin's eyes were cold, his consciousness swept over Huichi, and he found that Huichi had no signs of life. And all the defensive weapons on Huichi were intact. Lu Changchan was shocked. An ordinary dagger could actually kill Huichi. How could this be possible? Liu Kanglin's 3 junior sisters all only have nascent soul cultivation level. It is absolutely impossible to kill Huichi, a transformed god. Could it be that everything was directed and acted by Liu Kanglin? Liu Kanglin, did you kill Huichi? Lu Chunkin's eyes were cold as he stared at Liu Kanglin. No. Liu Kanglin's warm eyes were slightly clear, and there was a light cloud between his brows, which made his entire face even more handsome. Liu Kanglin, you don't need to quibble. You must have taken advantage of my confusion and used the clone to pretend to be your junior sister to trick us into relaxing our guard. Liu Chunkin's words reminded everyone of Ning Shiyu's paintings in the street fighting arena. Of talismans. Ning Shiyu's clone talisman can % replicate the strength of her real body. As Ning Shiyu's senior brother, Liu Kanglin must have such a talisman in his hand. Everyone in Diling Prefecture looked gloomy. They were actually being fooled around by a person from Qingyun Prefecture. What a shame. Gu Cheng drew his sword with great anger and pointed it at Liu Kanglin. Senior brother, leave him to me. I will make his life worse than death. I have no spiritual power, how can I activate the clone talisman? Liu Kanglin asked without changing his expression. Who knows what method you used? Your weird formation before is an example. You might have prepared a clone at that time. The disciple in golden clothes said. Senior brother, we can no longer keep this person, we should get rid of him as soon as possible. Gu Cheng looked at the calm Liu Kanglin and felt a bad feeling in his heart. Liu Kanglin might have another plan. Otherwise, how could Liu Kanglin, a person with no spiritual power, still remain calm in the face of life and death? The more Gu Cheng thought about it, the more creepy he felt. Mengji and Jiang Wu on the side shook their heads at the same time. They couldn't even distinguish the people in the dark. No wonder they died in an unknown manner. One of the biggest problems of human beings is that they always underestimate the enemy. I even like to keep thinking about it. Mengji's charming eyes stared at the dense forest not far away, her red lips raised, making her face even more charming. Mengji's consciousness fell on the girl who was dozens of feet away from her. The girl is about 18 or 19 years old, with willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her skin is as crystal clear as jade, her appearance is unparalleled, and her whole person is clear and smart. Mengji recognized the girl at a glance as Liu Kanglin's younger junior sister Feng Qingran. Although Feng Qingran always kept a low profile with the hidden breath talisman on the Daoling arena, ever since Feng Qingran came out alive in the realm of the virtual god, everyone has. The news that Fatty even beat up Zushan has spread throughout Kyushu. A very interesting little girl. Feng Qingran's smart apricot eyes flashed across the sky, seeming to capture Mengji's presence. Tati, is she the 9-tailed cat demon you mentioned? Feng Qingran looked at Mengji through her consciousness with a smile. She only has 6 tails now. The 3 tails behind the 9-tailed cat demon need to be exchanged for merit and cannot be cultivated. Tati's eyes were spinning as he spoke. There are several strange smells in this dense forest. These auras were very powerful, like the auras of ancient times, but Tati had no intention of telling Feng Qingran this. What is Mengji's strength? Feng Qingran asked. In the middle stage of transcending the tribulation, we are restricted by certain rules and can only display the strength of the Mahayana stage. The other boy has the strength of the combined stage. Don't worry, you can't beat them. Tati didn't show Lu Feng any sympathy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 341. You are obsessed. Feng Qingran didn't care at all about Mengji and Jiang Wu's cultivation. She now holds 7 gourd vines, the spirits of the ancient world, which means that she can walk sideways in the entire mysterious realm. Feng Qingran thought so. A green leaf crawled out from her sleeve. The green leaf rolled up and then shrank back. As soon as Feng Zhiqiu showed his head, Tati smelled something different. Holy shit. Feng Qingran, what delicious food have you secretly hidden? This tastes so delicious, give me a taste quickly. The gluttonous tiger head rotated a weird degrees, his eyes and the phoenix on his back. Qingran is right. Feng Qingran looked at this scene, the corner of her mouth twitching. Tutti, turn your head away first. No, the breath just now is definitely not a mortal thing. It must be the breath from ancient times. Tell me quickly what it is. Tutti opened his mouth, his eyes were filled with greed, and he refused to straighten his head. Tutti, if you do this again, I will twist your head off. Feng Qingran threatened. Feng Qingran knew clearly that he could not have a good attitude towards a ferocious beast like Tutti. Once he gave in even a little bit, it would only gain more money. A tiger's head grows upside down, and there is no one left. Feng. Tutti still chose to turn her head back to its original position. The little girl Feng Qingran looked cute and soft, but she actually dared to twist its head off. Tutti doesn't dare to be stubborn with Feng Qing. Feng Shichu was hidden in Feng Qingran's sleeves, and the leaves rolled back and forth, as if he was amused. Feng Shichu is still very shy and refuses to speak human words. Feng Qingran, if you don't let me eat it, you have to tell me what it is, right? Tutti asked unwillingly, his mouth watering. That thing must be more precious than the time stone. Tutti, you are just my hired mount, there is no need to know so much. Of course Feng Qingran would not tell Tutti what happened at the beginning of Fengji. No one can know Feng Shichu's identity except his own people. Regardless of Tutti's well-behaved appearance at the moment, once she knows that Feng Shichu is 7 gourd vines, Tutti will attack her without hesitation. Tutti drooped its ears and realized that Feng Qingran had given it a stronger and stronger sense of oppression since she advanced to become a god. It's strange, Liu Kanglan is also a god. But when it faced Liu Kanglan, it didn't feel anything. Didn't Feng Qingran acquire some unparalleled treasure during the time she disappeared? The Tutti tiger's ears twitched. No matter how powerful the treasure was, it was not as good as the Yuanyang beast pill it wanted. It was better not to offend Feng Qingran. Otherwise, what if Feng Qingran uses this as an excuse to not give it the beast elixir? Seeing Tutti's restrained thoughts, Feng Qingran said, take me there. Row. In a few breaths, Tutti flashed into everyone's sight, hanging in midair. Everyone in Dilingzhu was shocked by the sudden appearance of Tutti and Feng Qingran. Gu Cheng's sword stabbing at Liu Kanglan paused. Gu Cheng looked sideways at the mighty white tiger, and immediately saw Feng Qingran on the tiger's back. Feng Qingran stands on the back of the white tiger. She is dressed in a green brocade dress. The breeze blows and the skirt is flying, showing her slender and beautiful appearance. She has a peerless appearance and a vague sense of dignity that looks down on the world. This scene actually became a breathtaking scenery in the eyes of others. Feng Qingran's whole body exudes an ethereal and pure aura that is unique to her, which is unforgettable and deeply imprinted in the heart. Everyone in Dilingzhu was stunned unconsciously. Sister Meng, isn't this the white tiger? Jiang Wu woke up first and said to Meng Ji. Yes. Meng Ji's charming eyes became complicated. Facing their superior white tiger, she completely surrendered to Feng Qingran without any intention of unwillingness. Monsters and beasts have always been willing to surrender to creatures that are more powerful than them. Bai Hu is willing to be stepped on by Feng Qingran, which proves that Feng Qingran's strength or bloodline is much higher than Bai Hu's. Feng Qingran is currently only in the middle stage of becoming a god, and his strength is obviously not as good as that of Bai Hu. As for the bloodline level, Meng Ji first denied that. How could a monk's bloodline be stronger than the ancient white tiger? Sister Meng, do you feel the power of blood in Feng Qingran? Jiang Wu asked via voice transmission. No, Meng Jime's eyes darkened slightly. Sister Meng, I just tried to use my spiritual consciousness to invade Feng Qingran's sea of consciousness, but the moment my spiritual consciousness approached Feng Qingran, I immediately encountered a strong barrier. Jiang Wu, you said with a pale face. Jiang Wu never thought that a human's spiritual consciousness could be stronger than that of a demon. Jiang Wu, you shouldn't use your spiritual consciousness to explore the monk's sea of consciousness. Meng Ji looked at Jiang Wu and said seriously. Jiang Wu looked like he had been struck back by his spiritual consciousness. The demon clan rarely use their spiritual consciousness to penetrate into the monk's sea of consciousness. The spiritual power of the demon clan is naturally stronger than that of the monks. If the demon power invades the monk's sea of consciousness, it will damage the monk's spiritual consciousness. Jiang Wu's experience at this moment can be regarded as suffering from his own consequences. Meng Ji didn't like Jiang Wu's behavior, but Jiang Wu was from Netherworld after all. The damage to Jiang Wu's spiritual consciousness cannot be objective. Meng Ji took out a dragon immortal spirit fruit and handed it to Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu, remember, for people who are not causally involved with you, you cannot use your spiritual consciousness to directly penetrate into their sea of consciousness. Sister Meng, I understand. Jiang Wu took the dragon fairy spirit fruit, took a bite, and suddenly felt a gaze staring at him. Jiang Wu raised his eyes and met Feng Qingran's beautiful eyes like glass, and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Could it be that Feng Qingran also wants to eat this? Jiang Wu suddenly opened his mouth. Sister Meng, do you still have the dragon fairy spirit fruit? I'll give you one. I want a second one. Don't even think about it. Meng Ji rolled her eyes at Jiang Wu angrily. The dragon fairy spirit fruit only takes 1,000 years to produce one. Incomparably precious. Extremely rare. She only had 3 in her hand. If she hadn't seen Jiang Wu following her, she would never have taken them out. When Feng Qingran heard Meng Ji's words, her beautiful eyes flickered. When she was at Shungu Ridge, the 7th senior brother mentioned the fruit dragon immortal spirit fruit. She thought that the 7th senior brother had made it up. I didn't expect that there really is a dragon immortal spirit fruit. Forget it, let's deal with senior brother's matters first, and then find a way to get the dragon immortal spirit fruit. Feng Qingran flew down next to Liu Kanglan, and with a flick of her sleeves, Gu Cheng, who was stunned, flew away into the distance. Senior brother, why don't you take the antidote to the soul-devouring powder? Are there any big fish? Fang Qingran asked curiously. There is no big fish, I just want to ask some questions clearly. Lu Kanglan said warmly. Have you asked everything clearly? Fang Qingran blinked her apricot eyes and said in a pleasant voice. No need to ask any more, the truth is already clear. Lu Kanglan raised his hand and took a pill, showing gentleness and elegance in every move he made. Lu Changchan saw Lu Kanglan taking the pill, his pupils were trembling, his breathing was getting heavier, and he looked like he had suffered a huge blow. He couldn't help but take a step back. How could this be possible? How could Lu Kanglan prepare the antidote for spread-devouring powder? Could it be that Lu Kanglan already knew all the truth? Lu Kanglan, you have been acting from beginning to end, right? Lu Changqin's words were full of temptation and a hint of hope. He doesn't want to believe it. The strategy he had worked so hard to plan was actually under Lu Kanglan's control. I'm not lying to you, and I'm not in the mood to act with you. I just want to ask about Ancestor King. Lu Kanglan looked calm, as leisurely as before. Lu Kang Lan. Lu Changqin's eyes were red, staring at Lu Kanglan, and said bitterly, why do you have it? Why do you always think there is no solution? Why do you always think so high? Why? Lu Changchan, you are possessed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 342 Lu Kanglan's past. Obsessed. Lu Kanglan's words caused a huge change in the expressions of everyone in Dailingzhu. If Lu Changchan becomes possessed, wouldn't they be in danger? Inner demons and obsession are completely different. It is normal for monks to have inner demons, they just need to find a way to eliminate them. But once a monk becomes possessed by the devil, there is no turning back. There is nothing unusual about a monk's obsession with demons at first, but as the obsession becomes deeper and deeper, his reason will be eroded by the demonic energy, and he will eventually turn into a murderous demon without blinking an eye. The disciple closest to Lu Changchan unconsciously stepped back and did not dare to approach Lu Changchan. The senior brother they knew was extremely rational and restrained and would never yell, but Lu Changchan today clearly seemed to have lost his mind. Lu Changchan naturally noticed that everyone was moving away from him. This only increased Lu Changqin's hatred for Lu Kanglan. Lu Changqin's eyes were red and his face was cold. Lu Kanglan, you are my inner demon. As long as I get rid of you, I won't become a demon. Lu Changchan, why do you hate me so much? Lu Kanglan asked, slightly puzzled. Lu Kanglan, people like you are the most hateful. You always look aloof from the world, but I know best how many dirty things you have done in private. Lu Changqin's mood fluctuated greatly, it seemed like he had thought of something worse. Lu Kanglan felt even more baffled when he saw Lu Changqin's crazy appearance. He had only been the young master of the Lu family for 20 years. During this period, he rarely saw Lu Changchan. Occasionally he would find Lu Changchan following him secretly. After he knew that Lu Changchan was the father's concubine, he sent people to investigate the situation of Lu Changchan and his son. After confirming that they had nothing to do with his mother's death, he sent people to protect Lu Changchan and his son in private. Even when Lu Changchan wanted to practice, he specially sent someone to secretly send Lu Changchan the appropriate skills. At that time, he was extremely shocked when he received the news that Lu Changchan was plotting against him. However, he still followed Lu Changqin's plan and entered the forbidden area. Later, his position as young master was deposed, his spiritual roots were damaged, and he was expelled from the Lu family. After leaving the Lu family, he no longer had many thoughts of living. He knew very well that he would never be able to avenge his mother. The ancestor lowered his cultivation level and sacrificed everything to save his life. How could he seek revenge from his ancestor? He originally wanted to find a place, but on the way to this life, he met Yi Wenshan. When I first met Yi Wenshan, Yi Wenshan had messy hair on his head, a wine bottle hanging on his waist, and he was flying with a swaying sword, still maintaining an elegant and immortal posture. At that moment, he suddenly didn't want to die anymore and wanted to be as carefree as Yi Wenshan. Yi Wenshan also noticed him, so he picked him up as his apprentice and took him back to Lingyun sect. When he went to Lingyun sect, Mo Jinggong was already at Lingyun sect. But Yi Wenshan still made him his eldest disciple and called Mo Jinggong his seventh junior brother. He didn't understand why Mo Jinggong, who entered the sect first, was the seventh disciple. But he later became a disciple, and this matter has always puzzled him. After joining the Lingyun sect, he completely forgot about the Lu family. After Yi Wenshan helped him restore his spiritual roots, he began to wander around the world again. He stayed in Lingyun sect and practiced with Mo Jinggong. Only then did he understand what a true cultivation genius is. Mo Jinggong was already at the nascent soul stage at such a young age. What shocked him even more was that Mo Jinggong was not only highly skilled in cultivation, he could also refine elixirs, refine weapons, and draw talismans. When he was learning formations from Mo Jinggong, he realized that what his ancestor taught was like a child playing house. After staying in Lingyun sect for a long time, he devoted himself to practicing formations and deliberately forgot about the past. Gradually, he felt relieved about the Lu family's affairs and no longer wanted to involve those grudges. I came to participate in the Strud fighting competition this time just to repay the life-saving grace of the Lu family head. If the head of the Lu family hadn't found the ancestor back then, those elders would never have let him go. Lu Changchan was just a passing guest in his life, and the grievances between them were not as complicated as those between him and his ancestor. Lu Kanglan thought about it for a while, but still didn't understand why Lu Changchan hated him. What do you mean by dirty things? Lu Kanglan asked in a deep voice. Lu Changchan looked extremely humiliated and stared at Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan, do you have to uncover the scars of the past to be happy? Lu Kanglan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to Fang Qingran and said, little junior sister, wait for me outside and protect yourself. Yes, Fang Qingran nodded obediently. In fact, Fang Qingran was protected by Tati, so Lu Kanglan didn't worry too much. He just warned her out of habit. Liu Kanglan waved his hand and spread out the power of the domain, pulling Liu Changchan into the realm of transformation. Liu Changchan found out that he was pulled into the realm of God transformation by Liu Kanglan. His first reaction was not fear, but jealousy. Transformation gods are different from virtual gods. Transformation gods generally do not easily expand their fields. Maintaining one's strength in a realm during the transformation stage consumes one's spiritual consciousness. Moreover, the transformed god is not as skilled in controlling the domain as the virtual god, and is likely to be counted by others in his own domain. Liu Changchan did not use the divine realm on Liu Kanglan because he did not want to waste his spiritual consciousness. He never expected that Liu Kanglan, who was weaker than him, would actually use the realm of transformation before him. Liu Changchan realized that Liu Kanglan's soul power must be far stronger than his, so he dared to use his domain on him. Liu Kanglan, why do you do that? Liu Changchan was trembling with jealousy. With the same background, why does Liu Kanglan always have a better life? I just want to know what dirty things I have done. Liu Kanglan was not interested in Liu Changqian's past. He wanted to ask clearly what Liu Changchan said, and didn't want to be saddled with unwarranted consequences. As long as you are around, I will be humiliated. Isn't it arranged by you? Liu Changqian's eyes became colder and filled with gloom. No, I have never ordered anyone. The people in my hands are all ancestors, and they do not obey my orders. Liu Kanglan looked calm. Ancestor? Impossible. I am the grandson of the ancestor after all. How could he send someone to do that to me? Those people were almost. Liu Changchan shook his head. Those people almost insulted him. Although the ancestor prefers Liu Kanglan, he also cares a little about him. Liu Kanglan's eyes flashed slightly when he heard Liu Changqian's words, and some scenes flashed through his memory. His ancestor seemed to have mentioned it many times, asking him to practice hard and restore the Liu family. The young master of the Liu family can give him honor and benefits. If he doesn't work hard, he will lose his identity as the young master of the Liu family and will be reduced to the level of humiliation for everyone. At that time, he didn't know the truth about his mother's death, so he didn't take these words to heart, nor did he connect them with Liu Kanglan's experience. Thinking about it now, every sentence of the ancestor has profound meaning. Liu Changchan, believe it or not, I have never targeted you. Those things were not done by me. Liu Kanglan sighed. Liu Kanglan vaguely felt that Liu Changchan was a little pathetic. Liu Changchan seemed to blame all his past failures on him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 343 Cutting off the cause and effect with the Liu family. Liu Kanglan, do you think that the ancestor is dead and you can say whatever you want? Liu Changchan did not dare to think about hating the wrong person. He couldn't even accept it, someone he had hated for decades. In the end, I found out that I was wrong. Liu Changchan was trembling all over, and raised his sword to slash at Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan, my ancestor treated you very well back then. He is dead, and you still insult his innocence. Liu Kanglan flicked his sleeves with his wrists and jumped into his hand with the sword. He raised his hand to block Liu Changqian's sword. Neither ancestor nor Master Liu is an innocent person. Liu Kanglan's eyes were deep, hiding endless darkness. Liu Kanglan, what do you mean by this? Liu Changchan stared at Liu Kanglan. The head of the Liu family was their father, and Liu Kanglan didn't even call him father. It doesn't matter what it means anymore. Knowing too much will do you no good. Liu Kanglan said solemnly. The Liu family and the Chu family are both the two major families in Huolingzhu. The Chu family maintains its own prosperity by relying on its strength. But except for the ancestors who are extremely powerful, the remaining elders and heads of the Liu family are simply not enough to support the Liu family. So what does the Liu family rely on to survive under the oppression of the Bailey family? The Liu family is secretly the lackey of the Bailey family. The person the ancestor works for is the head of the Bailey family, and the head of the Liu family works for Bailey Yuanmo. Of course, it is impossible for Liu Changchan to know these secrets. Every step Liu Changchan takes is under the control of the Liu family. The ancestor wanted to train himself to compete with the Liu family, so the Liu family secretly arranged for others to oust him from the position of young master. The big family The big families above Kyushu, except those that have been destroyed. The rest are already rotten behind the scenes. He doesn't want to live in that kind of environment, let alone follow the planned route for the rest of his life. The head of the Liu family would have saved him back then. Part of the reason was to use him to gain real power from the ancestors. The head of the Liu family was betting that his ancestor would hand over something in order to save him. To be honest, Liu Kanglan was extremely shocked when his ancestor lowered his cultivation level for him. And he also owed 2 favors. When Liu Changchan became the young master, the grudge between the ancestor and the head of the Liu family had ended. It's completely normal for Liu Changchan not to know what's going on behind the scenes. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Liu Changchan raised his sword and swung a blade towards Liu Kanglan. Liu Changchan found that he had been led by Liu Kanglan. It was obviously him who asked Liu Kanglan, but he was the one who answered the question in the end. Liu Changqian's eyes gradually became fierce. He became possessed by a demon, all because of Liu Kanglan, as long as he got rid of Liu Kanglan's inner demon. He went to find a way to get rid of the evil spirit. Liu Kanglan easily dodged Liu Changqian's attack. He had said so much, but Liu Changchan didn't listen and he didn't intend to speak again. Some grievances cannot be resolved by words alone. Liu Changchan has formed an obsession with him and will definitely not let him go easily. Then let's fight. However, Liu Kanglan did not intend to kill Liu Changchan. He had promised the head of the Liu family to save the blood of the Liu family at a critical moment. Liu Changchan wanted to kill him, but he let Liu Changchan go. In this way, he has completely repaid the family master Liu's kindness in giving birth. It also cut off the last link between him and the Liu family. Outside the field. With the disappearance of Liu Kanglan and Liu Changchan, all the disciples in Dailingzhu looked at Gu Cheng. Senior brother Gu, what should we do? A disciple in golden clothes asked. If senior brother is possessed by a demon, I alone will not be able to catch the strange beast. Call more people over, Gu Cheng said as he took out something and threw it into the air. Boom. There was an explosion and bright fireworks came into view. Just a few days after entering the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, they lost an avatar, something no one expected. In addition to the heavenly beasts in the Yuxuan secret realm, the remaining dangers pose no threat to the avatar. They never thought that Huachi would die first without catching the strange beast. Senior brother Gu, we must avenge senior brother Huachi, a disciple said angrily. Yes, senior brother Gu, now that the senior brother has gone in, you are the only one left to take charge of the overall situation. Hurry up and give the order, the golden-clothed disciple urged, a strange color flashing across his eyes. Just now, Teng Qi underestimated the enemy and was killed by Feng Qingran. Everyone will definitely not let Feng Qingran go. After catching him, he will definitely volunteer to torture Feng Qingran. Gu Cheng glanced at the unparalleled Feng Qingran, and unexpectedly felt some other emotions. Senior brother Gu, she only has nascent soul cultivation. Although that white tiger is a bit more powerful, we can just send people to divert it away. Maybe if we catch Feng Qingran, we can even give away a white tiger. A disciple said excitedly. They had seen Tao Ti before, so they knew Tao Ti's strength. Everyone wants a powerful beast, and even if they have a master, they have a way to get it. That's right, senior brother Gu, that white tiger seems to only care about food. Maybe he can trick him into coming here if he is given some food. Let's not wait any longer. Senior brother Gu, while the senior brother is dealing with Liu Changchan, let's take down his junior sister. Someone's voice was anxious. Obviously in their eyes, Feng Qingran was extremely easy to deal with. As for Feng Qingran's ability to kill Huachi, they all attributed it to the half-step holy dagger. Feng Qingran stood tall and tall, with a pair of bright eyes that were clear and light, and she listened to the discussion of the people in Dailingzhu with a half-smile. The colorful mysterious bracelet is different from the previous double-strip bracelet. While the double-strip bracelets were hiding her strength, she couldn't do anything. Once she did, her cultivation would be easily exposed. But the colorful mysterious bracelet can help her hide all her strength. Even if she uses her spiritual power, those people cannot judge her true cultivation level through the fluctuations of her spiritual power. So in the eyes of this group of people, she is still in the nascent soul stage. In this way, you can better pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and you can also be surprised at critical moments. Feng Zhiqiu poked his head out of Feng Qingran's sleeve several times and wanted to teach the group of people in Dailingzhu, but Feng Qingran pushed him back. She was waiting for them to take action. She could kill Huachi because Huachi had thoughts of killing her. Killing in this way will not be tainted with cause and effect. Others have not taken action against her for the time being. If she takes action to deal with them, she will be stained with karma. Feng Qingran didn't want to cause unwarranted consequences because of a group of unrelated people. Rather than teach them a lesson, Feng Qingran wanted to eradicate the problem. Feng Qingran's beautiful eyes were shining with hope and fell on Meng Ji and Jiang Wu. These two people were difficult to deal with. Jiang Wu gnawed on the fruit and found Feng Qingran looking at them. Jiang Wu immediately understood, don't worry, we will never interfere in your grudges with Dailingzhu, we are just watching the show. Meng Ji blushed like Jiang Wu and put on a proud posture, we will not interfere in your grudges with Dailingzhu, but the strange beast inside is mine. Exotic beasts, each depends on his ability. Feng Qingran would not agree to let the alien beasts do anything. Choosing the master of a strange beast all depends on fate. If the alien beast falls in love with the eldest brother, she will definitely help him contract the alien beast. While Feng Qingran was talking to Meng Ji, she caught a glimpse of several disciples in Dailingzhu approaching her from the corner of her eye. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 344 Cause and Effect Rules. The few people close to Feng Qingran were all at the peak level of nascent soul. The eyes of several people were shining with excitement. Such a top-notch beauty with clear eyes was still at the nascent soul stage. As long as we can capture Fang Qingran and cultivate with him, we will definitely benefit a lot. A disciple in golden clothes winked at the others, signaling them to attack first. Several people nodded, raised their hands at the same time to use their spiritual power, and attacked Fang Qingran. Miss Fang, be careful. Jiang Wu looked at the people behind Fang Qingran and reminded him. Meng Ji glanced at the people in Dailingzhu. She was really impressed that the people rushing to die were still so excited. And Jiang Wu is also a fool. He must have been deceived by Fang Qingran's charming appearance. Fang Qingran deliberately exposed his back to the group of people in Dailingzhu, obviously for fishing. Meng Ji grabbed Jiang Wu's collar and led him away from Fang Qingran. If a fight broke out later, she didn't want to be affected. Fang Qingran saw Meng Ji's movements, her almond-shaped eyes were like waves, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She was indeed a nine-tailed cat demon, very smart. When Meng Ji and Jiang Wu retreated, Fang Qingran stepped into the wind and turned around in the air, like a floating shadow, dodging the spiritual power of several attacks. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, everyone took out their magical weapons and pointed them at Fang Qingran. Don't hurt your life, we are still useful if we are left here. The disciple in golden clothes said hurriedly. HMPH, to deal with her in the early stage of nascent soul, I alone can do it. You all need to stand back. Another disciple said arrogantly. Another disciple in black said, Fu Mingcheng, you are trying to grab the credit. I finally won the cauldron, but I won't let it go to you. The disciple in golden clothes had a sinister look in his eyes. You don't actually need to argue, her body can handle jewel cultivation with us, now the first priority is to capture her. Fu Mingcheng said disdainfully, Wang Huan, your words are nice, so you are ranked last. The jewel cultivation method they practice is only beneficial to men. As a cauldron, women's energy is limited. The more times they practice jewel cultivation, the less spiritual power they have. No one wants to be the person behind the jewel cultivation. Wang Huan, the man in golden clothes, didn't want to be the last person to have jewel cultivation with Fang Qingran. Half of Wang Huan's cultivation level was improved by relying on the cauldron. No one knows better than Wang Huan how good a woman's Yuan Yin is. Fang Qingran listened to the words of the disciples in Dailingzhu. Her beautiful eyes were full of power, a mysterious luster flashed in her black eyes, and the smile on her face became even brighter. The original work once vaguely mentioned the filth behind Dailingzhu's power. What happened to Lady Miaoyan back then was related to the leader behind Dailingzhu. However, the original work focused on describing Su Yanren's journey to immortality. Except for Beilejia, the events in Kyushu were rarely mentioned in other states. Woman, these people should be killed, don't worry about the cause and effect. Fang Xi's voice came. Fang Xi, what did you see? Fang Qingran knew that Fang Xi had clairvoyance and could see many things that she couldn't see. They have become training vessels. If they stay, they will be a disaster. Fang Xi did not tell Fang Qingran. The group of monks in Dailingzhu except Lu Changchan. Everyone else's pubic area was covered with disgusting bugs. Utensil, but I didn't find the loyalty goo in their bodies. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were slightly cold. The group of people in Dailingzhu must have swallowed the golden spirit pill. There are more powerful beings in their bodies, and the loyalty goo cannot survive. Fang Xi said in a message. Loyalty goo was planted by Bailey family for everyone. If there is no loyalty goo in the bodies of this group of people in Dailingzhu, but there is something else, doesn't it mean that the Bailey family does not control Dailingzhu? Fang Qingran remembered the news delivered by Zhang San of Qinghe Tower. The Bailey family is actually hidden in Huolingzhu. Dailingzhu is just a branch of the Bailey family, and there is not much power of the Bailey family there. Diling Prefecture is very exclusive, and no force is allowed to enter Diling Prefecture. Qinghe Tower's sound transmission brand is doing very well in every state, but it can't enter Diling State. Only two types of people can enter Diling State. One is outstanding and highly qualified young people, and the other is young and beautiful women who can enter Diling State at will. Dailingzhu is undoubtedly the most powerful state among the 9 states. Is it really a bit strange that the Bailey family did not stay well in Dailingzhu, but instead went to Huolingzhu to establish their own family? Fang Xi, what is your life in the eyes of the strong men in Dailingzhu? Fang Qingran couldn't explain her mood at this moment. The Bailey family treats people as tools to develop their power. The people behind Dailingzhu regard outstanding juniors, the future hope of Juzhu, as training vessels. Don't they have any respect for life in their eyes? Women, you think too much. There is no life in their eyes. They cultivate Taoism and become immortals. They compete with heaven and earth for opportunities. As for cause and effect. Humph, Fang Xi paused slightly. He snorted meaningfully. There are some words that Fang Xi cannot say. Cause and effect has a great influence on every monk, and can affect a lot invisibly. But for the truly strong, cause and effect are no longer that important. They only need to use their strength to control everyone's destiny. Fang Xi, do you mean that cause and effect cannot restrain them? Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with surprise. Yi Wenshan had told her many times that cause and effect were extremely important, and she should not hurt people's lives or take away opportunities for no reason. The more good karma a monk sows, the stronger his luck will naturally be. But now Fang Xi's view seems to be different from Yi Wenshan's. HMPH, cause and effect are rules, and what are rules? They are just used by the strong to restrain the weak. It is impossible for you to understand these things for the time being. After Fang Xi finished transmitting the message, he directly cut off the contact with Fang Qingran. Fang Xi was afraid that if he said too much, he would spill the beans. Fang Qingran was standing at a height where it was not appropriate to know too much. Everyone desires to practice Taoism and become an immortal, and to control the wind and rain, but they don't know that the higher they go, the less visible some things become. Fang Qingran withdrew her consciousness and heard that Dailingzhu was still discussing who would deal with her, and her eyes turned sarcastic. Just now, he vowed to revenge Hua Qi, but now he is thinking about his own affairs first. Suddenly, Fang Qingran felt as if the spiritual energy around her had been drained away, making her extremely uncomfortable. Fang Qingran looked around with vigilant eyes and found that everyone was looking around like her. They all seemed to not understand why their spiritual power suddenly disappeared. At this time, a vine caught the edge of Fang Qingran's sleeve, and a small flower bloomed between the green leaves. The vines brought Xiao Hua to Fang Qingran. There is a red fruit hanging in the middle of the flower core. Fang Zhiqiu's shy girlish voice echoed in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Master, don't be angry, this fruit is very sweet, here it is for you to eat. The coldness around Fang Qingran's body dissipated a bit, her beautiful eyes looked into the stream of light, she raised her hand to pick up the fruit and put it into her mouth. The small fruit was sweet and mellow. Fang Qingran had just taken the fruit and within a breath, a pure spiritual energy quickly poured into her veins. Fang Qingran clearly felt that her cultivation was about to advance. In the beginning, what was this fruit called? Master, the fruit has no name. I condensed it with spiritual energy. If you like it, I can make it for you in the future. Fang Zhiqiu happily claimed the credit. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 345. One move to defeat the enemy. Fang Qingran instantly understood what was going on. Together with Fang Zhiqiu, he drained the surrounding spiritual energy to make a fruit for her. It would be better for her to eat less of this kind of fruit, as she was afraid of being discovered and beaten. I like things very much, but I will eat less in the future. After all, things are rare and expensive. If you eat too much, you won't have anything to make me happy. Fang Qingran said softly. Fang Qingran was afraid of hitting Fang Zhiqiu, so she didn't refuse directly. But she really didn't dare to eat more of such fruit. If she ate one fruit, the spiritual energy around her would be drained. It was rare for such a thing to happen. Even Mengji and Jiang Wu were a little uncomfortable with the current environment. Mengji's gorgeous eyes fell on Fang Qingran, and the spiritual power fluctuations on Fang Qingran's body were not quite right. But Fang Qingran's strength alone is absolutely impossible to drain away the spiritual power. What's going on? Senior brother Gu Cheng, why is there no spiritual power around here? Is there a strong person practicing here? Absolutely impossible. Even if the Void God is practicing here, it is impossible to drain the spiritual energy around here. Could it be a strange beast? Ellipsis. Everyone in Dailingzhu was talking a lot and could no longer care about Fang Qingran. There is no spiritual power around them, which means that after they use their spiritual power, they cannot replenish their own spiritual power and can only replenish it through elixirs. But spiritual pills are extremely precious existences. Even if they have many, they can't withstand making them like this. What's more, they will have to deal with strange beasts later. The disciples looked extremely ugly, and everything seemed to be going wrong today. Sister Meng, is that strange beast inside so awesome? It can actually drain away such rich spiritual energy. Jiang Wu said in disbelief. It's not a strange beast. The beasts in the entire dense forest seem to have been suppressed. They are hiding in the dark and dare not move. Mengji's gorgeous eyes fell on Fang Qingran. Mengji intuitively told her that this matter was related to Fang Qingran. Too bad she has no evidence. After all, Fang Qingran was only at the nascent soul stage, so it was absolutely impossible to drain the surrounding spiritual energy. Could it be that white tiger? Mengji's eyes fell on Tao Ti, who was absent-mindedly chewing on weeds. Tao Ti felt the presence of ancient aura from the moment he entered the dense forest. Tao Ti has never found out the specific location. Tao Ti was very unhappy. They were both ancient beasts. They were imprisoned in the ferocious beast village with no food, drink or freedom. However, these two were free. So unfair. Tao Ti was very angry, but he still deliberately concealed his aura. It was afraid of disturbing the two beasts. Tao Ti regarded these two beasts as its own food. He only waited for Fang Qingran to finish dealing with these people and help him find the strange beasts. After finding the strange beasts, he would eat both of them. However, Tao Ti didn't know how much it would pay for this idea. Fang Qingran glanced at Tao Ti like Mengji. Afterwards, Fang Qingran looked at the people in Dailingzhu and said crisply, "Are you afraid without spiritual power? I have been waiting for a long time, but you are taking action. Fang Qingran, please stop being so arrogant. Brother Gu Cheng, let me teach her a lesson." Wang Huan in golden clothes was even more excited in his eyes. They can replenish their spiritual power, and Fang Qingran can replenish his spiritual power. Moreover, Fang Qingran was only one person, and there were so many of them, and the chaos of the car battle could also make Fang Qingran consume all his spiritual energy. Wang Huan raised his sword and stabbed Fang Qingran. It would be better for him to be the beauty's first battle. Fang Qingran flipped his wrist, and the Xinguan sword fell into his hand, and his other hand secretly pressed Fang Zhiqiu back. Don't look at it, Fang Zhiqiu sounds timid, but she has a warlike heart. When everyone in Dailingzhu made rude remarks, Fang Zhiqiu requested to fight several times, but there was no use for Fang Zhiqiu to take action with the few minions. Zheng. Xinguan's sword collided with the sword in Wang Huan's hand. Fang Qingran deliberately put his cultivation level below that of Wang Huan. She jumped several levels from the early stage of nascent soul to the late stage of divine transformation without any actual combat training in between. Fang Qingran decided to take the opportunity to fight against Dailingzhu and the others to test his own strength. How is that possible? Wang Huan's mouth was numb from the shock, and he looked at Fang Qingran in disbelief. Wang Huan looked slightly condensed, raised his hand, and waved the sword energy towards Fang Qingran. This time Wang Huan showed no mercy. It is absolutely impossible for an early Yuanying to compete head-on with the peak Yuanying. A leapfrog challenge also requires the blessing of other things. At this moment, Fang Qingran only has a half-step heaven-level magic weapon, so he should not be tied in a draw. Fang Qingran just wanted to test their current strength and had no intention of talking nonsense with Wang Huan. Fang Qingran jumped into the air and dodged the sword energy. At the same time, she raised her jade hand slightly and swung out a sword energy. Immediately afterwards, Fang Qingran stabbed Wang Huan with her sword. Wang Huan did not dare to underestimate the enemy anymore. He dodged the sword energy and fought against Fang Qingran with a cautious look on his face. After the two fought for several rounds, Wang Huan clearly showed signs of decline. Seeing this, everyone in Dailingzhu said, this Fang Qingran must have taken a pill that can burst out spiritual power in a short time. Otherwise, with Fang Qingran's strength, he would have been beaten to the ground by Wang Huan long ago. It's very possible. It is said that Lingyun sect has a disciple who is very good at alchemy. Fang Qingran will definitely not be short of elixirs. Hey, I suddenly envy Fang Qingran. People from Lingyun sect are so generous to each other. A small sect with a simple relationship is naturally not complicated. We can't envy it. A disciple shook his head. Everyone looked at the disciple who spoke with different expressions. That's right indeed. Although their sect is large and has countless elite disciples, the resources are naturally unevenly distributed due to the large number of people. When they first saw Ning Xiu of Lingyun sect handing out talismans in handfuls to others, they would be lying if they said they were not jealous. At that time, they could still comfort themselves with some excuses. What if there is a talisman? It's not as strong as theirs. But now when they saw Fang Qingran fighting with Wang Huan like a funny cat, the jealousy in their hearts could no longer be hidden. The spirit-boosting pill that Fang Qingran took was definitely not ordinary. Qin Hanyan was willing to give such an expensive elixir to Fang Qingran. What else could they say except jealousy? So what if she has the elixir? She will still be defeated by us. After all, there are many of us, and we can use up her spiritual energy. Fu Mingcheng said sadly, raising his sword to help Wang Huan. They had to capture Fang Qingran today, otherwise where would the Dailingzhu's face be? When everyone saw that Fu Mingcheng was coming, they were not to be outdone. They took out their magic weapons and followed Fu Mingcheng. After Fu Mingcheng joined the battle, Wang Huan felt a lot less pressure. Wang Huan's own strength is weak, and most of it is built up by pills and jewel cultivation. But Fu Mingcheng is different. Fu Mingcheng is a swordsman. This thing is extremely difficult to fake. Swordsmanship must take time to practice. Fang Qingran watched Fu Mingcheng draw his sword and saw that Fu Mingcheng was stronger than Wang Huan. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were shining brightly. With Fu Mingcheng as his opponent, Wang Huan could retire with success. Fang Qingran first raised his sword to block Fu Mingcheng's attack, then jumped over with a graceful posture like a swimming dragon, and kicked Wang Huan in the abdomen. Wang Huan didn't react at all, he had already flown out. Boom! Wang Huan hit a tree in the distance, feeling tearing pain all over his body. Wang Huan's eyes widened and he looked at Fang Qingran in horror. How could this be possible? He was actually defeated by a person in the early stage of nascent soul with one move. However, what made Wang Huan even more desperate was that Fang Qingran's kick seemed to have crushed his spiritual roots. Before Fu Mingcheng had time to see what happened to Wang Huan, Fang Qingran held a sword flower in her hand, and a sword blade flew out and slid towards Fu Mingcheng. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 346 He escapes from the sword. The sword blade drawn by Fang Qingran seemed plain and uneventful. For sword cultivator Fu Mingcheng, it was extremely easy to dodge. Fu Mingcheng glanced at Wang Huan, who was seriously injured in the distance, and felt a sense of threat in his heart for no reason. Fu Mingcheng looked serious and turned sideways to avoid the oncoming sword blade. But the sword blade passed by Fu Mingcheng's side, but it did not fly as far as Fu Mingcheng expected. The sword blade behind Fu Mingcheng turned and headed towards Fu Mingcheng's back. Fu Mingcheng, who was about to raise his sword to stab Fang Qingran, suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, and Fu Mingcheng turned over subconsciously. When Fu Mingcheng turned over, the sword blade would pass him by. The sharp sword blade cut off a strand of hair on his forehead. Broken hair fell quietly. But after Fu Mingcheng landed firmly, he was still frightened, his eyes widened in fear, and he was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Fu Mingcheng had never seen a sword blade that could turn. As a sword cultivator, he only knows that the stronger the sword cultivator is, the faster the sword he swings will be and the harder it will be to dodge. Spiritual cultivation uses a sword, and what is wielded is sword energy. Sword energy can be easily neutralized, and a strong person can even receive it with his bare hands. When a sword cultivator uses a sword, he swings the blade. The blade is extremely sharp and has extremely strong attack power. Very few strong men dare to pick up the blade with the bare hands. However, there is a drawback to using the blade to attack enemies. Enemies at a distance can easily dodge the blade's attacks. Therefore, most swordsmen will choose close combat. But as a sword cultivator, Fang Qingran's sword energy could actually turn, which simply broke Fu Mingcheng's understanding of sword cultivators. Fu Mingcheng turned towards the attacking blade for the second time, his eyes showing horror, and he carefully avoided it. As Fu Mingcheng dodges more and more times, the blade turns faster and faster. A small sword blade seemed bound to attack Fu Mingcheng before he would give up. When other disciples from Dailingzhu saw this scene, they froze in place holding their magic weapons. They have never seen such a scene. In the past, battles between sword cultivators were always scenes of swords and shadows. There had never been a sword cultivator chased by a sword. I didn't expect that there was an injured Wang Huan. Wang Huan was lying on the ground, feeling a heart-rending pain in his abdomen, and all his spiritual power was slowly draining away. Wang Huan reached into his golden clothes, took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he struggled to sit up, sat cross-legged, and tried to adjust his breath and circulate the spiritual energy around his body. Pooh. Ahum. After Wang Huan spat out a mouthful of blood, he coughed up blood one after another. The muscles and veins all over his body ached terribly. Wang Huan's eyes were full of despair. He felt that he was not going to die soon. Wang Huan wanted to call someone to save him, but when he opened his mouth, he was unable to speak. At this time, Luo Yuxuan, who had been hiding behind others, walked up to Wang Huan. Wang Huan raised his hand to ask Luo Yuxuan for help. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuxuan raised his hand to take off Wang Huan's storage ring, and then picked up Wang Huan's magic weapon. Then, Luo Yuxuan quietly followed the direction the cheetah left and walked towards the darkness, his figure completely invisible and disappeared. Luo Yuxuan knew that the dense forest was extremely dangerous, and only the path walked by the cheetah was safe. He had a cheetah cub in his hands and no need to be afraid of meeting a cheetah. Everyone's attention was focused on Fu Mingcheng, and no one noticed that Luo Yuxuan had left. Here, between Fu Mingcheng and the sword, he was running away from it, and the scene was slightly funny. Fang Qingren's glass-like eyes flashed with brilliance, and she looked in amazement at Fu Mingcheng being chased by the sword. Is this the blade she wields? Her sword power seems to be comparable to that of heavenly beings, right? The sword wielded at this level does not seem to be able to turn. Sword intent level: beginner, mortal, superior mortal, lower immortal, superior immortal, heavenly being, immortal, saint, saint. After becoming a swordsman, you can control the blade to turn. There is a big difference between being able to turn and tracking an enemy. The sword that was chasing after Mingcheng at this moment did not look like a cold and ruthless sword, but more like a naughty child. Fang Qingran blinked her almond-shaped eyes slightly and looked down at the leaves swinging in her sleeves. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She seemed to understand what was going on. As a prehistoric spirit, Fang Zhiqiu had no problem controlling the sword. However, when Fang Zhiqiu did things, she had to bear the blame. The group of people in Dailingzhu looked at Fang Qingran like a monster. They suspected that Fang Qingran was wielding not a sword blade, but a magical weapon similar to the sword blade. Fu Mingcheng spent a lot of spiritual energy avoiding the pursuit of the sword, and Fu Mingcheng realized that he could not continue. He had to take the attack in order to escape from the blade. Fu Mingcheng's eyes were fierce, and he circulated the spiritual energy around his body. He raised his hand and raised his sword to block the blade from attacking again. Fang Qingran also held down Fang Zhiqiu's swinging green leaves at this moment. In the beginning, I won't be injured in the battle with these, don't worry. Fang Qingran sent a message to Fang Zhiqiu. Master, that Fu Mingcheng has dirty thoughts towards you, and I want to teach him a lesson. Fang Zhiqiu's soft voice was filled with anger. Fang Qingran gently patted Fang Zhiqiu's leaves. Don't worry, I know it all, and you helped me teach Wang Huan a lesson. I'm very happy. No one in Dailingzhu noticed Wang Huan's situation. It doesn't mean that she didn't see it. Her kick could only cause Wang Huan to be seriously injured at most, but it would not completely destroy Wang Huan's spiritual roots. Wang Huan's spiritual power has collapsed and he is dying. It is obvious that his spiritual roots have been destroyed. This must be the work of Yu Feng Zhiqiu. I'm very happy to be able to help the master. Brother Fang Si has told me to protect the master. Fang Zhiqiu said even more shyly. Fang Zhiqiu was originally worried that Fang Qingran would be angry at her little actions. At this moment, hearing Fang Qingran say thank you to herself, Fang Zhiqiu rolled up her leaves happily. Fang Zhiqiu obediently slipped back into Fang Qing's sleeves. At the same time, Fu Mingcheng easily defused the sword that was chasing him. Fu Mingcheng's eyebrows knitted together, and anger rushed into his heart. He suspected that he had been tricked by Fang Qingran. That sword blade was probably a deception. Fu Mingcheng looked at Fang Qingran again, his eyes seemed to be quenched with poison. He must surrender to Fang Qingran and make her cry and beg for mercy. Fang Qingran, I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Fu Mingcheng raised his sword and charged towards Fang Qingran angrily. Zheng. Fang Qingran easily took Fu Mingcheng's attack. Fu Mingcheng's eyes were fierce and his men's attacks became more fierce. He had to make Fang Qingran pay the price. When Fang Qingran saw this, the corners of her lips were slightly raised, her eyes were like spring flowers, and she was waiting for Fu Mingcheng to fight with all his strength. In order to fight Fu Mingcheng, a sword cultivator, she kicked Wang Huan without hesitation. The two swords clashed. A man with a light figure and exquisite and mysterious sword skills. One raised his sword and swept across, the sword's intention implying murderous intent. The light in the dense forest was a bit dark. When the two were fighting, their figures dodged quickly and no one could catch their figures. All you can see is the light of the sword, and the sound of the collision of sharp blades. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 347. Once the suspicion is established. Fang Qingren's body was like a feather, her gauze skirt was flowing, and she easily dealt with Fu Mingcheng's attack. It's different from Fang Qingren's calm and gentle mood. As the battle time increased, Fu Mingcheng became more frightened. A female sword cultivator was far more accomplished in swordsmanship than he was. Fang Qingran, what level is your sword intent? Fu Mingcheng struggled to accept Fang Qingren's attack, fear replaced anger. You are not qualified to know. Fang Qingran was dressed in green clothes, her sleeves dancing lightly, showing her noble and peerless appearance in every move. Fu Mingcheng met Fang Qingren's apricot eyes through the moonlight. They were a pair of eyes like glass, looking forward to the sky, dazzling and shining brightly, which made Fu Mingcheng unconsciously feel like he was sinking into the dust. The sword in Fu Mingcheng's hand also slowed down by half a minute. Fu Mingcheng instantly realized that he was afraid of Fang Qingran, which was why he was like this. Fang Qingran, do you really have this strength? Or do you only have this strength after using elixirs? Fu Mingcheng looked closely and said coldly. Immediately, a sharp sword blade was swung out and rushed towards Fang Qingran. What do you think? Fang Qingran's lips curled up into a faint smile, and she avoided Fu Mingcheng's sword blade. A dark color flashed across Fu Mingcheng's eyes, and his words were just to find psychological comfort. Taking pills will not enhance your swordsmanship. Only those who study hard and practice hard are suitable for sword cultivation. Fu Mingcheng asked Fang Qinggran if he had taken the pill, but he was just looking at being defeated by Fang Qinggran and couldn't lose face, so he made excuses in advance. Fu Mingcheng's mind flashed through the female cultivators in Dailingzhu. They were all vassals of the male cultivators. No female cultivator had ever been stronger than the male cultivators. Although other states do not treat female cultivators as vassals, most female cultivators are inferior to male cultivators. For example, Heilingzhu ranked second. Those few more powerful female cultivators are only in Jindan cultivation. And those who can become female cultivators are all women with backgrounds. There are not many female cultivators in other states, but Qingyun Prefecture has produced several powerful female cultivators in this separate fighting competition. Fang Qinggran is the most qualified among these female cultivators. The people in Dailingzhu have been plotting against Fang Qinggran for a long time. However, due to the urgent need to enter the Yukshan secret realm, they did not have time to go to Fang Qinggran and talk about letting Fang Qinggran join Dailingzhu. Now, they haven't had time to talk to Fang Qinggran about joining Dailingzhu. It was in this situation that he met Fang Qinggran. I thought that there would be no interference from others in the dense forest, which would be more conducive for them to capture Fang Qinggran. As a result, it seemed that they were going to be taken down in the end, and they were no match for Fang Qinggran. When Fu Mingcheng realized this, he was thinking of finding excuses for himself to escape. The disciples of Dailingzhu seemed to have gleaned something from the conversation between the two. They all raised their weapons and stepped forward to help Fu Mingcheng deal with Fang Qinggran. When Fang Qinggran saw a new trainer being brought up, her almond-shaped eyes flashed and she kicked Fu Mingcheng in the abdomen. Fang Qinggran had no intention of being soft-hearted towards the people of Dailingzhu. Fu Mingcheng flew out and hit an ancient tree, unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, Fu Mingcheng realized that Fang Qinggran was not only a swordsman but also a level above him in cultivation. Senior brother Gu Cheng, I suspect that Fang Qinggran has the ability to transform into a god. Fu Mingcheng said seriously. I have checked several times. Fang Qinggran only has the cultivation level of the early Yuanying stage. Why are you so suspicious? Gu Cheng's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Then she must have taken the kind of pill that burns cultivation, otherwise it would be impossible. Fu Mingcheng was mid-sentence when his hand next to him touched some mucus. Fu Mingcheng raised his hand instantly and looked at the blood on his hand. His pupils trembled and he turned his head to look to the side. Wang Huan was lying quietly on the ground, and through the moonlight he could see the pool of blood under him. Fu Mingcheng stood up, dragged his injuries to Wang Huan's side, and said with an embarrassed expression, Senior brother Gu Cheng, Wang Huan. Wang Huan, he. Gu Cheng quickly walked over, checked Wang Huan's breathing, and found that Wang Huan only had one breath left. Senior brother Gu Cheng, hurry up and save him, Fu Mingcheng said nervously. His danshan is completely broken, and he will be a useless person when he is rescued. Gu Cheng's implication was obvious, he had no intention of saving Wang Huan. Gu Cheng does have a pill of restoration in his hand, which can hang Wang Huan's life. But Gu Cheng didn't want to give it to Wang Huan. It is not cost-effective to use pills worth tens of millions to save a disabled person. At this time, Gu Cheng had completely forgotten the scene where he had accused Lu Changchan before. Senior brother Gu Cheng, please think of a way. This is a secret realm. There are countless heaven and earth spiritual treasures in the secret realm. They can definitely help Wang Huan recover his spiritual roots. Fu Mingcheng loved to quarrel with Wang Huan in the past, but I truly regard Wang Huan as a friend. Wang Huan also secretly gave him a heavenly sword art, which was of great help to him. Fu Mingcheng didn't want Wang Huan to die. Junior brother Mingcheng, you should know that what you said is not realistic at all. Gu Cheng looked serious. Even if there are heaven and earth spiritual treasures, they will give them to better disciples, not to a useless person. Gu Cheng's cold-bloodedness chilled Fu Mingcheng's heart. Fu Mingcheng's birth was not a good one. He only relied on becoming good friends with Wang Huan to get a lot of good resources and reach his current strength. Fu Mingcheng didn't want Wang Huan to die, but found that he was powerless. Suddenly, Fu Mingcheng thought that maybe Wang Huan's storage ring contained something that could save his life, but when his eyes fell on Wang Huan's hand, it was empty. Wrong. Wang Huan's storage ring was always worn on her left hand, how could it disappear? Someone must have stolen Wang Huan's ring. The other disciples were following behind him just now, and there was no way they had time to get close to Wang Huan. Mengji and Jiang Wu are far away from here, and there is no way they can get Wang Huan's storage ring. Only Gu Cheng stood behind others, closest to Wang Huan. Fu Mingcheng stared at Gu Cheng with cold eyes, his suspicion was very obvious. Senior brother Gu Cheng, where is Wang Huan's storage ring? Fu Mingcheng asked with cold eyes. I didn't see it. Gu Cheng explained with a frown. Senior brother Gu Cheng, why are you unwilling to save Wang Huan? Are you afraid of being discovered? Fu Mingcheng stared at Gu Cheng and asked. Gu Cheng's breath went cold. Fu Mingcheng's intention was very clear. He suspected that he had stolen Wang Huan's ring. Gu Cheng knew very well that once the suspicion was established, explanation could not prove innocence at all. Junior brother Mingcheng, are you the first one to meet junior brother Wang Huan? Gu Cheng asked back. You, Gu Cheng, what do you mean? Fu Mingcheng shouted angrily, but the senior brother didn't want to shout anymore. Junior brother Mingcheng, don't worry. I'm just telling the truth. It was you who discovered Wang Huan first, and you were the one who brought up the storage ring first. But you doubt me, does that make sense? Gu Cheng's whole body exuded the pressure of becoming a god, suppressing Fu Mingcheng could hardly breathe. Gu Cheng, no wonder senior brother doesn't like you. You are really the epitome of insidiousness. You're so cool when you hit him with a rake. Fu Mingcheng said angrily. He and Wang Huan are good brothers, how could Gu Cheng doubt himself? You doubt me, but you don't allow me to ask a few questions. Gu Cheng knows better than anyone else that in the face of doubts, justification is the most useless. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 348 Darkness. Just when Fu Mingcheng was blushing and unable to refute, a clear and sweet voice came, "Are you done arguing?" Fu Mingcheng and Gu Cheng turned their heads at the same time, their pupils trembling. Dozens of disciples in Dailingzhu all fell to the ground. Fang Qingran stands in the sky, her clothes are windy, her jade is beautiful, and her whole body has a clear temperament. There is a vague feeling of being unparalleled and looking down on all living beings. "You, Fang Qingran, how did you do it?" Fu Mingcheng's voice trembled and he looked up at Fang Qingran. He argued with Gu Cheng for only half a quarter of an hour. Fang Qingran actually killed all the disciples of Dailingzhu alone. The storage ring was stolen by Luo Yuxuan, so there is no need to trouble Gu Cheng. Fang Qingran's words made Gu Cheng feel happy. But Gu Cheng couldn't be happier. Fang Qingran said again, "They are all nascent souls. I want to challenge you as a spirit." Fang Qingran found that after entering the spirit form, all Yuanying's attacks were in slow motion, which was really boring. Fortunately, her senior brother also left her god, Gu Cheng. Fighting Gu Cheng, you will definitely understand some of the state of mind of the transformed god. Gu Cheng's face froze, he thought for a moment, and then said, "Miss Fang, it's not good to fight and kill too much, how about cooperation between our two states? No matter what, when you want to kill my senior brother, why don't you talk about cooperation? When you want to arrest me, why don't you talk about cooperation? There is no point in talking about cooperation." Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "Miss Fang, we have maps of the 1st to 5th floors of the Yuxuan secret realm, as well as the locations of important treasures." Gu Cheng said a lot of chips. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, she promised to have fair experience, but it turned out that she had the script in hand. "How many levels are there in the Yuxuan secret realm? Also, apart from the disciples, has anyone else come in from your state?" Fang Qingran didn't want to waste any time and asked directly. Gu Cheng felt a little better after hearing Fang Qingran's question. If there is a problem and there is a demand, then it can still be negotiated. Gu Cheng smiled and said, "There are 7 floors in the Yuxuan secret realm, but very few people can go up to the 5th floor. As for the 6th and 7th floors, no one has been up there, so there is no map. Miss Fang, we also learned that there is a lot of information that is not on the map. Cooperate with us to ensure that Miss Fang does not suffer a loss. Only our disciples from Diling province have entered the Yuxuan secret realm, but the Bailey family has sent many powerful virtual gods to guard the Yuxuan secret realm." Gu Cheng deliberately threw out some things, but did not tell Fang Qingran everything. "Is it common for the Bailey family to send strong men to guard the secret realm?" Fang Qingran's voice was slightly cold. "I don't know about this, but we have a disciple who is very close to the Bailey family and may know something. How about I take Miss Fang to find him?" Gu Cheng said in a kind tone. However, Fang Qingran saw the dark color in Gu Cheng's eyes at a glance. This Gu Cheng is quite a scheming master. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. She had already determined some of the answers. It must be a common thing for the Bailey family to send people in. Tao Ti told her before that every once in a while, someone would send a batch of 2-legged sheep to the Fierce Beast village. Those 2-legged sheep are all dressed in black and are trained as virtual gods. Tao Ti's words frightened Fang Qingran. It was outrageous to think so carelessly of human life. To be able to send so many virtual gods into the Fierce Beast village, no one except the Bailey family can do it. Something is wrong. Since the Bailey family knew about the existence of the Fierce Beast village, they must be well aware of the entire Yuxuan secret realm. Even if they can use loyalty Gu to control every disciple who enters here. But there are always mistakes. There is no guarantee that the secret realm within Yuxuan will not be leaked. Also, why would the Bailey family give up such a powerful beast to others? Fang Qingran was thinking a lot, and she vaguely felt that she seemed to have overlooked an extremely important matter, which was related to the entire Kyushu. Fang Qingran peeled off everything and thought about it carefully. What on earth was she ignoring? The village of ferocious beasts, the 2-legged sheep, the demon ancestor, the golden cicada Gu, the group of underground succubi, and the thousands of Gu worms mentioned by senior brother. Is there Tao Ti who can follow her out of the beast village? Miss Fang, what do you think? Seeing Fang Qingran's silence, Gu Cheng spoke up again. No matter what, these things you mentioned are not enough for us to cooperate. Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with coldness. Miss Fang, we know the dangers from the 1st to the 5th floor. For example, the 3rd floor is a dark one. The monks must be extremely careful. Gu Cheng continued to throw out the chips. Darkness, Tao Ti asked suddenly. Tao Ti's voice startled Gu Cheng and Fu Mingcheng, and they both looked at Tao Ti. Are you mute? Let me ask you and Wu Chan's son, what kind of an Wu Chan's son is it? Tao Ti said a little irritably. It is waiting for Fang Qingran to finish dealing with these guys and go find the strange beasts with it. These people are so busy. Tao Ti's voice startled Gu Cheng, and he quickly said, there is no trace of light, and no lighting tools can be used. The monks must use their spiritual consciousness to see things on the 3rd level. It is said that there are extremely dangerous demons on the 3rd level. They specialize in devouring the souls of monks. After Gu Cheng finished speaking, he was drenched in sweat, and there was a small drop of sweat on his forehead. The oppressive feeling that Tao Ti gave Gu Cheng almost made him suffocate. Fang Qingran, do you think there might be a succubus in the place he mentioned? Tao Ti sent a message to Fang Qingran. Don't succubi exist underground in the ferocious beast village? If there are succubi on the 3rd floor, doesn't it mean that the mysterious realm of Yuxuan is upside down? Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with solemnity. It may also be due to time and space misalignment. I don't know if the succubus can leave the beast village. The information given by Gu Cheng is too ambiguous, but the succubus does like to eat human souls. Tao Ti rarely looked serious. After all, it was about the succubus, and Tati had to take it seriously. Fang Qingren's eyes were as bright as spring as she continued to ask Gu Cheng, what's on the second floor? The second level is the sea area. You can't fly with a sword, and it's rainy. The monks have to take a boat to a small island to enter the third level. With Tati suppressing him, Gu Cheng did not hesitate and confessed everything. What about the fourth and fifth floors? Fang Qingren said crisply. The fourth level is the Sea of Fire, the endless fire domain. It is said that there are strange fires there. Everyone in our state plans to get the strange fires there. The fifth level is the ice field, the kind that is frozen for thousands of miles. As for the danger, we don't know. Everything from those who survived on level have no other memories. Gu Cheng looked at Tati carefully the whole time he spoke. Only now did Gu Cheng understand why Liu Kanglan was unwilling to avenge his former disciple. The white tiger in front of him was so powerful that he didn't dare to resist at all. Fang Qingren, he didn't lie, he told the truth. Tati withdrew his voice and suppressed Gu Cheng's consciousness. Tati, do you think these 5 levels are all related to the ferocious beast village? Fang Qingren said seriously. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 349 Send you back to the village. After hearing Fang Qingren's words, Tati fell into deep thought. It has stayed in the fierce beast village for endless years, and there is no such thing as Gu Cheng said there. The ferocious beast village has always been sunny and windy, with only the alternation of day and night, and no alternation of seasons. Only Gu Cheng mentioned that the third level of darkness is very similar to the living environment of succubi. I don't know about Fang Qingren, but there are 2 ancient beasts in this dense forest. If we catch them, we might be able to find out something. Tati sent a message to Fang Qingren. Exotic beasts. Fang Qingren narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and stared at Tati, who had serious eyes. When did you discover their existence? Of course I just discovered it. Tati's tone was a little guilty. Fang Qingren shouldn't have guessed its thoughts, right? Tati is indeed concerned about the succubus. But of course these things come second to eating. How do their strengths compare with what you want? Fang Qingren didn't want to easily provoke the ancient powerful beasts. The strength is unknown, but don't worry, I will definitely be able to deal with them. Tati vowed. Even if those strange beasts are stronger than it. It can also suppress them with the power of blood. Except for that little Yuzhao, the bloodlines of other ferocious beasts are all powerful. The fact that ferocious beasts can escape from some of the rules of heaven and earth is also related to their own bloodline. Of course, an ant like Fang Qingren would not understand these things. Tati unconsciously raised his head and looked at Fang Qingren with disdain. Fang Qingren met Tati's eyes, and a pink axe appeared in his hand, and the back of the axe hit Tati's head. Click. Ow. Tati's skull was almost broken, and he screamed in pain. Fang Qingren, why did you hit me? Tati stretched out his front paws and touched the big bulge on the top of his head. I'm going to beat you, but I'm going to pick a date. Fang Qingren put away the axe and blinked her beautiful eyes. Fang Qingren could clearly see the change in Tati's eyes just now, and at the same time, Fang Qingren understood something. If you don't fight for a moment, Tati will be able to lift the tiles from the house and float to the sky. You are so unreasonable. A woman like you will definitely not be able to find any male in the future. Tati shouted angrily. What little pride it had that could hardly be inflated was completely wiped out by Fang Qingren. That's better than you. If you keep yelling, I'll take you back to the village. Fang Qingren said with a calm expression. Fang Qingren said, send you back to the village, and choked back all Tati's words. Tati lowered his head to show submission, scratched the ground with his claws, and secretly noted the grievances that he dared not express in anger at this moment. Fang Qingren once again cast her gaze on Gu Cheng. Master Gu, is there anything else you want to say? Gu Cheng shook his head blankly. At this moment, he believed Fu Mingcheng's words. Fang Qingren's cultivation was to become a god. When this white tiger faced them, it was so tall that it made them breathless. When Fang Qingren arrived, Bai Hu was as good as a cat. If Fang Qingren didn't have extraordinary strength, it would be impossible for such an arrogant beast like the white tiger to surrender to Fang Qingren. Miss Fang, I have something to say. Fu Mingcheng, who had been silent until now, stood up. Gu Cheng frowned when he saw Fu Mingcheng standing up. Fu Mingcheng was not the leader, so why did he stand up? Master Fu, please speak. Fang Qingren's beautiful eyes flickered, and she saw hatred in Fu Mingcheng's eyes. Fu Mingcheng said, the map was sent us before the spirit fighting competition. In addition, everyone in the 3 states has this map. I also know that the Bailey family has planned a huge conspiracy against your Qingyun prefecture. Fu Mingcheng stopped here and looked at Fang Qingren quietly. What do you want, Mr. Fu? Fang Qingren's eyes were filled with a smile. Fu Mingcheng obviously wanted to get something from her. I want Miss Fang to tell me your true cultivation level and give me a pill that can save Wang Huan. Fu Mingcheng clenched his hands hard in his sleeves, trying his best to hold back something. Fang Qingren glanced at Wang Huan. His spiritual roots were destroyed and his internal organs were severely damaged. With an injury of this magnitude, if you want to survive, you need more than just a pill. Fu Mingcheng only asked her for 1 pill, probably because he was afraid that he would not give it to her if she asked for too much. After all, the elixir that could revive Wang Huan must be at least 8th grade. I have the power to become a god. As for the elixir, I can give it to you, but you have to tell me first. Fang Qingren's voice was slightly cold. Fu Mingcheng looked at Fang Qingren and hesitated for a few moments. The Bailey family is planning to keep 10 of you Lingyun sect in the secret realm. The plots against the 10 of you are different. A strange color flashed across Fang Qingren's eyes. What Fu Mingcheng said was most likely true. She was sent to the beast village at the beginning, probably because of the Bailey family. If she hadn't happened to have been to the Shifang domain and had a contract with the main bodies of those ferocious beasts, she might have died in the fierce beast village long ago. And the experience of senior brother is also very dangerous. This is a life-returning pill. As long as there is still breath, people can wake up. Fang Qingran threw a pill to Fu Mingcheng. Fu Mingcheng took the elixir and gave it to Wang Huan with great excitement. When Gu Cheng heard about the life-returning pill, his expression was shocked. The life-returning pill is a 9th grade elixir that has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Fang Qingran was actually willing to give this elixir to Wang Huan. Just for a piece of news that I don't know is true or false. Fang Qingran, however, looked indifferent and continued to ask, did the Bailey family plan for my senior brother to confront Liu Changchan? Fu Mingcheng looked away from Wang Huan. No, my senior brother planned to get rid of your senior brother before entering the secret realm. Right now. Ahem. After taking the elixir, Wang Huan coughed a few times and opened his eyes. Fu Mingcheng looked overjoyed. Wang Huan, how do you feel? Ah. Wang Huan opened his mouth and could only make a sound of ah. Miss Fang, are you kidding me? Fu Mingcheng stared at Fang Qingran with blood-red eyes. I only said he would wake up and didn't say anything else. Fang Qingran waved her hand. You. Fu Mingcheng gritted his teeth. My senior brother will target Liu Kanglan. There are also people in Hailing State who will target Your Lingyun sect, and people from Netherworld State will target Bailey Wenyu. When Fu Mingcheng said this, he glanced at Meng Ji and Jiang Wu. Where did you get this information? Fang Qingran looked at Fu Mingcheng with his eyes, as if he had personally participated in these things. I can't tell you this, but I swear, everything I say is true. Fu Mingcheng said firmly. Fang Qingran did not continue to ask questions, but raised her hand and threw a vitality pill to Fu Mingcheng. This elixir can save him, but there is no way to restore his voice and spiritual roots. Fang Qingran's eyes passed over the faces of Gu Cheng, Fu Mingcheng and Wang Huan. She remembered that there were other people in Dailingzhu who entered the secret realm. Just keep these 3 people for fishing and get rid of them together next time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 350 You Beastly Lion. After Fu Mingcheng gave Wang Huan the vitality pill, Wang Huan's face turned rosy. However, Wang Huan's mood was not stable after he recovered. Wang Huan looked at Fang Qingran, the evil in his eyes almost overflowing. Wang Huan, calm down first. Fu Mingcheng pulled Wang Huan up, fearing that Wang Huan would anger Fang Qingran. Fu Mingcheng knew very well that as long as the green hills were there would be no need to worry about running out of firewood. Gu Cheng has already sent off the signal smoke. When the other brothers and sisters see it, they will definitely rush over. When they come, it will not be too late to deal with Fang Qingran. Their current strength cannot be rushed. Wang Huan, who was being pulled, couldn't understand, raised his hand and pushed Fu Mingcheng, and shouted angrily at Fu Mingcheng. Sudden. Gu Cheng raised his hand and knocked on Wang Huan's neck. Wang Huan tilted his neck and fainted. Fu Mingcheng caught Wang Huan and said to Gu Cheng, Senior brother Gu Cheng, Wang Huan has no spiritual power now, what are you doing? Allowing him to yell will put us in danger. Gu Cheng's tone was cold and his eyes were dark. The 9th grade rejuvenation pill and vitality pill were really cruel to a useless person to take. Such a precious elixir would definitely work wonders if left for others to use. Of course, there are some thoughts that Gu Cheng won't say out loud, after all, that would seem too heartless. Fang Qingran, let's go find the strange beast quickly. Tao Ti really didn't want to see the 2 people arguing, let alone delay it. Wait a minute, there is another golden king lion here. Fang Qingran was waiting for Liu Kanglan to come out of the domain. She did not want to leave her senior brother alone to face the people of Netherworld State. The few people in Dailingzhu were indeed incompetent, but Gu Cheng had sent out signal smoke before. Then there will definitely be people from Dailingzhu coming here later. Fang Qingran was a little worried about putting his senior brother here alone. I'll call you out right now. Tao Ti thought that Fang Qingran was attracted to Jin Qingbao, and there was some disgust in his tone. When Meng Ji and Jiang Wu heard Tao Ti's words, their eyes immediately met. If only Fang Qingran comes to snatch the beast, they don't need to worry, after all, Fang Qingran is not as powerful as them. But what if the white tiger in front of them snatches exotic beasts from them? It seems they can only admit that they're unlucky. Tao Ti ignored Meng Ji and Jiang Wu. He walked to the entrance of the cave, stamped his feet, made a few slight noises, and then said arrogantly, Get out of here. Roar. An extremely faint roar came. Immediately afterwards, a lion with golden hair appeared at the entrance of the cave, rolling and crawling. The lion looks mighty and majestic, about the same height as the Tao Ti. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Golden King Lion is afraid of Tao Ti. The Golden King Lion stood opposite Tao Ti, his limbs were trembling, his ears were drooped, and he did not dare to look at Tao Ti. Why do you smell like that, cheetah? Tao Ti sniffed and asked strangely. The flavors between beasts will not mix with each other unless the 2 beasts have mated. The Golden King Lion raised his head, his eyes met Tao Ti, and he roared a few times, as if he was explaining something. What the hell, you beastly lion, why don't you take responsibility for secretly sleeping with someone else's cheetah? Tao Ti exclaimed. Fang Qingran. The rest of the people. Are these words they can listen to? It turns out that there will also be scum beasts in the Orc tribe. But Tao Ti didn't seem to be finished yet, and continued to ask, You are such a strange beast, why do you want to get together with the Warcraft? The Golden Lion seemed to be very shameless, and the head that had just been raised lowered again. It actually didn't want to, but it was just in its estrus period when it met a cheetah, and it couldn't help but put the sleeping cheetah to sleep. After sleeping, it doesn't know what to do. The only option was to run away, hiding in the dense forest and not daring to go out. When the group of people from Dilingzhu came over, it was actually planning to go out and drive them away. However, the cheetah appeared, and it could only hide back in the cave, not daring to go out. The golden lion also doesn't understand why it is afraid of the leopard. Its cultivation level is several times stronger than that of the cheetah. Should the cheetah be afraid of it? The golden lion couldn't explain his mood. Seeing the silence of the golden king lion, Tati's eyes sparkled, and he wanted to know more about what happened between the golden king lion and the cheetah leopard. Although alien beasts and magical beasts are both beasts, this was the first time it had seen such a beast. You are a disgrace to the beast clan. The beast clan has always been responsible for the females. You should be expelled from the beast clan, Tati accused loudly. As a ferocious beast, Tati has no sense of propriety, justice or shame. But this is the only thing where Tati strongly disagrees with Jin Wangshi's behavior. All orcs, regardless of monsters, ferocious beasts, or exotic beasts, have a consensus that they cherish every female. Because females are so rare among the orcs. Almost all of their ferocious beasts are single beasts that have been single for 10,000 years, and there are no females at all. There was a female ferocious beast called Luan Jin before. It's a pity that scumbag female plays tricks on all the ferocious beasts and doesn't even give birth to cubs with them. And this golden lion didn't cherish it when he met a female. Tati felt jealous when he thought of this. He was really dying of drought and dying of waterlogging. Hey. What a bad luck to be a ferocious beast. They're a ferocious beast and cannot mate with other beast females. Golden King Lion, I order you to find the leopard immediately. Tati suddenly roared at the Golden King Lion. The Golden King Lion was almost paralyzed by Tati. The Golden Lion trembled and screamed, but it still didn't dare to go to the leopard. It went out once and ended up getting into heat and doing something wrong. Why are you being cowardly? When you are impulsive, you should have thought about taking responsibility. There are only those who are happy and don't give in. Tati almost hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. The Golden Lion screamed even softer, its limbs seemed to be welded to the ground, refusing to move even half a step. Fang Qingran, Mengji and others looked even more gossipy after listening to Tati's words. They couldn't understand the cry of the Golden King Lion, but they could infer from Tati's language that there was some entanglement between the Golden King Lion and the cheetah leopard. This is simply more interesting to them than stories between people. Fang Qingran remembered that her senior brother had mentioned that the leopard followed them because they wanted to find their cubs. Wouldn't the cheetah's cub be a species of the Golden King Lion? Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked forward, flashing with brilliance. If the Golden King Lion and the cheetah leopard had cubs, wouldn't it be too easy for them to conquer the Golden King Lion? Fang Qingran glanced at Meng Ji. Now there was no need to rely on one's own abilities. Meng Ji was a little baffled by Fang Qingran's light glance. Even if the Golden King Lion is related to the leopard, it doesn't mean I have to give it to you. Meng Ji said slightly arrogantly. As a Demon Clan member, Meng Ji can understand the words of the Golden King Lion. She also knows very well about the Golden King Lion and the cheetah leopard. You don't need to give in, my senior brother will take action. Fang Qingran looked behind Meng Ji with a smile in her eyes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 351 Tati's Road to Being Beaten. Meng Ji noticed Fang Qingran's eyes and turned around to look. I saw Lu Kanglan standing there, dressed in plain clothes, standing there like a orchid jade tree, which felt pleasing to the eye. Meng Ji's charming eyes brightened a little. Looking at Lu Kanglan who was so close, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes swept across Meng Ji's beautiful face, and when she smelled the fragrance on the tip of her nose, there was no trace of disturbance. Lu Kanglan took a few steps back, picked up the dying Lu Changchan, and threw him to Gu Cheng in the distance. Gu Cheng quickly raised his hand to catch Lu Changchan, before Gu Cheng could check Lu Changqin's injury. Lu Kanglan said, take him out of here and tell him that I won't be polite anymore when we meet next time. Gu Cheng's face was a bit gloomy, and he glanced at the Golden King Lion. He was really unwilling to give up the exotic beast he had obtained. Senior brother Gu Cheng, let's leave quickly. Fu Mingcheng picked up Wang Huan very wisely and advised Gu Cheng to leave. The other people in Dailingzhu did not rush over so quickly. It would be very disadvantageous for them to be tough with Lu Kanglan at this moment. Of course Gu Cheng understood the current situation. Lu Changchan and Wang Huan were unconscious, Fu Mingcheng was injured, and he was the only one left with fighting ability. 1 against 2, you will lose. Gu Cheng nodded to Fu Mingcheng, chose a direction, and left. Fu Mingcheng carried Wang Huan on his back. Before leaving, he looked back at the group of disciples killed by Fang Qingran, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100 times by Fang Qingran in the future. Sister Meng, what should we do? Jiang Wu asked with a smile. Meng Ji ignored Jiang Wu, folded her arms, and smiled charmingly. Mr. Lu, we still have to fight for this strange beast. How do you want to fight, Miss Meng? Lu Kanglan's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. You must not be my opponent in a fight. Otherwise, Mr. Lu agrees to a condition, and I will give the strange beast to you. How about that? Meng Ji's gorgeous eyes were seductive. Ordinary male monks would definitely not be able to resist this kind of charm. It's a pity that the person Meng Ji is facing is Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan looked calm, polite and humble, and said warmly, Miss Meng, please speak. For 400 years in the Yuxuan secret realm, let me follow you, and I can swear that I will not harm anyone in your Lingyun sect. Meng Ji said with a smile. When Jiang Wu heard what Meng Ji said, he slapped his forehead. It's over. Meng Ji wants to hang herself on the Lu Kanglan tree. Fang Qingran was different from Jiang Wu. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with excitement. Meng Ji must have looked at her senior brother, but his senior brother had no interest in Meng Ji. Isn't it possible that senior brother is not close to women? I refuse. Lu Kanglan's gentle eyes flashed darkly. Meng Ji promised not to hurt them, but she did not guarantee that others would not hurt the people of Lingyun sect. If Meng Ji keeps following him, the whereabouts and secrets of everyone in Lingyun sect will definitely be exposed. Speak directly if you have any concerns. The smile on Meng Ji's face disappeared, and Liu Kanglin's words were a disguised rejection of her. Miss Meng is from Netherworld Prefecture, and she is an innocent girl. Following me will damage your reputation. Liu Kanglin's handsome face remained as calm as ever. When Meng Ji heard Liu Kanglin's words, her whole body became cold, and her black pupils flickered, faintly turning yellow, a bit like a cat's eyes. Jiang Wu felt the change in Meng Ji's aura and knew clearly that this was a sign of Meng Ji's anger. Jiang Wu hurriedly said, Mr. Liu, you are such a shameless person. You actually rejected Sister Meng. You will regret it sooner or later. My senior brother has the right to say no, right? Fang Qingran said crisply. Then, Mr. Liu wouldn't dare to be so direct. Jiang Wu lowered his voice unconsciously as he looked at Fang Qingran's unrivaled beauty. Jiang Wu, let's go. Meng Ji's eyes returned to normal and her eyes were cold. Sister Meng, what about the alien beast? Jiang Wu was very puzzled. He didn't want the alien beast, and he didn't want the bloodline either. What a loss. Meng Ji pulled Jiang Wu up, and the two disappeared. Liu Kanglin and Fang Qingran didn't react much to their departure. Elder brother, this Golden King Lion has an affair with a cheetah leopard. Don't worry, you can tell the Golden King Lion. Fang Qingran told Liu Kanglin in detail about the relationship between the leopard and the Golden King Lion. Even Liu Kanglin, who was calm and composed, twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard the gossip about the two beasts. If the Golden King Lion is the male of the cheetah leopard, then the remaining cubs of the cheetah leopard should also belong to the Golden King Lion. Fang Qingran, can you stop ink stains and let's go find the ancient beasts? Tao Ti said anxiously. Tao Ti is afraid that things will change if he is too late. It would be better for it to eat those two ancient beasts as soon as possible. You say it's an ancient fat relic? Liu Kanglin asked warmly. What did you say? Tao Ti's eyes widened in surprise. We met the ancient fat relic before, and it was it that asked us to find the Golden King Lion. Liu Kanglin said calmly. Which direction did you come from? Tao Ti suddenly felt happy to listen to Fang Qingran and wait for Liu Kanglin. Otherwise, it will become fat food while foraging for food. It's not that it can't beat Fat Yi, it's just that Fat Yi is extremely difficult to deal with. The fat body contains the blood of ancient singing snakes, as well as the blood of some birds with the same name, and is the nemesis of all poisonous insects. What's even worse is that the relationship between Fei Yi and Bai Zhe is very good. Tao Ti is not afraid of Fat Yi, but what he is afraid of is Bai Zhe behind Fat Yi. Fang Qingran, let's change the direction. That ancient beast is not suitable for questioning. Tao Ti decisively chose the opposite direction to Fei Yi. As everyone knows, it will regret it even more later, and it is better to find a fat man. A quarter of an hour later. Fang Qingran, Liu Kanglin, Tao Ti and Jin Wangxi arrived at the deepest part of the dense forest. The moonlight cannot shine in here, so Fang Qingran and Liu Kanglin can only see things through their spiritual consciousness. Tao Ti walked to the entrance of the cave first and sniffed it carefully. He was not as strong as it, so it seemed easy to deal with. Fang Qingran, you wait outside, I'll hand over the boy. Tao Ti walked in excitedly with his head held high. Fang Qingran saw Tao Ti walking in and said crisply, Elder brother, I noticed that these strange beasts like me seem to like living in caves. This can better conceal the aura, Liu Kanglin explained. The Golden King Lion on the side quietly stepped back after seeing Tao Ti enter, trying to take the opportunity to leave here. Fang Qingran glanced at the Golden King Lion and said to Liu Kanglin, Elder brother, why do you think Fei Yi allows other strange beasts to exist here? It is recorded in ancient books that Fei Yi is the nemesis of all poisonous insects, and his food intake is as much as that of a glutton. It's just that because of his snake nature, Fei Yi sleeps all the time, which is what distinguishes him from Tao Ti. Probably keep it as rations, and eat it when you're hungry. Liu Kanglin's lips curled up slightly, as if he was looking at the Golden King Lion inadvertently. This Golden King Lion often serves as Chu Beizu's contracted beast. Elder brother, you should be right. I remember it was recorded in the book that Fat Yi likes to eat meat very much, especially lion meat. In the darkness, Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were shining brightly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 352, Attack its self-confidence in all directions. When the Golden King Lion heard the conversation between the two, he paused in his departure. The Golden King Lion wanted to leave because he was afraid that he would follow Liu Kanglin and see the leopard later. But now it is afraid again. If it leaves alone, wouldn't it be more dangerous if it encounters Senior Fat Yi later? It would be safer to stay with these two people. After all, with Lord Tao Ti around, other beasts will definitely stay away. Ow. Boom. Before Jin Wangxi could finish thinking, he suddenly felt a huge object fall in front of him. The Golden King Lion lowered his head and used his spiritual consciousness to explore, and saw Tao Ti lying weakly in front of it, having returned to the appearance of a sheep body and a human face. Lord Tao Ti has been beaten back to his original form. The Golden Lion's hair suddenly stood on end, and he took a step back on tiptoe, not daring to make a sound. Fang Qingran, hurry up and carry me away. Run quickly. When Tao Ti shouted these words, he seemed to have used all his strength. Fang Qingran was shocked for a moment, and immediately stepped forward to check Tao Ti's injuries. Tao Ti's soul was extremely severely traumatized, and Tao Ti's strength was also imprisoned, which resulted in it being unable to maintain the White Tiger's transformation. Fang Qingran had a worried look on his face. Tao Ti's situation was not optimistic. Fang Qingran, why are you hesitating? Take me away from here quickly. Tao Ti's attitude was rare and humble, and his voice was even more overwhelming. Fang Qingran ignored Tao Ti and used his spiritual consciousness to search for something suitable for healing the beast in the void space. It wasn't that Fang Qingran didn't want to leave with Tao Ti on her shoulders, but that she simply couldn't carry him. Although the Tao Ti looks like a big lump at the moment, the Tao Ti is a ferocious beast, weighing at least tens of millions of kilograms. Now that she has transformed into a god, she can carry 1,000 kilograms of weight at most. Feng Qingran felt that the strange beast inside not only sealed Tao Ti's strength, but also sealed Tao Ti's brain. Feng Qingran, what are you doing whining? Tao Ti saw that Feng Qingran didn't understand, and became even more anxious. Feng Qingran raised her hand and stuffed a fairy fruit into Tao Ti's mouth, blocking Tao Ti's mouth. Feng Qingran had a look of pain on her face as she watched Tao Ti swallow the fairy fruit. It was a waste to give such a top-quality fairy fruit to Tao Ti. After Tao Ti swallowed the delicious fairy fruit, the wounds in his soul recovered a lot. What the hell? Tao Ti was shocked. The fairy fruit that could heal his soul actually still existed. What kind of monster is Feng Qingran? Is it possible to have this kind of fairy fruit that can repair the souls of ferocious beasts? Tao Ti raised its head, not caring about anything else, and said in a flattering voice, Master, my dear master, give me another one. Get lost. Feng Qingran refused seriously. Master, as long as you give me another one, I will definitely fight you with all my heart. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. Tao Ti begged humbly. As for the face, what would a ferocious beast do with that thing? Feng Qingran. She suddenly regretted her soft-heartedness just now. She shouldn't save Tao Ti because she was half a contracted beast, but should let it fend for itself. But Tao Ti didn't care so much, it still kept chattering good things. Shut up. Feng Qingran interrupted Tao Ti unbearably. What could have hurt you like this in the cave? It's the strange beast Bai Zai. Tao Ti suddenly became sluggish and full of remorse. It simply came to the door, begging to be beaten. So that's it. Feng Qingran's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Wang. No wonder Tao Ti was able to be revealed as a prototype. It turned out that he met Bai Zai. Bai Zai is a strange beast from ancient times. It understands the appearance and characteristics of all living things, and it also knows how to subdue all living things. Therefore, although Bai Zai is not strong, his status is extremely high. Why aren't you surprised at all? Did you know that Bai Zai was here? You didn't want to make a contract with Bai Zai, did you? Tao Ti asked 3 times in a row, with an exaggerated expression. Feng Qingran's lips curved slightly and she did not answer Tao Ti's question. You lie down first and leave the rest of the questions to me. Feng Qingran, wait a minute, are you crazy? That's Bai Zai, not another strange beast. Tao Ti shouted anxiously when he saw Feng Qingran getting up and walking towards the entrance of the cave. Feng Qingran's cultivation level would definitely lead to a dead end against Bai Zai. Little junior sister, I'll wait for you outside. Just as Feng Qingran was about to enter the cave, Lu Kanglan suddenly spoke up. Hearing Lu Kanglan's voice, Feng Qingran stopped and Chengzhu said in her chest, Don't worry, senior brother, I will be out soon, and then we will go find the others together. Yes, Lu Kanglan nodded slightly, hiding the worry in his eyes, but did not stop Feng Qingran from taking risks. Lu Kanglan, hurry up and stop her from going in. That's Bai Zai inside, Tao Ti shouted at Lu Kanglan. With Feng Qingran's strength, how could he possibly contract with Bai Zai? It must be the experience in the ferocious beast village that made Feng Qingran think that all the beasts were kind. Lu Kanglan and Feng Qingran ignored Tao Ti. Tao Ti could only watch Feng Qingran walk into the cave. Tao Ti suddenly felt that a certain nerve was touched. Tao Ti doesn't understand what that is. It only knew that it didn't want Feng Qingran to die, but wanted Feng Qingran to continue living. In the darkness, no one noticed a tear shed from the corner of Tao Ti's eyes, not even Tao Ti himself. Tao Ti felt something stuck in his heart, which was extremely uncomfortable. Tao Ti looked up at Lu Kanglan and shouted, You are really crazy. Is there any senior brother like you? She is not sensible, and neither are you. No wonder Chu Beizu scolded you for being irresponsible. Little junior sister has grown up and has her own way to go. Lu Kanglan said calmly. Outsiders would not understand the tacit understanding between them. She is trying to die. What kind of existence is Bai Zai? As a cultivator, you don't understand. Tao Ti became even more angry. Bai Zai's eyes can see through the weaknesses and past of any living being. Lu Kanglan's eyes were dark and he said nothing. Of course he knew that Bai Zai was in danger, but since the junior sister chose to go in and subdue Bai Zai, it proved that she was sure. Seeing Tao Ti say so much, Lu Kanglan was indifferent and gradually became a little angry. You are the most irresponsible senior brother I have ever seen. It is really unfortunate for Feng Qingran to have a senior brother like you. Tao Ti, shut up. What do you, a retarded idiot, know? A grumpy voice sounded, interrupting Tao Ti's words. A graceful girl appeared next to Lu Kanglan. The girl's skin is as white as jade, her charming eyes are like waves on her temples, her expression is extremely charming, like a hibiscus emerging from clear water, and her mannerisms have the appearance of an orchid. In fact, she was even more dazzling than the gorgeous Meng Ji before. Tao Ti's consciousness fell on the girl, his eyes widened, and he shouted in surprise, Lu Jin. You are indeed here. HMPH, what qualifications do you have to criticize Lu Kanglan, an idiot like you? Lu Jin's brows had a girlish charm, which made her even more charming. Lu Jin, have you fallen in love with this human being? Tao Ti asked angrily. The only female of their ferocious beast family, scolding it for a human. Is this reasonable? Absolutely unreasonable. Tao Ti, do you only think about mating? You are rubbish. No wonder you were tricked by the Lord Tinyu. Lu Jin was still charming and gorgeous when he scolded Tao Ti. Tao Ti quickly withdrew his consciousness, fearing that if he looked at it a few more times, he would become impulsive. Lu Jin, I am the clone. It is useless for you to scold me. That is the mistake made by the main body. Tao Ti lowered his head, feeling a little aggrieved. Your main body and clones cannot interfere with each other. Why do you ask Lu Kanglan to take care of his little junior sister? Lu Jin asked with a clear mind. Can this be confused? Tao Ti was very puzzled. Lu Kanglan knew Feng Qingran was in danger and didn't stop him. And it's a clone that doesn't even have the memory of its main body. How can it change the past? Tao Ti was even more certain of one thing. The only female of their ferocious beast clan was definitely attracted to Liu Kanglan. Liu Jin used to have a bad temper, but he would only beat it and never scold it. You also know that you can't mix them up. Liu Kanglan and Feng Qingbran are independent. You have been with Feng Qingbran for so long, don't you understand that she has a sense of proportion in her actions? Liu Jin's delicate eyes are like waves and she is extremely agile. Liu Jin and Feng Qingbran have been together for almost 10 years, watching Feng Qingbran grow from a pretty little girl to a noble and unparalleled girl. Liu Jin also knew about Feng Qingbran's affairs. Feng Qingbran would never put herself in unknown danger. Feng Qingbran dared to go in to find Bai Zhe, which proved that Feng Qingbran had prepared a way to deal with Bai Zhe. All they can do is wait here quietly. Instead of yelling and yelling to influence Feng Qingbran. Liu Jin was thinking like this and noticed that the consciousness of the person next to him fell on him. Liu Jin then remembered that she didn't seem to have said hello to Liu Kanglan. Liu Jin, do you want to explain to me how you came here? Liu Kanglan smiled warmly, but it made Liu Jin nervous. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 353 Jealousy Twists Tao Ti. Liu Jin blinked her charming eyes and whispered, I hid in your consciousness space, but don't worry, I didn't do anything to your consciousness. Did you never eat again after entering my consciousness? Liu Kanglan didn't care about the issue of consciousness, but was concerned about Liu Jin's eating problem. Liu Jin must eat once a month to alleviate the beast's natural desires. Yes, Liu Jin buried her head lower. Master Mo was always with Liu Kanglan, and she didn't dare to show any breath at all. Why do you want to come out with me? Liu Kanglan's eyes darkened. It was definitely an extremely painful thing for the beast to restrain its instincts. Liu Kanglan couldn't bear to ask Liu Jin, how did he get here for more than a year? I overheard that you were going to enter the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. I'm worried. Liu Jin looked at Liu Kanglan quietly with a pair of charming eyes, her cheeks slightly red. Liu Jin knows the secret realm of Yuxuan better than anyone else. Although the group in the Fierce Beast village could not leave the village, no one who entered could come out. There are also those succubi on the 3rd level who love to devour the souls of monks. Liu Kanglan's cultivation is considered a strong one in Jushu continent. But after Liu Kanglan's strength entered the Yuxuan secret realm, it was far from enough. Of the disciples who have entered the Yuxuan secret realm before, less than 1% actually leave. Liu Jin thought for a long time, and finally decided to disobey Mo Jinggong's rules and sneak into Liu Kanglan's consciousness space. Tao Ti, who was lying nearby, felt as if someone had stabbed him in the heart when he saw the interaction between the two. How could Liu Jin be so shy and timid towards an ant? Where is the ferocity in scolding it just now? Tao Ti became angrier and angrier as he watched, with air conditioning exuding all over his body. At this moment, Tao Ti just wanted to regain his strength and give Liu Kanglan a dunk. It's hard for their ferocious beast family to have a female. As a result, he was snatched away by a human race. Tao Ti stared at Liu Kanglan. What's so good about this guy? Why would Liu Jin rather be with an ant than be nice to it? Liu Kanglan, please don't be angry, okay? I will never be like this again, just this once. Liu Jin's coquettish words reached Tao Ti's ears. Tao Ti's facial features are almost twisted together. When she was with him, Liu Jin was a violent girl, but when she came to Liu Kanglan, she became a coquettish and cute girl. Outrageous. Bah. Tao Ti looked at the shivering Golden King Lion beside him and asked angrily, why do you think Liu Jin fell in love with an ant? The Golden King Lion glanced at Tao Ti, who was so ugly that it hurt his eyes. Then he looked sideways at Liu Kanglan, who looked like Lan Ziyushu and had an unparalleled handsome appearance. The Golden King Lion's eyes turned. Liu Kanglan was certainly an ant in terms of strength, but Liu Kanglan looked pleasing to the eye. But Lord Tao Ti looked a little unsightly. If it were Lord Liu Jin, he would probably choose Liu Kanglan. After all, Liu Jin's strength doesn't require strong male protection at all. What she needs is a being who can make her happy. What are you asking? Are you mute? Tao Ti yelled at the dazed Golden King Lion. Sir, how can I guess what Master Liu Jin is thinking? Why don't you try transforming into Liu Kanglan? Jin Wangshi said cautiously. It is of course extremely difficult for a ferocious beast to transform into a human form. But as an ancient ferocious beast, Tao Ti cannot possibly not have the ability to transform into a human form, right? What do you mean? Why should I become him? Tao Ti roared loudly. Tao Ti's consciousness fell on Liu Kanglan again. Liu Kanglan has a tall and straight figure, a head taller than Liu Jin. She is dressed in plain clothes. Standing next to Liu Jin, her warm and elegant aura perfectly matches Liu Jin's orchid appearance. Tao Ti was fine if he didn't look at it, but when he looked at it, he was so angry that he was so angry. Jin Wangshi, do you mean to say that I am ugly? Tao Ti directed all his dissatisfaction to Jin Wangshi. Tao Ti is actually more like Liu Kanglan, but it is afraid of Liu Jin. Lord Tao Ti, you are so majestic and powerful, how can you be compared to him as a human being? The Golden King Lion could only lower its head and coax Tao Ti due to the strength of Tao Ti. HMPH. The orcs compete for strength, but Liu Jin actually fell in love with a pretty boy. He really has no discernment. Tao Ti felt a fire in his heart, which grew stronger and stronger. Tao Ti really wanted to go in and beg Bai Zhe to release the restrictions on it. This way it will have the strength to attack Liu Kanglan. Okay. White Pond. Feng Qingbran has been in there for a while, but why is there no movement inside? Tao Ti kicked his hind hooves. Could it be that Bai Zhe swallowed Feng Qingbran? Should not. Baze doesn't eat people. The most he could do was kill Feng Qingbran and throw the body out. But so much time has passed, why hasn't Bai Zhe thrown out Feng Qingbran's body? Could it be that Bai Zhe was too lazy to throw it away? Tao Ti cast his consciousness on Liu Kanglan and Liu Jin again, feeling extremely sore. Hey, you two, go in and see how Feng Qingbran is doing. Liu Kanglan kept passing food to Luan Jin without raising her eyes. Luan Jin, who had not eaten for more than a year, could not resist the temptation of food and ate happily. Eat slowly, there is still a lot in my space, enough for you to eat. Liu Kanglan said warmly. Yeah, Luan Jin smiled with crooked eyebrows and stuffed food into his mouth more happily, without any image at all. Tati. You were simply going too far. Didn't you hear what I said? Tati roared loudly. Tati himself didn't notice it, and it was rare that he didn't immediately care about food. But the whole animal face of jealousy is twisted and terrifying. Lord Tati, there was no sound of fighting in the cave, so Fang Qingbran must be fine. Jin Wangshi took the initiative to speak and stepped down for Tati. Get out. Bai Zai is best at killing without killing. What if Fang Qingbran is killed as soon as he enters? Tati had already lost his mind with excitement. The Golden King Lion couldn't help but roll his eyes, but after all, he was afraid of the status of the Tati ferocious beast and did not dare to make any mistakes. Lord Tati, how about I go in and take a look? You. Tati's spiritual consciousness swept over the Golden King Lion. That's okay, you go in. Golden Lion. It was just being polite. How could a strange beast like it dare to see Bai Zai? Go in and collect Fang Qingbran's body. Bai Zai won't do anything to a weakling like you. Tati said this, but in its heart it still hoped that Fang Qingbran would be alive. Tati didn't dare to go in. Firstly, he was afraid of Bai Zai, and secondly, he was afraid that if he went in, he would see Fang Qingbran's body. It can't describe the mood at this moment, it only knows that this feeling is uncomfortable. It was even more uncomfortable than seeing Luan Jin and Liu Kanglan being ambiguous. Tati felt that he must be sick, otherwise why would he be troubled? Trouble. It is a ferocious beast, how can it have human emotions and desires? Tati was shocked by his own thoughts. He was immersed in his own world for a moment and fell into infinite confusion. Tati's thoughts were flying wildly. The Golden King Lion's limbs were trembling. Even if Tati said that Bai Zai wouldn't do anything to it, it didn't dare to see Bai Zai. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 354 Targeting Fang Zhiqiu. Lord Tati, how about I shut a few times at the entrance of the cave to see? The Golden King Lion said obediently. Tati didn't hear what Jin Wangshi said at all, racking his brains to think why he was worried about Fang Qingbran. Jin Wangshi received no response and said again, Lord Tati, if I offend Lord Bai Zai with my words, wouldn't it be even more detrimental to Fang Qingbran? Tati continued to wonder. The Golden King Lion couldn't help but tremble in fear. Lord Tati must be angry. The Golden Lion didn't dare to speak anymore, so he could only bite the bullet and crept towards the entrance of the cave, praying that Bai Zai would let it go. Just when the Golden King Lion had just reached the entrance of the cave. Boom! A thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. The Golden King Lion froze, and a creepy feeling appeared. As the thunder fell, light appeared in the dark night above the head, and the entire dark forest became able to see clearly. Sudden. A strange beast that looks like a horse appears in front of the Golden King Lion. The Golden King Lion subconsciously roared at the strange beast, and then seemed to realize something and began to tremble. Bye, Mr. Bays, listen, I'll explain. The Golden Lion stammered to express his meaning. Standing next to Bai Zai was Fang Qingbran, who had a pure and beautiful appearance. Fang Qingbran was just like when she entered, dressed in green clothes, with a fairy-like appearance, and her whole body aura even more unparalleled splendor. Tati's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Bai Zai personally sent Fang Qingbran out. How can this be? Could it be that Fang Qingbran gave the Yuanyang beast pill to Bai Zai? Fang Qingbran, how did you get out? Tati stared at Fang Qingbran, seeming a little angry. Coming out. Fang Qingbran glanced at Tati and immediately shifted her gaze to Bai Zai beside her. Bai Zai looks like a white horse with a horn on top of his head. The whole appearance looks very comfortable. Did you give it my stuff? Tati did not directly say the name of Yuanyang beast pill. Fang Qingbran heard Tati's voiceover, but she just glanced at Tati and looked away. At this moment, Tati has the body of a sheep, the face of a human, the teeth of a tiger, the claws are similar to those of a human, and the eyes are in the armpits. What's even more exaggerated is that Tati has eaten too much fat, and the fat on his belly is drooping and baggy. Fang Qingbran said helplessly to Bai Zai, unlock its restraints, otherwise it won't be able to change its shape. Bai Zai's silver eyes flashed with a strange luster, and a wisp of white mist floated towards Tati. When Tati saw Bai Wu, he immediately became vigilant. Don't move, I'm helping you lift the restriction, Bai Zai said to Tati, who was about to escape. Tati could only stand there honestly, waiting for the white mist to fall on it. Soon, Tati felt that the restriction on his body was lifted, and his strength was restored. Fang Qingbran saw this and said, Tati, return to your previous white tiger appearance. Tati immediately recalled Jin Wangshi's words and shouted at Fang Qingbran, do you dislike my ugly appearance? Yes, Fang Qingbran did not hide his disgust. You, Tati was trembling with anger. It was so angry that it would definitely transform into a human. A young man who is many times more handsome than Liu Kanglan. Countless faces flashed through Tati's mind, trying to transform into a human being. But it tried several times, but failed. Tati felt weird in his heart. It could easily turn into a human when it was in the ferocious beast village, why couldn't it do it here? Tati had no choice but to continue being a tiger. You females are so superficial. You will suffer a loss sooner or later. After Tati transformed into a white tiger, he angrily accused Chi Fang Qingbran and Luan Jin. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes looked at the stream of light, flashing with brilliance. Luan Jin, long time no see. Long time no see, little baby. Luan Jin's voice was soft and she swallowed everything in her mouth. Fang Qingbran smiled and said, elder brother, Luan Jin, this is Bai Zai, my contract and my partner. Well, hello, Baizé. Surprise flashed across Liu Kanglin's eyes, but he didn't ask about the contract. It turns out that the person Baizé is waiting for is you. Luan Jinzhao had such an expression on her face. Back then, when she was in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, she had a brief negotiation with Baizé. Baizé bluntly said that it would wait here for its owner. Baizé nodded towards Liu Kanglin and Luan Jin. Luan Jin had to pay a heavy price in order to transform into a human form, and there would be life and death disaster in the future. Fang Qingran, how did you trick Baizé into contracting with you? Tao Ti said in a voice message with great curiosity. It took the initiative to make a contract with me. Fang Qingran replied. How is this possible? Don't you dare to tell me. Tao Ti didn't believe that Baizé would take the initiative to make a contract with Fang Qingran. When I saw Baizé activated the formation. Fang Qingran waved her hands helplessly. Baizé was obviously waiting for her to go over and make a contract. At that time, she was also confused. After the contract was completed, Baizé explained the reason for the contract. Did you give the Yuanyang beast pill to Baizé? Tao Ti asked the question he originally wanted to ask. Fang Qingran glanced at Tao Ti. It seemed that it had misunderstood something. She didn't only have one beast pill. No, I'll keep it for you. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she walked towards Liu Kanglin. Elder brother, Baizé said that the Bailey family used those goo insects to control many strange beasts in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan, so the Bailey family is not worried about the strange beasts being contracted by others. Is there any way to deal with goo insects? Liu Kanglin asked. Yes, let's ask Senior Fei to help destroy those thousands of goo eggs, and then get rid of the goo worms in the beasts and humans. Fang Qingran said crisply. You will need the help of Fei to remove the poison eggs. Let's take action now and find Senior Fei, Liu Kanglin said. Roar. The Golden King Lion screamed and walked up to Fang Qingran, asking Fang Qingran to help it take a look. Fang Qingran's words made it scared. It was worried that there were poisonous insects in its body. Fang Qingran patted the Golden King Lion on the head and said to Tao Ti, give me the loyalty goo. You will remember me when you need it. Tao Ti raised his paw and threw a bowl, which fell firmly into Fang Qingran's hand. There was a fat, white insect lying in the bowl. It's the loyalty goo. Loyalty goo seemed to be asleep, belly up. Fang Qingran knocked on the mouth of the bowl, and the loyalty goo turned over and its tentacles moved. Help me lure the poison out of the Golden King Lion's body. Fang Qingran's voice was clear and sweet. Fang Zhiqiu, who was hiding in Fang Qingran's sleeve, immediately took back the exposed leaves and hid them in Fang Qingran's sleeve when the loyalty goo appeared. Plants are naturally afraid of insects, even if they're as powerful as Fang Qiu, there are no exceptions. Loyalty goo seemed to smell the presence of Fang Zhiqiu. What leaf? It smells so good, can you give me a little bit? Here, Luan Jin mistakenly thought that loyalty goo was asking for something from her, so she picked off the leaf holding the straight fruit and handed it over. The tentacles on loyalty goo's head moved. It doesn't smell like this. Do you want the leaves in this forest? Luan Jin glanced around the forest. There were countless kinds of leaves here. No, the scent comes from Fang Qingran's sleeves. Loyalty goo's voice was slightly childish. After hearing Loyalty goo's words, Tao Ti stared at Fang Qingran's sleeves. It also smelled a unique fragrance on Fang Qingran's sleeves. He was also scolded by Fang Qingran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 355. Little baby, what are you hiding in your sleeves? Luan Jin looked at Fang Qingran's sleeves with great curiosity. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes stared at Fang Qingran's sleeves. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, and she moved her wrist, sending Fang Zhiqiu back to the void space, and said with a smile, I'm not hiding anything. No, you seem to have the aura of Hongmeng's power on your sleeves. Tao Ti appeared next to Fang Qingran at some point, sniffing wildly. Dark color flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes, but her expression remained as usual. When Luan Jin heard the Hongmeng qi, his pretty eyes showed a bit of uncontrollable greed. The qi of Hongmeng only existed before the prehistoric times. Anyone who obtains the qi of Hongmeng can transcend the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth and be above all rules. Luan Jin tried hard to suppress the greed rising in his heart and control himself to stay rational. Liu Kanglin seemed to notice something strange about Luan Jin. He raised his slender hand and landed on Luan Jin's shoulder. He patted her and said, Luan Jin, are you not full yet? Liu Kanglin's voice made Luan Jin regain some sense. Luan Jin took what Liu Kanglin handed him and stuffed it into his mouth, but he still couldn't help but think about Hongmeng qi. Impossible. Fang Qingran will never have the Hongmeng spirit. Tao Ti must have heard wrongly. Liu Kanglin didn't understand the qi of Hongmeng, but he knew very well that anything related to Hongmeng would definitely arouse the greed of the powerful. Luan Jin is a ferocious beast, and greed is instinct. He could only use food to divert Luan Jin's attention. Bai Zhe stood quietly beside Fang Qingran, his eyes calm as usual. The Golden King Lion on the side could not help but tremble. Even if it had the energy of Hongmeng, it would not be able to turn to it, and it might be silenced because of this. Only Loyalty Gu in the bowl asked, the qi of Hongmeng, what is that? Tao Ti was stunned for a moment, and then continued, it is something that can rule all the heavens and all the worlds. It is said that the person who obtains Hongmeng can become the master of all worlds. The energy of Hongmeng is as good as the body tree. Tao Ti, shut up, Luan Jin scolded sternly, interrupting Tao Ti's words. The matter of Hongmeng qi and body realm tree must not be discussed casually. Today's Tao Ti must have lost his mind because he dared to mention the Hongmeng qi in front of so many living beings. Tao Ti seemed to be shocked by Luan Jin's words, and was stunned for several breaths with his mouth open. Soon, Tao Ti seemed to wake up and looked at Loyalty Gu with his eyes slightly. It had just subconsciously answered Loyalty Gu's question. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this Loyalty Gu. If Luin Jin hadn't interrupted in time, it might have told Loyalty Gu everything about Hongmeng. Little baby, hurry up and help the Golden King Lion get rid of the poison. After we get rid of the poison, we will set off to find Fei Yi. Luin Jin's charming eyes flashed with a strange color. Fang Qingbran nodded and walked to the side of the Golden King Lion. The Golden Lion sat obediently on the ground and handed his front paw to Fang Qingbran. Seeing this, Luin Jin sent a message to Tati, who was in a daze. Tati, why were you so impulsive just now? Can Hongmeng's Qi speak nonsense? If there are outsiders here, have you thought about Fang Qingbran's future situation? ? I don't know, something seemed to have controlled my mind just now. Tati was a little depressed and couldn't figure out what happened to him. The power of Hongmeng Qi can make countless strong people fall into greed. But it opened its mouth and said that Fang Qingbran had this kind of aura. This is simply pushing Fang Qingbran into the fire pit. Fortunately, there are no outsiders around Fang Qingbran at this moment. It had smelled the same scent as Fang Qingbran before coming to the dense forest. At that time, its thinking was quite clear and it never mentioned Hongmeng Qi. But just now it seemed like it can control its own language. Tati, your brain was injured by Bai Zhe, right? Luin Jin once again sent a message to the wandering Tati. I won't bear the blame. I didn't touch its brain. I just blocked its strength. Bai Zhe's voice reached Tati and Luin Jin's ears. Luin Jin and Tati looked sideways at Bai Zhe at the same time. It seems that Tati was not so stupid in the past. Luin Jin's charming eyes were full of waves, making her even more charming. Maybe he ate too much and ate his own brain, Bai Zhe said in a calm voice. Tati stared at Bai Zhe, too angry to say anything. In terms of strength, Bai Zhe was definitely no match for it, but Bai Zhe was able to defeat it with one move. Tati felt very aggrieved. This feeling of being able to fight but not being able to do it is so uncomfortable. Bai Zhe, what you said makes sense. Luin Jin nodded in agreement. Luin Jin, Tati roared loudly, once again furious. Tati's intestines were filled with regret at this moment. He shouldn't have brought Fang Qingbran over to find the strange beast. Not only would he be beaten, but he would also have to suffer all-round attacks. Luin Jin's voice was full of laughter. Tati, please keep your voice down, don't scare the little baby. Tati breathed heavily, stared, and sent a message to Bai Zhe and Tati. Can we communicate well? Yes, you can continue talking. Luin Jin put something in his mouth while transmitting messages to Tati. Tati's eyes rolled, looking a little serious. Luin Jin, you know best. Although we ferocious beasts have many instinctive impulses, we will never have the same rich emotions as humans. But I don't know why today. It seems to have given birth to a child. The 7 emotions and 6 desires. Luin Jin paused slightly while eating and did not answer the conversation. Bai Zhe was a little surprised. He looked at Tati with his eyes, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. You're in this situation all because of the loyalty goo. It has taken a fancy to your body and wants to replace it. There really is something wrong with it. I'm going to clean it up right now. Tati said and was about to take action. Tati, wait a minute, won't you alarm it if you go there in such an impulsive manner? What if it's not good for the little baby? Luin Jin quickly stood in front of Tati and said through the message. Tati's way was blocked and he paved the ground with his front paws angrily. Tati, it was cultivated with your blood, and its power is far inferior to yours. You should first think about what the problem is. It's not too late to deal with it. Luin Jin continued to dissuade. Tati calmed down instantly, and an ant goo tried to replace it. How delusional. Tati's eyes flashed with pride. Bai Zhe, you are not trying to trick me, are you? How can loyalty goo, who can kill me with one palm, replace me? Bai Zhe sent a message. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for it to replace you, but you are not normal. Wait, why am I not normal? Tati always felt that Bai Zhe was scolding him in a roundabout way. You are a ferocious beast and your body is full of goo eggs. Do you think it is normal? Bai Zhe asked. Bai Zhe, what are you talking about? I am a ferocious beast, and things like goo eggs cannot withstand the power of my blood. How can they live in my body? Tati's eyes were cold and he didn't quite believe Bai Zhe's words. Bai Zhe's eyes were filled with excitement and he did not answer Tati's question. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 356 Innocent Victims. Luin Jin and Tati are different. Luin Jin's pretty face showed a solemn look, and Bai Zhe's eyes could see through the connection between everything in the universe. Better to know the origin of all things. Bai Zhe would say this, there is a % chance that Tati contains goo insects. Luin Jin's beautiful eyes blinked. She remembered that Tati started to have mood swings after being injured by Bai Zhe. When Tati's soul is damaged, loyalty goo is placed in Tati's consciousness space. And loyalty goo was cultivated with Tati's blood. Then loyalty goo must be able to feel the damage to Tati's soul. If loyalty goo takes advantage of Tati's injured soul to invade Tati's consciousness and do other things to Tati, it is still possible. Such dangerous goo insects can no longer be kept around Fang Qingbran. Luin Jin sent a message and asked, Bai Zhe, have the goo eggs in Tati's body begun to hatch? Is that why he is so violent? Yes, loyalty goo just wants Tati to be more violent. After all, the more violent he is, the easier it is to lose his mind, which will be easier for it to control Tati later. Bai Zhe is very interested in loyalty goo. The soul in loyalty goo doesn't seem to belong to this plane. And what makes Bai Zhe even more strange is that the loyalty goo seems to have a unique admiration for Fang Qingbran, or is it or? The soul of an outsider respects people from this plane. Bai Zhe can guess the reason, let alone the connection between Fang Qingbran and that soul. This is unique for Bai Zhe. When did the poison appear in my body? Tati felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Bai Zhe's words. It was an ancient ferocious beast, and it was actually being plotted to seize its body by a goo insect. Tauti couldn't help but think of the group of succubi in the fierce beast village, and he had a terrible suspicion in his mind that maybe it wasn't the only one with the sub-goo in its body. Over time, at least tens of thousands of years, Baizé saw that Tauti's expression was wrong, his eyes gradually changed, and he deduced Tauti's past. A clone that erases its memory. Beast village. A corruptor disguised as a succubus. Human pupa with poison eggs. The spirit of decay mixed in with the ferocious beasts. Ellipsis. Baizé couldn't help but look horrified. It turned out to be a conspiracy against the plane. Turn all ferocious beasts into cultivation vessels for the corrupt. Then use the power of ferocious beasts to rule the land abandoned by the gods. After that, seize the luck of all the sons of luck in the small world, so that you can avoid the pursuit of the Lord of the Plains. Such an outsider is so cruel. If it hadn't seen Tauti, I'm afraid the outsider's conspiracy would have succeeded. After all, there are no powerful gods in the land abandoned by gods. It is impossible to discover the existence of the decayed ones. By the time the human race discovers the existence of the outsiders, it will probably be too late, and the human race will only be swallowed up. The master of the plane would never have imagined that the corrupted ones were hiding in the land abandoned by the gods. The land abandoned by God is one of the most barren small worlds. It will take countless long years for the rotten to hatch and make a comeback here. The rotten people Baizé had seen didn't have this patience. There are definitely other reasons why they would choose the land abandoned by the gods. Baizé vaguely felt that the Decayer's scheme was not just as simple as seizing luck, they definitely wanted to get more things. Baizé's pupils deepened, and he wanted to see something more through Tauti. Sudden. A burst of white light flashed before Baizé's eyes, leaving only a vast white mist. Baizé withdrew his strange eyes, and Tauti could only see the Decayer's plan to control the ferocious beast. The rest is invisible. But the Decayer planned to control so many ferocious beasts, how could he not have a next plan? The outsiders are ambitious and only want to occupy the land abandoned by the gods, and they will not be willing to do so. Then it can't see what's coming next. There is only one possibility that Tauti will die in this small world. Baizé's silver eyes became dark, and he had to find a way to find the mother of the corrupt. Only by getting rid of the Queen Mother can the corrupt be completely eliminated. At the same time, inside the Fei cave, Cheetah Leopard's attitude was extremely humble. Senior Fei, please save my master. Only you can save him now. Get out. Fat Yi shook his tail, his temper extremely grumpy. I can go away, but as long as Senior Fei comes with me, I will go away. The leopard was extremely anxious. Liu Kanglan was its chosen master and could not die. He doesn't need my rescue at all. Fei Yi repeated again. The other party has several gods, and the master is no match. Cheetah Leopard's eyes were filled with worry. Shut up. If you don't leave, the two people outside won't leave either. Fat Yi was so sleepy that he couldn't even open his eyes. He really didn't want to pay attention to the cheetah. The cheetah must have had some wrong tendencies to want to rescue people. That kid Liu Kanglan wields the Zhutian star formation. If used well, he can restrain all living things. There is no need for it to be saved at all. Senior Fei Yi, as long as you are willing to save Brother Liu, it doesn't matter if you take our lives. Chu Beizu impulsively broke in, and Jiang Chanyu followed helplessly. Fei Yi looked at Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu who came in. Fei Yi looked at the two of them and said, why do people who don't belong to this small world come here? Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu both looked shocked and wary. Fei Yi looked at Chu Beizu and said, your boy should be from the immortal world. He doesn't want to wait in the immortal world, but he ran to the barren land abandoned by the gods. What do you think? It's against the rules to go down without permission. Once discovered by heaven, he will be punished by heaven. You said I am from the immortal world. Chu Beizu Junmei was shocked. He thought Fei Yi was talking about Jiang Chanyu. You have the mark of the immortal world on your body, so you are naturally from the immortal world. Fei Yi said lazily. Senior Fei Yi, are you mistaken? I have been in Huolingzhu since I was born. How can I be a person from the immortal world? Chu Beizu asked. It's impossible to make a mistake. Only the distance between the immortals and their birthplace will have this mark. Fei Yi said firmly. The upper world is highly hierarchical. People in the immortal realm who have the mark will enjoy several times better treatment and resources than those who ascend. And those who do not have a mark will be restricted everywhere in the fairy world. If they get opportunities and resources, they must report them and share them. Fei Yi's eyes moved to Jiang Chanyu, and you, a person from the god realm, why do you come to this small world to join in the fun? Jiang Chanyu's attitude was respectful. Junior, I just came here to take refuge. I am not good at cultivation, so I was sent here to practice. I will be taken back to the god realm when I am stronger. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fei Yi's eyes changed color when he heard Jiang Chanyu's words. I'm afraid I didn't ask you to practice, but I asked you to seize other people's luck, right? Fei Yi is not as good as Baizé in being able to see through a person's past. But it knows very well the thoughts of those in the upper world. A common operation used by people in the upper world is to send juniors with mediocre qualifications into the small world to snatch the luck and opportunities of the lucky children in the small world. Then they take advantage of the loopholes in the rules of heaven and earth, wait for this junior to become enlightened, and then take the person back to the upper realm. But the child of destiny in the small world was crippled and became an innocent victim. A fairyland. A divine realm. I like doing this kind of thing the most. Who makes their strength surpass the heaven of the small world? As long as the way of heaven is taken away from the small world, and then a fake way of heaven is found, one can deceive the great road of heaven and earth. After everything is done, send the heavenly Tao of the small world back. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 357. Isn't it a crime not to know? The whole thing means no loss to the people in the upper world. Among them, the only victim is the child of destiny in the small world. Fei Yi looked at the stunned Jiang Chanyu with contempt on his face. Even if he was innocent, he was still a beneficiary. Senior Fei Yi, I have never taken away anyone's luck. My elders sent me here just for refuge, Jiang Chanyu explained. You definitely don't know anything, but not knowing doesn't mean you are innocent. Those people whose luck was taken away by you for no reason are also innocent people. Who will complain on their behalf? Fei Yi seemed to be no longer sleepy and said sarcastically. Chu Beizu frowned at the side, wondering why Fei Yi suddenly said hurtful words. Senior Fei Yi, why should we admit what we didn't do? Chu Beizu said. As soon as the leopard saw Chu Beizu, he immediately started to quarrel with Fei Yi. Suddenly, he was unhappy. He was counting on Senior Fei Yi to save his master, and he couldn't defend Fei Yi. The cheetah's butt moved to the side, pushing the unsuspecting Chu Beizu aside. Senior Fei Yi, this guy is still young. Why are you trying to get angry with him? Why don't you save my master first? Leopard's voice was flattering. Lu Kanglan. Fei Yi seemed to have thought of something, his eyes gradually became cold. Fei Yi thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed to rescue Lu Kanglan, just as it was time for him to eat. Fei Yi flapped his wings and landed on the leopard's back. Let's go, take me to find Lu Kanglan. The cheetah felt the weight on his back and froze all over. Even if Fei Yi deliberately restrained his bloodline power, the suppression still existed. The cheetah nervously raised its two left limbs at the same time and walked out of the cave. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu looked at each other. Chu Beizu said, Chanyu, if I am from the immortal world, then my father must be too. Jiang Chanyu shook his head. Beizu, we'll talk about some things later. Let's go rescue brother Lu first. The two followed the leopard out of the cave, but saw a dozen people blocking the leopard's path. One of the disciples was carrying a bloody man on his shoulders. It was Luo Yuxuan. When the leopard smelled Luo Yuxuan's breath, the whole beast became violent. The thief who stole its cubs. The disciples headed by this group of people looked at Cheetah Bao and Fei Yi with arrogant expressions. Are you taking the initiative to make a contract with me, or are you waiting for a beating before making a contract? Roar. Extremely arrogant humans. You are looking for death. Yo, who told you that we are human? A disciple in white clothes asked with a smile. Fat Yi flapped his wings and got off the leopard's back. A burst of red light flashed around his body, and his body grew several times larger, covering the entire cave entrance. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu, who was still in the cave, saw darkness in front of them. Fei Yi looked down at the group of people in the distance, his eyes were cold, and his whole body exuded frightening pressure. Qian Huan, this beast's strength is a bit too strong, have our people come to tell us? One of the noodle boys said. You guys are trying to steal the exotic beasts. I only want the leopard. I want to eat the leopard's legs. No one can snatch them from me. The disciple in white clothes said with a smile. A disciple then said, how could you do this? It is a 10th level monster after all. It would be a pity to eat it. Bang. Luo Yuxuan was thrown to the ground. There is still demonic energy in the monster. If we eat the monster, we might as well eat the two people behind it. Wouldn't the pure and unpolluted monks be more delicious? As the disciple spoke, his tongue licked his lips. The cheetah and the monster felt very disgusted when they saw this kind of action. Senior Fei Yi, if I can't defeat them, they will be left to you. Just destroy their cultivation. Cheetah Leopard shouted to express his meaning. Are you teaching me how to do something? Fei Yi's eyes were filled with danger. A group of powerful demons were easy to deal with and difficult to deal with. The cheetah lowered his head instantly. I didn't. Ha ha ha. Qian Huan, don't tell me, this leopard is quite self-aware. The pink-faced boy laughed softly. Only now did the cheetah realize that the group of people in front of him could understand its animal language. Who are you? The cheetah roared. Suddenly it felt a little itchy on its buttocks, and it bounced its legs back without paying attention. Who are we? In terms of bloodline, we must be one level higher than your magical beast. A disciple in white clothes said proudly. Higher than me? Are you the only one? You look very weak, and you're not even fat enough to give Senior a bite. Cheetah Leopard mocked. When the leading man heard the roar of the cheetah, the arrogance on his face suddenly disappeared. The man took a few steps back and said to the person next to him, it's Fat, change the plan. Fat. There was panic in the disciple's eyes. How could it be Fei Yi? Senior brother Chinyu, Fei Yi is an ancient beast, why would he stay in this small secret realm? Qian Huan asked. They actually didn't understand what the cheetah called the fat chicken, but they didn't care. After all, they were determined to win this strange beast. But if this huge fat chicken is fat, then everything is a different matter. Together, they're no match for Fei Yi. If Mengji and Jiang Wu were here, they might still have a slight chance of winning. That's what one of the beast language of the cheetah expresses. It's not wrong. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and Fei Yi was more powerful than ordinary beasts. If he can subdue Fat Yi, his status in the demon clan will definitely become higher. By then he will definitely be qualified to be Mengji's Taoist companion. Qin Yu thought of Mengji's charming and enchanting face, and became more determined to capture the fat man. Others in Nether State did not understand Qin Yu's thoughts. While they were panicking, someone asked, Senior brother Qin Yu, aren't we leaving? Leave? Why are you leaving? In ancient times, Fei Yi would not give in to his strength. Fei Yi should be the most powerful beast in this mysterious territory. We can't miss it. Qian Huan looked at Fei Yi with a flash in his eyes. Too greedy. This time, he will not give in to senior brother Qin Yu. The king has told you that if you can't beat him, just run away. You can't go up and die. A disciple said unconvinced. Qin Yu and Qian Huan are so powerful that even if they finally surrender to Fei Yi, they will definitely not be able to make the contract. And with his strength, he would definitely die if he faced Fat Yi. He doesn't want to sacrifice himself to fulfill Qin Yu and Qian Huan. Qin Yu and Chan Huan looked at the disciple who spoke with cold expressions on their faces. Qin Yu said, "The king also told us to adapt to the situation. If we don't get the fat, should we give it to other states?" Senior brother Qin Yu is right, we demon clan can't learn from the human clan, which is always timid. Qian Huan agreed. Everyone else remained silent, thinking about what Qin Yu and Qian Huan said. Fei Yi listened to the conversation of these people, his eyes flashed with sarcasm, but he really didn't take it seriously. The cheetah's focus was not on the people in Netherworld State at all. It always felt like something was poking its butt, so it kicked back impatiently. The stretched out hind legs suddenly stopped in midair. Ah. It seems that Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu haven't come out yet. The cheetah turned sideways to make way for a gap. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu squeezed out, and as soon as they came out, they heard Qian Huan's sarcastic words. Just when Chu Beizu was about to speak, another clear and sweet voice sounded, "Who told you that we humans are timid?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 358. Everyone in Netherworld State turned their heads and looked in the direction where the sound came from. There were 3 people standing there. A beautiful eye looking into the stream of light, unparalleled in beauty. One is gentle and elegant, like Lan Ziyushu. A hibiscus emerging from clear water, with the appearance of an orchid. From the faces of the 3 of them, Qian Huan's eyes fell on Liu Kanglin's chest. He saw the beauty that belonged to Qingyun province, and his eyes gradually darkened. Senior brother Qian Huan, I know these 2 people. They're from Qingyun State. One is Fang Qingbran and the other is Liu Kanglin. They're not very high in cultivation and are easy to deal with. It turns out it's that group of rubbish from Qingyun Prefecture. How dare they come here? Could it be that they want to snatch exotic beasts from us? They don't have a map of the Yukshuan's secret realm. How could they know that the strange beasts are here? Robbing strange beasts. I feel like they're actually here to bring us food. What do you think? A disciple said, licking his tongue at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Fang Qingbran and the others with a different look. In fact, the demon clan rarely eats humans. But if an extremely delicious monk comes to their door, they will not refuse. After all, as long as they eat this monk, the monk's strength and talent will be used for their own purposes. No demon clan can refuse such a good thing. It's a pity that Wenren Jushao doesn't allow them to eat people without permission. They can only eat those monks who are causally involved with them. Now that this group of people are coming to your door, won't they have the opportunity to eat people? The disciples of Netherworld State stared at Fang Qingbran and the others with longing in their eyes. However, no one noticed that Fei Yi was staring at Fang Qingbran and Luan Jin with stars in his eyes, as if he was an nymphomaniac. One of the disciples from Netherworld State said, I made a reservation in advance for that little girl in green, so don't grab her from me. HMPH, there are many of us, and you still want to be alone. Are you dreaming? Stop talking nonsense first. After we take down the people, we can worry about the rest. A disciple in white suggested. All the disciples in Netherworld State echoed this disciple's words. Only Qian Huan and Qin Yu had solemn eyes. Their strength was already at the Mahayana stage, and their prediction of danger was better than that of other disciples. I can sense that Fang Qingbran and Liu Kanglin are easy to deal with. But the pretty girl was so powerful that even they couldn't see through her. Not easy to deal with. Qian Huan and Qin Yu looked at each other but made no move. They wanted to wait for the disciple to take action and test the girl's strength before making any plans. The other disciples and monks were all in the integration stage, so it would not be a problem to take down Liu Kanglin and Fang Qingbran. They only waited for the girl to save them before they attacked the girl. However, the leopard took advantage of the Netherworld disciple's distraction and tiptoed to pick up the unattended Luo Yukshuan and walked towards Liu Kanglin. Leopard throws Luo Yukshuan in front of Liu Kanglin. Seeing this, Liu Kanglin stopped feeding Luan Jin and glanced at Luo Yukshuan with lowered eyes. Master, my cub is on him. The leopard sent a message to Liu Kanglin. Liu Kanglin took out Luo Yukshuan's storage space and checked it, but could not find the leopard cub. Luo Yukshuan's cultivation level is no more than Yuanying, so it is impossible to open a cave. Liu Kanglin's consciousness spread and he searched for places where things might be hidden on Luo Yukshuan's body, but he couldn't find any storage space. The cub is not on him, Liu Kanglin said. Master, there is a feeling between the cub and I. The cub is on him. You are looking for it, the cheetah said anxiously. Luan Jin's mouth was stuffed, her beautiful eyes blinked, looking at a certain part of Luo Yukshuan, and chose silence. This disgusting thing is really disgusting. Luan Jin only felt the pain in his eyes and looked away. Sudden. Luan Jin's eyes suddenly turned cold, he raised his hands and waved his sleeves, and a strong force flew out with the wind. Boom. The Netherworld disciple who was about to sneak attack Liu Kanglin was blown away by the strong wind and hit the stone wall heavily. He fell to the ground. The whole process takes just a moment. When everyone came to their senses, they were horrified to find that the disciple was lying on the ground motionless. From being thrown away to hitting the stone wall, the disciple never made any sound. Junior brother Niu, a young boy with a pink face, looked panicked and rushed towards the disciple who fell to the ground. The naughty boy bent down to help his disciple up, only to find that he had already lost his breath. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Junior brother Niu, wake up quickly, the pink-faced boy shouted with a sad face and panic-filled eyes. Another disciple was shocked and walked over to detect the breath of the people on the ground. When he found out that the disciple lying on the ground was really lifeless, his pupils shrank sharply and his whole body started to tremble. With just one move, he broke through Junior brother Niu's defense and killed him. Why is the girl so strong? He looked up in Qin Yu's direction and said in horror, Senior brother Qin Yu, junior brother Niu can't be saved, his demon soul has been shattered. The disciples of Netherworld State changed their faces after hearing this. The other disciples who planned for attack Feng Qingbran and Liu Kanglan immediately stopped their movements. Didn't you say that the most powerful monk in Juzhu is only at the peak of virtual god? Why can she kill junior brother Niu in the integration stage? One of the disciples asked in disbelief. The remaining people in Netherworld State also had the same doubts. The girl just waved her sleeves and was able to kill junior brother Niu. They also shattered junior brother Niu's demon soul and didn't give them any chance to save junior brother. His strength is definitely not at the peak of false god. Isn't she human? A disciple in white whispered. That's even more impossible. Someone immediately denied it. It is easiest for them, the demon race, to transform into human form. As long as they have the strength of the void god, they can transform into human form. And if other beasts want to turn into human form, the strength must be at least above that of Jinxian. But the orcs with the strength of the golden immortal will not stay in this small world. Others obviously thought of this and subconsciously rejected this disciple's words. Qin Yu and Qian Huan looked at each other. Now is not the time to worry about whether the girl is a human being. They should leave here quickly. Avoid more deaths. After all, the green hills are still there, so there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Qin Yu nodded towards Qian Huan. Qian Huan's eyes were dark, and he cupped his hands to Luin Jin and said, "Our disciple is too reckless. Please forgive me, girl." Luin Jinmai's eyes turned cold. "You have chosen someone." Qian Huan's eyes flashed slightly, and he understood instantly. Luin Jin was asking him to apologize to Liu Kanglan. A hint of arrogance flashed between Qian Huan's brows. Liu Kanglan was just an avatar, so he was not worthy of their apology. "Do you seem to be reluctant?" Luin Jin asked coldly. Qian Huan suddenly felt 1,000 pounds of pressure all over his body, making him almost breathless. Qian Huan met Luin Jin's cold and charming eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Luin Jin wanted to kill him. "I don't dare, please forgive me, young lady." Qian Huan lowered his head, with a look of humiliation on his face, and said, "We from Netherworld State are reckless and almost hurt Mr. Liu, please forgive Mr. Liu." Liu Kanglan glanced at Qian Huan and continued to feed Luin Jin. "It doesn't matter whether you hurt me or not, but if you attack someone from the Lingyun sect, I will definitely take your life." Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes became sharp, and his voice was even more cold and bone-chilling. Qin Yu took this opportunity and made a retreat gesture to everyone in Netherworld State. The pink-faced boy who was still squatting on the ground was slightly stunned when he saw Qin Yu's movements. "Aren't they going to avenge junior brother Niu?" Ning Ju is gone. A disciple reminded Fenmian to keep quiet. Ning Ju came back to his senses, pursed his lips, picked up the body on the ground, walked to Qin Yu and whispered, "Brother Qin Yu, if we leave like this today, what will happen to our Netherworld State's face?" "Leave here first." Although Qin Yu was reluctant, he knew very well that confronting Luin Jin would undoubtedly lead to death. After Qian Huan apologized, he walked back to Qin Yu with a worried look. Liu Kanglan's momentum just now was not like that of a transformed spirit. They seemed to have underestimated the enemy. No one in Lingyun sect was simple. "Qian Huan, don't think about it, leave here first." Qin Yu handed Qian Huan a teleportation demon talisman, with strong reluctance flashing in his eyes. Feng Qingbran crossed his arms and saw Qian Huan was about to leave. He said with a smile, "There is not much difference between being timid and those who know the current affairs are heroes. Anyway, they just run away if they can't beat them." When Qian Huan heard Feng Qingbran's words, the hand holding the teleportation talisman froze in midair. "Little baby, there are some things you shouldn't say nonsense. Those who understand current affairs are heroes. There is a huge difference between being a coward and a coward. Anyway, they're very good at talking about others." Luin Jin continued. Qian Huan looked embarrassed and bit his tongue, pretending not to hear what Luin Jin said. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100 times to Feng Qingbran in the future. Within a few breaths, all the disciples in Netherworld State had left this place. If it weren't for the trace of blood on the stone wall at the entrance of the cave, Feng Qingbran almost thought that everything that just happened was her imagination. Feng Qingbran's eyes were as bright as a brilliance. It turns out that a strong man can fight without bloodshed. Today's events have further strengthened Feng Qingbran's determination to become stronger. When Fei Yi saw that all the disciples from Netherworld Province had left, he felt embarrassed to stare at Feng Qingbran and Luin Jin any longer, so he turned around and prepared to go back to the cave to continue sleeping. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 359 Perfect Misunderstanding. Senior Fei Yi, wait a moment. Feng Qingbran called out to Fei Yi. And casually released Bai Zhe in the contract space. For some reason, Feng Qingbran did not choose to let Bai Zhe enter the void space. "Bai Zhe, you." Fei Yi saw Bai Zhe appear and his wings trembled with fear. "Why are you out?" "Fei Yi, let me go, I have found my master." Bai Zhe responded. "Your master?" Fei Yi did not see Bai Zhe coming out of Feng Qingbran's space, so Fei Yi subconsciously looked at Luin Jin, whose strength was mysterious and unpredictable. Bai Zhe couldn't help but have stars in his eyes. Bai Zhe was simply unlucky. How could I find such a beautiful owner? How pleasing it is to watch every day. Fei Yi's eyes rolled around. No, it had to find someone more beautiful than Master Bai's. Fei Yi looked at Feng Qingbran, who had an even better appearance. This little girl had an exquisite appearance, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a pretty face. She was a little prettier than Master Bai's. It's just that this strength is a little too weak. If it wants to find such a master, won't it be laughed to death by Bai Zhe? Fei Yi was extremely tangled, and finally looked at Liu Kanglan, who was as handsome as Lan Ziyushu. If he could choose a beauty, then he would choose a man with a face as good as a crown jade. "Liu Kanglan, I want to make a contract with you." Fei Yi stepped towards Liu Kanglan's direction. Boom boom boom. but because of the fat body size. Every time it took a step, the ground around it kept shaking. Liu Kanglan. The ancient fat man took the initiative to come to his door and make a contract. Is there such a good thing? Bai Zhe seemed to see through Fei Yi's thoughts, his eyes filled with helplessness. However, Bai Zhe didn't intend to stop Fei Yi, and was a little gloating about his misfortune. He couldn't even see that Luan Jin was a ferocious beast, and Fei Yi deserved it. Liu Kanglan was still doubting the authenticity of Fei Yi's words. Luan Jinyu raised his hand, placed it on Liu Kanglan's back, and pushed him directly in front of Fei Yi. Liu Kanglan staggered 2 steps and almost hit Fei Yi's chicken neck. Fei Yi lowered his head and found Liu Kanglan's tiny one. A white light flashed around him, and his body became as tall as Liu Kanglan. Fei Yi kicked the ground, and instantly, a contract formation unfolded under Liu Kanglan and his feet. Hurry up and make a contract, don't leave any marks. Fei Yi was afraid that Liu Kanglan wouldn't be willing, so he deliberately used coercion. When Liu Kanglan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It has always been the monks who long for exotic beasts to make contracts with themselves. The first time I saw an ancient beast, it forced the monks to make a contract. Is there no trap in this? Liu Kanglan, you don't want to. Fei Yi's eyes are majestic. He has not disliked Liu Kanglan for being too weak now. Liu Kanglan hesitated. Fang Qingran looked at the scene in front of her with shining almond eyes. She secretly communicated with Bai Zhe and asked what was going on. Bai Zhe's ability to see through the past of all things is really great. From now on, she can sit in the front row of the restaurant. Fang Qingran touched her chin with her hand. Wouldn't it be great if Bai Zhe could use this ability to earn strode stones? Fang Qingran, did you misunderstand something? Bai Zhe asked in a voice message. Bai Zhe, since you can see through Tati's past, can you see through my past? Fang Qingran suddenly remembered her memories of her previous life and the book. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Why does she have no memory after passing through the book? But after being killed by Su Yanran, he regained the memory of passing through the book. And why can she be reborn? Who was the person who helped her? She always felt like there was a gap in her memory. Bai Zhe did not answer Fang Qingran's question immediately, and asked via voice transmission, Fang Qingran, do you know why all living beings transform into human form in the end? Why? Fang Qingran had thought about this question before. Because the human form is the best form to comprehend the Tao, practicing in the human form, with the 5 hearts pointing upward, is more conducive to absorbing and transforming the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, the initial pursuit of all things in cultivation is to first transform into a human form. Bai Zhe explained. At the beginning of chaos, after God the Father created the world, he created various planes. Father God himself is in human form, so the various laws, techniques, Tao and other things that came later are naturally more suitable for the human race. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. Then why is the human race the weakest among all races? The demon race can enter the Mahayana stage after just practicing for a few decades. We humans have been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, but we can't do it. The peak of false god. Because the magic techniques you practice and the magic tools you use are all leftovers from other races. Bai Zhe's eyes were heavy. It was too late for the human race to appear. When the human race appeared, what the Father God left behind was almost completely divided up by various races. Everything that the human race has access to is left over from other races. If it weren't for the kindness of Empress Nuwa and leaving some better skills to the human race, I'm afraid the human race would have disappeared in the torrent of history. Fang Qingran was silent for a moment and asked, do these things have anything to do with my past? I just want to tell you through these things that everything I am talking about does not include the human race. The human race is the most mysterious race. Although you are weak, you can always fight your way out with your wisdom. Bai Zhe said in a clear tone, with admiration for the human race. It can see through the past of all things, but it cannot see through the human race. At most, it could see some things related to Fang Qingran from Tao Ti, but it had no way of seeing through Fang Qingran's past. Bai Zhe, what is your real purpose for recognizing me as your lord? Fang Qingran said through a message. I can't tell you for now, but I promise, I won't hurt you, let alone betray you. Bai Zhe's eyes were straight. The human race could have been stronger. But under the desperate suppression and targeting of other races, they could only be trapped in the land abandoned by the gods. Even so, Zhu Chang did not intend to let go of the human race. While they deprived the human race of their luck, they also destroyed the things that the human race cultivated. Even United Avenue continues to add framework to the human race. Extremely severe thunder penalties were also set up to restrict their ascension. In ancient times, heaven would only send down 9 thunder punishments when the human race was transcending tribulations and ascending, but now it is only the golden elixir stage, and thunder punishments have begun. There were not a few monks who died in the thunder catastrophe. Of course, some of Dao's methods target not only the human race, but also the ancient beast race. It has a contract with Fang Qingran, and it also has elements of use. It is unrealistic to overthrow the current avenue and re-establish the rules with just the power of the ancient beast tribe. It must unite more forces. The reason why it chose Fang Qingran was because Fang Qingran had a 5-color spiritual root and had an extremely rich purple energy. Purple chi is coming from the east. A person of great luck. You will surely understand the great way. Being able to understand the great Tao is the first step in cultivating the great Tao. As long as it thinks of ways to help Fang Qingran build the great Tao, and when Fang Qingran has the strength to surpass the great Tao, the ancient alien beasts will no longer have to worry about the rules of the Tao. Bai Zhe, I accept your purposeful approach to me. I have only one request for you, don't hurt the people around me. Fang Qingran's eyes were as deep as the moonlight. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 360 The Big Brother Who Gave Up. As long as they don't take the initiative to harm me, I will never attack them. Bai Zhe said with a loyal attitude. Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were dyed with a smile, and she accepted Bai Zhe. The contract between Liu Kanglan and Fei Yi was also completed at this time. Fei Yixun walked up to Bai Zhe with great energy and said to Bai Zhe, I also have a master, and my master is still the one above. White Pond. HMPH, didn't you see your master being fed by my master? Fei Yi said proudly. Bai Zhe looked sideways at Liu Kanglan and Luan Jin, and some strange gestures flashed through his mind. The whole thing was not good. What a fat old pervert. Talking nonsense again. Fei Yi, you may have misunderstood. My contractor is Feng Qingran, and we have an equal contract. Bai Zhe gloated. What? Fei Yi flapped his wings in shock, and then made a mocking sound of clucking. Baze, how come you recognize an ant as your master? Fei Yi asked in confusion. It may recognize its owner based on appearance, but Bai Zhe will not. Fei Yi, didn't you open your eyes to see Feng Qingran? Bai Zhe looked at Fei Yi as if he was mentally retarded. When Fei Yi sees a beauty, he only looks at her appearance, never her strength. Only when seeing a man, Fei Yi will open his eyes. She is a nascent soul cultivator. She has. Fat Yiji's eyes widened so much that he almost fell out of his eyes. Unparalleled colorful spiritual roots. The holy body of heaven and moon is also known as the chaos body. It is the #1 special physique in all walks of life. Any creature with this physique means that it has the opportunity to surpass the Great Road. So the contract between Bai Zhe and Feng Qingran was actually to use Feng Qingran to fight Dao Dao. Bai Zhe, the better your qualifications, the more dangers you will face. Have you really thought about it? Fei Yi asked slightly seriously. In the world of immortality, dangers and opportunities coexist. Why do you need to think so much about it? Bai Zhe certainly understood what Fei Yi meant. Feng Qingran's physique will be peaceful in this small world for the time being. Once he ascends to the upper realm, he will definitely attract the prying eyes of powerful powers. By then, I'm afraid there will be countless people who want to deprive the chaos body. Bai Zhe, you are perseverant. Since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you, but I wish you good luck. While Fei Yi was jealous and envious, he also showed sympathy for Bai Zhe. After the Chaos Lord becomes an immortal, it is not just as simple as burning immortal stones. After Feng Qingran became an immortal, every time he advanced, he needed the help of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and of course the benefits were huge. Feng Qingran will be able to be invincible at the same level. The pressure exerted on her by an immortal who is within 3 levels stronger than her is ineffective. But the prerequisite for all this is that Feng Qingran can advance. Nowadays it's no different than in ancient times. When the 5-colored spiritual roots are advanced, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed have disappeared. These things are Bai Zhe's troubles and have nothing to do with him. Of course, Liu Kanglan, whom he contracted with, is not bad either. He has a Wagyu body and will definitely become a respected god in the future. However, Fei Yi always felt that something was wrong. With Bai Zhe's ability, it's impossible not to see why it contracted with Liu Kanglan. Why didn't Bai Zhe stop it at that time? Therefore, it would be a contract with Liu Kanglan. Bai Zhe must have planned it long ago. Bai Zhe, did you trick me on purpose? Fei Yi yelled at Bai Zhe angrily. What did I do to you? Bai Zhe looked at Fei Yi jumping around and laughed slightly. You still have the nerve to say that. Bai Zhe, you are really doing harm. Fei Yi glared at Bai Zhe. Anyway, Bai Zhe likes to trick him. This is something that has happened since ancient times. Fat Yi turned around angrily and pointed his butt towards Bai Zhe. Fei Yi said to Liu Kanglan, the cub of the leopard, was hidden in the spiritual pet storage bag by Luo Yuxuan. He doesn't have a spiritual pet storage bag with him. Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes flashed with confusion. Think about a man's most vulnerable position. Fatty even blushed for Luo Yuxuan. He could even think of hiding things in such a place. A strange flash appeared in Liu Kanglan's eyes, as if he had thought of something, showing a look of disgust. The world is really big, there are no wonders. Where? Only the cheetah didn't understand and asked. Liu Kanglan ignored the leopard's message and said to Feng Qingran, little junior sister, let the golden king lion out, and save its cubs by yourself. Feng Qingran waved his hand and released the golden king lion and Tao Ti. As soon as the golden lion came out, he saw the leopard and stopped breathing. Old Wang, your wife is right in front. Why don't you hurry up and get there? Tao Ti said with a gossipy look. The golden lion became even more nervous, its limbs shaking slightly. The cheetah looked around with curiosity. Is there another female beast hidden here? What are you doing? Go quickly, Tao Ti roared at the dazed golden king lion. If you still don't cherish the presence of females, you're a bit ignorant. The golden lion stepped up to the cheetah with extreme caution, lowered his head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that while you were sleeping. Are you the cub's father? Cheetah's tone suddenly turned cold. You gave birth to my cub. The golden king lion's eyes showed ecstasy. It actually has a successor. It's just me and has nothing to do with you. Cheetah leopard said unkindly. The excitement that King Lion had just aroused was suppressed. So it walked towards Luo Yuxuan, wanting to wait until the cub was rescued before apologizing to the cheetah. Jin Wangxi walked up to Luo Yuxuan, struggled to strip Luo Yuxuan naked, and finally found the storage space for spiritual pets. Liu Kanglan waved his hand and opened the spiritual pet space. 2 tiny cubs emerged from it, one black and one white, both extremely cute. It is % similar to the cheetah. Roar. The cheetah roared excitedly. The little noses of the 2 cubs moved and they crawled towards Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu at the same time. They're still young at this time and are very sensitive to smell. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu have the aura of the upper world, and they obviously like it very much. The white cub tugged at Chu Beizu's clothes and growled to please him. The black cub climbed directly along Jiang Chanyu's legs and onto Jiang Chanyu's shoulders. Seeing this scene, the cheetah roared anxiously, why did the cub choose such a weak human race to be its contractor? The golden lion's reaction was even greater than that of the cheetah, and it had already made an attack posture. Luin Jin, something is wrong with these two cubs. They're only 1 month old now, how can they have the strength of a cent? Tao Ti sent a message to Luin Jin. The combination of a magical beast and an alien beast cannot produce offspring. Even if they can give birth to offspring, they will definitely die young. But the two cheetah cubs are not only healthy, but also a little too strong. I don't know. Luin Jin's beautiful eyes turned deep. In the earliest times, alien beasts, monsters, magical beasts, spiritual beasts, etc. were from the same clan and could reproduce with each other. But as time went by, each beast discovered that the offspring born from the union of different beast species could not survive at all. Only a few can survive, but they're not very strong. Reproduction is instinctive for orcs, and it is a top priority. So the rules prohibiting the union of different beasts came out. This situation of the cheetah has never happened before. If the situation of the cheetah can be found out, it may be possible to solve the problem that has plagued the orcs for tens of thousands of years. Maybe it would also allow the ferocious beast clan to find a way to reproduce. However, everything has two sides. If it is not used properly, it may be another disaster. So Luin Jin did not express his guess. Liu Kanglan, who was beside Luin Jin, had a helpless look on his face. The exotic beasts he wanted to find for Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu included a golden king lion and another exotic beast. Why didn't he expect that things would develop to this point? Liu Kanglan was a little embarrassed to face the leopard, and quietly terminated the contract with the leopard. Liu Kanglan's warm eyes looked at Fang Qingran, revealing the slightest trace of guilt. Immediately, he winked at Luin Jin and left remaining matters to his junior sister. They should run away first. Luin Jin's beautiful eyes blinked, feeling that it was okay. With Fei Yi, Bai Zhe, and Tao Ti protecting her, Fang Qingran would definitely not have any accidents. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 361 Purple Desert. Luin Jin and Liu Kanglan reached a tacit understanding. Luin Jin raised his jade hand and motioned Liu Kanglan to put it up. In this situation, he could only use high-level magic to escape. A warm color appeared in Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes, and he put his hand on Luin Jin's. The two people intertwined their fingers, Luin Jin activated the magic formula, and the two figures disappeared from the place. Little junior sister, I'm going to find the rest of the Lingyun sect first, and we'll meet up on the second floor when the time comes. After all, Liu Kanglan still had some conscience and left a message for Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran. Tao Ti. FCK. Liu Kanglan, just leave and leave Luin Jin behind. Tao Ti shouted loudly. Fei Yi was even more confused. There seemed to be a contract with Liu Kanglan, right? Master, is this for the beauty, not even the contracted beast? This owner seemed a bit unreliable, but Liu Kanglan didn't know it yet. His departure this time left an unreliable impression on his contract. As a result, everything will be fine in the future. Fei Yi only wanted to stay in the space contracted to him to ensure that he would not be left behind. When the cheetah spotted Liu Kanglan, it roared impatiently. It had not made a contract with Liu Kanglan yet. Why did he leave? Cheetah Leopard tried to contact Liu Kanglan with a temporary contract. Only then did he realize that the contract between him and Liu Kanglan had been terminated, and the cheetah suddenly became depressed. The cub was found, but its owner ran away. Wrong. The cheetah looked sideways at the cub that was lying on Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu. Suddenly it felt like the cub was back, but not completely. Woohoo! The two little ones made cute sounds and bit on the arms of Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu at the same time. A flash of white light flashed, and the cub successfully made a contract with the two. There was no time for the cheetah and the golden lion to stop them. Roar! The golden lion was extremely angry. Two ants actually coaxed the young into a contract. They were looking for death. The golden king lion roared and rushed towards the two of them. Snapped! The cheetah patted the golden lion on the head with its paw, directly causing the golden king lion to cease its activities. The golden king lion was trembling, and its female seemed angry. He must be blaming it for not protecting its cubs. The golden lion screamed softly and apologized to the leopard. When the cheetah heard the cry of the golden lion, it became even more irritated. At first, when it was pregnant with the cub, it thought it was sick. It wasn't in heat yet. He has not mated with any monsters, so how could he be pregnant with cubs? So it could only look for medicinal materials everywhere, and even broke into the second floor on the way, and luckily ate a fairy grass. After eating the fairy grass, its strength was supposed to increase, but it discovered that she was really pregnant with a cub. The cub absorbed all the ambrosia. It even absorbed the energy in its body. It wasn't until its cultivation level dropped to level 10 that the cub was finally born. After the cub is born, it becomes a saint. The arrival of the cub swept away all the previous worries and fears. It also decided to raise its cubs well. As a result, the cub was stolen. It searched hard for a while and finally met the kind-hearted Liu Kanglan. So it chose to cooperate with Liu Kanglan to find the cub. Now that the cub has been found, it has become someone else's. The cheetah cannot describe this feeling. It's just that the more I look at the golden king lion, the more I dislike it. If it hadn't been for this irresponsible guy, it wouldn't have ended up in this situation. It was expected to be promoted to the Holy Warcraft. Just because she was pregnant with a cub, her cultivation dropped 10 levels. I have to worry about the cub being bullied all day long without the protection of a male beast around me. The cheetah leopard felt like he was holding a ball of fire in his heart, and it spread all over his body in an instant. The cheetah patted the golden lion on the head again, and suddenly said, "What is it called? It's so annoying, shut up." The golden lion seemed to be frightened, looking at the cheetah in shock. "What are you looking at? The cubs have contracted with them, what's the use of hurting them now?" The more the cheetah looked at the golden king lion, the more displeased it became. How could its cute and smart cub have such a stupid father? Not only stupid, but scumbag. Ouch. The golden king lion howled and wanted to defend himself, but the leopard glared back. Cheetah leopards also have their own thoughts. Senior Fei Yi said before that one of these two people is from the fairy world and the other is from the god world. If the cub follows them, its future life will definitely be better than following it. You must treat my cubs well. They only have strength and no brains now. You must be careful that they're abducted by bad people. Leopard warned Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. The cheetah suddenly realized that he was speaking human language. Why am I talking in human language? The cheetah was frightened. The classification of Warcraft is the same as that of spiritual beasts, divided into levels 1 to 12. Then there are heavenly monsters, fairy monsters, holy monsters, emperor monsters, god monsters, super god monsters, ancient god monsters, supreme god monsters. Do not speak human words under the holy beast. And it is only 10th level now, how can it speak human language? Bai Zhe, what's going on? Tati asked the question before Leopard could. I don't know, Bai Zhe said coldly. Bai Zhe, please stop fooling me. You must know something. Tell me, why can the cheetah break through the rules of the beast clan? Tati's eyes were serious, and there was another secret in the cheetah. The combination of leopards and alien beasts can give birth to holy level alien beasts. At the 10th level, I can speak human language. These two things are all things that touch the secrets of the beast clan. Tati felt that Bai Zhe must know the reason, but just didn't want to tell it. Tati, what are you barking at? Bai Zhe doesn't know if he says he doesn't know. He never lies. Fat Yi raised his head and faced Tati. Fei Yi, get out of here, you have nothing to do here. Tati shouted impatiently. The matter of the leopard is related to the reproduction of the orcs. Extremely important for it. Reproduction is an eternal problem for ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beast clan could reproduce, their power would not wither away. If you don't let me, I won't let you bully my good friend Bai Zhe, Fei Yi said angrily. Fat Yi, if you keep blocking. Wow. Tati's words were stuck in his throat. Fatty spit out a ball of fire from his mouth, burning Tati's beard and eyebrows. It seemed that Tati was awakened from the heat. Tati suddenly recalled the scene when he secretly ate Fei Yi's food and was chased and beaten by Fei Yi. Maybe reproduction can be put in the back row. Tati decided to return to the contract space to continue resting his soul. The influence of the loyalty goo still exists on it, and it must slowly get rid of the sequelae left by the goo. Tati lowered his head and walked back to Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran, send me to the contract space. Fang Qingbran waved his sleeves and sent Tati into the contract space. He also conveniently sent some food into the contract space. When Fatty saw Tati disappear, he flicked his chicken tail. The old god was at ease, and he never lost in a quarrel. Bai Zhe ignored Fei Yi's immature cultivation and said to Fang Qingbran, let's get rid of the poison. Fang Qingbran said to Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu, it's time to say goodbye. See you again when we are destined. Miss Fang, take care and thank Brother Lu for me. Jiang Chanyu responded, but his hand grabbed Chu Beizu's sleeve to prevent Chu Beizu from speaking. I will definitely bring it. Fang Qingbran said with a smile. After Fang Qingbran walked away, Jiang Chanyu let go of Chu Beizu's sleeves and said, Beizu, you and Miss Fang have no chance, so don't think about it. Chu Beizu's face turned pale, he moved his lips, but didn't say anything in the end. Human, take good care of my cub. After warning, the leopard chased Fang Qingbran in the direction he left. The Golden King Lion was stunned for a moment, and then roared at Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. Then he turned around and followed the cheetah. Lord Tati is right, it has to be responsible for the cheetah. At the same time, in the Purple Desert, the disciples of Netherworld State fell one by one. Bah! A disciple spat out a mouthful of purple sand and asked, Brother Chanhuan, could this be the legendary Purple Desert? FCK, Ning Ju, don't talk nonsense. We can't be so unlucky, right? A disciple looked horrified. Purple sand is everywhere here, and the temperature is extremely high. What else could it be if it wasn't a purple desert? We've tried our best to avoid it, but we're still here. What should we do next? Those monsters in the desert are not easy to deal with. Kotama took out the map and checked the location of the purple desert. There are only two ways to enter the second level of Yukshuan's secret realm. One is the Wantong Valley and the other is the Purple Desert. They initially chose the relatively safe Wantong Valley. There are strange beasts in the dense forest inside the valley, so they want to catch a strange beast first and then go to the second level. As a result, they had a bad start and met Fang Qingbran and others. The destination of the teleportation demon Talisman's flash was random. He never thought that they were so lucky. He actually fell directly into the most dangerous place on the first level, the Purple Desert. All the dangers in the Purple Desert are hidden under the purple sand. There is a fantasy here. There is a danger that it may emerge from the ground at any time. There are also some magical beasts that are difficult to guard against. Ellipsis. With their strength, if they want to cross the Purple Desert and reach the second level, they must shed a layer of skin. Senior Brother Chinyu, what should we do next? A disciple in white said with a solemn expression. Purple dust is flying and filling the air. They can barely open their eyes and can only see things with their spiritual consciousness. It is not a good thing to see things with consciousness for a long time. Not only is it dangerous, it will also consume a lot of spiritual energy throughout the body. We need to find our location first before we can make a decision, Qin said coldly. Looking across the entire desert, there is only endless purple. There was no sign of anything, and it was impossible to tell where they were. They have extended their spiritual consciousness as far away as possible. It's just that the desert is too big, and their spiritual consciousness is not enough to detect the boundary. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 362 Corpse Emperor Venomous Snake. All the disciples in Netherworld State stared at the map and compared their surroundings. Senior brother Chinyu, the height fluctuation lines drawn on this map are almost missing. The height fluctuations at each location are almost exactly the same. A disciple complained. Qian Huan's eyes flashed, and the highly undulating lines were the only thing that could distinguish each location. The person who drew the line must be trying to imply something. Qian Huan took the map from Chinyu's hand, and his consciousness spread, feeling the rise and fall of the sand dunes in the desert. There is still a very small difference. Sudden. There was a stinging pain in Qian Huan's consciousness. Qian Huan's face suddenly turned pale. He withdrew his consciousness and said, "All disciples, please withdraw your consciousness, there is danger." Qian Huan, what's wrong? Chinyu asked seriously. Something attacked my consciousness, and that thing's strength is definitely higher than mine. Qian Huan said coldly. Could it be that Liu Kanglan and the others followed here? A disciple asked in horror. They had a smooth journey and encountered no danger. Only when they met Liu Kanglan and the others, they lost one of the disciples. They are human beings, and the teleportation talisman cannot have such a long distance. Qian Huan denied. What is that attacking senior brother Chanhuan? Senior brother Chanhuan has the strength at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Everyone in Netherworld State looked solemn. Chinyu said, we can't stay here forever. Let's choose a direction and move forward. Qian Huan and Chinyu hold opposite opinions. The desert is full of dangers. It's dangerous wherever you go. It's better to stay here and understand the map first. If we stay here all the time, we will attract more dangers. Chinyu's eyes were dark, and the smell of the demon race was heavier than that of the human race. Staying here for a long time will definitely attract monsters. Qian Huan did not answer Chinyu's words, but asked other people's opinions. What do you think? Everyone shook their heads, but senior brother Chinyu and senior brother Chanhuan make the decision. They don't dare to express opinions casually. If they stop Chinyu, Qian Huan will definitely wear small shoes for them in the future. If you listen to Qian Huan, stay here. What if Chinyu doesn't protect them if they're in danger? They always have the same opinion and don't say unnecessary words. Qian Huan cannot be willful. The attack on your consciousness just now means that it is not safe here. It is better to leave first and slowly find your bearings. Chinyu's voice was a little softer. It is precisely because my consciousness was attacked that I should cultivate in place and set off rashly. I have no way to protect them. Qian Huan said paranoid. Others in Netherworld State were even more embarrassed, and both of their words made sense. Under the purple sand not far away, there was an extremely small rustling sound. Bulges appeared on the purple sand. It seems like something is crawling under the purple sand. They are covered by flying dust. Little by little, he was approaching everyone in Netherworld State. When these things were only a few steps away from the Netherworld disciples, they stopped. Instead of continuing to approach them, they spread out and surrounded everyone in Netherworld State. The disciples of Netherworld State didn't know anything about this. The arguing between Chinyu and Qian Huan just covered up the subtle sounds around them. At this time, a black ball fell from the sky and landed between Qian Huan and Chinyu. Qian Huan and Chinyu took a step back at the same time, the cold eyes darkening. The other disciples were even more frightened and took out their magic weapons one after another. A disciple trembled and said, "Who is that person? Get out." Senior brother Chinyu, senior brother Chanhuan, what do you think that is? Ningju pointed to the purple bulge a few steps away from him, with a solemn expression. These things were not available just now. Chinyu and Chanhuan changed their faces at the same time, and the breath under the bulge was very cold. Defense barrier, hurry, Chinyu immediately ordered. They should be surrounded by something. Chinyu and Qian Huan subconsciously glanced at the black ball. Could it be that someone wanted to use this thing to remind them of the danger? Qian Huan raised his hand and took out the formation plate, thinking to lay out a stronger defensive barrier. However, just when the defensive formation was about to be completed with the cooperation of the disciples, something in the bulge made a sound, preparing to come out and attack them. Before the disciples had time to panic, white smoke erupted from the ball on the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful force bounced off, blasting all the Netherworld disciples into the air. The purple sand on the ground also scattered with the explosion. Suddenly, purple sand was flying, and screams were heard one after another. The disciples of Netherworld State were all thrown out for nearly several miles. Bah, that wicked one, he actually used his spiritual power to bomb. A disciple pulled out his head buried in the purple sand and cursed loudly. Qian Huan and Chinyu were slightly higher in cultivation and stood up before the other disciples. It's just that their image at the moment is a bit unbearable to witness. Face full of darkness. Hair sticking up to the sky. The clothes were even more tattered. The clothes they wore were heaven-level defensive magic weapons after all, and they were all in pieces, not to mention the other disciples. Some even exploded into a pitch-black bachelor. Ha ha ha, Ningju, you actually walked a bird. Not far away, the ridicule of a disciple reached the ears of Qian Huan and Chinyu. Shut up, you're not going anywhere. Hey Tan, Ningju's voice was gritted. One of his favorite clothes was destroyed like this. When Chanhuan and Chinyu heard this voice, they looked at each other with gloomy expressions. They turned their backs to each other at the same time, performed a cleaning technique, and changed into another set of clothes. After everything is fine. The consciousness of the two people spread to the place where the explosion occurred. In addition to a huge pit, there seemed to be a lot of minced meat. The air also seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. Could the people in the dark want to help us? Qian Huan's eyes were filled with solemnity. Maybe he planned to harm us, but it's not necessarily that he saved us by accident. Qin Yu said coldly. Qian Huan's eyes changed, and his consciousness fell directly into the pit. They were all snake carcasses. Those snakes actually have a sharp tooth on their head. Qian Huan's expression suddenly changed. Qin Yu, that person just now is definitely trying to save us. We just activated the defensive formation, and we may not be able to defend against the Corpse Emperor Viper. Corpse King Venomous Snake. Qin Yu's eyes were horrified. The fangs on the top of the Corpse King's poisonous snake's head are the nemesis of the defensive array. If they had stayed in the formation just now, they might have been in more danger. Suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to think of something and said in a panic, Qian Huan, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Qin Yu, I'm sorry just now. Qian Huan said, calling all the disciples together. Corpse Emperor Vipers usually appear in groups. They now also possess the blood of the Corpse Emperor Viper, which will definitely attract other Corpse Emperor Vipers. Qian Huan and Qin Yu had no time to explain to the disciples. Directly greet everyone to get out of here quickly. You want to ask why not use teleportation beam and talisman. That thing can only be used once in a month, but it can't be used now. Everyone in Netherworld State had just left. Snakes with countless hind legs emerged from the purple sand and ate the corpses of their companions. Not far away, there were 3 people who had a panoramic view of the scene. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 363 Junior Brother Gloomy 6. These 3 people are Mu Chanjue, Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu. After they entered Nether State, they magically landed in a place. The purple desert is extremely dangerous to others. But for Ning Shiyu, who has the 9-colored sky-swallowing python as her backer, it can be said to be a holy place for treasure hunting. When the monsters in the desert encountered Ning Shiyu, they all gave way and no one dared to approach. Compared with Ning Shiyu's fate, Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu were not so lucky. Although Mu Chanjue has a high-level alien fire around him. But after all, they will inevitably be hunted by monsters. He almost died under the siege of the Corpse Emperor's poisonous snakes due to the exhaustion of his spiritual power. Fortunately, Ning Shiyu appeared at the critical moment and saved his life. Of course, Bailey Wenyu was even worse. He was chased by poisonous scorpions and poisonous ants along the way. When Ning Shiyu and Mu Chanjue met Bailey Wenyu in trouble, they almost didn't recognize the person in front of them as Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu, who was unaware of the situation, stepped forward and pulled Ning Shiyu to escape. When Mu Chanjue saw someone trying to touch his 5th junior sister, he fired a ball of strange fire and burned the person's hair. Only then did they realize that the person in front of them was Bailey Wenyu. So, at this moment, Bailey Wenyu stared at Mu Chanjue with a very resentful look on his forehead. Ning Shi's eyes were bright and she had a bright smile on her face. Why did 4th senior brother suddenly decide to save the people of Netherworld State? It's just one good deed a day. Mu Chanjue waved his folding fan gently, showing his nobility and grace. How could 4th senior brother be so kind? Ning Shiyu looked unbelieving. This is natural. I have always adhered to the wise saying of, do good deeds and don't ask about the future. Mu Chanjue half covered his face with a fan, leaving only a pair of handsome eyes to look at Ning Shiyu. Mu Chanjue didn't want to tell Ning Shiyu. He kept the disciples from Netherworld State to divert Bailey Wenyu's attention. After all, he was always stared at with resentful eyes by his 6th junior brother. Mu Chanjue couldn't stand it. 4th senior brother is really generous, Bailey Wenyu said with a strange air. Ha ha ha, easy to talk about. Mu Chanjue smiled awkwardly. Ning Shiyu shook her head and patted Bailey Wenyu on the shoulder. 6th junior brother, don't worry. When we find Han Yan and ask her for a hair growth pill, your hair will grow. You also said that I wanted to save you all, but you didn't recognize me. Bailey Wenyu was very resentful. Mu Chanjue didn't recognize him, so forget it. Ning Shiyu didn't even recognize him. 6th senior brother, please make it clear that you just wanted to take 5th junior sister away, and you had no intention of taking care of me. Mu Chanjue explained with an innocent look. What he and Ning Shiyu saw at that time was a man in ragged clothes and a grey face, speeding towards them. Behind him were a group of poisonous insects. And when he rushed over, he stretched out his hand to Ning Shiyu without saying a word. In desperation, he could only set fire to people's hair. Fortunately, he was afraid of hurting Ning Shiyu and didn't dare to set Bailey Wenyu's body on fire. It was okay if Mu Chanjue didn't explain, but Bailey Wen became angrier the more he explained. Bailey Wenyu asked with resentful eyes, so you burned my hair. 6th junior brother, don't be angry. I told you it was a misunderstanding. Besides, having no hair does not affect your beauty. Mu Chanjue folded his fan to half cover his face to prevent Bailey Wenyu from seeing the corners of his mouth. Really, Bailey Wenyu was more skeptical. Then why don't you burn all your hair? The mysterious realm of Yukshuan is so big. Who knows when I will meet 3rd senior sister? When Bailey Wenyu thought that on this journey, he might have to stare at his bald forehead, like a monk, he felt even more depressed. 6th junior brother, how about I make you a hat? Mu Chanjue asked guiltily. Ha, let's forget it. Bailey Wenyu turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to Mu Chanjue. Ning Shiyu blinked her bright eyes, and seeing that Mu Chanjue couldn't resist, she took the initiative to speak out. 4th senior brother, 6th junior brother, they have gone far, should we follow them and have a look? They stayed in the purple desert for a short time. The group of disciples from Netherworld stayed with the first group of people they met. They have a map in their hands, we have to follow them. Mu Chanjue's eyes darkened slightly. What those people were holding was probably a map of the Yukshuan secret realm. But where did they get the map? This matter is worth pondering. HMPH, you know that. Bailey Wenyu finally agreed with Mu Chanjua's words. Ning Xiyu touched the beautiful little Kai on her shoulder and said, let's go. Xiao Kai's wings on both sides trembled, and an invisible pressure of blood dissipated. The corpse emperor poisonous snakes that were about to move all trembled back into the ground, not daring to chase the disciples from Netherworld State again. The three of them passed through the area ruled by the corpse king Viper unimpeded. Soon, they stopped somewhere and looked forward. The disciples of Netherworld State stood there with dull eyes, but the expressions on their faces kept changing. Why do they seem to be possessed by evil spirits? Bailey Wenyu asked curiously. She must have fallen into a hallucination. Ning Xiyu had encountered a similar situation before. People who are trapped in psychedelics have no resistance to danger. After she broke away from the hallucination, the corpses of monsters lay on the ground next to her. It was all handled by Xiaokai. If Xiaokai hadn't been guarding her, I'm afraid she would have died in the mouth of the monster before she could break free from the hallucination. Ning Xiyu flashed a faint light and said to Xiao Kai, take back the pressure. Xiaokai blinked her soft and cute eyes and immediately put away her pressure. Xiaokai's pressure was about to be put away, and the sound of some kind of monster climbing suddenly sounded all around. Bulges appeared on the purple sand. Those bulges were getting closer to the group of disciples in Netherworld State. The closer the bulge is to the disciples of Netherworld State, the slower it moves, as if it is afraid of something. Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu didn't speak when they saw this scene. He just stood next to Ning Xiyu, one on the left and the other on the right, staring at the bulges warily. Both of them have nascent soul cultivation. He did not choose to release his spiritual consciousness to explore what was underground. The monsters stopped 3 feet away from the Netherworld disciples and made no movement. Some Netherworld disciples' faces gradually turned pale, their expressions were painful, and their eyes changed from dull to frightened. Only Qian Huan and Qin Yu remained expressionless. Master, the ghost poisonous spider seems to be sucking their essence. If this continues, they may turn into withered bones. Xiao Kai tilted her head to send a message to Ning Xiyu. Yes. Ning Xiyu nodded lightly, not intending to save anyone. Fourth senior brother, do you still have the spiritual energy bomb from before? Bailey Wenyu suddenly said. Yes, but the remaining ones are too powerful. If you throw them over, the monsters may not be blown up, but they will be sent to the west in advance. Mu Chanjue shook his folding fan gently, a smile flashed in his peach blossom eyes. They're monsters, and their muscles and bones are not afraid of explosion. Bailey Wenyu stretched out his hand and motioned for Mu Chanjue to take it out. Mu Chanjue and Ning Xiyu widened the beautiful eyes at the same time and said in unison, how do you know? Bailey Wenyu was startled by the expressions of the two people. Seventh junior brother told me, don't you know? Ning Xiyu and Mu Chanjue looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. The seventh junior brother really never told them this news. When did seventh junior brother tell you? Mu Chanjue asked curiously, half covering his handsome face with a folding fan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 364 The Little Fire Spirit Who Favors Girls Over Boys. On the night when Chang Lao died, junior brother 7 not only told me that the people in Netherworld State were demons, but also asked me to be careful of all the people in Netherworld State in the secret realm. Bailey Wenyu said, touched his chin, and thought, 7th junior brother only told me such an important thing. Does he want me to protect everyone? Snapped. Mu Chanjua's fan knocked on Bailey Wenyu's forehead. 6th junior brother, you seem to be thinking a little too much. Mu Chanjua's peach blossom eyes flashed with a strange luster. Ning Xiyu looked at Xiao Kai on her shoulder. What kind of strength do those people have? Those Chanwen and Qinyu have the peak strength of the Mahayana stage, and the rest are in the combined stage, but they have many treasures to save their lives. Xiao Kai responded in a small voice. Ning Xiyu's bright eyes swept over the Netherworld disciples. Everything the 7th junior brother does and every word he says has a profound meaning. He would tell Bailey Wenyu that the group in Netherworld State were monsters, and they must be hinting at something. Master, there is something I don't know whether to talk about or not. Xiao Kai was very hesitant. Xiao Kai, we are not only contractors, but also partners. We can talk about anything, Ning Shi said with a cheerful voice like a silver bell. Master, your 6th junior brother is not simple. He contains the power of the 9-tailed fox bloodline in his body. I suspect that those monsters are trying to attack your 6th junior brother's bloodline. Xiao Kai's voice transmission said. Bailey Wenyu's bloodline is very powerful. When it first saw Bailey Wenyu, it almost couldn't resist the temptation of the power of blood and attacked him. For the monsters and orcs, devouring blood is the fastest way to change the destiny. All monsters and beasts are extremely sensitive to things like blood. It itself relied on devouring blood to get to where it is today. Therefore, the demon clan spying on Bailey Wenyu's bloodline is a common thing in its eyes. If it wasn't bound by Ning Xiyu's contract, it would be like this. Maybe it will also take action against Bailey Wenyu. Xiao Kai, do you mean that the 6th senior brother is a demon? Ning Xiyu showed a surprised expression and sent a message to Xiao Kai. No, he is indeed a human. It's just a coincidence that he has the blood of the 9-tailed fox. Xiao Kai explained. A certain brilliance flashed in Ning Xiyu's smart eyes. Since Bailey Wenyu contains the blood of the 9-tailed fox, it means that he must not be a descendant of the head of the Bailey family. It is even more impossible to have anything to do with the Luo family. Then her previous guesses about Bailey Wenyu were all wrong. Ning Xiyu's grudge against Bailey Wenyu was completely eliminated. She decided to be nicer to her 6th junior brother in the future. Xiao Kai, can you deal with those monsters? Ning Xiyu asked in a low voice. Master, have you underestimated me? I'm so powerful, Xiao Kai said extremely arrogantly. Ning Xiyu blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at the nine-colored sky-swallowing python with great curiosity. Xiao Kai, what level of cultivation and immortal cultivator do you belong to? You can let the master walk sideways in this small world. Xiao Kai raised her head and fluttered the small wings on both sides. Of course, the fairy world can also go sideways. However, it is too early to tell Ning Xiyu about the immortal world, and it will not be too late to mention it later. As for the god realm, Ning Xiyu just needs to keep a low profile. There are several ancient mythical beasts and strange beasts in the god realm, and it is not a rival. There's no need to walk sideways, I just want everyone in Lingyun sect to be able to enter and leave every state freely. Ning Xiyu clenched her fists. After leaving the Yuxuan secret realm, she took Xiao Kai to conquer the Bailey family. Then, use the Bailey family's reputation to build a powerful organization. Let everyone in Lingyun sect take revenge and hold those who have grievances against them. Ning Xiyu had the chance to conquer the Bailey family, but she didn't know that Feng Qingbran was planning to eliminate the Bailey family directly. Of course Ning Xiyu didn't know Feng Qingbran's plan at this moment. Xiao Kai, what do you think of the name Chang Pavilion? Ning Xiyu asked. It sounds good, Xiao Kai agreed. From now on, you will be the guardian beast of Chang Pavilion, and I will be the master of the pavilion. We will definitely be famous in Juju. Ning Xiyu planned the future happily. As for the head of the Bailey family, she wanted to be tortured slowly. Everyone listens to the master. Xiao Kai felt Ning Xiyu's happy mood and couldn't help but feel a little happy. Fifth junior sister, why are you giggling? Just as New Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu finished discussing the matter in Netherworld State, they saw Ning Xiyu laughing alone. Xiao Kai stuck out her tongue at New Chanjue, her eyes filled with evil. Its owner is obviously very cute. New Chanjue felt the pressure from Xiao Kai, and suddenly a chill ran down his spine, and he immediately changed his words. Fifth junior sister, what do you think about the fact that Netherworld State is a demon? I'll watch quietly, Ning Shi continued with her bright eyes. New Chanjue. You're kidding, fourth senior brother, don't be angry. Ning Xiyu put away her smile and looked away. Netherworld State is a demon, and he also spied on the bloodline of the sixth junior brother. It would be too easy for them to let them die in the illusion like this. No matter what, we have to let them experience the suffering of the Purple Desert. Bailey Wenyu suggested, how about we get their map first, and then we can talk about the rest after we get the map. It's hard to get the map. According to what the seventh junior brother told you, their strength must be above that of the false god. If we three novices faced them, wouldn't we rush to death? Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes flashed. A solemn look. His level of alien fire is high, but he can't bear the thought that he himself is the nascent soul. It is very difficult for him to kill this group of people with his mental strength. That makes sense. Bailey Wenyu couldn't help but touch his hot forehead. Ning Shi waved to the two of them, fourth senior brother, sixth junior brother, I have a better idea, and asked them to hand over the map voluntarily. Do you want to listen? The two of them looked at Ning Shiyu and motioned for her to speak. Fifth junior sister, are you sure this is feasible? Mu Chanjue still seemed a little worried. Of course, fifth senior sister's method is absolutely brilliant. Bailey Wenyu gave Ning Shiyu a thumbs up. Fifth senior sister is still as bold as ever in thinking and doing. Fifth junior sister, your method is a bit risky. What if something unexpected happens in the middle? Mu Chanjue still disagreed. Fourth senior brother, I remember that when you burned my hair before, there were no ink marks like this. Why are you so scared now? Bailey Wenyu said, staring at the shiny forehead. Mu Chanjue, can these things be confused? Sixth junior brother, can we not hold on to this matter? Mu Chanjue felt a faint headache. Of course, as long as fourth senior brother is the same as me. Bailey Wenyu said. Mu Chanjue was speechless and choked. Fifth junior sister, I don't agree with us taking risks. I have experienced the quicksand area. There are so many dangerous monsters in it that it is difficult for Xiao Kai to deal with it alone. Fourth senior brother, how about we vote? Ning Shiyu said with a smile. Mu Chanjue didn't know Xiao Kai's strength, so it was normal to be worried. In addition, Mu Chanjue is the older of the three at the moment, so he will naturally behave more calmly. Fifth junior sister, isn't it a bit unfair? Mu Chanjue's mouth twitched slightly. If three people vote, wouldn't he definitely lose? Sudden. Mu Chanjue's narrow eyes flashed brightly. Fifth junior sister, you are the initiator of the voting, so you will definitely not be able to participate in the voting. So how can we vote if only I and sixth junior brother are left? Want to trick him? Ning Shiyu's moral conduct is still a little worse. Master, I can vote for you. The nine-color sky-swallowing python spoke directly. Mu Chanjue. Bailey Wenyu. The little python didn't speak a word all the way. They thought it couldn't talk. Little junior sister, is it a holy beast? Mu Chanjue asked in surprise. That's right. Ning Shiyu's eyes were dazzling. Everyone in the Lingyun sect knew that Ning Shiyu had obtained a contracted beast in Shungu Ridge. But what level is this contracted beast? However, they rarely see this beast. They only know that it seems to be very powerful. Fourth senior brother, don't worry about these details. Be generous and let's vote. Bailey Wenyu deliberately undermined Mu Chanjue. Mu Chanjue didn't want to vote anymore. Bailey Wenyu looked at Mu Chanjue's reluctant expression and gloated. I vote for fifth senior sister, what about you, fourth senior brother? Fifth junior sister, since your contract beast can vote, then my little fire spread can also vote, right? Mu Chanjue waved his wrist, and a little fireman appeared in his palm. Snort. He is a senior brother after all, and he must not lose. Face must be saved. Okay, Ning Shiyu covered her mouth and laughed. Anyway, Mu Chanjue basically agreed to her proposal after knowing that Xiao Kai was a holy beast. What's left is that the fourth senior brother wants to save his senior brother's face. Let fourth senior brother go. Xiaoheng, if you agree with my fifth junior sister, let's compete with each other. If. Mu Chanjue was stuck on the rest of his words. The little fireman directly transformed into the word, 1. Mu Chanjue suddenly felt bad. You are my fire spirit. Xiao Huiling, anyway, the young lady is right. Mu Chanjue was speechless for a moment. A strange fire still favors women over men. The little fire spirit returned to Mu Chanjue's sea of consciousness. Didn't you realize that the danger disappeared after you met the young lady? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 365 Ghost Poison Spider. Xiao Huiling asked what else Mu Chanjue didn't understand. Before, he was surrounded by the Corpse King's poisonous snakes and his mental energy was exhausted. If Ning Xiu hadn't arrived in time with the contracted beast, how could he still be standing here now? Mu Chanjue, is this the reason why you side with fifth junior sister? Is he shameless? Little fire spirit, isn't this your inner choice? Mu Chanjue's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like something was wrong. Qian Huan, wake up. Ning Ju. Qin Yu's voice interrupted Mu Chanjue's contemplation. Mu Chanjue raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Netherworld State. Half of the disciples were already skin and bones. Very scary. Fortunately, they have Ning Xiu and the colorful little python. But this time, a strange flute sounded. Seeing that Qin Yu couldn't wake up his disciples, he could only try to play the Qingshan tune. Gu Bao, who was a few feet away from Qin Yu, did not choose to attack after the flute sounded. Instead, as if he smelled danger, he moved back a few inches. Mu Chanjue saw this scene and asked, Sixth junior brother, is there anything special about the music he played? It's a very high level, it can refresh your mind and improve your mental strength. Bailey Wenyu listened very seriously. Such a piece of music can be of great use if placed in a battle. But Xiao Kai on Ning Xiu's shoulder saw something different. After the song played, the black spider threads wrapped around the disciples were cut off one by one. It seems that the ghost poison spider can no longer absorb the essence of those disciples. The demon clan can play music that can make people sober, and it will definitely play music that can make people psychedelic. Later, it must be careful about the group of demons plotting against its master. Xiao Kai sent a message to Ning Xiu, Master, do you want the ghost spider? Let me think about it. Ning Xiu dragged her chin with one hand and blinked her smart eyes. Tens of thousands of poisonous spiders can only deliver one drop of venom in advance. However, the poison in the ghost poison spider is very powerful, and it is said that it can poison a ferocious beast. Master, there are tens of thousands of ghost poisonous spiders around here. Xiao Kai transmitted the message again. It really wanted Ning Xiu to extract the ghost poisonous spider liquid. This kind of venom has some restraint even on people in the upper world. Do it. Ning Xiu clapped her hands excitedly, signaling Xiao Kai to take action. She would still hesitate for a drop of venom, but she couldn't resist the temptation of a few drops of venom. Xiao Kai quietly got off Ning Xiu's shoulder and left the three of them. As soon as Xiao Kai left, the flute sound on Qin Yu's side paused for a moment before continuing. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound on the ground. Countless bulges came towards the three of them. Bailey Wenyu immediately pulled Ning Xiu behind him. Fifth senior sister, even if you are protected by a holy beast, you still have to pay attention to your own safety. Mu Chanjue, I seem to smell some sour smell. Fourth senior brother, sixth junior brother, stick this on. Ning Xiu handed each of them a talisman. The soul-suppressing charm can prevent the two people from being attacked by the ghost spider spirit. After the two people attached the talisman, Mu Chanjue sacrificed the little fire spirit. The moment the little fire spirit came out, a layer of fire breath immediately attached to Mu Chanjue's body. The ghost poisonous spider is a poisonous thing and is most afraid of strange fire. Bailey Wenyu took out Fushi Qin directly, and the Fushi Qin body exuded a faint light. The moving ghost poisonous spider stopped in place, seeming to be afraid of something. Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed, she put down her flute, turned around and looked at Ning Xiu and the others. Qin Yu's eyes swept across the three of them, and finally focused on Fushi Qin. Qin Yu's eyes widened, it was really Fushi Qin. What they, the demon tribe, had never found after searching for so long, finally appeared. It's just that he didn't expect that Fushi Qin would fall into the hands of the human race. Qin Yu looked at Bailey Wenyu carefully, and when she saw that he had something unique about him that belonged to Qingyun Prefecture, his eyes turned dark. He was from Qingyun Prefecture again. Then kill people and seize treasures. Kotama raised the flute again. The sound of the flute played this time gave me a vague chilling feeling. The Netherworld disciple who was about to wake up fell into an illusion again, and his face became paler. Qin Yu just glanced at it, but the sound of the flute still didn't stop. The ghost poisonous spider hiding under the purple sand seemed to be restless. Tens of thousands of poisonous ghost spiders emerged from under the purple sand, stopped moving forward, and started pinching each other. Qin Yu's face paused slightly. How could the beast control song fail? Qin Yu raised her eyes and looked at Bailey Wenyu, only to see Bailey Wenyu sitting cross-legged and strumming the strings at some point. Although only a little sound came from the piano, it severely suppressed the sound of his flute. How can the power of Fushi Qin be compared to that of a jade flute? Qian Huan's voice suddenly came, and his figure was slightly thin. What do you want to say? Qin Yu said coldly. You gave up saving us just for that piano? Qian Huan asked without answering. After he managed to escape from his fantasy, he discovered that Kotama was playing a life-threatening song. Listening to this kind of music will make you feel restless and your muscles will surge. Kotama can only play in singles. At this moment, Kotama is playing this piece of music, which means that Kotama doesn't care about their lives at all. Qian Huan, that's Fushi Qin. The most precious treasure of our demon clan should never be placed in the hands of a human clan. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with viciousness, as if Fu Shichin's master could unify the demon clan. Qian Huan must also want to compete with him for Fu Shichin. Qin Yu, I don't want to steal anything from you. I only have one request, let them go. Qian Huan has been with Qin Yu for hundreds of years, so he can understand Qin Yu's thoughts. Qian Huan, don't you want Fu Shichin? Qin Yu said sarcastically. I guess, but I don't want to be involved in so many causes and effects. Qian Huan was very direct. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu laughed and said, if there is Fu Shichin, it doesn't matter if he carries this little bit of karma, right? Kotama just wants to seduce Qian Huan. It seems that it is not enough for him to want Fu Shichin. As long as Qian Huan stands with him, Fu Shichin will definitely be able to capture him. Qin Yu, the sycamore tree on Fu Shichin has blossomed. It already has an owner. Qian Huan said bluntly. Fu Shichin is an innate treasure from ancient times. Only the piano can choose the master, not the master. Even if Qin Yu gets Fu Shichin, it is not his. But he is a human race, Qin Yu said. How can an ant race like the human race deserve to possess the sacred objects of the demon race? Since Fu Shichin has made a contract with Bailey Wenyu, then just kill him. Qin Yu is determined to get Fu Shichin, and the demon clan is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The elk clan has been oppressed for tens of thousands of years, and it is time to turn around. As long as he can bring back Fu Shichin, they will no longer have to be suppressed by the demons around them. Qin Yu, I can understand that you want Fu Shichin, but the other disciples are innocent. Qian Huan sighed. Ha, Qian Huan and the others are already like this, how do you want me to save them? Qin Yu didn't want to save other disciples. The mental strength of this group of disciples is extremely weak. To rescue them from the illusion requires a lot of mental energy. The key is to save them. They might compete with him again for Fu Shichin. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 366. Qi is furious. Qian Huan saw Qin Yu's thoughts, his eyes were deep. Qin Yu saved them, I will help you capture Fu Shichin. I won't save you. Qin Yu refused directly. Qian Huan doesn't want to spend any more time with Qin Yu. Only Qin Yu can save these disciples. He had to do something to make Qin Yu agree. As long as you are willing to save them, I can swear to help you capture the Fu Shichin, and I will not compete with you to capture the Fu Shichin. Qian Huan said in a sincere tone. So many disciples all died. He can afford the loss. Not only must we swear to take back Fu Shichin, but we must also swear that they will not know the existence of Fu Shichin. Qin Yu's thinking was extremely clear. Language loopholes are easy to exploit. He had to guard against a little bit of fantasy. Okay, Qian Huan looked a little helpless. He suspected that Qin Yu had deliberately sent Meng Ji and Jiang Mu away, waiting for this moment. Just as Qian Huan was about to raise his hand to swear, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Qian Huan immediately jumped into the air and dodged sideways. Ding! A sharp sword was thrust into the position where Qian Huan was standing just now. Swear no need, I will help you save him. A voice like a silver bell came. Qian Huan turned around and saw an extremely huge 9-color sky-swallowing python on the ground a few feet away from him. All the tens of thousands of ghost poisonous spiders disappeared. Qian Huan's eyes showed horror. He and Qin Yu had only been talking for half a quarter of an hour. Where did those ghost poisonous spiders go? The python's head was lowered, almost touching the sand. Only then did Qian Huan see a charming and pretty girl standing on top of the giant python. The girl is wearing a light yellow dress with a touch of blue embellishment on the waist, which shows her tall figure, light body and elegant temperament. Qian Huan, please ask the girl to save my disciples from Netherworld State. Qian Huan bowed his hands, his lowered eyes flashing through the darkness. It's okay to save people, but I have a condition, Ning Shiyu said. The 9-color sky-swallowing python moved closer to Qian Huan. Qian Huan suddenly felt like 1,000 pounds pressing on his shoulders, making him afraid to have any small thoughts. Qian Huan's breathing became a little lower, and his attitude became more humble. Girl, please speak. You are going to replace with me. There was a touch of coldness in Ning Shiyu's clear eyes. Now that they were taking action, Ning Shiyu was worried that they might have another move. After breaking through the quicksand black area, this group of people should not have the strength to escape. At that time, it will be time to eradicate the root cause. Dare to pry into the bloodline of the 6th senior brother, and also want the 6th senior brother's piano, what a beautiful idea. Okay, Qian Huan agreed bravely. They may have conflicts with people from Qingyun Prefecture. I offended my senior brother earlier, and Ning Shiyu was needed to save people here, but it was also a blessing that Liu Kanglan was not here. Otherwise, half of their Netherworld disciples would be lost. After Qian Huan agreed, he met Ning Shiyu's clear eyes, and Ning Shiyu looked at him quietly without speaking. Qian Huan's thoughts changed several times. Was Ning Shiyu waiting for him to swear? Helpless, Qian Huan raised 3 fingers and swore. When Ning Shiyu heard Qian Huan's oath, she nodded with satisfaction, then raised her jade hand and made a gesture. Then, the melodious sound of the piano sounded. The sound of the piano came, and in just a few breaths, all the disciples in Netherworld State woke up from a dream and broke free from the illusion. After several disciples woke up, they fell directly to the ground as if they had escaped. Senior brother Chanhuan, what's wrong with us? Ning Ju looked at Chanhuan who was closest to them. Qin Yu in the distance saw the disciple who had woken up. No one paid attention to him, and the aura around him became even colder. It is good. Very good. Qian Huan actually chose to cooperate with people from Qingyun State. This is actually a good thing for him. Fu Shichin must be him, and Qian Huan will also pay the price for his choice. The black pupils of Qin Yu's eyes gradually became scarlet, and the palms of her hands were wrapped in a chilling black energy. However, the disciples in Netherworld State are extremely weak at this moment. Not having the energy to pay attention to the changes in Qin Yu, they chose to recuperate according to the Qianhuan sect's method. Regarding the 9-color sky-swallowing python not far away, for some reason, they all had a tacit understanding and didn't ask. Qianhuan checked each of his disciples and found that except for 1 or 2 whose demon souls were damaged, there were dozens of others who had just consumed a lot of energy and could be easily rescued. Qianhuan handed a healing elixir to all the disciples whose demon souls were intact. As for the disciple whose demon soul was damaged, Qianhuan had no intention of rescuing him. There is no need to save him anymore. Senior brother Qianhuan, where am I? The pink-faced boy watched Qianhuan pass by him and did not ask him for anything, so he could only take the initiative to ask. Qianhuan turned around and looked at the haggard Xiaosheng, with a dark look in his eyes. However, Qianhuan still maintained a smile on his face. Your demon soul is damaged. This elixir will not work on you, don't worry, I will find medicinal plants for you to heal the demon soul. The other disciple whose demon beast was damaged looked horrified. No wonder his lower abdomen always hurts after he wakes up from the illusion. It turns out that the demon soul was damaged. But those medicinal plants that can heal demon souls are extremely precious. Even if senior brother Qianhuan is found, will he be used? Don't think too much, take a good rest first, and wait for everyone to adjust their breathing and figure out a solution together. Qianhuan comforted him again, giving every student a chance to speak. Qianhuan walked back to the giant python again. Girl, the disciples are healing their wounds, please wait a moment. Can you give me one of the holy elixirs in your hand? Ning Shiyu could tell that the elixir Qianhuan took out was of high quality. Ning Shiyu was a little curious, what was the difference between demon pills and human pills? Qianhuan raised his hand and threw a porcelain bottle towards Ning Shiyu. The 9-color sky-swallowing python took the first step to hold the bottle in its mouth. The small bottle is no bigger than one of its teeth. The 9-color sky-swallowing python touched the porcelain bottle with its tongue. After confirming that the contents inside were not harmful to Ning Shiyu, it performed a cleaning technique before sending the porcelain bottle to Ning Shiyu. When Qianhuan saw this scene, a thin layer of sweat broke out on his back. Qianhuan was extremely lucky. Fortunately, he suppressed his thoughts of tampering with the elixir. It seems that if you want to deal with Ning Shiyu, you must first get rid of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Do you demon clan have a map of this place? Ning Shiyu touched her chin with one hand and asked in a pretense of probing. If Netherworld State really has a map of Netherworld's secret realm, then there must be some in Dailing Prefecture and Haoling Prefecture. The 7th level of Yuxuan's secret realm. Mo, you are cheating. Qi lost his King Feng Jiyu appearance and almost overturned the chessboard in front of him. Skills are not as good as others. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold. He waved his sleeves and returned the chess pieces to their positions. Am I talking about playing chess? Qi seemed even more angry, especially when he saw Tuti stupidly following Feng Qingran away. This guy only thinks about eating. There are also Fei Yi and Bai Zhe, 2 ancient beasts, actually fighting to make a contract with the human race. It was truly the most embarrassing beast he had ever seen. Mo Jinggong's red lips were slightly hooked, his starry eyes were shining, he raised his hand and put down a chess piece again, his movements were pleasing to the eye. Qi, I said I won't interfere if I don't interfere, and you can't interfere either. Mo, you are getting more and more shameless. Qi's heart grew more angry. He had told Mo Jinggong that he must give Feng Qingran a more difficult test in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. As a result, Feng Qingran entered the secret realm. Mo Jinggong just sat here and wouldn't leave. It's okay, it seems a lot better than you. Mo Jinggong was still full of dignity. Qi's chess-playing hands were shaking, one is protected by the ferocious beast Luanjin, one is protected by the Ghost King, and the other is protected by the Demon Lord. The other 3 are protected by the 9-color sky-swallowing python. The remaining one is protected by a group of bays, Tuti, Leopard, and Golden King Lion. No wonder you don't panic. Now, except for the group from the Fierce Beast village, all the creatures in the entire Yuxuan secret territory combined cannot harm anyone in the Lingyun sect. Qi's eyes were full of anger. Mo Jinggong had set him up not just once but twice. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 367. After Qi finished speaking, he stared at Mo Jinggong, expressing his anger. As a result, Mo Jinggong Feng Qingyun said calmly, it's your turn. Call. Qi's head hurt. He shouldn't reason with Mo Jinggong. He shouldn't be angry with Mo Jinggong. This guy Mo Jinggong, when faced with the siege from powerful forces, could remain calm and calm. How could his few words now cause Mo Jinggong's mood swings? Qi Na's eyes became as dark as the first snow. If he wanted Mo Jinggong to have mood swings, he had to play with his weaknesses. And Mo Jinggong's only weakness is Feng Qingran. The fact that Feng Qingran became Mo Jinggong's weakness is a long story. At first, Mo Jinggong was injured and chose this plane to heal. Out of concern, he came along. However, when they entered the plane, they were involved in a big war. After the war, Mo Jinggong sacrificed most of his strength to protect the human race in this plane. The human race was saved, but as a result, Mo Jinggong's injuries became more serious. Because Mo Jinggong took action to save the human race, the Dao of this plane also discovered their existence. To be precise, Dao Dao is eyeing their power. But they don't want to confront Dao Dao, even though with their strength, destroying Dao Dao is just a matter of hands. It's easy to destroy the avenue. The problem is that if the avenue disappears, then the entire plane will also disappear. They want to destroy the avenue. You must first cultivate a new avenue. Therefore, they choose to avoid the high road and enter the small world. There are countless small worlds in the entire plane. With the deliberate avoidance, the avenue cannot find them. They stayed in this small world for who knows how long. Until the Lord Tianyu, the powerful man who was above the Great Road, appeared in this small world and broke their tranquility. The Lord Tianyu was searching for information about them in this small world. And Lord Tianyu is more like he is sure that they are in this small world. After the Lord Tianyu entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, he drew the development process of this small world in a secret room. 3 of them are scenes of Mo Jinggong raising his hand to destroy evil spirits. So they chose to meet the Lord Tianyu. Lord Tianyu told them about the Great Road. The Great Avenue at this moment is in a state of decay, and they only pursue power without caring about the life and death of thousands of creatures in the small world. In addition, Dao Dao is afraid of the existence of another Tianyu god. Interfere with the development of the human race without authorization. They even cooperated with the upper world to deprive the human race of their luck. Dao Dao not only peeks into the destiny of the human race, still secretly absorbing the power of the ferocious beast. Those ferocious beasts that are as powerful as gods have very strong power within their bodies. If the evil-minded Dao is allowed to continue like this, it will be a disaster for the entire plane. Lord Tianyu wants to change the current situation, and even more, wants to change the fate of the human race. However, he was still a rational person and did not go against the road without authorization. Lord Tianyu knows very well that a person's power is limited after all. His power is superior to the avenue, but it is not enough to destroy the avenue. Then he remembered them. Their action of saving the human race was witnessed by the Lord Tianyu, but at that time, the Lord Tianyu was only a powerful person and was not strong enough to get close to them. When Lord Tianyu was strong enough, he traveled to all the small worlds in order to find them. He wanted to ask their help to destroy the current way of heaven. Return the plane to a pure state. It also provides a fair and just environment to the human race. After listening to Tianyu Divine Lord's story, Mo Jinggong told Tianyu Divine Lord without mercy that the first step to destroy the Great Avenue is to cultivate a new Great Avenue. In addition, if you want to change the fate of the human race, you must face more than just Dao. There will also be a confrontation with the forces behind Shangdao. The forces behind the avenue are not something that the Lord Tianyu can deal with. Even if the entire plane is forced together, they're no match for the forces behind the avenue. Lord Tianyu was obviously frightened at that time. The strength of the Lord Tianyu is not enough to break the void, so he doesn't know what the world outside the plane is like. Now that he heard Mo Jinggong tell him this, he understood that if Dao Dao dared to be so rampant, the forces behind it must be so terrifying. Therefore, Lord Tianyu proposed to cultivate a new way of heaven first. It would be better if it could quietly replace the current Tiandao. Even if it doesn't work, at least if the new Tiandao is there by then, he won't be beaten to a loss. Lord Tianyu entrusted Mo Jinggong with the task of finding a new avenue. He went back and continued to stare at the avenue at the moment. Before the Lord Tianyu left the small world, he gave them the Shifang domain where the ferocious beasts were kept for safekeeping. Those ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain probably didn't know that the Lord Tianyu's move was to save them. After they got the Shifang domain, they found that the ferocious beasts inside never stopped attacking the barrier of the Shifang domain. If things continue like this, Shifang realm will definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the ferocious beasts. Mo Jinggong made a prompt decision and separated the power of the ferocious beast, turned it into a clone, and randomly sent it to various small worlds to be imprisoned. The power of the beast clone is not too strong, nor is it too weak. This can effectively prevent the beast's clone from being discovered by Dao Dao. When Mo Jinggong left this small world, he carefully erased all the memories of Tianyu Divine Lord about them. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and human nature cannot remain unchanged. Mo Jinggong didn't believe that anyone could be consistent. He only trusted in his own strength and the chips he held in his hands. After Lord Tianyu left, Mo Jinggong set up a unique barrier for this small world to prevent Dao Dao from noticing it. Then he left everything to him and continued to heal. They could guard the avenue, but they did not prevent people from the upper world from entering here. In the middle, the Emperor of Heaven somehow focused on this small world. He also sent his daughter into this small world to survive the tribulation. Of course Qi thought that since the people from the upper world appeared, there would be no loss for him and Mo Jinggong. Come and come. But he never thought of it. This neglect caused Mo Jinggong to be abducted. After he finished handling the affairs of Shifang domain and looked for Mo Jinggong again, he found that Mo Jinggong had followed the people in the small world and entered reincarnation. What's even more outrageous is that Mo Jinggong also sealed his own memory. So he moved the Shifang domain to Lingyun sect, lured Mo Jinggong into it, and helped Mo Jinggong recover his memory. At that time, he asked Mo Jinggong why he wanted to reincarnate. Mo Jinggong said, "Qi, we are used to taking life and death, and we also have the power to make everything turn into ashes with a raise of our hands. So, we don't understand at all what kind of avenue this plane needs. We have always been high up, overlooking everyone, how can we find someone suitable to become the Great Road? Only by giving up everything and walking the original path again can we regain that kind of state of mind and encounters, and cultivate a master of the avenue suitable for thousands of worlds. The superior one must have an exquisite heart with 7 orifices, otherwise all living beings will be ruined." At that time, Mo Jinggong's words had a great impact on him. Mo Jinggong also said that during his reincarnation, he discovered more secrets. This is a place abandoned by gods, a world that Dao Dao has never noticed. This is a place where many upper realm people use it to give the juniors training. At that time, he was confused by what Mo Jinggong threw. Also forget to pay attention to more things. Completely unaware that every word Mo Jinggong said was a trap. Before he could react, Mo Jinggong threw a bunch of people into the Shifang domain to practice. At that time, he not only had to protect the people of Lingyun sect from the vicious beasts, but he also had to not interfere with the normal training. The key is that those few people are not fuel-efficient lamps. It almost opened the sky in Shifang domain. He was carefully helping Mo Jinggong train those people, and he was also carefully selecting suitable candidates for New Avenue. As a result, he is very conscientious on his part. Mo Jinggong is paving the way for his sweetheart. Once when he went to Lingyun Sect to look for Mo Jinggong, he happened to encounter a scene of Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran chatting and laughing. He had never seen such a gentle, considerate Mo Jinggong. But Mo Jinggong can't be emotional. Once Mo Jinggong falls in love, the price he pays is unimaginable. Think of this. Qi rubbed his eyebrows, feeling distressed and helpless for Mo Jinggong. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 368 Yao Ju's thoughts. Qi's eyes dimmed, and he made a move. Then he asked aloud, Mo, do you still remember what you said back then? Everyone has his own way to go. Remember? Mo Jinggong's deep voice sounded like jade, and his movements showed his stunning beauty. When Qi heard this, he raised his hands and brushed his sleeves. The black chess pieces on the chessboard turned red. Mo, if you are a chess piece in the world, you should follow your destiny. As a chess piece, the choice of black or red should be decided by the person who holds the chess piece. Qi's eyebrows were raised slightly, and he smiled meaningfully. Chess is not a human being, so it is different from humans. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were bright and boundless, and he raised his hand to land on a piece. Qi. He is also a good person. You can't just scold him secretly because he has been hanging out with ferocious beasts for a long time, right? Wrong. Can't be angry. Qi woke up and realized that Mo Jinggong must have deliberately provoked him. Even if he wasn't angry, he couldn't fight against Mo Jinggong, and when he was angry, he couldn't even fight. Stay calm. Qi looked straight and said, Mo, chess is chess, and people are people. So Fang Qingran and the others should practice on their own, instead of having a bodyguard-like presence around everyone. If this continues, how will he win when they're strong? Qi almost said, even if the chess is not a human being. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice like jade, you also said you would practice on your own. As long as you don't interfere, I won't interfere. Qi, co-author, he talked about loneliness. Do you already know something? Qi asked tentatively. You definitely didn't let the people in the God realm in, and you definitely didn't approve of the Bailey family's behavior. You're not so vicious. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, as if there was a whole world hidden inside them. Mo, weren't you like this before? How come you have learned how to criticize mulberry trees and huai trees? Qi desperately told himself to hold back and not get angry. Mo Jinggong paused and did not answer. Qi was anxious first. Mo, I let people from the God realm come in because I don't want her to interfere with you outside. She also wanted to bribe the ferocious beast and kill Fang Qingran, but luckily I stopped her. As for the people of the Bailey family, they have connections with the Decayers. Weren't we been investigating things about the rotten ones before? I want to use the Bailey family to find out the rotten spirits in this plane and destroy them. Qi had not told Mo Jinggong about the Decayer before. I don't want Mo Jinggong to worry. After all, Mo Jinggong can't face the Decay now. He was even more afraid of the rotten people discovering Mo Jinggong's existence. Once the news of Mo Jinggong's injury is known to the Decayers and leaked by the Decayers, all the planes will be implicated. I have already seen the rotten ones, Mo Jinggong said. Did they know something? Qi suddenly became nervous. No, they were destroyed by the evil ancestor. Don't worry, with Fang Xi's Samadhi true fire, the evil ancestor can't turn the sky upside down. Mo Jinggong guessed what Qi was worried about. Qi breathed a sigh of relief and then remembered, isn't that right? Isn't the evil ancestor imprisoned in the Shifang domain? How did he escape? Mo Jinggong responded, maybe there are ferocious beasts in the 10 directions with different intentions. Qi's eyes were slightly cold, and there were many ferocious beasts with different intentions. But he dared to release the evil demon ancestor, and even release the evil beast of the evil demon ancestor. He was afraid that he would do so because he discovered something. Mo, don't worry, I will find out about this matter. Qi Zheng said. At the same time, within the 10 directions, Yao Ju, who was pacing back and forth, felt a chill down his spine. Tao Wu, please don't leave, it makes me have a headache. If I have time, I might as well think more about how to eat more. Tao Ti lay on the side listlessly, looking at the food in front of him. Tao Ti regretted that he shouldn't have eaten too much yesterday. Otherwise, today wouldn't be so difficult. Tao Ti, since Fang Qingran left, there are tens of thousands of us here. How long do you think it has been outside? Yao Ju did the math. After such a long time, the evil ancestor should have finished seizing the body, right? The evil ancestor promised it. As long as he seizes Fang Qingran, he will come back immediately to open the barrier of Shifang domain. That guy won't forget his promise and go away on his own, right? Who knows? It took a while for Mr. Qi to adjust to the jet lag. I couldn't figure it out. Now I just want to find an antidote and eat more. Tao Ti had tears at the corners of his mouth, regretting not pleasing Fang Qingran. Tao Wu. Eat, eat. It's a rice bucket. It really has no hope of being a glutton. Yao Ju thought alone, if Qi doesn't show up now, will he be absent from the Shifang domain? Before, Qi would leave Shifang domain every once in a while. The time to go out and come back is not fixed. Yao Juo didn't know what to do. It wanted to find the evil spirits and ask them if they had a way to contact their ancestors. But entering the realm of evil spirits without authorization is not only dangerous, but also violates the precepts of the Shifang realm. Sudden. Tao Ti's eyes fell on Tao Ti, and a flash of cunning flashed through Tao Ti's mind. Tao Ti was a little stupid. However, Tao Ti is stupid and easy to fool, making it easier for other beasts to put down the guard. Tati, if you want to eat food casually, I have a solution. What can I do? Tati got up from the ground and asked impatiently. Yongzhu was speechless for a moment, then continued, I suspect that Feng Qinggran left the antidote, but the antidote may be in Qi's yard, and we can't get in. When Tati heard this, he lay down listlessly again. It didn't dare to enter Qi's yard. Once Qi is angered, it doesn't matter whether it will eat in the future, the key is that it will not survive in the future. You can eat more while you are alive. Tati wilted and said, Tao Wu, can you give me some useful ideas? We can take advantage of Qi's absence in the Shifang domain to enter his courtyard, find the antidote, and then restore the courtyard. Then everything will be fine, Yongzhu said deceptively. Tati shook his head, you said it simply, can Qi enter the courtyard? I have never seen Qi leave the Shifang territory. Tati is quite sane at the moment. I have observed that Qi will leave his yard every once in a while and not come back for a long time. Yongzhu deliberately lowered his voice and pretended to mutter. Disappear, are you sure? Tati's eyes shone. Not sure, Yaozhu shook his head. Tati heard Yaozhu's negative words, but instead believed what he said a few minutes ago. Tati, haven't you noticed? As long as you control the food, you can control the entire 10 directions. Yaozhu followed the instructions. In the Shifang domain, the only thing the ferocious beasts can unleash is the instinct of appetite. Tao Wu, do you mean that if I get the antidote, the other ferocious beasts will obey my orders? Tati regained his energy and stood up. Yongzhu affirmed, this is nature. You can control their food, and you can definitely control their actions. There is also an antidote. It is not only an antidote, it may also be a bargaining chip for you to leave the Shifang domain. When Tati heard these words, his eyes rolled. Maybe better days are not far away. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 369 Respect. Tati sniffed the tears from the corner of his mouth and said to Yaozhu, Yaozhu, please give me a plan. What should I pay attention to when I enter Qi's yard? Yao Zhao saw that Tati had taken the bait. His attitude became more relaxed. Yao Zhao wondered, I suddenly felt that we should not take this risk. After all, if Qi finds out, we will all die. I don't want you to be in danger. What Yaozhu said was sincere. Tati's attention was all on the antidote, and he didn't even see the calculating look in Yaoshuo's eyes. Yaozhu, you are really my good brother. The more you say this, the more I feel that your plan is feasible. Tati stepped into Yuzhu's pit without knowing it. Tati, you also know that we are brothers. I don't want you to be involved in danger. Think about it. Even if you get the antidote and can control the ferocious beast clan, there will still be Qi suppressing you, and it will still be very dangerous. Yaozhu's voice showing embarrassment. Tati rolled his eyes, and in his mind there were only images of antidote, controlling the ferocious beast clan, and defeating Qi. If it can become the leader of ferocious beasts, does that mean it can eat meat at will? When the time comes, wouldn't it be allowed to come in and out of heaven and earth? Isn't the day beautiful? Countless food began to appear in front of Tati's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Tati shook his dog's head, regained his image of a sheep body and a human face, and said to Tati, Tati, good brother, just wait, I am stealing the antidote and waiting for my good news. Yao Tao's eyes were deep and he said disapprovingly, Tati, I'm still worried that you are in danger. In this case, I'll get the antidote. Don't worry, I won't betray you even if I get caught. Tati was so moved when he heard Yaozhuo's words. Tati stopped Tati who was about to take action. Tati, you are so good to me, I can never let you go, so don't follow me, just wait here for my good news. What Tati wants is the word Tati. It doesn't want to go to Qi's territory with Tati. Qi's courtyard must have a special formation, and Tati will definitely leave traces when he steps into it. At that time, Qi rushed back to catch Tati. During the time when Qi came out to eat Tati, it happened to be able to make an appointment with the evil demon. But Yaozhu will definitely not show it at this moment. Yao Tao's eyes deliberately showed a sad look. Tati, don't worry, if you are caught, I will save you. The future of the ferocious beast clan depends on you. Yao Zhao's tone was solemn, but it gave Tati a sense of honor. Tao Wu, good brother, don't save me. I can come out and we can unite the ferocious beast clan. If I fail, just collect the body for me. Tati didn't understand why he was moved. This kind of emotion shouldn't belong to ferocious beasts. But now that it has been moved by Yaozhu, it proves that Yaozhu must be sincere towards it. It can no longer treat Yin Zhu with the ruthless cruelty of a ferocious beast. Let's break some of the beast's instincts from here. Tati had no idea that its situation at the moment was all affected by the clone. Although Tati has no memory of his clone, some connection between him and his clone still exists. When Tati heard these words, Tati was slightly stunned. Tati used to be stupid, but he rarely had to be led around. Today's Tati is a little weird. As a ferocious beast, Tati seemed to be moved by him. Tati's eyes were dark, wondering if Tati was acting with it. Tati, go back quickly. I'll wait for your triumphant return here. Yeah. After Tati nodded, his body rose into the air and flew towards the Qi courtyard. Yao Zhao looked at Tati's leaving figure, becoming even more uneasy. Whether Tati fails or succeeds, it has nothing to do with it. Why does it have such an emotion? Yongzhu suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and decided to go find the evil strit first. Here. When Tati came to the sky above Qi's yard, he suddenly woke up with a jolt. Damn it, why did I just agree to Tati's proposal? Tati murmured, infinitely annoyed. Tati is standing in the clouds. I wonder if I should go down. There are two villains fighting and bickering in my mind. Go in, the entire Shifang domain will be yours from now on, and the entire small world will also be yours. Don't go in, entering Qi's courtyard is a dead end. Even if you are lucky enough to get the antidote, you will still be unable to stand if you offend Qi. Tao Ti is still struggling. Sudden. An extremely terrifying pressure came towards it. Tao Ti didn't double his weight and was knocked down by the pressure. Boom. Tao Ti's face fell hard to the ground, and he winced in pain. It hurts from the fall. Are you awake? A voice as cold as the first snow came from the courtyard. Tao Ti's eyebrows trembled. Qi. This is actually a misunderstanding. Tao Ti was frightened for a moment. The scene of Qi tearing Xielu apart with his bare hands reappeared in Tao Ti's mind. As one of the 4 ferocious beasts, he is hopelessly stupid. Why should he be given money after he was deceived and sold? Qi's voice was calm, but it still put great pressure on Tao Ti. Qi, I don't know what happened. I suspect that Yaoju drugged me, otherwise how could I be moved by it? After Tao Ti forgot to eat, his IQ was still online. Crunch. The courtyard door opened. Come in, Qi said calmly. Tao Ti forced himself to stand up, dragging his almost limp limbs forward. A golden Nanmo blocked Tao Ti's path. Tao Ti rolled his eyes and struggled to lift his front hooves to pull on the golden Nanmo door. It tried several times in a row, but the wooden door wouldn't budge. When Fang Qinggran entered my yard, she opened the door by herself. You, an ancient ferocious beast many times more powerful than her, couldn't open the door. Qi's tone did not contain any hint of ridicule. Tao Ti was still a little embarrassed. At that time, all the ferocious beasts looked down upon what Fang Qinggran had done. But the ants in their eyes did what they couldn't do. Qi, I can't open it. Tao Ti's head was almost buried in the soil. Then keep trying. I can't ask Fang Qinggran to open the door for you, right? Qi Hua became even more ruthless. Qi just wants Tao Ti to understand. Fang Qinggran's ability to contract it was not due to luck. Only in this way will Tao Ti respect Fang Qinggran. Making the beasts respect themselves is the first step for Fang Qinggran to conquer them. Yes, Tao Ti didn't dare to refute, and kept pulling at the wooden door with his claws. Half a month passed in a flash. The wooden door is still intact. However, Tao Ti's claws were indeed stained with blood, and the wooden door was stained with blood. Tao Ti continued to drive, but Qi didn't let it go, so it didn't dare to listen. Tao Ti opened the wooden door while looking at the flowers separated by a fence. These delicate flowers have never withered since they were first seen. It was spread throughout the 10 directions that Qi watered the flowers with the blood of ferocious beasts. But only Tao Ti knew that among the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain, apart from the extremely rebellious ones, there was not a single one left. Maybe they misunderstood Qi in many things. As ferocious beasts, they are accustomed to using force to solve problems and rarely think about other things. This also caused their ferocious beast clan to become unorganized and undisciplined. In the end, they were defeated one by one by the Lord Tianyu and sent to the Shifang domain. If these ferocious beasts had united together back then, let alone Tianyu Shenzhen, even if Dao Dao came, they would not dare to touch these ferocious beasts. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 370. Above the cloud. Many ferocious beasts gathered to watch Tao Ti's behavior. Does Qi want Tao Ti to bleed to death? If he keeps pulling like this, Tao Ti will bleed out sooner or later. Da Feng said. Okay, why did Tao Ti appear outside Qiwan? Chaos asked curiously. Tao Ti, this idiot, probably ate too much and attracted Qi's attention. 6-armed ape analyzed. Chaos, if Tao Ti dies in Qi's hands, does that mean that Yongzhu is alone? Qiongqi asked excitedly. That's inevitable. Chaos looked for the figure of Yaoju. Strange, where did Yaoju go? Shouldn't it not come? That guy is probably hiding because he's afraid, Qiongqi said. Ying Zhao glanced at Qiongqi and Chaos with disdain. Yaoju didn't come, and he had nothing in common with these chickens and dogs. Tao Ti is obviously accepting Qi's test. As long as Tao Ti can open the wooden door, he is qualified to step into Qi's courtyard. What an honor. For thousands of years, only Fang Qinggran had actually entered Qi's courtyard. That's not right. Why does it take so much trouble for Tao Ti to open the door? I remember that Fang Qinggran opened it all at once. The yellow pterodactyl asked his doubts. Fierce beasts. Why didn't they think of this problem? Could it be Qi who drove it for her? Zhu Tuniao asked. No, it was Fang Qinggran who drove it himself. The ant emperor stood on top of Yu Zhao's head and vowed. The ferocious beasts fell silent again. Fang Qinggran can open something that an ant can open, but we can't open it. Qiongqi asked in disbelief. There is not much difference in strength between Tao Ti and Qiongqi. There are many people present who are worse than Tao Ti. Qiongqi, we suddenly included a group of people. Most of the ferocious beasts seemed a little embarrassed. They kept saying that Fang Qinggran was an ant, but in the end they were worse than even an ant. Is there something wrong with our definition of strength and weakness? The black pterosaur whispered. Suddenly, all the ferocious beasts stared at the black pterosaur. Strong is strong, weak is weak, how can this possibly go wrong? Zhu Yan retorted. I think of a person, the painting scholar. He has no strength of his own, but he ascends to the upper world with a talisman and rules the world. Even the Emperor of Heaven is afraid of him. Do you think he is strong or weak? Yu Zhao, who is the scholar of painting? Qiongqi asked curiously. You entered the Shifang realm relatively early. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. In short, he is very strong in the upper realm, but he has no cultivation in himself. Yu Zhao said seriously. Without cultivation, how did he live so long? Ying Zhao asked. All ferocious beasts know that people who cannot cultivate are no more than 100 years old at most. Yu Zhao's language seems to be full of loopholes. He has a contract beast with a 5-clawed golden dragon, and the 5-clawed golden dragon voluntarily shares its lifespan with him. Yu Zhao faced the terrifying beasts without any panic. Yu Zhao, this is even more wrong. Dragon is the lord of all beasts, how could he contract with a person who has no cultivation level? Chaos questioned. The Yuzhou was silent for a moment, and it didn't understand why the five-clawed golden dragon behaved like this. Right now. A majestic voice came. What Yuzhou said is true. Painting scholar is just one of them. There is also the goddess Qingqiong. She also has no cultivation, but she has ascended to the divine world with her alchemy skills. She has also made a contract with Shi Qilin and shares her longevity with Qilin. Only then did the ferocious beasts realize that Yinglong had appeared behind them at some unknown time. Yinglong glanced around with majestic eyes and continued, I'm here just to tell you that it's important to be strong, but it doesn't make you look down on anyone. Also, your understanding of strength is too narrow. There are 3,000 avenues in the world, and you don't need to be proficient in them all. As long as you understand the same thing and then do it to the extreme, you will be strong in the same way. You are born with strong strength and are considered strong. They work hard to reach the top the day after tomorrow and are also considered strong. If you continue to be arrogant, it will eventually destroy you. After Yinglong finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were deep in thought. Yinglong's words seemed to imply something. Is there any danger that they could not see? Yingzhao, what do you think? Chaos was the first to speak. Yinglong may be telling us that Feng Qinggran is not the ant in our eyes, on the contrary, we are the weak ones. Yingzhao's tone became solemn. When Feng Qinggran entered Shifang territory, he was only in the foundation building stage. However, Feng Qinggran relied on his strength in the foundation building stage to fool them around. Yingzhao, what exactly do you want to say? Qiongqi seemed very unhappy. What do you mean they're weak? Fortunately, Feng Qinggran was only in the foundation building stage at that time. Think about it, if Feng Qinggran were a little stronger, what would have happened to us? After Yingzhao finished speaking, he looked at Tati and stopped making any sound. Even if they're arrogant, they will not listen to some words. At this moment, Tati's hoofs would hurt every time he touched the wooden door. This pain is worse than before after eating too much food. It tried several times to use the power of the beast to repair its injuries, but failed. Qi, who always likes leisure, would not leave the door open for no reason. What must Qi be implying? An idea suddenly appeared in Tati's mind and he said, Qi, I sincerely surrender to Feng Qinggran. Still silent. Tati continued to shout while opening the door. When Tati's hooves were worn down and his bones were exposed, the wooden door opened strangely. Come in, Qi's leisurely voice came. Tati waited quietly for a few breaths before walking in. Its steps were extremely slow, with a bloody mark every step of the way. Tati was not walking so slowly because of the pain in his hoofs. But the pressure all over its body is like tens of millions of kilograms, and it is extremely laborious every time it lifts its feet. Finally, Tati stepped into the courtyard gate. The distance was less than 1 foot, and Tati walked for 3 days. Qi was wearing white clothes and standing in the courtyard. Tati looked at Qi, who was not far away. He was tall and straight, and his whole body was spotless. He was like a banished immortal who fell into the mortal world, showing his elegance and refinement, the color of the breeze and the moon. Tati's eyes were filled with envy. If it could transform into a human form, it would definitely be based on Qi. It's eye-catching. As a male beast, looking at Qi like this, he actually wanted to drool. Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Stop your saliva. Suck. Tati took a sip subconsciously and trembled with fear. Good looking is good looking. It's just too fierce. Qi, why did you ask me to come in? Tati asked cautiously. Qi waved his sleeves and closed the courtyard door, completely blocking out any sound. Change your appearance first, Qi said, turning around and walking into the pavilion, sitting down and glancing at Tati, who was also stunned on the spot. Ugly, eye-catching. No wonder Feng Qinggran asked Tati's clone to change his appearance in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. All their human race's aesthetic is better. Tati came back to his senses, turned into a cute little black dog, and said loudly, Qi, I confess, I came to you because of Tati's deception. He said you have the antidote. I know, Qi Feng Qingyun said calmly. Can you spare my life? Tati decided to break the jar. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 371 Destroy the Avenue. They all say you are stupid, but I see you are much smarter than them. A smile flashed between Qi's eyebrows. Pretending to be confused. Tati almost deceived the ferocious beasts in the entire Shifang domain. My requirements are different from theirs. I only ask for good food, good drink, and good sleep. As for freedom, it doesn't matter whether I have it or not. Tati said as he stepped into the pavilion, jumped over and jumped on the stool. Qi's eyes swept across the bloodstains on the ground, and he smiled meaningfully. Then, he raised his hands and flicked his sleeves, and the bloodstains in the courtyard disappeared. As Qi's hand fell, Tati found that his injury was healed. Qi glanced at Tati, who was squatting on the chair, then took out a red chess piece and played it on the chessboard. Qi, if you have something to say, just say it, it's so weird. Tati said with straight eyes. You don't want freedom. Qi took another chess piece, and the red piece fell on the chessboard and turned into a white piece. Does freedom really exist? Tati asked softly. Why do you say this? Qi asked aloud. I can eat, drink and sleep well in the Shifang domain. If I go outside, whether I can survive or not is a question. Instead of going out and fighting against the avenue, it is better to lie down. Tati said frankly. When Qi heard Tati's words, his eyes were dark and he asked curiously, when did you discover that there was something wrong with the avenue? Tati was stunned for a moment, and seemed to find it difficult to speak. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the pressure from Qi and chose to tell the truth. Well, it's a long story. I was so hungry a few times that I could only eat my own meat. I found that the power of the beast contained in the meat I ate was extremely subtle. Although it is less than 1,000th less, this is definitely not normal. If this continues, the power of the beast will definitely be drained out of my body. So I found ferocious beasts that were weaker than me and ate their flesh several times. I found that almost all ferocious beasts had this condition. At that time, it happened that the Lord Tianyu was hunting down ferocious beasts everywhere. The Lord Tianyu is above the Great Tao, but if he is the one who extracts our power, he will not attack us blatantly. I then think of the overt and covered struggle between Dao Dao and Tianyu Shenzhen. After several trials, I discovered that it is indeed Dao Dao that is secretly absorbing the power of the ferocious beasts. Dao Dao is protected by the power of law. There is nothing I can do about it. I might as well enter the 10 directions realm. It's a pity that other ferocious beasts don't understand that Lord Tianyu is trying to save them. Treat the Lord Tianyu as the enemy of the ferocious beasts, and some ferocious beasts even want to seek help from Dao Dao. Facing those fools who attacked the barrier of Shifang realm. It didn't even look at it. It happened that all the ferocious beasts were only focused on leaving. There were no ferocious beasts to compete with it for food, so it quickly ate up all the food in the 10 directions. It was really hungry after eating the food. The only option is to eat your own flesh. However, a strange thing happened in the meantime. Once, when it woke up, it had meat from its own body in its mouth. But its body is intact, with no missing parts. This is definitely not normal. This means that the piece of meat in its mouth is at least 1,000 years old. But it can't hold something in its mouth without swallowing it. It thought at that time that it was only possible that it was forced to sleep for thousands of years without knowing it. Later, Qi appeared in Shifang domain. In an instant, all the beasts in the 10 directions were boiling, and it was also ready to move, wanting to eat Qi. As a result, before it had time to take action, news came that Qi Qun was beating the top 20 ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. As soon as the news came out that Qi single-handedly beat up a group of 20 ferocious beasts. Only a few desperate ferocious beasts dared to challenge Qi. Then, all those ferocious beasts died. Thanks to Qi's intervention, the Shifang territory was restored to peace, and some low-level ferocious beasts were given a chance to survive. But it doesn't give it any way to survive. It is a ferocious beast with a thirst for food, and can only be reduced to chewing the soil. Until it almost ate up his body, Fang Qingran appeared. Fang Qingran changed the pattern of Shifang territory. Replant the 10 directions with food. This is a great thing for it, but Fang Qingran, the 6th child, can only look at more of the food grown, but cannot eat more. This is an extremely cruel and inhumane torture to it. Tao Ti could not help but grind his teeth when he thought of this. He really wanted Fang Qingran to experience this feeling. Of course, Tao Ti only dared to recall the latter stuff and did not dare to tell Qi. Tao Ti looked at Qi, who was making moves, and turned his eyes. Qi, I have finished explaining everything that needs to be explained. Can you give me 1/3 of an acre of food so that I can eat freely? You are really persistent, but this time, all you want to do is eat. Qi Buxian said calmly. I want to do something, but the power in Dao Dao's hands has restrained us. We know that it is impossible to resist and succeed, so it is better to lie down and enjoy it. Tao Ti said indifferently. Qi Wanruo Chuxu's eyes flashed. Do you know why there are no female beasts in the ferocious beast clan? Why? Tao Ti stared at Qi closely. Qi said loudly, Dao Dao did it. It used the power of law to erase the existence of females, so that no females will be born in your clan. It's it. Does it want to cut off the inheritance of our family? Tao Ti gritted his teeth. Tao Ti, how about cooperating with us to destroy the current avenue? Qi asked seriously. You want to destroy Dao Ti? Tao Ti's eyes widened. Dao Ti has the power of laws in his hands, and their power is not enough to eliminate Dao Ti. And there are avenues above the avenues. The power behind it is not something they can solve. They don't even have the power to break the void. How can they deal with the power behind the avenue? It's not me, it's us. Qi's Izzy could see Tao Ti's concerns. Me and you. Tao Ti was a little unsure. Is it so strong in Qi's eyes? Qi didn't look for other beasts, he had to look for it. Can you get your brain back? Qi Wei was slightly speechless. He had seen narcissistic people before, but never such a narcissistic person. Where will we go after we destroy the avenue? I don't have the power to break the void. Tao Ti was a little scared and didn't want to die. Destroy the current avenue, and a new one will naturally appear. Qi suddenly felt that Mo Jinggong was not too annoying. New avenue. Do you mean Li Daitao is dead? Tao Ti's thoughts were racing rapidly. This method is good. It will not alarm the forces behind the avenue, but can also restore peace to them. Qi, there is no tacit understanding at all, but we are surprisingly in the same boat. Tao Ti, go back first and wait for news from me. Qi waved his hand towards Tao Ti. There is a problem, that is, there is probably an undercover agent from Dao Dao in the ferocious beast clan, especially the Tao Ti, who is always sneaking towards the evil spirits. Tao Ti seemed to only care about eating, but he still took all the ferocious beast's actions into account. All in sight. You should be clear about today's conversation. Qi's tone was low. Tao Ti understood instantly. Don't worry, even if I eat it with my mouth, I won't say a word. Crunch. The courtyard door opened. Tao Ti jumped off the chair and walked out. Tao Ti stepped out of the hospital, this time without any pressure. Sudden. A porcelain bottle was thrown towards Tao Ti. Tao Ti subconsciously caught the porcelain bottle with his mouth. This is a reward for you. If you take it, you can eat 3 times more food than usual. Qi's voice fell, and the courtyard door closed. Qi in the courtyard, his consciousness swept across the group of ferocious beasts above the clouds. Then he raised his hand and made a magic spell, and a white dove appeared on his shoulder. Tell what happened just now back to the Yuxuan secret realm. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 372 Luo Xiao takes the blame. At the same time. The mysterious realm. A group of people from Heilingzhou fell into a strange space. All around was barren. Everything they can see, whether it is mountains, roads, trees, etc., is black. Even the sky above was pitch black. It gives people an extremely depressing and cold feeling. What's even more frightening is that everything around him is black as far as the eye can see. However, they can see clearly without the need for spiritual consciousness. So where does this light come from? Luo Yushi took out the map and compared it carefully, but couldn't find any similar places. This place is not on the map, you should take a look. Luo Yushi showed the map to the disciples on the side. The disciple took the map and read it again, with surprise in his eyes. Isn't this the map sold to us by the Bailey family? How come it's not there? The disciple said and passed the map to the next person. Maybe if everyone takes a look, they can find out where this is. All the disciples looked at the map carefully and shook their heads. Seeing this, Luo Xiao took the map, glanced at it, and threw it to Su Yanran beside her. Su Yanran was the last one to look at the map. Su Yanran did not stand still like other disciples. She held up the map and walked around, looking for reference objects and comparing them one by one on the map. But when she reached a place, she suddenly stopped and stopped walking forward. Su Yanran lowered her head and looked down, with a dark look in her eyes. Su Yanran turned around and walked back to where the Heilingzhou disciples were, and said softly, "Did we accidentally enter the third floor?" "It doesn't look like it. The third level is endless darkness and you can't see anything. It's different from the situation here. Actually, where we are is not important. What is important is how we leave." A disciple asked the key question. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke without permission. And in this weird environment, once everything calmed down, a feeling of panic suddenly hit everyone's heart. With a smile in her eyes, Su Yanran handed the map to Luo Xiao. "Xiao, you're an array master, so you must be able to see more things. Just take a look at the situation." Ha! Luo Xiao pulled the map irritably and looked at it carefully. After Luo Xiao read the map, she felt irritated because she didn't come, and she was even more dissatisfied with Su Yanran. Su Yanran spoke at this moment. "If I had known better, I wouldn't have taken you into that secret passage. If you hadn't entered that secret passage, you definitely wouldn't have fallen here." Su Yanran's words completely ignited Luo Xiao's anger. Luo Xiao shouted at Su Yanran angrily, "Su Yanran, it's all your fault. I told you to follow the map, but you had to choose another place. Now it's okay, we have all been harmed by you." Su Yanran listened to Luo Xiao's accusation and lowered her head, feeling guilty. "Su Yanran, what's the use of pretending to be pitiful to me? You've treated everyone so badly, so you have the nerve to pretend to be pitiful." Luo Xiao became even more angry. Su Yanran said in a low voice, "Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to find more treasures for everyone." HMPH, how can you have such good intentions? You were just doing it for your own selfishness. Luo Xiao glared at Su Yanran fiercely. She shouldn't have gone with Su Yanran. Every time she faced Su Yanran, she would be unlucky. "Xiao, I'm sorry." Su Yanran apologized again, her eyes watery, as if she was innocent. Luo Xiao was even more annoyed when she saw Su Yanran like this, besides being sorry. "What else will you do?" Su Yanran stopped talking and looked extremely aggrieved. Luo Xiao wanted to say something else, but was interrupted. "Xiao, what time is it? Can you calm down?" Luo Yushi blocked Su Yanran behind him and said with an unhappy look on his face. "Sister Yanran has already apologized. Xiao, please stop pursuing her." Another disciple also spoke for Su Yanran. Luo Xiao found that everyone's eyes were full of reproach when they looked at her. At this moment, some kind of change flashed through Luo Xiao's mind. Luo Xiao raised her finger and pointed at Su Yanran. It was Su Yanran who did the wrong thing. "Why are you turning against me?" "Xiao, now is not the time to make trouble unreasonably, we should first." Luo Yushi was mid-sentence when Luo Xiao interrupted him directly. "I think you have been deceived by this woman. In this case, I'll leave." Luo Xiao threw the map into Luo Yushi's arms and turned around to run away. Su Yanran suddenly ran over from behind Luo Yushi, grabbed Luo Xiao's sleeve, and hurriedly said, "Xiao, it's very dangerous here. Don't be willful. Can I apologize to you?" "Go away. I don't need your fake kindness." Luo Xiao turned sideways, shook off Su Yanran's hand, and left in another direction. The viciousness in Su Yanran's eyes flashed past, and she did not stop Luo Xiao from leaving. Luo Xiao took only a few steps forward. Click. The sound of breaking eggshells came from the soles of Luo Xiao's feet. Luo Xiao's expression froze and she paused on the spot. It's definitely not a good thing to crush an egg in this place. Luo Xiao lowered her head and saw a pool of green liquid flowing out of the soles of her feet. There was a faint light on the liquid. Luo Xiao was completely cold. "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Su Yanran's soft voice came, full of concern. "She seems to have stepped on something," a disciple asked in shock. "How can there be any living things surviving in this kind of environment?" "I remember the centipede we faced before. It is said that centipede egg liquid is green," the disciple said with fear in his eyes. Everyone became nervous. In this ghost place, if they were chased by that giant centipede, would they still be alive? Luo Yushi's eyes were icy cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Xiao, what good things have you done? I really regret taking you into the secret realm." "Cousin, I. Luo Xiao was still crying. She was so scared that she couldn't even speak, and her legs were shaking. Just because her feet were stuck with mucus, she couldn't move at all. "Xiao, come here quickly, let's change the direction and leave here." Luo Yushi still cares about some brother-sister relationships. Senior brother Luo, Xiao's body is already contaminated with the scent of centipede liquid. If we take her with us, the centipedes will definitely come after us. A disciple said fearfully. When Luo Yushi heard this, his eyes darkened slightly and he glanced at Luo Xiao. Xiao, I'm sorry, there are many disciples in Heilingzhu, so I have to take care of the overall situation. After Luo Yushi apologized, he led the other disciples to escape in another direction. Cousin, cousin. Luo Xiao shouted several times in succession. After Luo Yushi heard this, he didn't even look back. Only Su Yanran turned around and smiled at Luo Xiao. Su Yanran originally planned to keep Luo Xiao to deal with Feng Qinggran. But just now she didn't want to step on the eggshell. The orcs care very much about their cubs. Once someone harms their cubs, they will fight to the death. Someone had to take the blame for her mistakes. Luo Xiao should be the most suitable candidate. Su Yanran, it's you, right? Luo Xiao seemed to think of something when she saw Su Yanran's proud expression. Su Yanran had walked here before. So Su Yanran deliberately misled her to run in this direction. Luo Xiao saw Su Yanran nodded and turned to leave. I'm going to kill Su Yanran. Luo Xiao shouted, desperately trying to rush up and kill Su Yanran. However, there was more and more mucus on the soles of her feet, and her feet felt more like they were nailed to the ground. Right now. Swish, swish, swish. A subtle sound came from behind Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao suddenly turned her head, her eyes widened with a look of horror. The giant centipede came towards her quickly. The centipede stopped just a foot away from Luo Xiao, staring at Luo Xiao with its cold eyes, and the tentacles above its head moved. GGG. There was anger in his voice. Luo Xiao sat down on the ground, unable to make a sound. Centipede swooped down and wrapped its huge body around Luo Xiao. Immediately, he raised his head high and sprayed a stream of venom directly on Luo Xiao's body. Bah, bah, bah. The venom corroded the magic weapon and penetrated into Luo Xiao's skin bit by bit. What? Luo Xiao let out a painful scream. The people who were running away in the distance stopped and became even more panicked when they heard the scream. Luo Xuanyi showed no mercy and ordered everyone to continue walking. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 373. Su Yanran, you will definitely die badly. Luo Xiao shouted hoarsely, enduring the heartbreaking pain. Centipedes don't spray much venom. But he was looking down at her body quickly. Luo Xiao looked even more horrified when she looked at her hand with bones exposed. It wasn't me, I didn't crush it, it was Su Yanran who crushed your balls. Luo Xiao said tremblingly. The eyes on Centipede's head appeared again, looking at Luo Xiao ruthlessly. Desperation welled up in Luo Xiao's heart. She actually expected a beast to understand her words. It was simply an extravagant hope. But Luo Xiao was unwilling to die like this. Even if it means death, she still wants to drag Su Yanran to die with her. Do you want to live? An extremely cold voice sounded. Who are you? Luo Xiao's eyes flashed with light. Do you want to live? Although the owner of the voice did not appear, he could still hear the feeling of superiority. Think. Luo Xiao didn't dare to talk nonsense, for fear of angering the people in the dark. Lend me your body and I'll keep you safe. The man in the dark said coldly. Luo Xiao was stunned. If she lent her body to others, how could she still be alive? As long as you can save me, I can give you countless treasures. I am from the Luo family, and my fiancé is from the Bailey family. I will not treat you badly. Luo Xiao still has some sense in the end. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, there was silence around her. The only sound left was the sound of venom corroding her body. Pain into the bone marrow. Luo Xiao gritted her teeth. Senior, how can I survive if I give you my body? I will return it to you after I use it. The voice of the speaker was full of contempt. Senior, please save me. Luo Xiao begged. As Luo Xiao's voice fell, a bone-chilling chill hit her. Then Luo Xiao's eyes darkened and she lost consciousness. At the moment when Luo Xiao was unconscious, Centipede seemed to smell an extremely dangerous smell. Centipede's eyes showed fear, and he quickly let go of Luo Xiao and ran far away before daring to look back at Luo Xiao who was lying on the ground. Luo Xiao, who had been unconscious, also woke up at this time. Luo Xiao's beautiful eyes opened, looking high up, with endless indifference in her eyes, completely different from the Luo Xiao just now. A sneer curled up on the corner of Luo Xiao's lips, looking arrogant. Paired with half of her face that had been corroded by venom. His entire smile looked so ferocious and terrifying that even the centipede beside him felt scared unconsciously. Luo Xiao looked at Centipede with extreme contempt. How dare a little ant dare to look at me? Luo Xiao raised her bumpy hand, spread her fingers, and a terrifying force spread out. The centipede seemed to sense mortal danger and wanted to escape. The huge body was attracted by an invisible force. Can't move an inch. Centipede was frightened and sprayed out a stream of venom towards Luo Xiao. However, the venom it sprayed out was wrapped by a strange force and rolled into a drop of venom. The liquid floated in front of Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao waved her sleeves, and the venom entered her consciousness space. The centipede's huge body was wrapped in a force. A transparent layer appears around the centipede, completely covering it. Luo Xiao's 5 fingers contracted, the transparent layer also contracted, and the centipede's body was squeezed by the transparent layer. GGG. The centipede made a sound of utter terror. 2 quarters later. A small transparent ball as big as a palm landed on the palm of Luo Xiao. The centipede disappeared. HMPH, if you weren't in the lower realm, you, an ant, wouldn't be worthy of me taking action. Luo Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, Luo Xiao's body has been replaced by Li Yushi's soul. Li Yushi is the man in black who stayed in the secret room of Bailey's house before. In order to avoid the Wanli chasing God Array, she accidentally entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Come to the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Li Yushi was surprised to find that the concentration of spiritual energy in the secret realm was even worse than that in the upper realm. She never thought that in a small place abandoned by gods, there would be a secret realm from ancient times. Li Yushi originally planned to explore the treasures in the secret territory. As a result, the treasure was not found, so she was locked in a secret room and couldn't get out. After Li Yushi read all Luo Xiao's memories, she murmured, "What a waste, he can't even figure out such a simple calculation." Li Yushi took out an elixir from the consciousness space and drank it. Soon, a burst of white light flashed across his body, and all the skin that had been corroded by the venom grew back, becoming smooth and white. The appearance is still the same as Luo Xiao's before. It's just that the whole person looks a bit more beautiful than before. And there is a kind of flattery invisibly. Li Yushi touched her smooth jade face and smiled with satisfaction. "Since I used your body, I will avenge you." Li Yushi and Luo Xiao promised to return the body to Luo Xiao, but they never mentioned when they would return it to her. Not to mention whether Luo Xiao was still alive when she was still alive. Li Yushi tapped her jade hand in the air, and the figure disappeared. At the same time, Su Yanran and others were in crisis again. They entered a dark forest filled with dead trees and lifeless. But one of the disciples fainted inexplicably. As the disciple's coma lasted longer and longer, the disciple's surface skin began to turn black. "Senior brother Yushi, he has been poisoned," a disciple said after checking. "Let's see if there are any wounds on his body first." Luo Yushi's face was very serious. He was even more afraid that the centipede from before would catch up. The disciple checked carefully and found no wounds on his body. "Senior brother Yushi, there are no wounds." Luo Yushi's heart became heavy. How could there be no wounds from being poisoned? Could it be that the air here is poisonous? If this is the case, then it is impossible that only one disciple was poisoned. Luo Yushi's eyes swept over everyone one by one. There must be something he overlooked. Luo Yushi suddenly bent over and took off the shoes of the unconscious disciple. Instantly, an extremely sour taste spread. All the disciples subconsciously covered their noses. Okay. In fact, there are some similarities between cultivators and human beings. If you don't pay attention to cleaning, odor will occur. Luo Yushi's face was ashen, and he resisted his bad habit and took off his disciple's socks, and sure enough he found a wound like a pinprick on the sole of his foot. "Come and see what this is," Luo Yushi said to the disciple who knew medical skills. The disciple's expression changed, and he held his breath and walked over to check the disciple's wound. At this time, one of the disciples exclaimed, "What?" Everyone looked at the disciple who was speaking. I saw a pool of dark purple liquid on the disciple's shoulder, and a lot of it was also stained on the disciple's hands. The disciple was looking up at the tree. It was still black, nothing unusual. It seems to be seeping into your body," a disciple asked in a trembling voice. The disciple was so frightened that he immediately wiped his hands on his clothes. But the dark purple liquid seemed to be alive, and it penetrated directly into the disciple's skin without staining the clothes at all. Everyone immediately looked towards the disciple's shoulder, and the pool of dark purple liquid there also disappeared at this time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 374 10,000 Years Ginseng. The disciple's face turned pale, his pupils trembled slightly, and he fell into panic. "Senior brother Yushi, please help me." Luo Yushi looked at his disciple, feeling wary in his heart. That dark purple thing is not a good thing at first glance. Now that it has entered this disciple's body, if he still wants to keep it, it will probably kill more people. But he had already abandoned Luo Xiao without mercy just now. If he abandons this disciple again, won't his image in Su Yanran's heart be compromised? Luo Yushi said solemnly, "Wang Xing, show it to Chen Song. It would be best if you can prepare an antidote." Wang Xing stood up, but did not dare to move even half a step toward Chen Song. "Senior brother Yushi, the thing on Chen Song's hand looks like a poisonous poison. The poisonous poison can be transmitted through skin contact. I don't want to see it." Wang Xing didn't want to take the risk. "Goo!" a disciple shouted in disbelief. Everyone subconsciously stayed away from Chen Song. Chen Song trembled all over and became even more frightened. Once the poison enters the body, the damage to the body is irreversible. If the poison is allowed to grow in his body, he will become an empty shell. Chen Song's whole body was filled with ice and he was horrified to the extreme. His legs felt weak and he knelt down directly in front of Wang Xing. Chen Song begged, "Wang Xing, please save me, I am willing to give you all the treasures, and this 10,000-year-old ginseng." Chen Song was holding a ginseng plant filled with spiritual energy, looking extremely humble. Everyone who was originally far away from Chen Song stared at the ginseng greedily. Ginseng has been around for thousands of years and is an extinct treasure. After taking it, your strength will definitely increase dramatically. Only Su Yanran's eyes were cold. When she was in Wanhei River Valley, she tried her best to find the ginseng plant that had appeared in her dream, but she couldn't find it. At that time, she thought her precognitive dream had failed. As a result, it was not that there was something wrong with her dream, but that Chen Song took away the ginseng that belonged to her. "Chen Song, where did you get the year-old ginseng?" Wang Xing asked doubtfully. With Chen Song's family background, let alone 10,000-year-old ginseng, even 100-year-old ginseng may not be available. Chen Song's originally pale face turned red from suppressing it. "Chen Song, did you steal everyone's ginseng?" Luo Yushi said. Everyone looked at Chen Song with unkind expressions. "This is a 10,000-year-old ginseng. Even if you get a ginseng beard, your strength will skyrocket. Chen Song got such a treasure, but he didn't even share it. Chen Song, you are so selfish. You still expect us to save you, a disciple said indignantly. Chen Song, if you hadn't been poisoned, would you have been hiding the ginseng? Chen Song listened to everyone's accusations, and his original feeling of guilt strangely disappeared. Chen Song met Wang Xing's eyes and asked seriously, Wang Xing, are you unable to help me get rid of the poison? Wang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. He really had no way to get rid of the poison. But he wanted the ginseng in Chen Song's hand. 1,000-year-old ginseng is considered a top treasure for alchemists and alchemists. Second only to alien fire. Chen Song, I can find a way to stabilize the goo worms in your body first, and when you get out, you can find my master to get the goo for you. Wang Xing replied. Wang Xing, please stop lying to me, you just want ginseng. Chen Song said firmly. Seeing Chen Song gradually going crazy, everyone looked at Wan Yin ginseng with concern. Su Yanran's voice was like water. Chen Song, don't be impulsive, we will definitely find a way to save you. Chen Song, give me the ginseng first, and I will definitely ask Wang Xing to save you. Luo Yushi continued. Chen Song's eyes passed over everyone, and then he laughed crazily. Chen Song was disappointed and said to everyone, you are so selfish that you can't even save Luo Xiao, but you still care about me. All you care about is ginseng. Everyone looks ugly. When danger comes, is it wrong to save your life first? Luo Yushi explained. Chen Song, the situation was urgent and we had no way to save people. Chen Song stared at Luo Yushi, you are the most selfish one. After Chen Song finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed the ginseng and stuffed it into his mouth. Chen Song, shut up, Wang Xing said anxiously. The intact-year-old ginseng is the best. Chen Song also knew that it was better to swallow the whole ginseng, so he wanted to swallow the whole ginseng. But Wanyan ginseng is as thick as the mouth of a bowl, and there is no way to stuff it into your mouth. Chen Song's face was red from suppressing it, and the corners of his mouth were a little cracked, but he still couldn't stuff the ginseng in. Seeing that he couldn't swallow the whole ginseng root, Chen Song had no choice but to open his mouth and bite it. When he was about to bite the ginseng, phew! There was a sound of a sharp knife entering flesh. Chen Song's chest was penetrated by a sword. Chen Song stared at the sword tip on his chest and gradually lost his breath. Su Yanran stood behind Chen Song, holding the hilt of the sword in her hand. Everyone froze on the spot. She looked at Su Yanran in great surprise. They were used to seeing Su Yanran's gentle, kind and considerate side, but this was the first time they saw such ruthless tactics. At this time, Su Yanran let go of the hilt of the sword, stared at her jade hand, and fell into confusion. Why would I attack Chen Song? Su Yanran asked fearfully. Yanran, you just killed Chen Song. Luo Yushi's eyes were searching. He never expected that Su Yanran would directly kill Chen Song in order to protect the ginseng. Impossible. I obviously wanted to persuade Chen Song, but then I met Chen Song's eyes and lost my mind inexplicably. Su Yanran said in panic. Do you really not know what happened? Wang Xing glanced at Chen Song, who was still staring blankly, and said, there is indeed something wrong with Chen Song's eyes. He is possessed by a demon. Junior sister Yanran must have been deceived by him. Some behaviors of the poisoned person are beyond their control. Maybe Su Yanran was given a hint by Chen Song. Everyone looked at Chen Song's eyes, which were scarlet and shocking. Luo Yushi breathed a sigh of relief instantly, as long as Su Yanran didn't pretend to be kind. Wang Xing, go and take out the ginseng from Chen Song's mouth. Luo Yushi said. I won't go. He has lost so much blood now. If you want to take out the ginseng, you will definitely touch his blood. Wang Xing refused directly. Wang Xing knew very well that even if he rejected Luo Yushi, Luo Yushi won't do anything to him. He is an alchemist, and his status is much higher than that of ordinary disciples. If Wang Xing rejects Luo Yushi, other disciples will surely suffer. Everyone subconsciously swallowed their saliva. 1,000-year-old ginseng is precious. Goo is even scarier. They also didn't want to risk taking ginseng. Luo Yushi looked at Zhao Yan next to Wang Xing and motioned for him to get the ginseng. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhao Yan was the only one who felt mixed. Zhao Yan did not have Wang Xing's confidence, so he did not dare to disobey Luo Yushi's order. Zhao Yan glared at Wang Xing bitterly, and then walked towards Chen Song as if he was dead. The closer Zhao Yan got to Chen Song, the slower he moved. Su Yanran stared at the ginseng in Chen Song's mouth, her eyes determined to win. As long as the ginseng is in Luo Yushi's hands, she has plenty of ways to get it. Damn Chen Song, if she hadn't snatched her ginseng. I won't kill anyone in public. Just when Zhao Yan's trembling hand reached for the ginseng. Whoosh! A white shadow flashed quickly. Everyone thought it was their illusion and didn't care. But at this time, they discovered that the ginseng in Chen Song's mouth had disappeared. Zhao Yan's eyes widened, the ginseng ran away on its own. Zhao Yan, what are you doing? Hand over the ginseng. Luo Yushi exuded low pressure. He asked Zhao Yan to take the ginseng, but he did not let Zhao Yan keep it secretly. I didn't take ginseng, Zhao Yan defended. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 375 Luo Yushi is aware of current affairs. Luo Yushi's eyes were cold. You didn't take it. Did the ginseng run away on its own? Zhao Yan's storage space is a high-end space. As long as the distance is very close, you can directly put things into the space. Senior brother Yushi, I really don't have it. The ginseng has become essence, and it ran away on its own. Zhao Yan was very innocent, and at the same time a flash of joy flashed in his heart. Ginseng ran away on his own, so he didn't have to meet Chen Song. Zhao Yan, hand over the ginseng, and we can forget about it. Wang Xing said. Yes, Zhao Yan, we all know the allure of 10,000-year-old ginseng. It's not too late for you to admit your mistake now, another disciple advised. Zhao Yan said loudly, I really didn't take it. Look at my hands, there is no blood on them. Luo Yushi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sinister look. Zhao Yan obviously didn't want to hand over the ginseng. It's not an option to waste it like this. The bloody smell after Chen Song's death may very well lead to danger. Luo Yushi asked coldly, Zhao Yan, do you want to pay or not? I really didn't. Boom. Zhao Yan was mid-sentence when an attack force lifted him away and hit him directly against a tree. When Zhao Yan fell to the ground, he suddenly felt what Chen Song felt like. People in Heilingzhu are all selfish. Luo Yushi walked up to Zhao Yan, pierced Zhao Yan's heart with a sword, then took off the storage ring on Zhao Yan's hand, erased the mark on it, and started searching. Soon, Luo Yushi's face turned gloomy and he said in disbelief, how is it possible? Wang Xing took the ring and checked it, senior brother Yushi, it's really not true. There is no aura of 10,000 years ginseng in his space. Could it be that we wrongfully accused Lu Zhaoyan and the ginseng really ran away on its own? A disciple asked suspiciously. It's really possible for 10,000-year ginseng to become a spread. Wang Xing murmured. If it was really a sperm, why would the ginseng just let Chen Song pull it out? Luo Yushi was even more puzzled. After such a long period of movement, ginseng did not run away. They had to wait until Chen Song died and they relaxed their vigilance before running away. Could it be that ginseng also knows the right time? A bunch of idiots, when you have a quarrel, you might as well go after ginseng. When Li Yushi's voice fell, she fell from the sky, dressed in brocade clothes and a white skirt, with an outstanding figure. A pair of beautiful eyes are as gorgeous as peaches and plums. When the disciples of Heilingzhu saw the charming Li Yushi, they were not infatuated, but frightened. Xiao, how are you alive? Luo Yushi was surprised and looked at Luo Xiao, who seemed to be a different person. Luo Xiao was beautiful in the past, but she was just ordinary. At this moment, there is an indescribable nobility in the beauty of Luo Xiao. Li Yushi ignored Luo Yushi, her beautiful eyes fell coldly on Su Yanran. Su Yanran, are you ready? Su Yanran felt a ray of light on her back, and a chill ran down her spine. After just one meeting, Su Yanran recognized that the Luo Xiao in front of her had a different stamen. Su Yanran's watery and affectionate eyes flashed across the darkness. Xiao, do you still remember who Uncle Qin is? Qin Haoyan. Li Yushi looked at him with beautiful eyes. There are many people named Qin in Luo Xiao's memory. But only Qin Haoyan and Luo Xiao have the deepest relationship. Aren't you Xiao? Who are you? Luo Yushi reacted instantly and pointed his sword at Li Yushi. You ant, be brave. Li Yushi looked over. Luo Yushi couldn't control his legs, and he knelt directly in front of Luo Yushi. Senior brother Yushi, what's wrong with you? Wang Xing thought Luo Yushi was being plotted and wanted to help Luo Yushi up. However, Luo Yushi at this moment actually weighed 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard Wang Xing tried, he couldn't help him up. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to remember, I am Luo Xiao. Li Yushi's brows were full of pride, and the pressure around him made it impossible for anyone to resist. Li Yushi's appearance reminded Su Yanran of the Tengshi who occupied Sheng Shike's body. Su Yanran's face turned pale. After she was brought back to Heilingzhu by Luo Wuji, she only received the news that Sheng Shike was dead. As for Soaring Snake, there is no more news. Su Yanran suspected that the person in front of her was Teng Shi. Xiao, I'm sorry, it was my fault before. Luo Yushi apologized cautiously. Xiao, we were in a hurry before, and we didn't leave you behind on purpose. Another disciple said with a humble attitude. Li Yushi glanced at everyone coldly, if not for the purpose of using this group of people to hide his identity. If you dare to speak rudely to her, she will not leave you alone. Li Yushi glanced at Luo Yushi and said, get up and take the others with me to chase ginseng. Yes, Luo Yushi let Wang Xing help him up, and it took a long time for him to fully stand up. Li Yushi looked at Su Yanran again, raised her jade hand lightly, and the talisman floated towards Su Yanran's eyebrows. Su Yanran felt that the talisman was not a good thing and wanted to move to dodge, but found that she could not move and could only watch the talisman enter the center of her eyebrows. You carry the poisoned disciple on your back, and we are on our way. Li Yushi pointed at the disciple who was black and unconscious. This disciple's poison is very strange, rare even in the upper world. Li Yushi wanted to have time to study it carefully. Seeing that Su Yanran was in trouble, Luo Yushi stepped forward to rescue him. Ha! Li Yushi looked over, and Luo Yushi shut up obediently. Luo Yushi immediately changed his mind. Master Xiao, what's the use of that poisoned disciple? Isn't it useful for her to carry it? Li Yushi asked condescendingly. Yes, Luo Yushi was under great pressure and did not dare to say much. Is it interesting to humiliate me in public like this? Su Yanran naturally refused to give in. Even if Luo Xiao was a flying snake at the moment, she was not afraid. It must be interesting, much more interesting than slandering others. Li Yushi crossed her arms with contempt in her eyes. In the face of strength, any caution is ineffective. Teng Snake, aren't you afraid that I will reveal your identity? Su Yanran said through a voice transmission with ice-cold eyes. Li Yushi's eyes flashed slightly, and she became interested. It turns out that Teng Shi, who had disappeared for thousands of years, hid in this small world. It just so happened that she could capture Soaring Snake and use it as a contract beast while playing. Just avoid some people from the god realm. When did you see the Soaring Snake? Li Yushi asked coldly. Li Yushi was surprised the mortal dared to have such an attitude towards a divine beast. I haven't seen it before. Su Yanran also realized very smartly that the person in front of her was not from Teng Shi. Very good, don't beg to tell me when the time comes. Li Yuxi turned and moved forward. Others followed, but Su Yanran was nailed to the spot, unable to move at all. Su Yanran suddenly panicked. She was looking for death if she stayed here with only one golden elixir. What's more, there is still a faint smell of egg liquid on her body that has not been washed away. I'm sorry, Sister Yanran, I can't help you. Luo Yuxi felt very guilty. This fake Luo Xiao was too strong and he can deal with it. However, having Luo Xiao strong is another good thing. The strong will look for more treasures, and if they follow the strong, they will naturally have more treasures. Su Yanran lowered her head and said in a soft voice, Brother Yuxi, I'm fine. I understand that you have difficulties too. Sister Yanran, you are so kind. Don't worry, I will definitely make the decision for you when you get out of the Yakshuan secret realm. Luo Yuxi promised firmly, turning around and following everyone's footsteps. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 376 Dark Palace. Su Yanran raised her head and looked at Luo Yushi's merciless back, her eyes full of gloom. She looked sideways at the smelly disciples not far away and pursed her lips. After she left, she would definitely make these people pay the price. Su Yanran suddenly walked towards the poisoned disciple. At this moment all restraints disappear. Su Yanran walked to the disciple smoothly. Su Yanran's eyes darkened as she prepared to walk past the disciple, but was restrained again and unable to move at all. Su Yanran suppressed her nausea and struggled to lift the poisoned disciple on the ground. The moment the disciple pressed on her shoulders, Su Yanran stumbled forward and almost fell. Fortunately, she held onto the tree next to her in time. Hatred arose in Su Yanran's heart. Luo Xiao was the most hated person besides Fang Qingran. Su Yanran's spiritual power was imprisoned, and it was very difficult to carry the disciple. At this time, no one dared to turn around to help her. Su Yanran could only grit her teeth and try her best to catch up with everyone step by step. After walking for half a quarter of an hour, Su Yanran felt exhausted all over and wanted to take out a pill to replenish her strength. Only then did she realize that Li Yuxi had even sealed her space. Su Yanran looked at the people who were drifting away, the evil in her eyes almost overflowing. Such a grown man dare not resist being suppressed by a woman. What a shame. Ahead, Li Yuxi's consciousness spread, taking in all Su Yanran's reactions. Li Yuxi stared indifferently at Su Yanran who was sweating profusely. If you want to take revenge on someone, killing that person is the stupidest way to take revenge. The highest level of revenge on a person is to rub her self-esteem to the ground. The best revenge is to completely crush all this person's self-esteem and hope and let him seek death. Li Yuxi looked at it for a while. Seeing that Su Yanran still didn't make any move to resist, Li Yuxi suddenly felt bored, withdrew his consciousness, and carefully explored the whereabouts of ginseng. The essence of Wanyan ginseng is so strong that no matter how fast it runs, it is impossible not to leave any breath behind. Xiao, sir, there is no trace here, how can we chase him? Luo Yuxi smiled to please. He actually didn't believe that plants could become spirits. Go to the back and supervise Su Yanran to walk faster, and remember to ask her to carry it on her own. Li Yuxi said slightly impatiently. Yes, Luo Yuxi did not dare to resist, and turned around obediently to find Su Yanran. At this moment, Su Yanran was sweating like rain, and the broken hair on her forehead was stuck to her face with sweat. The white clothes that were fluttering before became messy and stained. Luo Yuxi looked at Su Yanran who was in extremely embarrassed state and felt a little distracted. Brother Yuxi, why are you here? Su Yanran's voice was weak, but her eyes were bright, as if she had seen a savior. A feeling of guilt hid Luo Yuxi's heart. Luo Yuxi said embarrassedly, Sister Yanran, that Xiao asked you to walk faster, so as not to delay everyone's journey. Su Yanran. She shouldn't count on this stinky man. He wouldn't resist for her at all. Su Yanran forced a smile and said, Brother Yuxi, I have no spiritual power, this is already my fastest speed. Luo Yuxi looked surprised. Is Su Yanran so strong? How can you carry a grown man so far without spiritual power? But what Luo Yuxi said again was, Sister Yanran, you have to believe in yourself. Human potential is unlimited. You can just take this opportunity to practice your body. Come on. Luo Yuxi even made a cheering gesture to Su Yanran. Su Yanran was speechless to the extreme. Luo Yuxi must have had a rusty brain. Su Yanran's face turned red with anger and she was sweating more. She didn't know whether it was because of Luo Yuxi's anger or something else, but Su Yanran actually felt that the person on her back was a little lighter. Su Yanran didn't reply to Luo Yuxi again, for fear of hearing some unthinking words again. Li Yuxi and his party stopped in front of a palace. The palace is majestic in scale, but it is still the same as its surroundings, all black. Li Yuxi's consciousness spread and he tried to explore the situation in the palace, but unexpectedly encountered an obstacle. Li Yuxi's eyes became sharp. There was someone in this small world who was stronger than her spirit. Impossible. In a small world, two people from the upper world will not appear at the same time. Otherwise the small world will collapse. Could it be an ancient monster existing in the mysterious territory of Yakshuan? Before she came in, she had investigated and found that the barrier in the secret realm was very strong, and there might be a strong person there. The scent of 10,000-year-old ginseng also disappeared from here. It seems a bit uneconomical to fight against a 10,000-year-old monster for a 10,000-year-old ginseng plant. Lord Xiao, don't we go in? A disciple from Netherworld State asked quietly. A palace in a mysterious realm. There must be a lot of treasures. Everyone's eyes flashed with heat. You go in first, Li Yuxi ordered. Now the disciple realized that something was wrong. If only the baby was not in danger, Li Yuxi could not let him go in first. Li Yuxi glanced at the hesitant disciple, raised his hand, and a strong wind blew up, sending the disciple in. The other disciples were thankful that they were not affected, and at the same time, they stayed away from Li Yuxi. Li Yuxi waited for a few seconds. The disciple who went in didn't notice any noise. Li Yuxi's eyes darkened a bit, as those who died instantly had no chance to make a sound. It seems that the people inside are indeed in danger. Li Yuxi looked at the people inhaling Zhu again. Everyone's faces suddenly turned pale and they were as silent as cicadas. Li Yuxi's eyes fell on a disciple in black and coldly snorted, "You are worthy of wearing black." Immediately, a strong force threw the disciple into the palace. Other disciples checked the color of their clothes. The remaining 3 disciples in black all had chills running down their spines. Sure enough, Li Yuxi's eyes fell on these 3 disciples. One of the disciples took off his outer shirt to the extreme and changed into a white one. Unexpectedly, Li Yuxi's eyes were even colder and she sent that person into the palace without any ceremony. HMPH, how can an ant deserve to wear white clothes? 2 extremely handsome faces flashed in Li Yuxi's mind. Back then, the 2 of them were one in black and one in white. A man of unparalleled dignity and splendor, capable of taking life and death. A person who is not stained by the world of mortals and has a cool breeze and a clear moon. It's a pity that she was too weak at that time, and she lost track of the 2 people with just a glance. Plop. The other 2 disciples in black knelt down and begged for mercy. Other disciples, they just want to find a scapegoat, and the color of their clothes is just an excuse. Get out of here. Li Yuxi's eyes were filled with anger, and she dared to kneel down in black clothes. This was an insult to the noble and incomparable man. The 2 disciples wanted to stand up. But their legs were so frightened that they couldn't stand up. Others could only look at the 2 disciples in black with sympathy. There was another disciple in white, who quietly hid behind everyone and changed into a different color. Seeking death, Li Yuxi became even more angry when she saw the 2 people's submissive looks. He directly raised his palm to beat the 2 men to death and threw the bodies into the Black Palace. However, this time, the corpses of the 2 disciples failed to enter the palace gate and were bounced back, hitting Li Yuxi. Li Yuxi raised her jade hand lightly, and the 2 disciples were shattered into powder in midair. May I ask who is in the hall? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 377 I am your ginseng. Inside the hall. Qin Hanyan was holding a plump ginseng. The ginseng tentacles tightly grasped Qin Hanyan's jade fingers, and the 2 young leaves on top of the head were faintly trembling. After Qin Hanyan listened to Ginseng's experience, a touch of tenderness flashed through his beautiful eyes as cold as ice. Sleeping too hard. Didn't even realize he was taken away. Chen Song didn't wake up until he stuffed it into his mouth. So he fled all the way here. Little Ginseng thought she was in a safe place, but never thought she had fallen into another wolf's den. As an alchemist, Qin Hanyan is very aware of the preciousness of 10,000-year-old ginseng. Even if it is an ordinary cultivator, as long as he can take 10,000 years ginseng, his cultivation level will surely reach a great level. If 10,000-year-old ginseng is used as medicine to make elixirs, more people can achieve breakthroughs together. In today's world of immortal cultivation, 10,000-year-old spiritual plants like this can be said to have a price but no market. Even the Bailey family with the richest foundation cannot produce a 10,000-year spiritual plant. Miss Qin, do you want me to help you condense this small ginseng into essence? Tang Chongzhu sat in a high position with a playful smile on his lips. No need. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint light, and his breath was as cold as ice. Miss Qin, I brought you here with no ill intentions. Don't be nervous. Tang Chongzhu was leaning on the throne, his eyes were evil and dangerous. Qin Hanyan was still as cold as ice, looking at Tang Chongzhu who was completely different from before. There was a chill in Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes. Tang Chongzhu, I don't care what your purpose is, but if you dare to hurt anyone in Lingyun sect, I will fight you to the death. Really? Tang Chongzhu stood up. His slender body was really too long if it was increased by 1 point, and too short if it was reduced by 1 point. Tang Chongzhu walked down the steps slowly, came to Qin Hanyan, and looked at him. Did Miss Qin guess something? Tang Chongzhu's eyes flashed with interest. You are a devil. Qin Hanyan has a beautiful face, but the aura all over his body is extremely cold, showing a feeling of being repellent to others all the time. Tang Chongzhu glanced at the little ginseng. What else did it tell you? Qin Hanyan's eyes were alert as he stuffed the ginseng into his sleeves. Why are you trapping me in this alien space? Qin Hanyan asked in confusion. After she entered the mysterious realm of Yakshuan, she met Tang Chongzhu. The 2 traveled together, and Tang Chongzhu saved her many times and even led her to find many treasures. After she entered the mysterious realm of Yakshuan, she met Tang Chongzhu. The 2 traveled together, and Tang Chongzhu saved her many times and even led her to find many treasures. But when the 2 entered the palace, Qin Hanyan discovered that Tang Chongzhu had changed. The previous Tang Chongzhi had a taciturn character. At this moment, Tang Chongzhu was more like a goblin, charming, and talked a lot. It seems that this little ginseng knows the secret realm of Yakshuan very well. It's okay to let it follow you. Then there is only one last gift left for you. Tang Chongzhi smiled with satisfaction. Wait until he pays off his debt to Qin Hanyan. It's time to go back to the devil's world and rectify those guys who don't know the heights of the world. Qin Hanyan frowned slightly. Tang Chongzhu, what do you want from me? I don't want anything, I just want you to be happy. Tang Chongzhu said with an extremely serious expression. The karma owed must eventually be repaid. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes were like water and ice, and she didn't believe Tang Chongzhu's words that there would be no pie in the world. Often things that are easily available are the most expensive. Qin Hanyan pursed her lips and pulled out the ginseng from her sleeve. The roots of the ginseng were entangled in the corner of her clothes and refused to let go. I'll give this back to you. You won't be rewarded for your efforts. Qin Hanyan handed the ginseng to Tang Chongzhu with force. Ha, this is an opportunity that belongs to you, but it was not given by me. Tang Chongzhu smiled evilly. In the previous life, it was Qin Hanyan who got this ginseng first. But at that time, he seemed to be controlled by some kind of force. For Su Yanran's sake, he snatched Qin Hanyan's things without hesitation and gave them to Su Yanran. Qin Hanyan had already contracted with Xiao Ginseng at that time. He forcefully severed the contract between the two, causing Qin Hanyan's consciousness to be severely damaged. This also indirectly caused Qin Hanyan's difficulty in advancing in the later stages. In his rebirth, he will make up for all his debts to Qin Hanyan. The pity between Tang Chongzhu's brows made Qin Hanyan extremely uncomfortable. Along the way, Qin Hanyan hated others' sympathy the most. Tang Chongzhu, do you want to get news about the Qin family from me? Qin Hanyan's eyes were filled with coldness. The most valuable thing in her hand is the list left by the Qin family. Now all forces are investigating what happened to Lady Miaoyan back then. Tang Chongzhu must have guessed something before he handed his 10,000 years of life into his hands. Wait a moment, I'll deal with some little mice. Tang Chongzhu turned and walked out of the hall, so Qin Hanyan could not see the hurt expression on his face. Why did Tang Chongzhu feel uncomfortable when he faced Qin Hanyan's suspicion? Logically speaking, it doesn't matter whether Qin Hanyan believes in him or not. Tang Chongzhu didn't want to think too much about this feeling. Just as a head was delivered outside the door, he decided to go out to vent. Qin Hanyan looked at Tang Chongzhu's slightly lonely back, slightly stunned, and put down his hand unconsciously. Ginseng took this opportunity to dodge and hide in Qin Hanyan's chest. Qin Hanyan immediately looked away, lowered his head and said, "Come out. If you don't go out, you're going to give me to that devil. You might as well let me die." Xiao Ginseng's voice was muffled, like a child having a bad temper. "You come out first." Qin Hanyan concealed the surprise in his eyes. Ginseng can speak human language, it is no longer as simple as a spiritual plant. If she can control this level of ginseng, it might bring danger to everyone in the Lingyun sect. "No, I won't. We have made a contract. I am your ginseng, you can't give me away, otherwise. Xiao Ginseng was like a woman about to be abandoned. Qin Hanyan. What's the mess? The villain was very happy when he saw that Qin Hanyan didn't speak. As expected, the content of the script was true to his words. When did we make a contract? Qin Hanyan has never made a contract with a plant, but he knows that every contract has a formation. When you touched me just now, I was afraid that you would eat me too, so I took the initiative to make a contract with you. Ginseng said, feeling slightly guilty. The main reason was that when it broke into the main hall, only Tang Chongzhu and Qin Hanyan were there. The demonic energy in Tang Chongzhu's body was about to overflow. The little ginseng is afraid of being bitten. Qin Hanyan seemed to be a kind-hearted person, so in order to save his life, Xiao Ginseng decisively chose to contract with Qin Hanyan. Little Ginseng said very proudly, "By the way, I used the symbiosis contract between heaven and earth. It's normal that you can't see it." Qin Hanyan stared at the chubby ginseng in front of him and remained silent. "Why don't you ask me what the symbiosis contract between heaven and earth is?" Xiao Ginseng was the first to worry. "No need to ask, just say what you want to say." Qin Hanyan thought about what Xiao Ginseng said before, always feeling that something was wrong. The contract of symbiosis between heaven and earth means that we can share our strength and even communicate through our souls. In this way, no matter how strong we are, we can't hear our conversation. Little Ginseng spoke in an arrogant tone, as if waiting for Qin Hanyan to praise it. It's a pity that it has an owner who doesn't understand the style. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 378, captured and taken back to be the devil's concubine. What's your strength? Qin Hanyan looked with beautiful eyes. In addition to being used as medicine, can ginseng also be used for fighting? It is mentioned in ancient books that plants can only have fighting power after turning into human form. The little ginseng suddenly became silent. It can only be used as medicine. He has never taken human form. No fighting strength. As for the medicinal properties, if it were shared with Qin Hanyan, wouldn't it harm her? The demon spirits and demon generals hiding behind the throne almost laughed out loud as they listened to the conversation between one person and one participant. A group of demons covered their mouths and laughed, winking at each other, so unhappy. Smiling and laughing, all the demonic smiles stopped. They are about to return to the demon realm, and I'm afraid they will never have an easy chance again. Everything about the demons is dark and depressing. Even if something is relaxing and happy, it is difficult to be in the mood to laugh. Demon Spirit 13 elbowed Demon General 3 next to him. How about we take Qin Hanyan back to be the Demon Lord's concubine? You are crazy. Demon General San's eyes widened. Demon Lord is notoriously not a womanizer, but he actually dares to find a woman for Demon Lord. I think this idea is feasible. Demon Spirit nodded. Every time Demon Lord is with Qin Hanyan, he becomes more alive. Demon General Shifafaifu touched his chin and thought. Only Demon General 3 disagreed. How can she, a monk, be worthy of our Demon Lord? Your brains are rusty. As long as the Demon Lord likes it, everything else is not a problem. Yes, what we should be thinking about is how to bring Qin Hanyan back. Qin Hanyan is a spiritual practitioner. She will definitely not be able to bear it in our demon world. If we take her there, she will not be able to serve our demon. Demon General shook his head 3 times. Demon Spirit 13 looked at Demon General 3 with disdain. This is not simple. Just remove her spiritual bones and replace her with a demon bone. The other demon spirits and demon generals nodded after hearing this. Only Demon General 3 fell into silence. Not to mention the pain of deboning, how could Qin Hanyan withstand the erosion of the soul by demon bones with his current cultivation level? Why can they say such things after they have been in this world for so long? 13th, your idea is better, but with our strength, if we take Qin Hanyan back secretly, Demon Lord will definitely find out, right? Demon General 15 said. Demon Spirit 13's eyes fell on Demon General 3. Sansa, I remember that you have a moonlight treasure box in your hand. It is said that it can store living things directly. Can you lend it to us? I won't borrow it. Demon General San refused. Even if they want to take Qin Hanyan back, they must at least ask Qin Hanyan for his opinion. Why are you so stingy? This way you will get half of the credit when the time comes, okay? Demon General 15 bumped into Demon General 3. Yes, Sansa, hand it over quickly, or we won't be polite. Sansa, the Demon Lord has finally found someone interesting. We must consider his lifelong events. Sansa, you can't be so selfish. If you don't think about the Demon Lord, why are you still preventing us from doing meritorious service? Demon General San listened to the accusations, but still gritted his teeth and did not give them anything. Seeing that they could not do anything, all the demon spirits and demon generals looked at each other, then swarmed up and snatched the moonlight treasure box from the hands of the 3 demon generals. The demon placed the treasure box on his back and smiled evilly. After the Demon Lord and Qin Hanyan are separated later, you hold the Demon Lord first. I will put Qin Hanyan in the moonlight treasure box and go to you. Remember, you are not allowed to reveal this until you are in the demon realm. Secret. Boss, what should he do? Demon Spirit 13 pointed at Demon General 3. The demon spirit's eyes were twinkling, and knocking him unconscious was definitely not an option. The Demon Lord had a strong desire for control and would definitely ask why Demon General San fainted. Not even putting it in a moonlight treasure box. The Demon Lord will not allow him to act alone. It would be even more unrealistic to prevent Demon General 3 from speaking. Then he could only think of a place that threatened Demon General 3 so that he would not be able to speak. Demon General 3, you want to stop us so much, are you tempted by Fanfan? Are you in love with Qin Hanyan? Demon Spirit stared at Demon General 3. What are you talking about? Panic flashed through the Demon General's eyes. Emotions are not allowed in the demon world. We will not allow humans to fall in love with demons. The demon glanced at the other demons and demon generals. Demon Spirit 13 said, Sansa, you're in a hurry, is the boss right? Demon General 15 said coquettishly, Sansa, you said that if the Demon Lord knew your thoughts, what would happen to you? TSK, TSK, TSK. Demon General San wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, but several people blocked his words. Demon General San felt aggrieved. He didn't know how to refute. Sansa, be honest and stop talking nonsense. We won't tell anyone about anything you do. The Demon Spirit patted Demon General San on the shoulder. The other Demon Spirits and Demon Generals each gave a look. Another attack on the 3 Demon Generals. Demon General San finally nodded. Boom boom boom. The sudden sound alarmed the demons. The demons hiding in the wall looked at Qin Hanyan who was close at hand in surprise. They all looked confused. Could Qin Hanyan be aware of their presence? This is a solid wall, there is no dark room. Qin Hanyan said coldly. Impossible, there was demonic energy coming from here just now, it's definitely there. Xiao Jinsing said with great certainty. It was born in a mysterious realm, and its perception of danger is above all else. After hearing this, Qin Hanyan released his spiritual consciousness and began to explore the entire palace. No, is it left behind by Tang Chongji from before? Qin Hanyan asked. It doesn't look like it. Tang Chongju's demonic aura is very pure, and the aura just now is very evil. It's definitely not a good demon. You have to be careful. Xiao Jinsing found that the demonic aura in the entire hall had disappeared. This discovery made Xiao Jinsing even more uneasy. Want to cover up? Then the demon it sensed just now must exist. Qin Hanyan glanced at the wall with her beautiful eyes, turned around, walked down the steps, and walked out of the hall. Tang Chongju took too long to handle things this time and might be in danger, which made her a little worried. Coincidentally, Qin Hanyan had just walked out of the palace gate. Su Yanran came over with her disciple on her back. Luo Yushi was looking up at the main hall when Qin Hanyan caught his eye. Qin Hanyan's purple clothes were fluttering, his light skirts were blowing in the wind, his breath was cold, and he felt alienated from strangers. The whole person is like a mysterious goddess from the 9 heavens, unattainable. Luo Yushi's eyes widened. This kind of woman is really rare in the world. Luo Yushi's consciousness spread and he could see Qin Hanyan's appearance clearly. Qin Hanyan's exquisite eyebrows, skin as white as snow, and cold eyes like frost make her even more beautiful to the extreme. Qin Hanyan felt Luo Yushi's gaze and frowned slightly. This scrutinizing look made her extremely sick. Sudden. Qin Hanyan felt a malicious gaze. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes turned sideways and met Su Yanran's eyes. Su Yanran was staring at the tentacles of the little Jinsing, showing an expression of determination to win. Qin Hanyan was slightly surprised. How did Su Yanran see Jinsing at first sight? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 379. Within the field. Tang Chongju stared at Li Yushi and smiled evilly. What is a person from the immortal world doing here? Li Yushi was lying on the ground, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Li Yushi's beautiful eyes were full of fear, and she looked up at Tang Chongji who was sitting on the throne in midair. Tang Chongju glanced at Li Yushi lightly. You are a little golden immortal, you are not worthy of knowing my identity, but I am very curious, who sent you here? Are you from the god realm? Li Yushi's eyes widened. Her strength was higher than hers, and since she was not from the immortal realm, she must be the only one left in the god realm. God realm. Hey, such a hypocritical race, don't insult me. Tang Chongju looked down upon all the gods and immortals. The immortal realm and the divine realm were supposed to be responsible for protecting the 6 realms. But the Emperor of Heaven only cared about his own strength and wanted to find ancient objects in the 3,000 small worlds. The divine kings of the divine realm are even more obsessed with exploring the secret realm and comprehending the Great Road. Not only did the Emperor of Heaven and the Lord of Gods not care about the affairs of the 6 realms, they even deliberately wanted to confuse the 6 realms and confuse the Tao so that they could take the opportunity to compete for the fate of the Tao. Otherwise, how could the 10 demon emperors alone kill him in his previous life? Once the superiors are greedy and corrupt, there is no need to respect them. How dare you be disrespectful to the God realm? Be careful, if the God King hears it, he will destroy your soul. Li Yuxi said this with a full face. Tang Chongzhu's disdainful attitude towards the God realm made Li Yuxi panic inside. A person who is not even afraid of God, impossible. Are there any people who are not afraid of God? Li Yuxi's pupils shrank greatly and her whole body began to tremble. Are you a demon? Only the demons can tell her that her cultivation level is golden immortal. The cultivation levels of the immortal clan are divided into Earth Immortal, Xuan Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Golden Immortal, Superior Immortal, Immortal Lord, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Lord, and Taoist Immortal. Demons and gods are also divided into different levels. You still have some brains, but you haven't answered my question yet. Who sent you here? What are you doing here? Tang Chongzhu's red eyes were evil and his tone was cold. It indicates that he has little patience. I just fell into this. Li Yuxi shook her head. Naturally, she didn't have the guts to reveal the person behind it. Tang Chongzhi stared at Li Yuxi with his red eyes, as if he wanted to see through Li Yuxi's soul. Give you another chance. Do you want to say it or not? Tang Chongzhu felt a little surprised in his heart. In this life, his way of handling things was much gentler. I really fell here accidentally. There is a barrier outside this small world that restricts me from leaving. I have no way to leave, so I stay here. Li Yuxi tried to fool around with half-truths. Tang Chongzhi looked at Li Yuxi indifferently, raised his hand, and a black aura enveloped Li Yuxi's body. The biting cold breath invaded Li Yuxi's body bit by bit. Li Yuxi's eyes flashed with fear. Is Tang Chongzhu planning to search for souls? No. Tang Chongzhi must not be allowed to search for her soul. Otherwise, the secret in her memory will be exposed and everything will be over. Sudden. Li Yuxi thought of Luo Xiao who had fallen asleep in the darkness of her soul. Push Luo Xiao's soul out and face Tang Chongzhu's soul search, so that his soul can be safe and sound. Li Yuxi did not wake up Luo Xiao's soul. Instead, he directly hid his soul and pushed out the sleeping Luo Xiao's soul. When Tang Chongzhu used the power of his spiritual consciousness to explore Luo Xiao's soul, an accident caused Luo Xiao's soul to be broken. Tang Chongzhu's face was dark. Jin Shan's soul could not be so fragile. Is this the body you took away from me? Tang Chongzhu immediately understood the reason. Li Yuxi hid in her soul. After hearing Tang Chongzhu's words, she hid all her aura, for fear that Tang Chongzhu would pull out her soul. As long as she hides in this body and waits for Tang Chongzhu to leave, she still has a chance to live. Li Yuxi was betting that Tang Chongzhu wouldn't do anything to Luo Xiao's body. Sure enough, as Li Yuxi expected, Tang Chongzhu stared at Luo Xiao's body for a few seconds and then withdrew from the field. Luo Xiao's body fell out of the field and landed on the ground. Everyone in Heilingzhu who was about to attack Qin Hanyan paused. They first glanced at Luo Xiao who was not breathing, took a breath of cold air, and then looked at Tang Chongzhu with fear in his eyes. Tang Chongzhu, did you kill Luo Xiao? Luo Yuxi asked. Tang Chongzhu had the same cultivation as him, but he couldn't defeat Luo Xiao. Why could Tang Chongzhu kill Luo Xiao? Tang Chongzhu ignored Luo Yuxi at all and walked towards Qin Hanyan who was surrounded by everyone. The people in Heilingzhu who were holding weapons subconsciously moved out of the way. On the way to Qin Hanyan, Tang Chongzhu took a deep look at the palace not far away, feeling chilled all over his body. The demon generals and demon spirits in the palace all trembled in their hearts. Tang Chongzhu walked up to Qin Hanyan and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, how about you?" As Qin Hanyan spoke, he handed Tang Chongzhu a bottle of elixir. She took a lot of benefits from Tang Chongzhu, so she could only compensate Tang Chongzhu with elixirs. "Thank you." A flash of color flashed across Tang Chongzhu's eyes as he took the elixir. Tang Chongzhu and Qin Hanyan faced each other, both leaving their backs to the disciples of Heilingzhu. Seeing this, Luo Yuxi made a gesture to the disciple closest to Tang Chongzhu, telling him to attack Tang Chongzhu secretly. The disciple did not hesitate, raised his sword and stabbed Tang Chongzhu in the back. "Be careful." Qin Hanyan raised his hand to pull Tang Chongzhi aside and catch the oncoming sword. Zhang. The swords clashed. Qin Hanyan directly fought against his disciple. Seeing this, Tang Chongzhi didn't make any move, but the corners of his mouth curled up. The disciple who was fighting Qin Hanyan was in the middle stage of nascent soul stage. Qin Hanyan's cultivation level is obviously stronger, and after a few rounds, the disciple has become decadent. Qin Hanyan pulled out a sword flower in his hand and pierced the disciple's chest with the sword. When Luo Yuxi saw that Heilingzhu had lost another disciple, he suddenly became angry and shouted at Tang Chongzhu, "You're a coward who can only hide behind women." Luo Yuxi knew that he could only blame Tang Chongzhu. If he attacks Qin Hanyan, Tang Chongzhu will definitely not sit idly by and ignore him, and he will definitely confront Tang Chongzhu. Tang Chongzhu's cultivation level was much higher than his, and he would be the next to die against Tang Chongzhu. "Oh, how about we have a fight?" Tang Chongzhi saw through Luo Yushi's little thoughts and was too lazy to waste time with him. After all, Qin Hanyan will need Feng Qingbran's help for his next opportunity. Feng Qingbran was on his way to the second floor. If he delayed any longer, he would not be able to catch up with Feng Qingbran. Sure enough, Luo Yuxi was frightened when she heard Tang Chongzhu's words. "Tang Chongzhu, you are simply arrogant. You people in Qingyun Prefecture are all a bunch of reckless people. Luo Yushi shouted loudly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 380 Eat all the dog food. To fight or not to fight? Tang Chongji didn't even let Luo Yushi step down. As Su Yanran's admirer in the previous life, this guy always used words to ridicule him, and he was the king of words. Luo Yushi blushed angrily and looked at Su Yanran, hoping that she could find a way out for him. Who would have expected that Su Yanran was staring at Tang Chongzhu in trance at this moment? Don't even look at him. Only Wang Xing realized that Luo Yushi wanted to find someone to rescue him. Wang Yu took the initiative to step forward and said, Senior brother Yushi, if you keep the green hills here, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. We will put the overall situation first. But they killed several of our brothers, Luo Yushi yelled. Wang Xing. What brother? Brothers who fly away when disaster strikes. Wang Xing felt that Luo Yushi seemed to have a bad mind. Senior brother Yushi, let's find a way to leave here first. We will find the others in the future and then seek revenge on him. Wang Xing lowered his voice and tried his best to help Luo Yushi step down. Let them go like this. Does anyone else have any objections? Luo Yushi still wanted to save face. The remaining people in Haolingzhu waved their hands at the same time. Senior brother Yushi puts the overall situation first, and we admire him for his ability to bend and stretch. Even Qin Hanyan, who was as calm as ice, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard their conversation. By the way, shouldn't cultivators be fearless? Are these people from Haolingzhu here to make fun of you? Hanyan, let's go. Tang Chongzhu said. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a gleam, she put away her magic weapon, and the two of them left side by side. Everyone in Haolingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Only Su Yanran looked at Qin Hanyan's back unwillingly. She had not gotten back her 10,000 years ginseng. However, Qin Hanyan is an alchemist and will definitely preserve the 10,000-year ginseng. The next time she sees Qin Hanyan, she will definitely take back everything that belongs to her. Su Yanran was engrossed in staring at Qin Hanyan, unaware that Tang Chongzhu's eyes were cold and biting as he looked at her. Right now. An extremely cold voice came from Su Yanran's ears, give me your body, I can make you stronger. Su Yanran looked panicked, looked around and found that no one spoke. You can't see me, I'm an ancient god. As long as you can borrow your body, I will help you take back everything that belongs to you. The voice of the voice made it difficult for Su Yanran to distinguish between men and women. But I can hear the feeling of superiority. Su Yanran's watery eyes were calm, and the voice was very similar to the soul in Luo Xiao's body before. Luo Xiao is dead, so she is targeting her body. I won't give my body to you, so give up. Su Yanran said coldly. Very good. The owner of the voice was obviously angry. Since you don't take the initiative to let me go, I can only take it myself. With the voice falling, Su Yanran felt a sharp sting in her consciousness. Su Yanran's face instantly turned pale, and her body became shaky and unsteady. Sister Yanran, what's wrong with you? Luo Yushi on the side stopped Su Yanran's waist and asked with concern. Su Yanran wanted to speak, but the tingling pain in her consciousness prevented her from saying anything. In Su Yanran's consciousness, a superior soul spoke again. Su Yanran, do you want to give in? If you don't, I will make your soul fly away. Impossible. Su Yanran gritted her teeth and refused. HMPH, no wonder you can scheme, Luo Xiao, you are really smart. Li Yushi's soul attacked Su Yanran's sea of consciousness even more forcefully. Luo Xiao's body was completely destroyed. Coupled with the death of Luo Xiao's soul, the body could only last for a month at most. How could her majestic golden immortal spirit use a dead body? It just so happened that Su Yanran's body was not bad. By taking Su Yanran's body, she could avenge Luo Xiao and repay Luo Xiao's debt. Soon, Li Yushi discovered that Su Yanran's soul was not damaged at all despite her several fatal attacks. How could a person's soul resist the invasion of divine souls? Could it be that Su Yanran has a soul-protecting magic weapon? Su Yanran, let me see how long you can endure it. Li Yushi expanded the power of her soul. What? Su Yanran knelt on the ground, held her head and screamed, muttering, don't ever ask me to give up my body to you. The other disciples in Haolingzhu were frightened. Su Yanran seems to be crazy. Senior brother Yushi, what should we do? A disciple asked seriously. They had lost many disciples along the way, and if they lost another one, there seemed to be nothing they could not accept. The fewer people there are, the more they will get when the treasures are divided at the end. Wang Xing, why don't you go see what's wrong with her? Luo Yushi glared at everyone. This is Luo Wuji's disciple, so it's better to be less careful. But Wang Xing was just about to approach Su Yanran. Su Yanran's whole body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light gave people an ultimate sense of nobility, and they almost couldn't help but kneel down. At the same time, Li Yushi in Su Yanran's consciousness was expelled. Li Yushi was floating in the air, staring at Su Yanran in disbelief. Such a powerful power was definitely not worthy of a mortal like Su Yanran. Could it be that Su Yanran was also sent by the upper realm to overcome the tribulation? Impossible. The Emperor of Heaven will not allow anyone else to compete with his daughter's luck. If Su Yanran hadn't been in Haolingzhu, Li Yushi would have doubted whether Su Yanran was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. When she went down to the next world, the Emperor of Heaven told her that his daughter was a disciple of Qingyun Prefecture's Tianjin sect. She just needs to find the best female disciple. However, Li Yushi did not go to find the Emperor's daughter immediately, but wanted to help the Emperor's daughter get rid of hidden dangers first. Take Feng Qinggren's head to claim credit for the Emperor's daughter. At the same time, Chu. Feng Qinggren sneezed a dozen times in succession. Fang Qingran rubbed her nose helplessly. How many people must be thinking about me? The little fairy is so beautiful, she must have attracted the attention of countless males. The leopard flattered her. Yes, Miss Fang's grace is rare in the world. Someone must be missing you so you are like this. The golden lion quickly followed up the leopard's words and praised. Fei Yi squatted on Bai Zai's back, his eyes almost rolling to the sky. Bai Zai, we're really getting better and better as we live, and there's a beast that dares to show affection in front of us. I really want to stomp this stupid lion to death, Fei Yi said sourly. The corners of Fang Qingran's eyes twitched. The roar of the Golden King Lion turned out to be this. Fang Qingran chose to change the subject. Bai Zai, judging from this map, the Wanhei River Valley is full of spiritual plants. It seems there are no special treasures. Isn't Lingji special? Little girl, you can't be too greedy. I remember that the most precious thing in your human race is Lingji. Fei Yi chirped. Fang Qingran, Fei Yi has a strong opinion of her. You'll know when you go in and take a look. Bai Zai walked towards Wanhei River Valley. But when Bai Zai walked into Wanhei River Valley and saw the situation inside, he had the urge to turn around and leave. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 381 Wanhei River Valley. The Wanhei River Valley was in a mess, with only a little green color left. Damn it, who is so wicked? Are you just plucking the feathers of a wild goose? Fei Yi stared at the renovated soil with his cross-eyed eyes wide open. Fang Qingran smelled the earthy smell that Fei brought over, and her apricot eyes flashed darkly. There are rules in the world of immortality, always keep a line. Especially for things like spiritual plants that grow for a long time. Spiritual plants that are less than a century old are not allowed to be picked unless necessary. But now, the group of people who passed through Wanhei River Valley not only failed to comply with the regulations, they even failed to spare the newly grown spiritual plants. It's been ruined like this, do we still want to go in? Cheetah Leopard asked. Fang Qingran looked at Bai Zai. Her original plan was to go directly to the second floor to join the people of Lingyun sect. But Bai Zai said that there was something in Wanhei River Valley, so she came here. When Bai Zai hesitated, Fang Zhiqiu sent a message to Fang Qingran. Master, go inside, there is something good. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes suddenly lit up. It was definitely not easy to be called a good thing by Fang Zhiqiu. Fang Qingran walked towards the Wanhei River Valley and occasionally encountered a few spiritual plants that were very young and their root systems had all been destroyed. Master, pick them up and throw them into space. Yuan Bao couldn't see the spiritual plants being ruined like this. After hearing Yuan Bao's words, Fang Qingran picked up the spiritual plant on the ground and threw it into the space. When Fei Yi saw Fang Qingran's move, his eyes showed doubts. What was the use of Fang Qingran picking up spiritual plants that could not be used as medicine? When the leopard saw Fang Qingran picking up the spiritual plant, he took the initiative to pick up the spiritual plant on the ground and handed it to Fang Qingran. This is its owner's little junior sister, a being that must be pleased with. But when the cheetah picked up one of the young plants in its mouth, the cheetah was stunned. This spiritual plant was the same as the one it ate when it was pregnant with its cub. It's just that that one is mature and this one has just sprouted. What's the name of this spiritual plant in Fang Qingran? Leopard handed Fang Qingran a small purple seedling. The roots of the young seedlings are ice blue, and the 3 leaves they grow are purple. Fang Qingran didn't recognize this spiritual plant either, so he asked about Yuan Bao. Master, I have never seen this kind of spiritual plant. Yuan Bao said sincerely, but master, this spiritual plant is definitely not simple. I want to try planting it. There is a saying in all realms that black and purple are the most respected. Anything purple is basically not a mortal thing. Right now. Fang Xi's faint voice came. I advise you not to plant it. This is a herbaceous herb. It is a kind of jelly grass specially given to females. Females who take this jelly grass must become pregnant and give birth to babies. During pregnancy and giving birth, Alanella will use all the power in the female's body to support the babies. Once the female is not strong enough, she will be sucked into a mummy. What's even more cruel is that if a female who has taken progesterone does not become pregnant, she will lose her mind and keep looking for males to mate with until she becomes pregnant. This kind of grass can also lift the species isolation between monsters, alien beasts, monsters, and vicious beasts, allowing them to mate freely. To put it mildly, the herbaceous plant is a fairy plant that makes it easier for females to conceive and give birth to babies. But its existence destroys the balance between beasts and turns countless females into reproductive machines. There was a period in ancient times when all females were oppressed and had no power to resist because of the existence of this fairy plant. It wasn't until later that a female beast stood up. She single-handedly destroyed all the aphrodisiacs, causing endless killings and becoming a ferocious beast. She was also the only female ferocious beast here. Fang Xi's tone was extremely serious, and even Fang Qingran outside the space could feel the cold air all over his body. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were deep and dim, flashing with light. Fang Xi, is the female beast you were talking about Luan Jin? It's her, but she wasn't called by this name before. Fang Xi spoke of Luan Jin with a little respect. What was her name before? Fang Qingran was very curious. It turned out that Luan Jin had such a story. I forgot, I really forgot. After Fang Xi finished speaking, he fell into a deep sleep again. Thinking about all the evil things Da Dao has done, it is extremely sad to think about it. It is better to practice breaking out of the shell quickly and take Fang Qingran to kill Da Dao. Fang Qingran looked at the cheetah again with an inquiring look in his eyes. Have you ever eaten that grass? The cheetah is a monster. The Golden King Lion is a strange beast. The two beasts combined and gave birth to healthy cubs. The cheetah's strength also plummeted. The only explanation is that the cheetah once ate this kind of grass. Miss Fang, what's so special about that grass? Cheetah Leopard was keenly aware that things were not simple. No, it's just a spiritual plant that can strengthen the body. Fang Qingran said crisply. The fewer people know about something, the better. If other interested parties get the grass, it may not be just a matter between beasts. There will always be some perverts who will set their sights on powerful women of the human race. It would be better not to release the herbicide. Everything should follow the will of nature and its will. It would be better if this kind of thing that forces females to give birth to cubs should not come out again. So that's it. A flash of realization flashed in Cheetah Leopard's eyes. No wonder the second floor is full of such spiritual plants. Fortunately it didn't eat them all. It can take Liu Kanglan to find those spiritual plants and please Liu Kanglan. If Liu Kanglan is happy, he will definitely make a contract with it. One person and 4 beasts continued walking into Wanhei River Valley. Soon, they came to a long river. Fang Qingran looked at the familiar river in front of her, thinking a lot. There was such a river outside the boundaries of Shifang domain. Weak water. How come there are so many weak water? Fei Yi exclaimed. Ancient weak water, water that no living thing could cross. Similarly, weak water is also very precious. Weak water plus fertile soil can be said to be an excellent cultivation soil. Weak water can restrain everything, but must obediently surrender to the soil. Even Bai Zhe looked surprised. There was weak water here, but he didn't figure it out. Strange. Why haven't they smelled the scent of weak water when they were outside? Fei Yi, what do you think is being held opposite this weak water? Bai Zhe asked seriously. From ancient times, wherever weak water exists, it means that there must be something extremely dangerous ahead. Even if weak water blocks it, it is another kind of protection. The things that can be used to imprison weak Shui must be at the level of ancient ferocious beasts, right? It might be difficult for us to deal with our strength, so we'd better stop being curious. Fei Yi's eyes were cold, and his spiritual sense was also detected by weak Shui. Block. Fang Qingran also saw at this time that this was not the same weak water river as the Lingyun sect. There will be no senior dragon king coming out here. Fang King lost interest in exploring weak water. It would be nice if someone had breath soil. What a pity that so much weak water was wasted. Fei Yi sighed, turned around and left. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 382 Medicine Garden Space. Fang Qingran paused slightly before leaving. She soil. Choo-choo, do you need this water? Fang Qingran asked via voice message. Master, can I have it? Fang Shichu is very greedy for weak water, and the things around him are afraid of weak water, but he is not afraid of weak water. Weak water is the supreme water. The power contained in it is unmatched by any spiritual liquid. The reason why ordinary people avoid weak water is simply because they cannot absorb the overbearing power of weak water. The weak water does not allow any living beings to pass over it. Only creatures that are nobler than weak Shui can step over weak Shui. The strong only recognize the strong. Of course, can you put it in that pot? Fang Qingran was talking about the pot where Fang Shichu put the roots. Fang Qingran had no vessel in his hand that could hold weak water. Okay, Fang Shichu said happily. Okay, I'll fill it up for you. Fang Qingran flipped her wrist, and a large basin appeared in her hand. The 4 beasts were about to leave but were frightened by Fang Qingran's movements. Wait, master, it can't be filled up. Fang Shichu anxiously sent a message to Fang Qingran. There is a lot of weak water here, don't worry. Fang Qingran took the basin and walked to the river. The cheetah leopard and the golden lion stared with wide eyes, seemingly still in shock. Fang Qingran, stop it quickly. Weak water is poison to you. Weak water will make your skin ulcer and even affect your practice. Fei Yi shouted hurriedly. Miss Fang, you can't bear the power in the weak water for the time being, so don't be impulsive. Bai Zhe advised. Fang Qingran just looked back at them and continued walking forward. Master, there is a contract between you and me to share the world. Weak water will not hurt you. Fang Shichu's voice was extremely sincere. Fang Qingran believed in the beginning of his life. When Fang Qingran was holding a basin and preparing to scoop out water, Fei Yi couldn't help but exclaim, it's useless, Fang Qingran, you are really crazy. Bai Zhe also shook his head, his eyes showing disappointment. It didn't expect that Fang Qingran would turn out to be a disobedient person. Can such a person lead the beast tribe against Tao? Just seeing a weak water will make you greedy and lose your mind. At this moment, Fang Qingran was staring at the half-filled basin of water, lost in thought. Then he lowered his head and looked at the half-less river water, and then sent a message to Fang Shichu, Choo-choo, is this basin of yours a space magic weapon? Master, this basin is the cornucopia of heaven and earth, and it counts as half of the magic weapon. Fang Shichu seemed a little embarrassed. Fang Qingran looked at the basin in his hand and fell into deep thought. She thought Fang Shichu was the best one to raise. It turned out that everything was a misunderstanding. Fang Qingran sent half a basin of weak water into the space and prepared to go find the treasure, Fang Shichu said. When he turned around, he found Fei Yi and Bai Zhe looking at him with dull eyes. Where did your basin come from? Fei Yi asked curiously. After half an hour, Fang Qingran followed Fang Shichu's path and entered the deepest part of the One River Valley. This is actually a medicinal garden isolated from the world. The medicine garden is full of rare and exotic herbs, and there are even some fairy herbs that even Bai Zhe has never seen before. Fei Yi looked at the medicine garden and sent a message to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, did you lead Fang Qingran to find this place? No, Bai Zhe's eyes were stern. If Fang Qingran hadn't brought him with him, he would never have discovered the existence of this garden. Bai Zhe, this Fang Qingran is really something, Fei Zhenyan said. It was obvious that no one had ever set foot in this medicinal garden. This means that since the formation of the secret realm, only Fang Qingran has found it. Master, Brother Yuanbao will be very happy to get these spiritual plants. Fang Shichu's girl's voice was slightly soft and cute. Fang Qingran glanced at the spiritual plants on several acres of land. If all the digging is done, when will we go? Little junior sister. While Feng Qingran was thinking, Qin Hanyan's voice came to Feng Qingran's ears. Feng Qingran's face was filled with joy. She looked at the entrance of the medicine garden and said crisply, "Third senior sister." But when Feng Qingran caught a glimpse of Tang Chongzhu behind Qin Hanyan, her eyes darkened. As a demon lord, Tang Chongzhu did not need the protection of the third senior sister. So what is his purpose in following third senior sister? Miss Feng, I'm sorry, this space medicine garden may not belong to you. A strange color flashed across Tang Chongzhu's eyes. In the previous life, Feng Qingran had already died at this time. When Qin Hanyan heard Tang Chongzhu's words, she looked at Tang Chongzhu with cold eyes. I don't want this opportunity for my junior sister. Qin Hanyan knew very well that Tang Chongzhu probably wanted to snatch the medicine garden away from her. The medicine garden is very tempting. But the friendship between Lingyun sect's classmates is more important, not to mention that without Feng Qingran's help, she would not have achieved what she has achieved today. The space medicine garden has a spirit, and whoever of you can make a contract is the one who owns it. A devilish smile flashed across Tang Chongzhu's eyes. There are some things among humans that he really can't understand. If this belongs to the demon clan, whoever grabs it will belong to him. If he doesn't get it, it will be destroyed. At this moment, Bai Zhe and Fei Yi was staring at Tang Chongzhu warily. This guy had extremely powerful demonic energy. He must be a demon. The demons appear in the human race. Is this another conspiracy of Dao Dao? Tang Chongzhi and Bai Zhe looked at each other and then looked away. Junior sister, I'm sorry, Qin Hanyan said slightly apologetically. She never thought that Tang Chongzhi would bring her to seize opportunities. She could accept the 1,000-year-old ginseng because ginseng was an ownerless thing, and Feng Qingran had obviously found this medicine garden first. Third senior sister, since Tang Chongzhu said that the space medicine garden contract depends on fate, we might as well find the spirit first, and whoever can make the contract will be the one. Feng Qingran said crisply. Feng Qingran would not take the initiative to do so. But she would not snatch the opportunity that belonged to Qin Hanyan. In fact, Qin Hanyan was more suitable to get this medicine garden than she was. Qin Hanyan is an alchemist and is much more familiar with medicinal plants than she is, and medicinal plants can play a greater role in Qin Hanyan's hands. If she gets the medicine garden, she will take care of it for Yuan Bao. Besides, she still has a lot to do in the future, and it is impossible for her to indulge in alchemy. Master, the spirit of the space medicine garden is hiding in the phoenix ginseng flower. Feng Zhiqiu sent a message to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran heard Feng Zhiqiu's message and raised her eyes to look at Qin Hanyan who was walking towards the phoenix ginseng flower. Choose another direction. You can find the garden spirit just by intuition. The third senior sister has a deep connection with this medicine garden. At the same time, Tang Chongzhu received a message from Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe said in a serious tone, do you demons also want to get involved in the affairs of the human world? Tang Chongzhu smiled and said, you can use the human race to deal with Dao, why can't I? What do you mean? Bai Zhe's eyes were shocked. How could Tang Chongzhi guess its plan? Oh, Bai Zhe, you don't need to test me. I have no cooperation with Dao Dao. On the contrary, I am sworn in with it. Tang Chongzhi's evil eyes were cold. Then why do you know my plan? Bai Zhe obviously didn't believe it. Because only the human race can deal with Dao. Tang Chongzhu said with a meaningful smile. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 383 The Spirit Behind the Medicine Garden. Bai Zhe was even more shocked when he heard Tang Chongzhi's words. How could Tang Chongzhu, a demon, know the secret that only the human race could deal with the great Dao? Bai Zhe stared at Tang Chongzhu, trying to see something from Tang Chongzhu. Who are you? Bai Zhe asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you know what you are doing. Tang Chongzhi looked at Bai Zhe with a mocking look on his face. Bai Zhe felt a little dizzy. Didn't Tang Chongzhu already know that it was going to fight against Dao Dao? Why do you ask this again? Bai Zhe observed Tang Chongzhi and tried to deduce something. Bai Zhe, the Dao is absorbing the fate of the human race. What you are doing is no different from the Dao. You use the fate of the human race to force the Dao. Have you ever thought about the fate of the human race after failure? Tang Chongzhi asked with a serious face. The starting point of the human race is the lowest among all races. But no group dares to underestimate the human race, including Dao. The human race can always create countless miracles with wisdom and perseverance, and the Lord Tianyu is the best example. Of course, the human race can grow up when it is weak. Most of these are protected by luck. It is also the protection of this luck that gives the human race the opportunity to become a strong player. Bai Zhe's use of the human race to fight against the Great Road is nothing more than blocking the destiny of the human race. Once the confrontation with the Great Road fails, the fate of the human race will definitely cease to exist. By that time, the weak human race may no longer have the opportunity and environment to grow. Of course, even if the human race successfully fights against Dao in the end, the future of the human race will be even more dangerous. A human race protected by luck is not considered an enemy. But a human race that can defeat Dao is very scary to all races. Bai Zhe's use of the human race to fight against Dao was beyond selfish. But it definitely pushes the human race into the fire pit. When Bai Zhe heard Tang Chongzhi's voice transmission, his eyes were filled with horror. Tang Chongzhi was able to guess its plan. Could it be that Tang Chongzhi had the same thoughts as it, and also wanted to use the fate of the human race to fight against the Great Road? Dao Dao is trying to control the fate of the human race. Even if I don't take advantage of all this, the human race will inevitably face Dao Dao in the future. Bai Zhe said with serious eyes. The person you chose is Feng Qingran, right? Does she know your plan? Tang Chongzhu smiled evilly. Ancient creatures like Bai Zhe are used to being aloof. I don't think I would ask Feng Qingran for her opinion. With her current strength, it's useless to know the great Dao. It's better to let her concentrate on practicing. I will tell her everything at the right time. Bai Zhe explained. Tang Chongji asked, do you believe this? Bai Zhe stared at Tang Chongji with heavy eyes, seemingly speechless. Tang Chongju moved his eyes away from Bai Zhe and looked at Qin Hanyan in the distance. Bai Zhe, you can use the human race, but you can't destroy the human race, otherwise I will use all the strength of the demon clan to fight against you. Exclamation mark quote. You won't stop me. Bai Zhe was a little confused. The human race really needs to fight its way out. With the help of your alien race, maybe the outcome this time will be different. Tang Chongji's eyes were deep, and some people had to do some things. No matter how strong the avenue is, there is still a way to defeat it. Here, Qin Hanyan stopped in front of a phoenix flower, his beautiful eyes filled with confusion. The spirit of the medicine garden was on this flower. But the little junior sister found the medicine garden first. There was no way she could do such a thing that would steal people's luck. Junior sister, I found the spirit of the medicine garden. Qin Hanyan called out, and she decided to let Fang Qingbran make a contract with the spirit first. Fang Qingbran heard Qin Hanyan's voice and walked over without hesitation. Little junior sister, you make the contract first. Qin Hanyan looked at Fang Qingbran who was approaching and said bluntly. Third senior sister, we can make a contract at the same time and let the spirit of Yaoyuan choose. Fang Qingbran suggested. Qin Hanyan thought for a moment and agreed with Fang Qingbran's suggestion. The two of them made blood-drawing movements at the same time. Fang Qingbran deliberately took a step slower than Qin Hanyan. Fang Qingbran inspected the entire medicine garden and found that there were indeed many natural and earthly treasures in the medicine garden. However, she has most of the spiritual treasures in her space. At the moment, Qin Hanyan obviously needs this medicine garden more than she does. With the third senior sister in the medicine garden, if she can get an alchemy furnace and a strange fire, the third senior sister might be able to rely on elixirs to ascend in the future. Qin Hanyan's blood had just dripped out, and the ginseng on her chest emitted a cluster of white light. Immediately afterwards, white light sank into Qin Hanyan's blood. Suddenly, a white mist rose in the medicine garden, making it impossible to see clearly in the medicine garden. Qin Hanyan took the opportunity to jump down from the ginseng on his chest and jumped in front of a phoenix ginseng flower. 10,000 years ginseng, pretend it for me. If the secret is exposed, you are the only one to ask. Fang Shenhua, but boss, I am just a flower spirit and I cannot control your medicine garden. 10,000 years ginseng, don't be afraid as long as I'm here, the master won't notice anything unusual. Fang Shenhua, boss, why don't you tell Qin Hanyan that you are the spirit of the medicine garden? 10,000 years ginseng, keep a low profile, do you understand? I am originally a 10,000-year-old ginseng. What if I let the master know that I am still the spirit of the medicine garden and the master feels inferior? Fang Shenhua let out an ooh, indicating that she didn't quite understand. 10,000 years ginseng, humans are all about face, and my master is also a human being, so he is definitely no exception. By hiding my strength like this, I can also test my master's character. Phoenix ginseng flower. Ever since the boss read a human storybook, he has become this arrogant person now. After Wanyan Ginseng finished explaining, he returned to Qin Hanyan. At the same time, 3 people and 4 beasts were expelled from the medicine garden. The medicine garden disappeared. Which of you made a contract? Fei Yi stared at Qin Hanyan and Fang Qingbran and asked curiously. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes like glass flashed with a gleam, and she said, it doesn't matter who has made the contract, third senior sister, let's keep going. A flash of warmth flashed in Qin Hanyan's eyes. Fang Qingbran did not directly say who got the medicine garden space because he was thinking about her. Qin Hanyan glanced sideways at Tang Chongji but said nothing. Tang Chongju nodded towards Qin Hanyan, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes captivating, and he smiled at Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan looked away, his face as cold as ice remained calm. Tang Chongju looked at Qin Hanyan's back and said softly, I hope to see you again someday. After Tang Chongju finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Bai Zhe and Fei Yi made no announcement about Tang Chongju's departure. Fang Qingbran was communicating with Fang Zhiqiu about the treasure ahead, and had no energy to pay attention to Tang Chongju. After Tang Chongju disappeared, Qin Hanyan turned around and glanced at the place where Tang Chongju had stood, and then withdrew his gaze. An hour later, 2 people and 4 beasts came to the edge of a cliff. Fang Qingbran glanced down, and sure enough, there was a golden jade kiluo blooming on the hillside. The golden fragrant jade kiluo blooms for thousands of years and bears fruit for thousands of years. The fruit produced is a soul-replenishing and holy thing. Moreover, using Jingxiang jade kiluo as medicine, you can also refine the soul-replenishing elixir. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 384 Golden Fragrance Jade Kiluo. This golden fragrant jade kiluo, Fang Qingbran is bound to get it. This aura seems to be a divine plant. Fei Yi stared at the single golden flower on the cliff with greedy eyes. It's Jingxiang Yu Kiluo. Bai Zhe's voice changed slightly. Bai Zhe, are you sure? Fei Yi asked. Golden fragrance jade kiluo can not only nourish the soul, but if combined with several other sacred plants, it can also be used to strengthen the soul. Innate spiritual plants such as Jingxiang jade kiluo. Even if it is placed in the upper world, it is very rare. Once it appears, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. It never thought that it would see this kind of innate spiritual plant in the secret realm of the land abandoned by the gods. Innate spiritual plants are nurtured by nature, and only heaven and earth can nurture them. It cannot be cultivated artificially. Fei Yi was shocked and received an affirmative answer from Bai Zhe. Now Fei Yi can hold back his anger. He looked at Jin Xiangyu Kiluo who was determined to win. Fag Yi flapped his wings, wanting to fly down and eat Jingxiangyu Kiluo. Right now. A pink axe blocked Fei Yi's path. Fei Yi, this is my thing. Fang Qingbran was dressed in green clothes. It was not luxurious, but the dignity exuding from her whole body made Fei Yi look at her with suspicion. Fang Qingbran is a sacred plant. It's different from spiritual plants. It's a waste if you take it. Fei Yi's eyes were cold. For the sake of Bai Zhe and Lu Kanglan, he did not attack Fang Qingbran. I can find this place, do you think I don't know? Fang Qingbran's moonlight-like eyes were filled with coldness. There was ridicule in Fat Yi's eyes. Fang Qingbran, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? This is Shenji, do you know what Shenji is? A little nascent soul, contracted by Bai Zhe, really treated himself like a dish. Fei Yi disliked this the most about Fang Qingbran. Divine plants, innate spiritual plants, cannot be planted. They can only be nurtured by the power of heaven and earth. Each divine plant has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Fang Qingbran met Fei Yi's cold eyes, and his aura was not lost at all. Fei Yi's eyes resembled those of an ancient croaking snake. Who told you these things? Fei Yi asked in surprise. Fang Qingbran did not accept Fei Yi's words, but looked at Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, I am bound to get this golden fragrant jade Kiluo. You and Fei Yi are good friends, and I hope you can persuade it. Fang Qingbran didn't want to face Fei Yi. Along the way, Fang Qingbran could also see that Bai Zhe and Fei Yi had a close relationship. Of course she had to say hello to Bai Zhe before she and Fei Yi took action. Fang Qingbran, the matter between us does not involve Bai Zhe. You can have this golden jade Kiluo as long as you can beat me. Of course I allow you to find helpers. Fei Yi raised his head high. The helper Fang Qingbran could find. It's nothing more than Tao Ti, Golden King Lion, and Hunting Leopard. But these three are no match for it. Seeing this, Bai Zhe shook his head. He can resist the temptation of Jin Xiang Jade Qiluo, let alone Fei Yi. Bai Zhe didn't compete with Fang Qingbran for the golden fragrance Jade Qiluo because he took the contract between the two into consideration. But Fat Yi is different. If you want something, you must get it. I'm used to having no worries. Miss Fang, you and the winner of Fei Yi will get the golden fragrance Jade Qiluo, but you can't hurt the other person's life. When Bai Zhe said this, he looked at Fei Yi with threatening eyes. He signaled Fei Yi not to harm Fang Qingbran. Fat Yi flicked his chicken tail and didn't look at Bai Zhe. Fei Yi said in an arrogant tone, HMPH. A little girl who doesn't know how to deal with the world comes to your door. I don't know how to deal with her. Don't blame me. Similarly, Fang Qingbran folded her arms and smiled lightly. If you lose, don't cry. Fei Yi emphasized. It is most afraid of the female crying. If you lose, you are not allowed to go against me in the future. Fang Qingbran wanted to solve the problem once and for all. After all, it's always a bit unpleasant to be criticized from time to time. It's a deal. Whoever wins the golden fragrance and jade Qiluo will get it. As soon as Fei Yi finished speaking, the rules of heaven and earth were formed. It's a deal. Fang Qingbran's voice was clear and sweet. Fang Qingbran flipped his wrist, and a half-sized black egg appeared in front of Fei Yi. The height of the black egg only reaches Fat Yi's neck. Fat Yi glanced at the dark egg. Fang Qingbran, what do you mean? You want to humiliate me? Hurry up and ask Tao Ti to come out and fight me. The moment Bai Zhe saw He Dan, he actually showed respect. It is your opponent. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were as bright as spring flowers, flashing with cunning. You asked me to beat an egg. Who are you looking down on? Fat Yi was furious. Fang Qingbran was very innocent. Senior Fei Yi, I am showing mercy. Fang Qingbran wanted to call Fang Si out. But Fang Si disliked Fei Yi for being too weak and was unwilling to fight. Fang Si's original words were this, it's an ancient beast. Why should I go out? Go out and smash it into pulp. Let Wanling go. Wanling can break its bones at most. Fang Qingbran actually didn't want to hit him so hard. But Fang Si added, why are you showing mercy to someone who comes to your door for a beating? A little fat loser who always contradicts you deserves a beating. So Wanling was sent out to fight Fei Yi. At this moment, Fei Yi stared at the egg shaking left and right in front of him with cross-eyed eyes and was filled with anger. It invites a fight seriously. Fang Qingbran actually sent an egg to kill it. It shouldn't be angry about this. It must break the egg and make Fang Qingbran regret it. Fei Yi exuded powerful pressure, raised his head, and pecked at Wanling fiercely. Click. There was a crisp sound. The eggshell is intact. The fat chicken's beak was broken. However, Fei Yi didn't feel the pain and subconsciously thought it was Wanling's eggshell breaking. Quack quack. Fei Yi laughed, humph, I still want to have an egg. Halfway through his words, Fei Yi suddenly realized that his scream was wrong. Ah, my mouth, Fat Yi screamed as he looked at the fallen chicken beaks. Impossible, how can the eggshell of an egg be so hard? What is baize? Fei Yi asked angrily. I can't say. Bai Zhe could only secretly wish Fei Yi good luck. Even the king of beasts dares to peck it, and it admires Fei Yi very much. Except for the beasts. Warcraft, alien beasts, monsters, spiritual beasts, etc. must all surrender to the king of beasts. Fang Qingbran can even contract with the king of beasts, so it seems that he has not chosen the wrong partner. What do you mean you can't tell? Fei Yi was a little suspicious of Zhu Sheng. Fat Yi's eyes were burning with fire, staring at the egg in front of him as if he was mocking it, and he was even more furious. It must prove the majesty of the ancient beast. A burst of white light flashed around Fei Yi, and his entire body became countless times larger than before. In Fei Yi's eyes at this moment, the black egg was only as big as a palm. Fei Yi raised his paw and stomped hard towards Wanling. This time Fei Yi used all his strength. Boom. Ow. The sound of hard objects colliding will be heard. Fat Yi's miserable scream also sounded immediately. Fat Yi spread his wings and raised one of his paws, hopping around in pain. Wanling rolled back to Fang Qingran and rubbed Fang Qingran's legs as if taking credit. Fang Qingran patted Wanling and said, "Well done." A few gleams of light flashed on the Wanling eggshell, seeming very happy. "Junior sister, look at Fatty." Hearing Qin Hanyan's voice, Fang Qingran raised her eyes and looked at Fei Yi. Fat Yi is hopping on one leg, but it is not just hopping, it seems to be measuring something. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 385 6 Leaves. Fang Qingran narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw Fei Yi's movements. Fei Yi seemed to be still intent on evil. Fang Qingran patted Wanling's eggshell and said through a message, "Keep an eye on it. If it dares to jump down, hit it hard." Wanling's egg body shook slightly, as if responding to Fang Qingran. Fei Yi endured the pain while looking for a suitable position. As long as it jumps down first, swallows the golden fragrance jade kiluo, and then finds a place to hide and refine the golden fragrance jade kiluo. By the time Fang Qingran found it, not even the dregs of Jingxiangyu kiluo were left. Fatty's eyes were rolling, and he was constantly weighing the distance between himself and Jin Xiangyu kiluo. It must be fast, ruthless and accurate when it jumps down to eat Jin Xiangyu kiluo. You have to run away faster. Fang Qingran must not be given time to react, let alone Bai Zai see its escape direction. Fei Yi was so busy with his thoughts that he almost forgot about the pain in his feet. The fat wings were put into the injured foot. In the eyes of several pairs of eyes, the fat feet turned into swollen pig trotters. Swish! Fei Yi suddenly swooped down and flew down the cliff. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow also flew into the cliff. The Golden King Lion and the Cheetah Leopard looked confused, not understanding what this operation was. But Bai Zai immediately understood Fei Yi's thoughts and shouted anxiously, "Fei Yi, shut up." However, along with Bai Zai's voice came Fei Yi's scream. This was an extremely miserable scream. Fang Qingran also walked to the edge of the cliff and flew down. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a gleam, and she walked forward to the edge of the cliff, lowering her head and looking down. Fang Qingran was seen standing in the sky, seeming to be saying something to Jin Xiangyu kiluo. Only then did Qin Hanyan remember what was wrong. In the mysterious territory of Yuxuan, all monks are prohibited from flying objects, and even most high-level aircraft cannot be used. But now, the little junior sister can stand in the air without using any magic weapon. Did you contract the medicine garden? A majestic voice interrupted Qin Hanyan's thoughts. Qin Hanyan looked sideways at Bai Zai beside him, his beautiful eyes as ice-like as frost, showing a touch of alienation. Senior Bai Zai, are you very concerned about the ownership of the medicine garden? Qin Hanyan didn't know the purpose of Bai Zai's question. Bai Zai's attitude was a little gentler. All I can see in that medicine garden are some ordinary spiritual plants, but there must be more spiritual plants that I can't see in the space medicine garden. I just want to ask the girl for help. It's just a spiritual plant. Qin Hanyan's bright eyes flashed coldly. How did you know it was me who contracted the medicine garden? White Pond. I never thought of it. One day it will need to test each other with a nascent soul. No wonder Dao Dao is afraid of the existence of the human race. Miss Qin, don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. I know. Qin Hanyan looked at Bai Zai calmly. Bai Zai was speechless again. What a topic breaker. It seems that there is no hope that what I want will arrive today. Only then did Bai Zai think of Fei Yi and listen to Fei Yi's scream in his ears. Bai Zai lowered his head and saw Fang Qingran standing next to Jin Xiangyu kiluo. Miss Fang, Fei Yi is an ancient beast after all. It can also be used to deal with goo insects. I hope you will show mercy. Fang Qingran raised her eyes and said, then you go down and pick it up, it may not be able to come up. Bai Zai mourned for Fei Yi in his heart and flew down to find Fei Yi in the cliff. Fang Qingran waved his hand to recall all spirits. She would definitely show mercy to the eldest brother's contracted beast. After Wanling returned to the void space, Fang Qingran's attention fell on Jingxiangyu kiluo. The companion beast of the golden fragrant jade kiluo in front of me is a bit difficult to deal with. The sacred plants raised by nature have companion animals. If you want to get Jingxiangyu kiluo, you must get the approval of the companion beast, and you must come up with something that the companion beast is satisfied with. Otherwise, the companion beast would rather destroy the divine plant than give it to you. Companion beast, I want a leaf from that thing on your sleeve. Fang Qingran definitely didn't want to give it. The value of a leaf from Fang Zhichu was, to be honest, worth as much as a golden jade kiluo. The 7 gourd vines are also naturally nourishing. Qifangji was still a plant from the prehistoric period, and the energy contained in one of its leaves could not be compared to that of Jingxiangyu kiluo. Of course, Jinxiang jade kiluo is equally precious. The soul replenishing effect of Jingxiangyu kiluo is definitely top-notch. Fang Qingran looked at Jingxiangyu kiluo and said, how about I give you 3 drops of 10,000 years of spiritual liquid and a piece of purple spiritual crystal. Companion beast, I only want one of its leaves. The companion beast is extremely persistent, and the leaves of the plant in Fang Qingran's sleeves contain the aura of prehistoric times. No matter how stupid it is, it still knows which one to choose. The 10,000 years spiritual liquid is indeed extremely precious, and it can be exchanged for a golden fragrance jade kiluo. But for something with a prehistoric aura, why would it choose spiritual liquid? How about I add 2 more purple spirit crystals to you? Fang Qingran gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Companion beast, I want leaves. Fang Qingran was about to speak again, but a vine had already climbed up her sleeve and handed her a leaf. Little Tianhu blinked his bright eyes and stared at the handed leaf. Woohoo! Little Tianhu seemed to be afraid that Fang Zhichu would regret it, so he opened his mouth and swallowed the leaves. Fang Qingran's movement to stop him stopped in midair. Master, you took a lot of weak water before, and this strength will be replenished soon. Fang Zhichu sent a message to Fang Qingran. Even if Fang Zhichu said so. Fang Qingbran still saw with sharp eyes that the aura around Feng Zhiqiu was a little weaker. Qiu, don't do this next time. Fang Qingbran disliked Feng Zhiqiu's way of sacrifice. Resentment came from the Hongmeng tree species in the space. Why didn't you show mercy when you picked my leaves? Fang Qingbran. It's a matter of fact. At that time, only Hongmeng's leaves could save the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Now she has many ways to conquer the companion beast in front of her, right? Master, remember, Feng Zhiqiu said with a slightly shy voice. At the same time, little Tianhu held the complete golden fragrance jade kilo and handed it to Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were slightly curved, and she carefully took the golden fragrant jade kilo and sent it into the void space. An area was specially divided for Yuanbao to take good care of Jingxiangyu kilo. Xiao Tianhu said, I want to follow you, is that okay? Fang Qingbran, who was about to leave with his sword, paused, touching his chin with one hand, looking at the cute little Tianhu and thinking. Tianhu is close to the level of a divine beast. If woman, you can't make a contract with it. Fang Si said coldly. Why? Fang Qingbran didn't care about one more or one less contracted beast. Fang Qingbran was just curious about why Fang Si said this. You and Feng Zhiqiu have a symbiosis contract between heaven and earth. The beasts you can contract with in the future must not be less powerful than Feng Zhiqiu, or in other words, their strength cannot be too much worse than Feng Zhiqiu. Fang Si said through the voice transmission. Fang Qingbran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 386, Fooling Little Sky Fox. Fang Si, are you kidding? Fang Qingbran asked in shock. No kidding, the rules of heaven and earth mean that the strong are only allowed to accept the strong. The weak and the strong contract together. This is an insult to the strong. Fang Si said in a serious tone. Fang Qingbran's eyes were twitching wildly. She understood what Fang Si said. But something feels wrong. Then can I contract other beasts in the future? Fang Qingbran said depressedly. There is no dragon, phoenix, or unicorn among her contract beasts. She was a little unwilling to do so. Your ambition is quite big. Fang Si said coldly. I don't have any ambitions, I just want a dragon. Fang Qingbran didn't hear Fang Si's voiceover. Ha, dragon, okay, you go make the contract. Fang Si seemed very angry. Before Fang Qingbran could react, Fang Si had already hid in the white mist area and was no longer with Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran vaguely noticed that Fang Si was repulsive to Long. Fang Si, don't be angry. I swear that I will never contract with a dragon in the future. Fang Qingbran vowed. Of course the Dragon Emperor's sword does not count. Little junior sister, what's wrong with you? Qin Hanyan's concerned voice woke up Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran withdrew her consciousness from the space, looked at the cute little Tianhu, and then at the beautiful Qin Hanyan, and became aware of it. Third senior sister, do you want a contract beast? Fang Qingbran's eyes were bright. Qin Hanyan looked slightly stunned. It seemed that it was not impossible to have a contracted beast. Fang Qingbran knew something was up as soon as she saw Qin Hanyan's expression. The little sky fox was a companion beast, but now she had taken away Jingxiangyu Kiluo. Xiao Tianyu's companion mission is completed, and he is no longer a companion beast. Incarnate into a spiritual beast and become a demigod beast. He has the strength to survive the tribulation period. Protecting third senior sister will definitely not be a problem. Xiao Tianhu, I can't make a contract with you, but I can recommend you a kind-hearted master. She is also an alchemist. As long as you follow her well, you will have countless pills to eat in the future. Fang Qingbran is good at tempting. Little Tianhu blinked his silly eyes and asked seriously, is there such a good master? Of course, my third senior sister is a potential stock. If you follow her, you will not suffer losses or be fooled. When she becomes a god-level alchemist, the magic pill will not be at your fingertips. Fang Qingbran's voice was melodious and melodious. What if she doesn't give me food? Xiao Tianhu was completely led astray. As long as you behave well and be at the forefront of everything, and my third senior sister is moved, everything will not be a problem. Fang Qingbran continued to deceive. Qin Hanyan. Junior sister, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Fang Zhiqiu, the master looks like the big bad wolf who kidnapped Little Red Riding Hood. At this moment, Xiao Tianhu seemed to be completely fooled by Fang Qingbran. Little Tianhu couldn't wait to say, hurry up and take me to find the master, I want to make a contract with her. Fang Qingbran raised her jade hand, picked up Xiao Tianyu's neck, flew up and landed next to Qin Hanyan. Fang Qingbran handed the little Tianhu to Qin Hanyan as if he was taking credit. Qin Hanyan fell in love with the cute little Tianhu at first sight. Qin Hanyan stretched out his hands to hold the little Tianhu, for fear of disturbing the little Tianhu. The little sky fox stayed in Qin Hanyan's palm, a little confused. Qin Hanyan liked it very much, but Qin Hanyan's cultivation level was only nascent soul. Xiao Tianhu, why didn't you mention your third senior sister's cultivation? Cultivation is not important. The master of your contract is equivalent to your partner. What is the most important thing about a partner? It is character and being able to give your back to your partner, right? Fang Qingbran asked crisply. Xiao Tianhu thought and nodded. Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with cunning, and she continued to ask, are you willing to follow a good master? Or a stingy and vicious master? Xiao Tianhu, kind and good. My third senior sister is like this. You are the first contracted beast she has ever encountered. Are you sure you don't cherish it? When Xiao Tianhu heard this, he suddenly became anxious. Xiao Tianhu said in a sweet voice, I want a contract, I want to make a contract with your third senior sister. After hearing this, Fang Qingbran blinked at Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes looked forward, with warmth flashing through her. Besides Ning Xiu, Fang Qingbran was the second person who cared about her wholeheartedly. Xiao Tianhu took the initiative to sacrifice his blood essence and sent it to Qin Hanyan. Immediately, Qin Hanyin's contract formation lit up at his feet. Fang Qingbran was very satisfied when she saw this. She had finally tricked the third senior sister into a suitable contracted beast. Little Sky Fox is the companion beast of Jin Xiang Yu Qi Luo. If the little Tianhu stays in third senior sister's medicine garden space for a long time, I wonder if another golden fragrance jade Kiluo will grow. Right now. Fat Yi's cursing voice sounded. Fei Yi was extremely angry and seemed to hate Fang Qingbran deeply. Bai Zai, you must. Ouch, what on earth is that black egg? Why don't you tell me, Bai Zai? Bai Zai, you have changed. You wouldn't have treated me like this before. You just said whatever I asked you before. Ellipsis. Bai Zai seemed to be unable to bear Fei Yi's chirping, and said quietly, Fei Yi, you have never been so ignorant of propriety before. Did something happen to you while I was in seclusion? What's this mess? Fei Yi, you're an ancient beast and Fang Qingbran is a human. You have been causing trouble for Fang Qingbran all the way. Do you think it is appropriate? Bai Zai sighed. What's inappropriate about this? If it weren't for her, would my master have left me alone? Fei Yi complained. The master ran away with the beauty. Leave a lone beast here. If it knew that Bai Zai had no contract with Luan Jin, it will definitely choose to make a contract with Luan Jin. You have a mission, and Liu Kanglan also has a mission, so naturally I keep you here. Bai Zai said helplessly. HMPH, I just don't accept it. How can she, a human being, contract with such a powerful beast? Fei Yi muttered. Bai Zai fell into silence. If Fei Yi doesn't keep a low profile in the next period of time, he may be very unlucky. In the process of being beaten, Fat Yi was also cursed by all spirits. But Bai Zai didn't tell Fei Yi about this. Even if it can see through the characteristics of all things, there are still things it can't deal with. The Lord of 10,000 Beasts has a mysterious identity and powerful strength. If he didn't have to, Bai Zai still didn't want to offend 10,000 spirits. Wanling has been hiding for so long, and he definitely doesn't want his whereabouts to be exposed. Fat Yi didn't know what to say, just in case he told Fat Yi. A fat man will inevitably spill the beans. By then, not only Fei Yi will be implicated, but also the cooperation plan between him and Fang Qingbran may be ruined. Bai Zai flew to the ground and put Fei Yi down far away from the edge of the cliff. Boom. Ow. Bai Zai's careful movement still failed to prevent Fei Yi from falling to the ground. Fatty lay on the ground, howling. When it fell, its broken bones hit the rocks. There was also a branch stuck in its wound. The fat man was in pain as if his marrow had been ripped out by cramps, and he almost fainted. Bai Zai, why does my injury show no signs of healing? Fei Yi asked fearfully. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 387 Endless Seas. 7 days later. The two people and the four beasts successfully entered the second level of the Yuxuan secret realm. This place turned out to be exactly as Gu Cheng described, with continuous rain and endless seawater as far as the eye could see. Except for the sound of the waves. All that was left was Fei Yi's little wailing sound. The fat creature was lying in the middle of the boat, somewhat doubtful about life. 7 days had passed, and the injuries on its body still showed no sign of improvement. There are even vague signs of aggravation. The ancient alien beasts had strong bodies, and their injuries always healed on their own. Fei Yi had been racking his brains for the past few days, but he still couldn't figure out why the wound didn't heal on its own. Bai Zai looked at Fei Yi with sympathetic eyes. He persuaded her for the 7th time. Fei Yi, why don't you go find Miss Jin and prescribe some healing medicine? HMPH, if I don't go, I would rather die in pain than have anything to do with Fang Qingbran. Fei Yi glanced at Fang Qingbran and Qin Hanyin who were practicing, and became even more unhappy. It hurts so much. These two people actually still have the mind to practice. Fei Yi, if you don't find Miss Jin, your injuries will only get worse. Bai Zai sighed. The King of Beasts is quite merciful. Fei Yi only suffered some superficial injuries. If Wanling had been more ruthless, all the bones in Fei Yi's body might have been broken. Bai Zai, what is the origin of that black egg? Fei Yi also realized at this moment that its injury has not healed yet, and it must be related to Wanling. Bai Zechong shook his head at Fei Yi. Don't say it, just ask for more blessings. After Bai Zai finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to wake up Fang Qingbran who was practicing. Boom. Ah, Bai Zai save me. Bai Zai only had time to turn around, and Fei Yi fell into the water. Bai Zai came to the side of the boat and asked helplessly, how did you fall? I wanted to follow you, but somehow I got knocked down and rolled into the water. Fei Yi flapped his wings in the water, trying to fly. But I tried several times without success. Fei Yi could only look at Bai Zai sincerely. Bai Zai met Fei Yi's eyes and felt helpless. After entering the second level, he was afraid of accidents and had told Fei Yi not to go to the boat casually. As a result, it is still impossible to avoid the superposition of bad luck. I'm going to rescue you right now, don't panic yet. Bai Zai comforted him. Just as Bai Zai was about to enter the water, a huge tentacle stretched out from the sea in the distance. The tentacles are covered with sharp fangs, which is heart-stopping. The tentacles swung in the air, and then hit the ship hard. Seeing the tentacles slapping Fang Qingbran and Qin Hanyin, Bai Zai was shocked and appeared beside Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran also opened her apricot eyes at this time, looked around, and said to Bai Zai, you save Fei Yi first, and leave this place to me. For a moment when Bai Zai was stunned, Fang Qingbran raised her jade hand and opened the barrier. Fang Qingbran, are you crazy? This tentacle has the power of 1,000 kilograms, and you have just transformed into a god. How can you deal with it? Bai Zai stood in front of Fang Qingbran. Bai Zai, you may have forgotten that I have no shortage of contracted beasts. Fang Qingbran said meaningfully, then waved his sleeves. A white tiger suddenly appeared in front of Bai Zai. Bai Hu still had a bloody piece of meat in his mouth, and turned his head to look at Feng Qingbran and Bai Zai in confusion. Tutti, let's get to work, Feng Qingbran said with a smile in her eyes. Tutti swallowed the head in his mouth, turned his head and flew quickly, opened his bloody mouth, and bit off the oncoming tentacles in one bite. Chirp! A scream came from the water. Immediately afterwards, the blood spread out in the water, and countless tentacles rolled in the water. A few tentacles stretched out again, slapping towards the ship. These ferocious and terrifying tentacles are food in Tutti's eyes. Tutti happily dealt with the tentacles full of fangs. Bai Zai, it's time for you to rescue Fei Yi, Feng Qingbran reminded. Miss Feng, I'll go right away. Bai Zai got off the boat with a heavy heart and went to rescue Fei Yi. As soon as he entered the water, he suddenly found that all his strength was lost. When Fei Yi saw Bai Zai coming, he happily jumped towards Bai Zai. Bai Zai, good brother. Bai Zai ignored Fei Yi and looked deeply at Feng Qingbran, who was not in a hurry. It may have underestimated Feng Qingbran. Feng Qingbran's current resourcefulness was far more fearful to it than her strength. Feng Qingbran glanced at Bai Zai with her apricot eyes like glass, and raised her hand to create a barrier for Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan is stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage and may break through at any time. Don't let these things disturb third senior sister. A vine poked out from Feng Qingbran's sleeve. It was Feng Zhiqiu. Ever since Feng Qingbran entered the second world, Feng Zhiqiu had been in charge of guarding, and Feng Zhiqiu was the first to notice that there was danger around him. Tutti ate several tentacles in a row, and the monsters in the sea seemed to be scared. Don't dare attack ships again. Tutti returned to Feng Qingbran and said with a look that was still unfinished, can I eat whatever I want from Feng Qingbran's sea? The meat of animals in the sea is much more delicious than those on land. Not only is the meat delicious, but the power in the body is also purer. You can only eat those who want to attack us, Feng Qingbran warned. Feng Qingbran was really afraid that if she agreed with her front foot, her gluttonous back foot would eat up the entire edible food on the second floor. Tutti's excited expression suddenly faded. Tutti could only choose to spread his consciousness and detect those guys approaching the ship. The situation in the sea was not fully explored, but Tutti discovered Bai Zai and Fei Yi first in the water. Why don't you come up? Tutti asked curiously. Go up later. Bai Zai looked at Tutti with wary eyes. Now that they have lost all their strength, Tutti might take the opportunity to attack. Really, Bai Zai, what do you seem to be afraid of? Tutti stared at Bai Zai in the water. Bai Zai's eyes were heavy and silent. Tutti narrowed his eyes slightly. Bai Zai and Fei Yi were not water beasts, and they would not like to stay in the sea. They stay down there and never come up. Could it be that I can't get up? Tutti seemed to have thought of something and suddenly launched an attack towards Bai Zai. Bai Zai had a bad secret and dodged Tutti's attack sideways. When the attack missed Bai Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Bai Zai escaped the attack. But at this moment, a wave came from nowhere. It hit Fei Yi on the body, and Fei Yi was pushed by the waves to face Tutti's attack. Pooh! Fat Yi spit out a mouthful of old blood. Fainted. Fei Yi. Bai Zai didn't seem to have thought of this situation and hurriedly swam in the direction of Fei Yi. But the seawater seems to be against Bai Zai. The harder Bai Zai swam, the farther away he became from Fei Yi. Bai Zai's eyes were filled with worry. Losing strength in the sea was more dangerous than losing strength on land. And everything was just as Bai Zai feared. The smell of blood on the fat man's body attracted danger. The monster that had previously attacked the ship turned around and aimed at Fei Yi. A tentacle quickly rushed towards Fei Yi, picked up Fei Yi and dragged him into the water. Fei Yi. Bai Zai was immediately anxious, hoping to wake up Fei Yi. The demon sea octopus is the overlord of the sea. It has the tentacles of an octopus and the strength of a whale. At this moment, Bai Zai looked at the fat man being swept away with a deep sense of powerlessness, even though it knew the weakness of the demonic sea octopus. But in a state of complete loss of strength, he was unable to control the demonic sea octopus. Tutti looked at Bai Zai struggling in the water, and felt a sense of joy in his heart. It was really strange that Bai Zai, who was so high above others, had such a day. If it weren't for being afraid of the sea water, Tutti must have gone into the water and swallowed Bai Zai. Fei Yi, wake up quickly. Bai Zai's voice was weak. Feng Qingbran stood by the boat, listening to Bai Zai's voice. The coldness in her eyes flashed. Bai Zai did not really recognize her after all. In this situation, Bai Zai never thought of asking her for help. Tutti, protect third senior sister, Feng Qingbran said, holding an umbrella in her hand and flying out of the ship's barrier. Feng Qingbran held the umbrella in one hand and held the magic formula in the other hand. He controlled the Qingduan sword to fall into the water and cut off the tentacle wrapped around Fei Yi. Chirp! Another scream was heard. There was no emotion on Feng Qingbran's face. She flew forward and grabbed Fei Yi's neck, and threw him onto the boat. Right now. Countless black tentacles as thin as willows emerged from the sea. The tentacles did not attack Feng Qingbran immediately, but overlapped each other and surrounded Feng Qingbran. Bai Zai's eyes widened and he had not yet recovered from the shock. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 388. Bai Zai sincerely surrenders. Seeing Feng Qingbran being surrounded, Tutti on the ship actually glanced at the unconscious Fei Yi for the first time. Tutti stepped to the side of Fei Yi. He lowered his head to look at Fei Yi and thought, if it takes advantage of this time to eat Fei Yi, there is nothing Bai Zai can do. Feng Qingbran couldn't find it either. You can also get Fei Yi's strength by the way. Tutti thought about it and couldn't help but smell the smell of Fei Yi. The power of blood was very fragrant. Tutti's mouth was drooling, and he opened his mouth to swallow the fat. Bang! A black egg hit Tutti hard on the head. Tao Ti was dizzy for a while after being hit, and even ignored the severe pain coming from the top of his head. Why are you here? Tao Ti saw clearly the black egg in front of him, and the previous experience of being beaten resurfaced again. Tao Ti, I have warned you many times not to talk down to the beasts around you. You really don't have a long memory. Fang Qingren's clear voice sounded behind Tao Ti. When Tao Ti heard the voice, his limbs trembled and he turned his head. Well, I said I wanted to save Fat Yi, do you believe it? Fang Qingren walked up to Tao Ti, raised her jade hand and grabbed Tao Ti's ears, and pinched them hard. I believe you. This is the last time. Let go, ouch. Tao Ti screamed in pain, regretting it endlessly. It said, how could Fang Qingren be so confident about leaving it on the ship? It turned out to be a deliberate attempt to test it. Tao Ti sent a message to Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren is sorry, please don't deduct my Yuan Yang beast pill. I promise to be obedient all the way. It depends on your performance. Fang Qingren stuffed a pill into Tao Ti's mouth. You guard the ship, and I will detoxify Bai Zhe and Fei Yi. Tao Ti nodded obediently, put away all his thoughts, and paid attention to his surroundings. Tao Ti was surprised to find that all the big monsters that had been swimming towards the ship were gone. What's the situation? What happened? Tao Ti's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Fang Qingren, who was taking blood from Bai Zhe. Could it be that Fang Qingren drove those monsters away? What is there about Fang Qingren that can scare those monsters? Tao Ti glanced sideways at He Dan beside Fang Qingren. Maybe Fang Qingren didn't lack someone to protect him. Sudden. Bai Zhe, save me. After Fei Yi woke up, he jumped up and shouted in fear. Fei Yi, it's okay. Bai Zhe's eyes showed happiness. Who rescued us? Fei Yi looked around and asked in surprise. Fang Qingren, Bai Zhe said seriously. This time Fei Yi did not refute Bai Zhe, but looked at Fang Qingren, who was noble and noble. Fei Yi awkwardly said to Fang Qingren, Fang King, Miss Fang, thank you for saving me and Bai Zhe. I have offended many things before. It's okay, I've returned it. Fang Qingren happily accepted Fei Yi's apology. Then, Fang Qingren said with a serious face, after I detoxify you, you will stay in your own space first, and then you will come out after reaching the 3rd floor. Why? Fei Yi asked curiously. There are poisons in the water that are specifically targeted at you orcs. Even the rain contains poisons that are specific to your orcs. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. What secrets are hidden on the 2nd floor? Why is it forbidden to enter the orcs? Why aren't the monsters in the sea afraid of poison? Bai Zhe asked puzzledly. Fang Qingren shook his head. I don't know, but I have tried it with the blood of the golden king lion, the cheetah leopard, and the Tao Ti. Even if I detoxify you, you will still be poisoned if you touch the water here again. Tao Ti will be poisoned when he hears it, and he won't be calm anymore. Fang Qingren, I just ate the monster in the water, why wasn't it poisoned? Tao Ti licked his lips, as if he was savoring the taste of the monster. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were deep and she said frankly, I will give you the answer when I leave the 2nd floor. I don't know now. Wait a minute, Fang Qingren, I have one last question. Will this black egg be poisoned? Fei Yi pointed at Wanling beside Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren. Wanling's eggshell is invulnerable to water and fire, invulnerable to weapons and bullets, and will certainly not be poisoned. Fei Yi's question also made Fang Qingren realize that the only beast she could use next was Wanling. Fang Xi ignored her. The eggshell of the divine phoenix is too fragile. Then when will my injury heal? Fei Yi felt that healing was more urgent than poisoning. It found that since it was injured, its luck had also disappeared. Fat Yi didn't want to drag his injuries to the 3rd level. It will be fine when you leave the 2nd floor. Fang Qingren chuckled. As soon as Fang Qingren finished speaking, Wanling's whole body emitted a light. The light shone on Fei Yi's body and disappeared within a few breaths. But Fei Yi felt relaxed all over, and there were vague signs of healing from his previous injuries. Fei Yi wanted to say something else, but Bai Zhe interrupted him first. Miss Fang, thank you for saving us. There are 3 overlords in this sea area, the demonic sea octopus. Its weakness is the 7th thorn on its back. As long as the thorn is pulled out, it will lose its combat effectiveness. The 2nd one is the 3-headed giant shark. Its weak point is the tooth in the middle of its lower jaw. The 3rd one is that I hope Miss Fang won't confront her. I can only see a shadow from the demonic sea octopus, but it is the most dangerous one. Bai Zhe told Fang Qingren everything he knew. He also told Fang Qingren a magic formula. When encountering a magical beast that cannot be dealt with, he can recite that magic formula to make it pause for half a quarter of an hour. An hour later. Only Fang Qingren and Qin Hanyan, who was practicing, were left on the boat. Fang Qingren stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the grey sky. All the treasures on the 2nd floor were in the sea, and she could go down to search for them. But the 3rd senior sister only has a little sky fox who is not good at water. Fang Qingren found it difficult to safely bring Qin Hanyan into the water, let alone put Qin Hanyan on the boat. Master, there are treasures underwater in front of you. Do you want to go down? Fang Shichu said through a message. She stared all the way and finally found a treasure worthy of its owner. Fang Qingren looked hesitant, thinking whether to send Qin Hanyan to join his senior brother first. Bai Zhe, who was in the space, seemed to understand Fang Qingren's dilemma instantly. Bai Zhe sent a message, Fang Qingren, your 3rd senior sister is not as simple as you think. Taking her into the water may yield unexpected gains. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't Bai Zhe say that he can look at the human race's past? The 10,000-year spiritual ginseng on your 3rd senior sister's body has been harvested here. I guess it has something to do with your 3rd senior sister. Bai Zhe said again. Bai Zhe has decided to cooperate sincerely with Fang Qingren. Therefore, Bai Zhe has made deductions about the people and things around Fang Qingren. Bai Zai thought about it, and after Fang Qingbran ascended to the throne, he told Fang Qingbran about Dao Dao's conspiracy. Tang Chongzhi's words made sense, and Fang Qingbran had the right to know. Thank you, Bai Zai, Fang Qingbran said with a smile on her brows. Fang Qingbran took out 2 waterproof beads and was about to untie the barrier around Qin Hanyan when singing suddenly rang out from all around. The singing is beautiful. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed with coldness. The third most difficult one was encountered by her first. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 389 Mermaid. Sea Mermaid. It can also be called a mermaid. Its singing has the ability to confuse the mind and even make the listener lose their fighting ability. Fang Qingbran didn't want to face the mermaid. Beauty is a monster, possessing the wisdom of a human and the fighting power of a monster, making it much more difficult to deal with than a monster. Moreover, the mermaid in the sea is likely to have tens of millions of people behind her. Within the contract space. When Bai Zai saw the shark, he felt something bad in his heart. There are deep grievances between the sharks and the human race. In order to deal with the human race, the Merman Emperor specially researched various curses to deal with the human race. Even the curse on Wanling comes from the shark clan. Especially the singing of the sharks, as long as the human race listens to it, they will lose their minds and obey the orders of the sharks obediently. Fang Qingbran, don't listen to them singing, Bai Zai said anxiously. I've already listened. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes were a little sharper, and the mermaid's singing didn't seem to have any impact on her. Then do you still remember who I am? Bai Zai asked worriedly. Fang Qingbran was about to answer Bai Zai's question when Qin Hanyan's voice came from behind. Little junior sister, what's wrong with you? Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes were shining, and there was a bit of coquettishness between her brows. Fang Qingbran turned her head and looked at Qin Hanyan, who had stood up at some point. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly cold and she asked, Third senior sister, how are you practicing? It's not bad. It's all thanks to my junior sister, otherwise I might not have the chance to enter the second level. Qin Hanyan smiled beautifully and charmingly, bright and unparalleled. Fang Zhiqiu stretched out a leaf from Fang Qingbran's sleeve and clasped Fang Qingbran's sleeve. There was a hint of coldness in Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes. What the third senior sister said, this is what a junior sister should do, but the third senior sister mentioned before that there is something you want on the second floor, I wonder what it is. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes looked forward, with a fascinating look, little junior sister, if you want to know, just come down with me, and you will know later. After Qin Hanyan finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the side of the boat. At this moment, white mist appeared on the sea. The mermaid's song continues. Master, something is wrong with your third senior sister. She must have been confused by the singing. Should we wake her up? Fang Zhiqiu asked through a message. Fang Qingbran said in a serious voice, the mermaid's song is a curse. The corresponding spell must be found to effectively wake up the third senior sister. Fang Qingbran didn't want to alert the enemy now. The group of mermaids probably didn't know that she was not enchanted by the singing. Little junior sister, what are you doing here? Come down with me right away. Qin Hanyan's voice was charming and charming, which was completely different from the indifferent tone before. Third senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely guarantee your safety. Fang Qingbran looked into Qin Hanyan's purple eyes and said meaningfully. Darkness flashed across Qin Hanyan's eyes, and then he turned around and jumped into the sea. Fang Qingbran stood on the boat and stared at Qin Hanyan underwater, her eyes dark and dark. Was the third senior sister deceived? Or is it someone else? Why don't you come down, little junior sister? Qin Hanyan asked in a sweet voice with her beautiful eyes flowing. Third senior sister, you. Master, Brother Fangxi said that something invaded your sea of consciousness just now and was captured by it, Fang Zhiqiu said in a message. Fang Qingbran paused after hearing this. Her consciousness entered the space and she saw a dark soul trapped in the formation. The soul is constantly struggling to escape control. Fang Qingbran felt a chill all over. There must be such a soul in the consciousness of the third senior sister. It seems that the mermaid's singing is not just to confuse them. The mermaid wants to use her singing to seize their bodies. Fang Qingbran directly searched the black soul. You must be careful when seizing the body. You can only seize the body after the third verse of the curse has been sung. After seizing the body, first lock the soul of the original owner in the spiritual space and bring it back. I will be useful. The human soul is the most delicious. And you must not destroy the bodies of humans. Their beautiful bodies are also delicious food. The human race will have many contracted beasts and so on. After taking the body, be sure not to let them find anything unusual, otherwise they're likely to rescue the imprisoned soul. Be careful of the humans whose bodies have not been taken away, and always be wary of them. The human race has always been cunning. Don't rush to deal with her soul. You must find a way to get all the memories of this human race before you can deal with her soul. Ellipsis. Fang Qingbran's eyes turned cold after reading the memory of the black soul. Third senior sister's body was taken away, but fortunately that person will not touch third senior sister's soul for the time being. Fang Qingbran checked the memory again and found that there was no information about the curse in this soul's memory. Fang Qingbran first exited the space, looked at Qin Hanyan below, and said crisply, Third senior sister, I was just thinking about the difference between you and me. Oh, what do you mean by this, little junior sister? Qin Hanyan looked slightly cold. Fang Qingbran flew into the sea and landed next to Qin Hanyan. It's not interesting, third senior sister, let's go back to where we should go first. Qin Hanyan had a flash of dark color in her beautiful eyes, turned around and submerged herself into the water, swimming downstream. Fang Qingbran put away the boat on the sea and followed Qin Hanyan. Then he sent a message to Fang Zhiqiu. Chu, thank Fang Si for me, and tell it that I don't actually have to contract with the dragon, but if it keeps hiding, I can't guarantee it. Okay master. Fang Zhiqiu responded and went to send the message obediently. Feng Qingren's eyes darkened a bit as she looked at Qin Hanyin in front of her. Whether it was the original novels she had read or ancient books, there was very little information about mermaids. It's easy to deal with the mermaid, but it's rare to save the third senior sister. Feng Qingran now needs Feng Xi's help. Woman, as long as you don't contract with the dragon, I think I can help you rescue Qin Hanyin. Feng Xi's awkward voice sounded. Can I know the reason why you don't want me to contract a dragon? Feng Qingran was curious. It's not impossible for you to make a contract, but you can't contract with the Black Dragon clan. Feng Xi decided to take a step back. After all, not all dragons have committed crimes. Okay, Feng Qingran doesn't necessarily have to contract with the dragon clan, this kind of thing is just left to chance. At this moment, Qin Hanyin turned around and said, Little junior sister, what are you thinking about? Why are you swimming so slowly? Feng Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Ji, are you sure you want to keep pretending? Feng Qingran's third senior sister is not of your temperament. She is a beauty of ice and snow, far from your charming appearance. Yuji, have you succeeded in seizing the body? Qin Hanyin asked, seemingly surprised. Why are you allowed to succeed but not me? Feng Qingran said crisply. The main reason is that after you took the body, you looked almost exactly like Feng Qingran before. I definitely didn't dare to speak. Qin Hanyin looked relieved. Ha ha ha, I just deliberately fooled you. It's such a simple thing to seize a body. She is so weak. Feng Qingran smiled proudly. It is somewhat similar to the Yuji remembered by Bai Ji. Yuji, you are so mean. Qin Hanyin reached out and patted Feng Qingran on the shoulder. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly and she smiled easily. We have successfully completed everything this time. Grandma will definitely reward us well after we go back. Yuji, I actually have something to tell you. Our mission target this time is not simple. Qin Hanyin approached Feng Qingran and whispered. Sudden. The tips of Qin Hanyin's fingers suddenly became as sharp as a knife and stabbed towards Feng Qingran's abdomen. Feng Qingran raised her hand and pushed Bai Ji away, and said coldly, just talk, don't get so close, our relationship is not good enough to chat ear to ear. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 390. Yuji, it's really you. I'm sorry, I was afraid of being deceived. Qin Hanyin smiled charmingly, but the guard in her eyes was still not completely gone. Bai Ji only got a very small part of Qin Hanyin's memory. The Feng Qingran there is a being who is almost as intelligent as a demon. Bai Ji has been doubting that Feng Qingran was not taken away by Yuji ever since she followed her into the water. Feng Qingran's appearance now made Bai Ji feel relieved. Bai Ji, you are always nagging like this. The roles we mermaids won before were not easy. Didn't you just obediently be subdued by Grandma? Feng Qingran rolled her eyes. Bai Ji's mind is vicious and delicate, and she is wary of everyone. Even if he is confirmed to be a companion, he will still test him again and again. The best way to deal with people like Bai Ji is to hit the ball straight. Don't beat around the bush with her. Sure enough, after listening to Feng Qingran's words, Bai Ji relaxed and her nails returned to normal. Yuji, this Qin Hanyin seems to have a 10,000-year-old ginseng in his hand. We will give it to Grandma later. Grandma will definitely appreciate it. Bai Ji looked at Feng Qingran with purple eyes. 10,000-year ginseng, that's wrong. Why is there no such thing in Feng Qingran's memory? Feng Qingran pretended to be surprised. Feng Qingran said tightly, Bai Ji, what are you talking about? Grandma loves you the most, what more appreciation do you need? Yuji, are you affected by Feng Qingran's memory? Bai Ji lowered her guard, but she still didn't completely believe that Yuji had succeeded in seizing the body. After all, Feng Qingran's swimming movements were somewhat different from those of a mermaid. Influence? What influence? I don't understand it the first time. Feng Qingran's eyes were filled with confusion. Yuji's status in the mermaid clan is revered. In such a dangerous situation as seizing the body, it was actually not Yuji's turn. It was just that Yuji was very curious about the matter of seizing the body, so she chose to go on the mission with Bai Ji. Bai Ji has taken over many people. In previous years, for all the disciples who entered the second level, Bai Ji was the mermaid who had to go on a mission. Feng Qingran suspected that Bai Ji must know something about the spell. Yuji, is Feng Qingran's soul locked into consciousness space by you, right? Bai Ji asked with a smile. If it's not locked into consciousness space, where can it be locked? Feng Qingran asked again. Yuji, why don't we change the target of the mission? Qin Hanyin's soul has been completely surrendered by me. If you enter my body, Grandma will definitely praise you when you go back. Bai Ji stopped swimming forward and said seriously. Feng Qingran was blocked and had to stop. Feng Qingran was a little confused about Bai Ji's intention. Changing souls midway, how could it be possible without Grandma's spell? Feng Qingran's eyes were filled with shock. Bai Ji grabbed Feng Qingran's wrist, touched the colorful mysterious bracelet with her index finger, and the greed in her eyes flashed. Bai Ji felt a little regretful. If she had known that Feng Qingran had such a treasure, she would definitely have chosen to seize Feng Qingran's body. Bai Ji's eyes shone. Yuji, I know a little bit about Grandma's spells. I know you are very interested in the mermaid clan's spells, so I can take this opportunity to teach you. I want to learn spells, but the Queen Mother told me that only priests of destiny can learn spells. Other mermaids who learn spells without authorization will be sentenced to death. Feng Qingran shook his head, looking very scared. I am Grandma's heir. It is normal for me to teach you spells. And you are the little princess of the mermaid tribe. It is normal for you to know the spells. Bai Ji followed the instructions and glanced at the colorful mysterious bracelet again. The mermaid nearby could not recognize the preciousness of the colorful mysterious bracelet. But she is different. She is the next priest chosen by her grandma. I once saw a portrait of a colorful mysterious bracelet from my grandma, but in that portrait, there was also a gentle and quiet woman. The aura of that woman was extremely gentle. At first, she casually asked about the bracelet, and her grandma told her that the bracelet was the most precious treasure in the world and she didn't know its name. Now, when she really encounters the bracelet, Bai Ji definitely doesn't want to miss it. If such a precious thing is really given to grandma, she must have no chance to get it again. Bai Ji wants to change her soul and seize her body, just to take away the colorful mysterious bracelet quietly. Fang Qingbran keenly noticed that Bai Ji was interested in her bracelet. There is nothing about the colorful mysterious bracelet in the memory of third senior sister. It seems that this Bai Ji knows the colorful mysterious bracelet. Judging from Yuji's memory, Yuji is indeed eager to learn spells, but she is not Yuji and will not be fooled by this. But Fang Qingbran wanted to agree to Bai Ji's proposal. Soul changing would allow her to save the third senior sister. Bai Ji, you don't want to trick me, do you? What if you come back to the clan and complain to grandma, saying that I forced you to teach me? Fang Qingbran thought about how to prevent the soul from changing. Bai Ji noticed something unusual. Fang Qingbran was only afraid that Bai Ji would find something abnormal, which would be detrimental to the soul of the third senior sister. Yuji, how can you miss me so much? We are half-sisters after all, and I won't cheat you. Bai Ji's eyes flashed with a dark look. If it weren't for Yuji's identity, she wouldn't have informed Yuji that she wanted to change her soul. Then let me think about it. Fang Qingbran looked thoughtful. In fact, Fang Qingbran was transmitting a message to Fang Si. Fang Si, is the soul change that Bai Ji said possible? It's not feasible. Yuji's soul has been destroyed. As long as Bai Ji recites the spell, she will be able to discover your abnormality. Fang Si said coldly. Fang Si knew very well that Fang Qingbran wanted to save Qin Hanyan. There is a great danger in the soul-changing process, and Fang Qingbran's soul may be replaced. Fang Qingbran hides too many secrets. Never allow other alien souls to enter her body. Fang Si, what I mean is, can you help me cover up this abnormality? Fang Qingbran asked again via voice message. Fang Qingbran, Bai Ji is just the heir. She must have learned the spell, but she doesn't know how to break the spell. Even if you search her soul, you won't get the answer you want. Fang Si refused to give Fang Qingbran left a little hope. Fang Si doesn't care whether Bai Ji notices it or not. Is Fang Qingbran Yuji? It would not gamble on Fang Qingbran's affairs. Fang Si sent a message. Fang Qingbran, changing souls is not possible. It will not be a good thing for you or Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan's soul has been cursed and is bound in the consciousness space. Even if Bai Ji's soul enters your body at this moment, Qin Hanyan will not wake up. On the contrary, it may cause damage to Qin Hanyan's body. Also in Yuji's memory, Bai Ji is delicate and vicious. Maybe Bai Ji has long discovered that you are not Yuji and deliberately wants to use a spell to seduce you. Also, the relationship between Bai Ji and Yuji is not good. Why did Bai Ji suddenly teach Yuji a spell? Fang Si carefully explained the power to Fang Qingbran. Fang Si, Bai Ji is interested in the colorful mysterious bracelet, and my colorful mysterious clothes that are invulnerable to water and fire. I guess Bai Ji has also found out. When Fang Si heard Fang Qingbran's words, her aura changed slightly. You said she recognized the colorful mysterious bracelet. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 391 Soul Testing Formation. Fang Si, is there anything strange? No, how could Bai Ji, a mermaid, know the colorful mysterious bracelet? Fang Si murmured in shock. It's normal for mermaids to be sensitive to treasures. Back then, Su Yanran was always staring at my double-stroke bracelet. Besides, Bai Ji is a mermaid, so it's normal for her to recognize artifacts. Fang Qingbran said through the voice transmission. Fang Si fell into silence. It's normal for a mermaid to recognize treasures, but it's very abnormal to recognize a colorful mysterious bracelet. After the colorful mysterious bracelet was contracted by Fang Qingbran, all the aura belonging to the artifact was hidden. Bai Ji must have seen the colorful mysterious bracelet somewhere. Only then did he focus on the jade bracelet. Woman, refuse to exchange souls with her, and be careful of her casting a curse on you. Fang Si said in an extremely serious voice. There are some things that can only be answered by entering the mermaid clan. Fang Si, you said before that you could help me save third senior sister. Fang Qingbran still wanted to save Qin Hanyan's soul before returning to the mermaid tribe. Qin Hanyan will be safe for at least 7 days. If you want to save Qin Hanyan, you must first learn to break the curse. Fang Si said through the message. Fang Qingbran thought about Fang Si's words and finally gave up the idea of exchanging souls to save people. Yuji, what are your thoughts? The greed in Bai Ji's eyes was undisguised. She didn't believe Yuji could resist the temptation of the spell. Bai Ji, I have never heard of soul changing, and I don't want to take the risk. Fang Qingbran shook her head and swam past Bai Ji. Bai Ji was in a daze for a moment, and then Bai Ji reacted and immediately caught up with Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran, stop pretending, you are not Yuji at all. Bai Ji followed Fang Qingbran and said in a positive tone. Fang Qingbran said calmly, Bai Ji, whatever you say, the Queen Mother will know that you want to exchange souls with me. Bai Ji's method is simply not enough for the human race. Yuji, I was just joking with you, don't be angry. Bai Ji's beautiful eyes showed sincerity as she continued. Yuji, you also know that after we seize the body, we must confirm again and again, otherwise if the human race sneaks into our mermaid race, it will be a great harm to us. Bai Ji, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Even if the human race can disguise it, can our soul testing array detect it? Fang Qingbran stared at Bai Ji with deep almond eyes. The stiffness on Bai Ji's face flashed across her face. The only difference that the soul testing formation can detect is the difference between mermaids and humans. But it was impossible to detect the situation of the mermaid taking the body of the mermaid. Bai Ji seemed to be shocked by Fang Qingbran's words. She didn't say anything else until she entered the mermaid clan. The land of the mermaid tribe. A palace with 2 mermaids holding swords and halberds guarding the entrance. When the mermaid saw Fang Qingran and Qin Hanyan, she raised her weapon and pointed it at them at the same time. You are so bold that even this princess dares to stop you. Are you tired of living? Fang Qingran pinched her waist with both hands, looking domineering. It's exactly the same as Yuji in the mermaid's impression. The 2 mermaids saluted respectfully and said, Princess, please forgive me. Please go through the soul-testing formation with me first. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked at the flowing light and said to Qin Hanyan, Baisi, you go first. 2 mermaids opened the palace door. After entering the palace, Fang Qingran stopped swimming and chose to land on her feet. She is not a real mermaid, so naturally she still likes to walk. Fortunately, Baiji also learned to walk upright like Fang Qingran, which did not make Fang Qingran special. Baiji was just about to walk up the steps of the formation. The other 2 mermaids said, Miss Baiji, wait a moment, the formation stone has not been released yet. The 2 mermaids looked at each other and walked onto the formation stage. After placing a few black stones on each of the 4 stone pillars, they turned around and came down. Miss Baiji, please. The 2 mermaids, one on the left and one on the right, acted respectfully, but there was a hint of sarcasm in their eyes. Baiji's eyes flashed slightly, and she said with a fake smile, thank you. Baiji walked up the steps and entered the circular soul-testing formation. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Qingran, full of coldness and calculation. There are 4 pillars surrounding the soul-testing formation. The pillar is engraved with countless black runes. In the center of the soul-testing formation is a blue pupil, lifelike and creepy. Baiji's hands are behind her back, hidden in her sleeves. A black mist floated out and fell on the pupil in the center of the formation. Baiji's lips curled up slightly and she stared at the jade bracelet on Fang Qingran's wrist with a look that was determined to win. At this time, the 4 stone pillars shook. A thin layer of water curtain rose from the ground, wrapping the entire formation. A blue light shot into the sky. What? Baiji's screams came from the formation. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes narrowed slightly, wanting to spread her spiritual consciousness to explore Baiji's situation. Woman, withdraw your consciousness immediately. There is a more powerful existence here. You will expose yourself if you do this. Fang Si warned. Baiji used 3rd senior sister's body. I'm worried that something might happen to 3rd senior sister's soul. Fang Qingran said through the message. Fang Si said seriously. The soul testing formation will not harm the soul. It exists to wipe out the mermaid clan's disloyalty and help the mermaid seize the body. Then why does Baiji scream? Fang Qingran asked puzzledly. She has become greedy and is being cleansed by the formation. Don't worry, the formation can't harm Qin Hanyan. I have communicated with Qin Hanyan's contracted beast. It will protect Qin Hanyan's soul. Fang Saizeo, I have seen this kind of soul testing formation before. To put it mildly, it tests the soul. In fact, it was just created by the mermaid tribe to stabilize their rule. As long as an ambitious soul enters the formation, it will definitely be tested by the formation. As Baiji is the descendant of the priest, the mermaid emperor's desire to control her will be even stronger. Just before Baiji entered the formation, the 2 mermaids had obviously adjusted their formation. If the mermaid emperor wants to completely control the mermaid clan, he must control every priest. Woman, you will enter the formation later. Don't think about anything. I will help you pass the test of the formation. Also, be careful not to release your spiritual consciousness when you see the mermaid emperor. Your 3rd senior sister's soul is protected by the sky fox and nothing will happen to her. The most important thing at the moment is to meet the priest as soon as possible and get the spell. Before Baiji and Yuji return to the mermaid body, you and Qin Hanyan are safe, but you only have 7 days. Within 7 days, you must find a way to break the curse for Qin Hanyan. Fang Si told Fang Qingran everything he thought of. Fang Si, is it difficult to see the high priest? Fang Qingran didn't intend to make any clichés. After seeing the priest, he directly used force to send people into the void space to search for their souls. Mermaid priests can create spells that take away the bodies of humans. There is no need for her to be soft-hearted towards the mermaid clan. It's difficult. As the future priest of the mermaid tribe, Baiji has not seen the priest more than 3 times in 1,000 years. Fang Si said. How do you know this? Fang Qingran searched Yuji's memory again, but found nothing that Fang Si said. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 392 Eye of Nothingness. Tianhu sent me news. Fang Si said. Fang Si, do you mean that Tianhu stole Baiji's memory? Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were bright and she looked a little more relaxed. Since Xiao Tianhu can send news to Fang Si, it proves that the 3rd senior sister is safe. Fang Si said quietly, some of the mermaid clan's methods are left over from the fox clan's tricks. What other useful news did the fox send that day? Fang Qingran could vaguely see Baiji's painful expression through the water curtain. This group of mermaids succeeded in seizing the body. After passing the soul trial array, they're waiting to get all the memories of the human race. After that, they will return to their own bodies. There will be mermaids specially coming to collect the bodies and souls. Fang Si said in a voice transmission. Fang Qingran's eyes gradually darkened. Fang Si, you keep stressing 7 days. Does that mean someone will take away the soul of 3rd senior sister after 7 days? No, you only have 7 days, and I can only cover it up for you for 7 days. A quarter of an hour later. Baiji walked down from the formation altar and said to Fang Qingran, it's your turn to go up, Yuji. Fang Qingran looked into Baiji's blue eyes and said, Baiji, wait for me and I will take you to see the Queen Mother. Baiji's eyes were dim and she was silent as she passed by Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran had just stepped onto the first step. The 2 mermaids who had replaced the formation stones for Baiji came over and said respectfully, Princess, wait a moment, we still need to put in a few more formation stones. Bai Ji's expression suddenly turned cold, staring at the movements of the two mermaids changing the formation stones. The more Bai Ji looked at the aura around her, the colder it became, and she understood that what she encountered in the formation must have been the hands and feet of these two mermaids. The grudge between the mermaid emperor and her grandma flashed through Bai Ji's mind. It was immediately clear that they must have dared to do this under the instruction of the mermaid emperor. Bai Ji looked at Feng Qingren's back, her eyes were cold, and she turned around and left. She must go to her grandma to talk about this matter. Also, she needs to get better at the soul-changing spell. What she wants to exchange is not the human soul. Why is it that as a future priest, she is not even half as good as Yuji? She wants to exchange lives with Yuji, and she also wants to be that superior mermaid princess. You can enjoy the results without having to do any tasks. Feng Qingren felt nervous when she saw Yuji leaving. Feng Si, can you follow to protect the third senior sister? I'm still worried. Tianhu and I have been in constant communication, don't worry. Feng Si reassured. There are a lot of weird things in the mermaid land. Feng Si has decided since entering the mermaid land that he will not leave Feng Qingren for even half a step. Feng Qingren was carrying too many things. At this critical moment, Feng Si might abandon Qin Hanyan and take Feng Qingren away from here. However, Feng Si would not tell Feng Qingren these words. Princess, don't worry, everything has been arranged and it will be over soon. Two mermaids walked down and motioned for Feng Qingren to come up. Feng Qingren stepped into the formation. The four light pillars vibrated slightly, and then a water curtain rose from the edge of the formation. Nothing unusual. Feng Qingren looked down at the formation eye at her feet. The eyes don't look like they were carved on them, they look very real. Feng Qingren will find a way to remove this eye. Feng Si excitedly sent a message to Feng Qingren. Feng Qingren. Feng Si, what is this? Feng Qingren didn't understand why Feng Si was excited. It's something you shouldn't get by just being lucky. In short, this thing is a very, very supreme treasure. These blind men from the mermaid tribe are actually willing to put it here and use it to squander the gods. Feng Si was both happy and excited. There is a feeling of sadness. Feng Qingren fell into silence for a moment, not knowing how to speak. At this time, a black mist quietly penetrated from the soles of Feng Qingren's feet into Feng Qingren's body. The black mist is very low-key. Hibernating into one of Feng Qingren's tendons, he stopped moving. Feng Si's attention was all on the eye of nothingness at the moment, and he didn't even notice that something dirty had entered Feng Qingren's body. Feng Si didn't know that this oversight almost caused Feng Qing's body and spirit to be destroyed. As long as Feng Qingren gets this thing, you can gain another bargaining chip. Feng Si was obviously still excited. Feng Si, am I not suitable to know what this is? Feng Qingren said helplessly. That's not entirely true, it's just that you don't understand even if I say it. Feng Si said bluntly. The Eye of Nothingness, commonly known as the Eye of the Guardian. When all planes were still in chaos, they had existed for an unknown amount of time. When the world first opened, it appeared once, and then disappeared. No one would have thought that the Eye of Nothingness would fall into the hands of a mermaid. The mermaid is also regarded as the center of an ordinary formation. Feng Si really felt more and more heartbroken the more he thought about it. This thing should be offered up after he got it. Feng Si, you should say it first. Feng Qingren shouted several times before waking Feng Si up. Feng Si spoke word by word. It is the Eye of Death, commonly known as the Eye of Death. It is countless times more powerful than Bai Zai's Eye of Samsara. After Feng Si finished speaking, he continued, I guess you only understand the Eye of Reincarnation of Heaven and Earth. Yeah, Feng Qingren responded with a complex expression. Again, it is restricted by some rules. Weak people cannot understand some high-dimensional things. Feng Si, what kind of strength can get rid of this restriction? Feng Qingren asked in a serious tone. At least you have the strength to break the void. Feng Si noticed that Feng Qingren's tone was wrong, and quickly added, actually, I don't blame you for some things. If you don't understand, it's a kind of protection. With Feng Qingren's current strength, even if she contracts with the Eye of Nothingness, she still cannot use the Eye of Contract. Just like Feng Qingren can't use the sky-opening axe at this moment. Thank you, I was not comforted. Feng Qingren carefully looked at the Eyes of Nothingness. When Feng Qingren uses some magic techniques, he has to mention his name. He doesn't let you understand. He is really protecting you. Feng Si said through the voice transmission. It's just that I'm not strong enough, Feng Si. I want to know how far I need to practice to become the strong person you call me. Feng Qingren could feel that Feng Si's strength was so strong that it could cover the sky. To the point of being afraid. In addition, Feng Si seemed to be disdainful of the Dao Dao and the Dao of Heaven. Feng Si said sternly, before ascending to become an immortal, it is the 9th level. From the Qi refining stage to the tribulation stage, it is the 9th level. After becoming an immortal, it is still the 9th level. The road to becoming a god is also the 9th level. If you can break through the last level of a god, step into the plane, you can be considered as entering the ranks of the strong. After becoming a god, you can override the laws of heaven in the small world. Those who break through the last level of god level and step into the plane of power can walk with the great road. If they become the plane gods, they can surpass the great road. For the next thing, when you break through the plane in the future, you can naturally obtain the inheritance information. Feng Qingren, I can only tell you that the higher you go, the harder and lonelier the road becomes. It's good that you are loyal to the people of Lingyun sect now, but they may become your weakness in the future. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 393 Chaos Body. Feng Qingren, the path of a strong person is destined to be lonely and difficult. You can help them become stronger, but you cannot lead them to become gods all the way. Feng Si's words were cruel and direct. Before becoming an immortal, Fang Qingran could help the people of Lingyun sect gradually become the pinnacle experts in this small world by sending resources and opportunities. But whether they can ascend to immortality depends on their own luck and immortality. Even if he is destined to be an immortal, he has ascended to immortality. Then the road after becoming an immortal is tens of thousands of times more difficult than the road of a monk. The paths of cultivation in the small world and the fairy world are very different. Fang Si, you still don't understand them. The growth has little to do with me. They relied on themselves to get to where they are today. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were firm, as if she had made some kind of decision secretly. Fang Qingran, those skills, magic weapons, and spiritual fruits you gave them, even if they were placed in the fairy world, they would make the powerful look at them and say they didn't help them. Fang Si asked in return. Fang Si actually didn't understand some of Fang Qingran's behaviors. The immortal cultivators it had seen in the past were all hidden from their fellow disciples, and they did not dare to reveal even half of the good qualities. Even those children of the same clan. They are all extremely alert. No matter what resources or opportunities they get, they all remain silent. Only Fang Qingran kept giving good things to everyone in the Lingyun sect. I'm not afraid of them being greedy at all. What Fang Si didn't understand even more was that the Lingyun sect's group accepted everything correctly. But he never asks too many questions, and he is never greedy. Even if they have good things, they will give them to Fang Qingran. To be honest, Fang Si was extremely envious of their pure friendship. Apart from being envious, Fang Si couldn't help but worry about Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran was recognized by Hongmeng tree species and void space. Now that she is in the small world, Fang Qingran has no problem doing this. After all, Fang Qingran is safe in the small world. But after becoming an immortal in the future, if Fang Qingran still helps a few people from Lingyun sect like this, Fang Qingran will definitely face endless troubles. Fang Si reminded Fang Qingran several times not to help the Lingyun sect people too much. Fang Qingran had never heard of it. This time when he encountered the Eye of Nothingness, Fang Si could no longer hide his worries. Fang Qingran, you keep squandering the resources of the void space for the people of Lingyun sect. You may regret it when you become a god. Fang Si said seriously. Fang Si, you can teach me how to become stronger, but no matter what happens, I will never abandon the people who truly care about me. Fang Qingran's eyes became as deep as the moonlight. When resources are gone, she will look for them again. But when people are gone, they're really gone. Fang Si sighed. Fang Qingran, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have forced my thoughts on you. Fang Si has always dealt with the thinking of a strong person. It is also used to the loneliness along the way, and it takes it for granted to use its own experience to guide Fang Qingran. Fang Si, how do you think I should meet the mermaid priest? Fang Qingran changed the subject and stopped talking. There is no right or wrong in some things, only different choices. Fang Si thought for a while and then said through a message, use the mermaid emperor to force the priest to come out. As a mermaid princess, it's normal for Yuji to want the priest to come out and bless her. Fang Qingran's eyes were reserved. Yuji's year-old wedding ceremony will be held in 7 days. Right now. The water curtain on the formation descended. The two mermaids in the audience said respectfully, Princess, the soul testing array is over. The mermaid emperor is waiting for you in the main hall. Fang Qingran stepped down the steps and raised her chin slightly. Where's Baiji? Miss Baiji should go back to the cave to recuperate first. A mermaid replied. Go and call her over and meet the Queen Mother with me. Fang Qingran said crisply. The two mermaids looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Princess, the mermaid emperor did not summon Miss Baiji, we. Go if you were told to go, what nonsense are you talking about? Fang Qingran's eyes became sharp and her voice was full of oppression. Yes, Princess. The two mermaids bowed their heads and retreated to find Baiji. Fang Qingran didn't insist on seeing Baiji. She was just worried that if Baiji went to see the priest, if the priest noticed something, he would attack third senior sister. Here, Baiji gang was about to take out something to send a message to the priest. Boom boom boom. Miss Baiji, Princess, please come over. Baiji's face darkened and she stopped what she was doing. Could it be that Yuji discovered something? The moment Baiji was silent, the voice from outside the door sounded again, Miss Baiji, if you don't speak, we will go in. I'll come right away, Baiji said coldly. Baiji stood up, put all her things away, and walked out. You are the future priest after all. It's not easy to call him. The two mermaids walked in front and deliberately said sarcastically. Baiji's beautiful eyes were icy cold, staring at the backs of the two mermaids, and a certain idea in her heart became stronger. When she becomes the mermaid princess, she will definitely deal with these two first. My son has really grown up. He actually learned how to seize the body, how good it is. The mermaid emperor happily looked at Fang Qingran's beautiful and unparalleled face, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Fang Qingran hugged the mermaid emperor's arm with a smile. The mother emperor is so powerful, she can lead the entire mermaid clan to become stronger. The mermaid emperor's aura is restrained, and his cultivation has reached the stage of transcending tribulation. Yuji, in the future the entire mermaid clan will be handed over to you. You have to make plans in advance. You want to get closer to Baiji, do you hear me? The mermaid emperor said earnestly. Mother, I don't like Baiji. She doesn't even take me to see my grandma. Fang Qingran imitated Yuji's usual behavior and pouted. Yuji, no mermaid in the clan is willing to get close to Baiji now. This is the best time for you to have a good relationship with her. The mermaid emperor sighed softly. Yuji is still too naive after all. She deliberately suppressed Baiji and gave Yuji a chance to show mercy, but she didn't expect that Yuji didn't notice it. The mermaid emperor was worried. She is about to ascend and there is not much time left to help Yuji. Mother Queen, I just don't want to. When we took over the body this time, Bai Ji wanted to switch bodies with me in the middle, and said that there would be no accidents if we changed souls in the middle. Fang Qinggran said while observing the Mermaid Emperor's body. Face. What did you say? The Mermaid Emperor's face darkened. Fang Qinggran let go of the Mermaid Emperor's arm and walked to the seat next to her to lie down. I didn't agree, Queen Mother. I feel like Bai Ji wants to exchange this body with me. Is there anything special about this body? Fang Qinggran's apricot eyes flashed with a twinkling luster, looking cute and innocent. The Mermaid Emperor's eyes were dim as he looked at Fang Qinggran. Suddenly, the Mermaid Emperor's eyes widened and he said with surprise on his face, "My son, fortunately you have not changed your wits. This body of yours is a unique chaos body." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 394 The priest appears. Fang Qinggran blinked her arm and shaped eyes and asked curiously, "Mother Queen, what is the chaos body?" The Mermaid Emperor glanced around sharply, then raised his hand to set up a barrier. As a result, Bai Ji, who had just arrived at the entrance of the palace, was stopped. The mermaid guarding outside the palace raised his sword and halberd. "Miss Bai Ji, the Mermaid Emperor has something important to discuss with the princess, please wait a moment." Bai Ji's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, feeling the insult, she turned around and wanted to leave. But the way was blocked by two mermaids behind him. "Miss Bai Ji, the princess wants to see you, so please wait here." Bai Ji took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. "It is good. Very good. The princess is really amazing." Inside the palace, the Mermaid Emperor happily said, "The chaos body is also called the Heavenly Moon Saint body. I heard that as long as cultivators with this kind of body are willing to practice hard, they will definitely be able to understand the great Tao in the future, or even be superior to it. My son is really lucky. He got this body the first time he took a body." The Mermaid Emperor seemed very happy and patted Fang Qinggran on the shoulder. "What a blessing for the mermaid clan." "Wait a minute, chaos body. 5 color spiritual roots, still the best spiritual roots. God bless my mermaid clan." The Mermaid Emperor actually turned around and knelt down towards the east. Fang Qinggran stood there, her eyes shining like glass. No wonder Bai Zhe was willing to make a divine contract with her. Fang Zhichu and Hongmeng Shuzheng, including Fang Si, should have already seen her physique. Fang Qinggran, actually I can explain it. Fang Si vaguely felt that something was wrong when she heard the Mermaid Emperor mention the chaos body. It had not told Fang Qinggran this before. It's just because the time has not come. But now that Fang Qinggran heard this from someone else, things changed. No need to explain, Fang Si, I'm glad I have these. Fang Qinggran's apricot eyes are slightly curved, and her chaotic body means that she can contract more divine beasts in the future. This way there will be more thugs at your disposal. Fang Qinggran's whole body was full of joy. Fang Si seemed to be completely confused by Fang Qinggran. Shouldn't Fang Qinggran be sad? And feel chilled? Because they all have a purpose and are contracted with her. Aren't you sad, Fang Qinggran? The purpose of our contract with you is not simple, Fang Si asked. There's nothing to be sad about. I'm very happy to meet you. The tragic memories of the previous life flashed through Fang Qinggran's mind. In her previous life, she had never even embarked on the path of cultivation. Until she was used to death by Su Yanran, there was no one she could trust around her. In this life, she has Yi Wensheng, Mo Jinggong, and everyone from Lingyun sect walking side by side. There are also Fang Si, Wan Ling, Fang Zhichu. They protect you all the way. When Fang Si heard Fang Qinggran's words, a certain string in his heart seemed to be touched, and red runes appeared on the black eggshell. The aura of the runes is mysterious and powerful. Fang Si said with a heavy tone, "Fang Qinggran, I seem to be breaking out of my shell. I will pass all the information to Wanling and Fengji, and then let them protect you." Fang Qinggran's consciousness fell into the space. "How long does it take for you to break out of your shell?" "I don't know, maybe decades, maybe tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, so you must be careful next time." Fang Si warned worriedly. Wanling, Shen Wang, and Fang were all sincere at first, but Tai followed Fang. Bai Zhe is calm and measured, but Fang Si always feels that Bai Zhe approaches Fang Qinggran with a calculation. The only person who reassured Fang Si was Mo Jinggong. It's just that the guy has disappeared since entering the mysterious realm. "Fang Si, I'll wait for you to come out," Fang Qinggran said with some reluctance. She is now a god and her lifespan is no more than 10,000 years. In order to wait for Fang Si to break out of her shell, she must also practice harder and become an immortal as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Fang Si comes out, she may become a bad old woman. "Fang Qinggran, take care and wait for me. I want to pass on the words you said to the Dragon Emperor that day to you. I am willing to serve as my master, without fear or regret, and accompany you to glory." Fang Si always remembered Fang Qinggran. The look on his face when he said those words. Fang Qinggran's apricot eyes are shining, as beautiful as stars, and the glistening light contains a dignity that is unyielding between heaven and earth. Fang Qinggran whispered, "Fang Si, I'm waiting for you to fight side by side." "Yes." After Fang Si responded, the figure disappeared from Fang Qinggran's consciousness and entered the white mist area. Fang Zhichu moved on Fang Qinggran's sleeve, as if comforting Fang Qinggran. Wan Ling sent a message, "Master, don't worry, Tianhu has sent news that Qin Hanyan is fine." "My son, why are you still standing there? Tell me about your body." After praying, the Mermaid Emperor stood up and waved to Fang Qinggran. "Mother Queen, her name is Fang Qinggran, she is a monk from Qingyun Prefecture." "Wait a minute, what did you say her name was?" The excitement on the Mermaid Emperor's face disappeared, secretly thinking that there couldn't be such a coincidence. "Fang Qinggran." All the smiles on the Mermaid Emperor's face disappeared. "My son, does she remember someone named Su Yanran?" "How does the Queen Mother know?" A cold light flashed across Fang Qinggran's eyes. It was absolutely abnormal for the mermaid tribe in the secret realm to know Su Yanran. No wonder, no wonder. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head, raised his hand, grabbed Feng Qingren's wrist, and asked seriously, "My son, where is this thing on my wrist?" "I don't know, I don't remember that there is something on this wrist." Feng Qingren was thankful that Feng Si had let her hide the colorful mysterious bracelet in advance. Many memories about Su Yanran flashed through Feng Qingren's consciousness. Feng Qingren asked with deep eyes, "What happened to the Queen Mother?" The High Priest once calculated that at a certain time, a man named Feng Qingren will appear and give us a unique treasure. However, we cannot take this treasure. We must give it to a person named Su Yanran. Then your mother, the Queen I will get a chance to ascend. The Mermaid Emperor felt that at this time, there was no need to hide some things any longer. The Mermaid Emperor continued, "The priest said that Su Yanran is a noble lady. If our mermaid clan can help her, she may have a place in the fairy world in the future. It's a pity that Su Yanran never appeared after we waited for nearly 10,000 years. I thought the priest's guess was wrong. Now it seems that what is supposed to come will come. Find something on Feng Qingren quickly," the Mermaid Emperor urged. The Mermaid Emperor originally planned to let Yuji completely merge with this body. Now it seems that the plan may need to be changed. It's just that this chaos body is really rare. The Mermaid Emperor's eyes were burning as he thought about how to transplant the chaos body to Yuji. "Mother Emperor, is this bracelet the treasure you were talking about?" Feng Qingren handed an exquisite bracelet to the Mermaid Emperor. This is the double-strip bracelet that she originally found someone to imitate. The Mermaid Emperor took the jade bracelet and felt the breath of the double-stritchel bracelets. Although a holy treasure is rare, it has not yet reached the opportunity to be exchanged for an ascension. It should not be it. Feng Qingren's apricot eyes narrowed slightly, and she was about to take out the imitation colorful mysterious bracelet when she felt an extremely cold breath hit her back. Feng Qingren immediately turned sideways to avoid the attack. Before she could turn around, a hoarse voice like a blunt instrument sounded from behind Feng Qingren. "My Emperor, she is Feng Qingren herself." Yuji failed to seize the soul. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 395 The Fate Card Problem. High Priest, my son has passed the soul testing formation. What do you mean by this? The Mermaid Emperor blocked Feng Qingren behind him and looked at the priest who was wrapped in black curtains with cold eyes. The priest held up his scepter and walked past the Mermaid Emperor Feng Qingren. Step by step, he walked forward to the throne. The priest stood in front of the throne, turned around, and looked down at Feng Qingren and the Mermaid Emperor, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Feng Qingren raised her eyes and met the priest's arrogant eyes, and a strange feeling came to her heart. High Priest, what do you want to do? The Mermaid Emperor looked ugly and was very angry at the priest's behavior of provoking the imperial power. My emperor probably doesn't know that the mermaid tribe was almost wiped out under your leadership, right? The mermaid priest looked aloof, more like the emperor than the mermaid emperor. The mermaid emperor ignored the priest, raised his hand to remove the barrier, and shouted outside, "Come here, the priest is trying to usurp the throne, take it down for me." After the mermaid emperor finished speaking, only Baiji walked in. Feng Qingren watched Qin Hanyin walk into the hall proudly, her eyes gradually turned cold. It was not the time to break up with the mermaid priest yet. My emperor, the guards outside have been dismissed by Grandma, Baiji said with a smile on her face. The mermaid emperor just glanced at Baiji, and then looked at the mermaid priest. High Priest, I really didn't expect you to have such rights. My emperor, don't be nervous. I have no intention of seizing power. I am here just to deal with the soul that has sneaked into the mermaid clan. The mermaid priest's breath was cold, and his only exposed eyes were indeed full of smiles. High Priest, my son has passed the soul testing formation outside. Why do you insist on falsely accusing my son of being a human? The mermaid emperor raised his hand, the scepter appeared, and struck hard on the ground. The mermaid emperor stared at the mermaid priest, and determined in his heart that the priest wanted to take away the chaos body, so he framed Yuji and failed to seize the soul. The high priest looked down at the mermaid emperor. I have the life card of each mermaid in my hand. The life card is here, this mermaid is here, the life card is broken, this mermaid is dead, and Yuji's life card was broken not long ago. Behind you, how could the person standing there be Yuji? The mermaid king trembled slightly when he heard the high priest's words. Feng Qingren spoke up at the right time. High Priest, I remember that when I was born, the Queen Mother forbade you from making my life tablet. How come you have my life tablet in your hand? That's right, High Priest, you don't have my son's life card at all. The mermaid emperor said excitedly, as if he had found some hope. At this time, Baiji stepped forward and said first. I made Yuji's life card privately. It was the first time Yuji went on a mission. I was worried that something would happen to her, so before leaving, I asked Yuji for the divine mark and the life card I made. Baiji said, taking out the image stone and handing it to the mermaid emperor, here is the evidence. My emperor can take a look. The mermaid emperor tremblingly took the image stone, but did not dare to open it. The mermaid emperor's gaze swept across Feng Qingren's face, then looked at the high priest, and there was still some hope in his heart. Feng Qingren's expression remained unchanged, and she looked at Baiji calmly. Baiji's eyes flashed with a cold look, and the appearance of her grandma disrupted all her plans. Now, Baiji hopes that Yuji is still alive so that her plan to become a princess can continue. But it's obviously impossible. Since grandma gave her the image stone, she must have made complete preparations. Baiji couldn't guess her grandma's intention. Are you Yuji or Feng Qingren? The mermaid emperor stared at Feng Qingren and asked in a trembling voice. What does the Queen Mother think? The image stone can be faked, but since the high priest wants to say that I am not, even if I am Yuji, she has 10,000 ways to prove that I am not Yuji. Feng Qingren looked at the streamer with beautiful eyes, looking indifferent. Look. If it weren't for Baiji, she would still be living in third senior sister's body. Feng Qingren would not talk nonsense to them. At this moment, Feng Qingren was only afraid that the mermaid emperor and the high priest would join forces and use third senior sister to threaten him. The mermaid emperor looked at the similar expressions between Feng Qingren and Yuji, gritted his teeth and opened the image stone. Snapped. The Mermaid Emperor smashed the image stone on Baiji's face. This is your so-called evidence. You want to trick my son into exchanging souls with you, but you also want her to learn spells. A small piece of Baiji's forehead was injured, and blood flowed down the tail of Baiji's eyes. Baiji was stunned for a moment. She picked up the image stone on the ground and looked at it. Her face suddenly turned pale. This turned out to be the scene where she bewitched Yuji to change her soul. How is this possible? Baiji looked at Feng Qinggran with cold eyes. It's you, you're the one who caused the trouble, right? Baiji, are you sick? I have never touched the image stone from beginning to end. The Queen Mother should know best. Feng Qinggran's beautiful eyes were shining, her chin was slightly raised, and she said proudly. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Baiji with a majestic expression. Baiji, you have ulterior motives. You know that you can't learn spells casually, but you still used my son's curiosity to tempt her to learn spells. If the mermaid casts a spell, the scholar will be implicated in the cause and effect of using the spell. So she never let Yuji touch the spell. But in this image stone, Baiji kept coaxing Yuji to learn spells. The high priest raised his hand, and the image stone held by Baiji automatically floated into the hands of the high priest. After reading the image stone, the high priest's cold eyes fell on Baiji. Baiji, why do you want to change your soul midway? The high priest's tone was full of oppression, which made Baiji's heart tremble. Baiji hurriedly explained, Grandma, I suspected that Yuji had failed in seizing the soul, so I proposed to change the soul to test whether she was Feng Qinggran or Yuji. The high priest stared at Baiji for a moment, and then said, Baiji, as a descendant of the priest, you unexpectedly revealed the spell to other mermaids without authorization. The crime will be increased to 1 level, and you will be punished by spending 100 years in seclusion before you can figure it out. High priest, this punishment is a little too light, the mermaid emperor said dissatisfied. My emperor should know that I don't have much time left in my life. Baiji will succeed me sooner or later. If I am kept in prison for too long, it will not be good for our mermaid clan. The high priest's momentum is slightly better than that of the mermaid emperor. The high priest is currently focused on ascension and has no intention of competing with the mermaid emperor for power. She would appear here today just to confirm something. HMPH, how dare I hand over the future of the mermaid clan to such a priest? The mermaid emperor's eyes were filled with anger. The high priest seemed to have no intention of continuing to dwell on Baiji's problem. The high priest looked at Feng Qinggran again and said, My emperor, even if there is no image stone, the fact that she is Feng Qinggran cannot be changed. I am the only heir to the high priest. Why do you insist on killing my son? The mermaid emperor looked solemn and determined to protect Feng Qinggran. I don't have to harm the original princess, but I will never let go of any human race. The high priest's exposed eyes were cold. The high priest raised the dragon-headed scepter in his hand and knocked it on the ground. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 396, the 9th generation. A roar sounded. What followed was a huge dragon shadow emerging in midair. The high priest immediately knelt down with his scepter raised. Baiji also knelt down, her eyes showing timidity. She secretly glanced at the shadow, then quickly lowered her head, her whole body trembling slightly. The mermaid emperor's face was full of awe, and he knelt down and worshipped the dragon-shaped shadow in the sky. The high priest muttered something, as if he was talking to the shadow. Feng Qinggran was dressed in green clothes, with a fairy-like appearance. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at the shadow in the sky. Her aura was still that of peerless splendor. Roar. A dragon roar sounded. Ant, why don't you kneel down when you see me? The majestic shadow seemed a little angry. Who are you? Why should I kneel down? Feng Qinggran's eyes were as cold as the glistening of an ancient pond under the moonlight, and she said in a cold voice. She had never knelt down when she saw the Dragon King, let alone a shadow. The mermaid emperor looked anxious and pulled Feng Qinggran's sleeves, trying to get Feng Qinggran to kneel down, but Feng Qinggran stood as still as a pine tree, not moving at all. The mermaid king hurriedly kowtowed to Shuing. Dragon King, please forgive me. My son is young and ignorant, and does not know the power of the Dragon King. I hope you will forgive me. Baiji looked shocked, and secretly glanced sideways at Feng Qinggran, who was in beautiful shape. She was secretly happy, but also full of jealousy. Why does Yuji dare to face the Dragon King calmly? The high priest looked at Feng Qinggran in surprise. She summoned the Dragon King to pull out Feng Qinggran's soul. As a result, Feng Qinggran had offended the Dragon King before she opened her mouth. In this case, the Dragon King would definitely not spare Feng Qinggran. If the Dragon King kills Feng Qinggran, she can also ask the Emperor for a chance to become an immortal. HMPH, it's unforgivable to despise Longwei. I have protected you mermaid clan for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, you were looked down upon by a junior. What crime do you deserve, mermaid emperor? Shuing said in an extremely powerful voice. Shuing spoke to the mermaid emperor, but he was observing Feng Qinggran's expression. Dragon King atones for my lax control. I ask the Dragon King to spare my son's life. The mermaid king kowtowed anxiously. Feng Qinggran's beautiful eyes were piercing, and she looked at the shadow fearlessly. Dragon King. Are you really a dragon? You couldn't have turned into a dragon on purpose, right? Roar. The shadow let out an angry roar, and a terrifying force struck Feng Qinggran. Yuji, get out of the way. The mermaid emperor's eyes were full of concern, and he actually wanted to stand up and block this attack for Feng Qinggran. Feng Qinggran held down the mermaid emperor's shoulders and gently slashed the axe in his hand in the air. The terrifying power that followed disappeared directly. For a moment, there was silence all around. The mermaid emperor's eyes widened and he looked at Feng Qinggran in surprise. Baiji was so frightened that she became paralyzed and knelt on the ground. On the high platform, the high priest's pupils shrank and he stared at the pink axe with an expression of disbelief. Could it be that the deduction was wrong? Impossible. It is a fact that Feng Qing died soon. The high priest suddenly felt a bad premonition, and his hand touching the scepter trembled slightly. The high priest took out a carving like two crescents with his other hand and gently threw it on the ground. The two crescents overlapped and were connected at the end. When the high priest saw this hexagram, he was shocked and became cold all over. Things turned out to be like this. Feng Qingbran suppressed the emperor's daughter. The high priest's eyes were filled with confusion. He put away the things on the ground, and secretly made a decision in his heart. When the phantom in the sky saw this scene, its momentum weakened a bit. You, what kind of magic weapon is this? You don't deserve to know. Feng Qingbran's apricot eyes flashed and she asked coldly, are you a sea dragon? Yes, Shuing responded obediently. The hand of the high priest holding the scepter tightened. Maybe the direction was wrong from the beginning. It seems that if you want to become an immortal, you must take refuge in Feng Qingbran. Feng Qingbran glanced at the high priest and asked Shuing, how long have you been with her? More than tens of thousands of years. Shuing answered truthfully. Then you know everything about her. Feng Qingbran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, flashing a deep light. Everything else is clear, but I don't know about her spells. Shuing is also very smart and knows what Feng Qingbran really cares about. High priest, do you want to say it yourself, or shall I search for the soul myself? Feng Qingbran stepped on the steps and walked to the high priest step by step. The high priest is still in a kneeling posture. Feng Qingbran looked down at the high priest's humble posture, and a strange feeling came to her heart again. Are you really Feng Qingbran? The high priest's eyes were full of inquiry. Maybe the Feng Qingbran in front of him was Feng Qingbran, but not Feng Qingbran. Is it important? Feng Qingbran smiled and placed the sky-opening axe on the high priest's neck. She didn't want to be attacked by the high priest in the middle of her question. I have calculated Feng Qingbran's fate. She has experienced 7 tragic deaths. Only one life will appear here, but it will also be the life of making a wedding dress for her. The high priest's voice was hoarse and blunt, like cutting, as in the ears. 7 lives. How can a person live 7 times? Feng Qingbran's eyes suddenly turned cold. The high priest's 7th life should not be a simple reincarnation. Of course it is impossible for ordinary people to be reborn 7 times, but Feng Qingbran is a chess piece. It is normal to be reborn 7 times. If you were Feng Qingbran, you would not be in this situation today. The high priest said with a firm tone. The Emperor of Heaven is extremely controlling. For his favorite daughter to ascend through calamity, the Emperor of Heaven must have made all arrangements. The Emperor of Heaven decided not to give Feng Qingbran, the chess piece, a chance to become stronger. Because Feng Qingbran became stronger, which meant that his daughter would be counterattacked. What else do you know? Feng Qingbran's eyes were sharp, and the things he saw during the thunderstorm flashed in his mind. The high priest looked into Feng Qingbran's beautiful eyes and said, I know neither more nor less. I can tell you whatever you want to know, but I want you to give me a chance to become an immortal. I haven't ascended myself, how can I give you the chance to become an immortal? Feng Qingbran glanced at the shadow in the sky while transmitting the message. The shadow that was about to sneak away froze and did not dare to move again. The mermaid emperor seemed to realize something now, and his eyes changed when he looked at Feng Qingbran. No matter how strong Yuji is, it is impossible to deal with the dragon that is about to transform into a dragon. It is even more impossible to have such an attitude towards the high priest. So the person in front of me is really Feng Qingbran. Feng Qingbran, where is my son Yuji's soul? The mermaid emperor stared at Feng Qingbran with a little hope in his heart. Yuji is a mermaid after all, and the soul of the demon race is stronger than that of the human race. Feng Qingbran should not have the strength to erase Yuji's soul. Sorry, she's dead, Feng Qingbran said frankly. What, you killed my son? The mermaid emperor's eyes turned scarlet, filled with hatred, as if he was about to rush forward and kill Feng Qingbran at any time. I never kill innocent souls. Feng Qingbran's apricot eyes narrowed slightly. The mermaid emperor's love for his daughter is worthy of admiration. But Yuji is not innocent. The mermaid emperor suddenly stood up and threw the fish-shaped scepter in his hand towards Feng Qingbran. The phantom in the sky swept away, flying the scepter, and then an extremely terrifying pressure was placed around the mermaid emperor. Shuing said coldly, Mermaid emperor, you are brave. Ha ha ha. The mermaid emperor laughed maniacally. You're afraid of her, but I am not. I am just a child like Yuji. Now that she is dead, I must avenge. Avenge. The mermaid emperor's body went limp and he fainted. Baiji watched the mermaid emperor fall, a cold look flashed in her eyes. The mermaid emperor had just wanted to self-destruct and die with them. Baiji will never allow this to happen. She didn't care whether the person above was Feng Qingbran or Yuji, she just had to wait for the seed mark to germinate in Feng Qingbran's body. At that time, everything Feng Qingbran will be hers. Grandma, you can talk to Miss Feng in peace. I'll go and watch outside. Baiji bent down and bowed her head in an extremely respectful manner. The high priest glanced at the axe on his neck and said nothing. Feng Qingbran winked at Shuing, who raised his tail and knocked Baiji unconscious. Feng Qingbran then raised his hand and threw out a formation plate. The formation plate fell to the ground, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire palace. Why is the high priest so sure that I can help you become an immortal? Feng Qingbran's bright eyes revealed a touch of coldness. Miss Feng, have you ever heard of the Determinator of Destiny? The high priest asked. You mean you are the deducer of destiny, and you also deduced that I can help you become an immortal. In addition, you also deduced my experience. Feng Qingbran's sharp eyes stared at the high priest's turbid eyes. Yes, Miss Feng can not only help people become immortals, but also guide people to become gods. The high priest's eyes flashed. Feng Qingbran was far smarter than she thought. Feng Qingbran looked down at the high priest. In this case, the high priest first frees the soul from the body occupied by Baiji, and lets Baiji's soul get out of that body. Upon hearing this, the high priest put down his scepter and stretched out his hands from his sleeves. Feng Qingbran took back the axe he held, and the high priest clasped his hands together like withered hands, muttering to himself. About half an hour later, the high priest raised his hand and drew a rune in the air. The runes slowly floated towards Qin Hanyan. Fang Qingran looked at the runes floating towards Qin Hanyan with her almond-shaped eyes, and said in a cold voice. The High Priest should know that I can give you the promise of becoming an immortal, or I can destroy your path to becoming an immortal. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 397 Soul Eater Curse. Don't worry, Miss Fang, Miss Qin is a blessed person and will be safe and sound, the High Priest said in a pious tone. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. How long will it take for her to wake up? The High Priest raised her hand and grasped the void, and a black soul floated in her palm. That is the soul of Baiji. The High Priest glanced at Qin Hanyan and said, after an hour, the influence of Angelica Daharika on Miss Qin is completely eliminated, and Miss Qin will wake up. Fang Qingran stared at Baiji's soul, murderous intent evident in her eyes. Some weak enemies will definitely grow up and become a big trouble. Fang Qingran prefers to eliminate the roots. Especially for a scheming enemy like Baiji, she would not stay. The High Priest noticed Fang Qingran's murderous intention towards Baiji, bent down and said, please spare Baiji's life, girl. I will erase her memory and ensure that she will not cause trouble to you. As the High Priest is a deductor of destiny, why not deduce the outcome of Baijiro being alive? Fang Qingran had a look of ridicule on his face. The High Priest took out something with 2 crescents from his arms. Holding Baiji's soul in one hand, holding the 2 crescent moons in the other, she muttered words. After about a few breaths, the High Priest threw the crescent moon. The High Priest looked at the completely overlapping crescent moons on the ground. His expression suddenly changed. He quickly picked up the things on the ground and stuffed them into his arms. He kowtowed to Fang Qingran 3 times before stopping. Miss Fang, I'll leave Baiji to you. The High Priest handed Baiji's soul to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's eyes became sharp. What did you see? The secret must not be leaked. Miss Fang, just deal with Baiji. The High Priest's voice was trembling, and he looked extremely frightened. Fang Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't she just say that she had been reincarnated 7 times? Now talk to her about any secrets that must not be revealed. This High Priest is very problematic. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with deep thought. Her intuition told her that keeping Baiji's soul might still be useful. Fang Qingran took out a soul-sealing device and sealed Baiji's soul. Little does Fang Qingran know that at some point in the future, she will be happy to leave behind Baiji's soul. But at this moment, when the High Priest saw Fang Qingran's movements, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, which was also mixed with regret. The High Priest seems to want me to destroy Baiji's soul. Fang Qingran looked at the High Priest with her eyes, feeling that the High Priest's expression just now was too deliberate. Miss Fang, forgive me. I'm just worried that the presence of Angelica Daharika will harm Miss Fang. The High Priest lowered his head and pretended to be frightened. The High Priest never expected that Baiji would dare to use the soul-eating curse without permission. If the person who uses the soul-eating curse dies. When the soul-eating curse takes effect, the person under the curse will definitely die. It can also be easily taken away by someone who has placed a curse on it. Pity. Fang Qingran didn't know which muscle was wrong, but she chose to keep Baiji's soul. The High Priest was a little annoyed. It seemed that she could only stand by Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were filled with coldness. Put aside Baiji's question for now. You can first talk about the issue of the Emperor's daughter and my 7 reincarnations. I don't know much, so Miss Fang can't be surprised. The High Priest said and bowed to the east. Then he continued, Miss Fang's original destiny was to go smoothly. After years of hard training, she became an immortal. But the blame is that Miss Fang's destiny is too noble and she was targeted by the Emperor of Heaven. So the Emperor of Heaven wants to lend your destiny to his daughter. The Emperor of Heaven sent his daughter into this small world to replace your fate, and he was afraid that if he took away all your luck at once, the law of heaven would be noticed. He actually changed the law of heaven in this small world. It's just that the Emperor of Heaven, despite all his calculations, failed to realize that this place belongs to the land abandoned by the gods and there is no way to ascend. After your first life, the Heavenly Emperor's daughter never improved in cultivation, so the Heavenly Emperor forcibly restarted the small world and relived everything to ensure that you live as long as possible. After you are reborn in every life, although you have no memory, you seem to have some kind of feeling, and you want to stay away from the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. However, all of this is arranged. How can you fight against the Supreme Emperor of Heaven who covers the sky with one hand? So you were reborn life after life, being used by the Emperor's daughter again and again. The final result was that you died and the Emperor's daughter successfully ascended to immortality. After the High Priest finished speaking, he carefully observed Fang Qingran's face. Continue. Fang Qingran looked at the High Priest's expression and knew that the High Priest had more to say. The High Priest's eyes flashed. This is actually your 8th rebirth. When Miss Fang died tragically in the 7th life, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven should be able to ascend smoothly, and then this small world will no longer exist. But when you died in your 7th life, something unexpected happened. A being more powerful than the Emperor of Heaven appeared, and he gave you a chance to reincarnate. If Miss Fang can have this person to help her along her journey, she will definitely become the Supreme Master of the Tao in the future. When the High Priest mentioned the Great Road, his expression was full of awe and his voice was extremely low. There is a saying from ancient times, the Great Road is supreme. Even if it is a little bit close to the Great Road, it is still superior to the strong ones in the plain. What's more, Fang Qingran may be on the avenue in the future. Who was that person who appeared at the end of my 7th life? Fang Qingran roughly guessed who the Emperor of Heaven's daughter was, and the things in her memory seemed to connect together. Ouch. Miss Fang, don't say it. Don't say it. The High Priest suddenly lowered his head in fear, possessed himself, and lay on the ground, trembling all over, as if he was extremely frightened. At the same time, he was still murmuring, Sir, don't blame me, don't blame me. Since you can deduce him, why can't you tell? Fang Qingran stared at the High Priest, unable to judge whether the High Priest's behavior at the moment was true or false. The high priest said with a trembling voice, I was lucky enough to be able to deduce Miss Fang's past, and I was lucky enough to see his vague shadow. But when I wanted to deduce him alone, I just had a thought, and I immediately lost 10,000 years of life. So Miss Fang better not ask. Fang Qingran blinked her almond-shaped eyes. Could the person mentioned by the high priest be the back figure she saw in her memory? Seeing that Fang Qingran was silent, the high priest spoke again. Miss Fang should know very well that as long as a person breaks through the tribulation period, he or she will have a lifespan of yuan. But now I can only live for 10,000 years, but my appearance is haggard, and I have very little life left. It was because I wanted to figure out who that person was that I had such a result. It's also my fault for being greedy and insisting on finding out who that person is. The high priest shook his head and sighed as he spoke. After hearing this, Fang Qingran also understood that some people's fates cannot be calculated. What strength is the Emperor of Heaven? Fang Qingran changed the question. The strength of the Emperor of Heaven cannot be estimated, at least he has become a god. If the high priest had not seen the person behind Fang Qingran, he would definitely not have taken this risky step of cooperating with Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a gleam. Besides the Emperor of Heaven and the Tao of Heaven, who else are my enemies? I don't know about this. I only have the cultivation level of the tribulation stage, so I can't deduce more things. But with that person beside Miss Fang, at least the road to becoming an immortal or a god is unimpeded. The high priest said in a tone of voice. There is envy hidden in it. You may have seen more details about my 7 previous lives. Fang Qingran touched the back of the axe slightly with her fingers, thinking about something. The high priest took a deep breath and said, I have been staying in the secret realm, waiting for an opportunity to ascend, and I have not participated in Miss Fang's life. I also deduced the events of Miss Fang's 7 previous lives through Su Yanran. To be honest, I was surprised when I met you in this life. I deduced it again, and then I realized that everything has changed drastically. I dare to give Miss Fang a message, do good deeds and don't ask about your future. The high priest said and clasped his hands again. The words of the high priest reminded Fang Qingran of Jiang Chanyu. Do you know Master Yan? You are known as the heir to the way of heaven. If Miss Fang can find the spiritual master, it will be a great help to you. The high priest's cloudy eyes suddenly became clearer. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 398 Forced Deduction. The high priestling Fang Qingran fell into deep thought. The Tao is her enemy, and so is the Tao of heaven. It's really not a good thing to drag the enemy's heir into one's own camp. Strictly speaking, a person like the high priest can deduce the past and the future. It can be regarded as being on the side of heaven. Therefore, the high priest must have another plan when asking her for the opportunity to become an immortal. Fang Qingran looked at the high priest with deep eyes. Besides becoming an immortal, what else do you want from me? Fang Qingran's blunt words shocked the high priest's eyes. This is the first time that the high priest has met such a direct person as Fang Qingran. I don't want anything anymore. The high priest lowered his head, not daring to look at Fang Qingran. Then have you seen this jade bracelet? Fang Qingran waved his hand, and a virtual image appeared in front of the high priest. It was the colorful mysterious bracelet that Bai Ji had been thinking about before. The high priest raised his head and looked at the colorful mysterious bracelet. His pupils trembled slightly. That's it. Where did Miss Fang learn about this thing? I'm asking you. Darkness flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes. The high priest had actually seen something taken out from the void space. Miss Fang, please take a look. The high priest raised his hand, and a picture of a beautiful woman appeared in Fang Qingran's sight. The woman in the painting is gentle, quiet and elegant. The woman's beautiful eyes are even more unbearable to look away from. The woman wears a very beautiful jade bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet is crystal clear and is not ordinary at first glance. Fang Qingran pursed her lips and stared at the woman in the painting. Who is she to you? She is my daughter, and she is more suitable to be a priest than me. It's a pity that the mermaid emperor can't accommodate her, so I can only send her away secretly. The high priest's eyes showed a sad look, but he did not nod much. Did you give her that bracelet? Fang Qingran stared at the high priest with sharp eyes. Yes, with the protection of this chaos artifact, she will definitely be fine. The high priest said softly. The magic weapons above the magic weapons, super magic weapons, ancient magic weapons, innate magic weapons, chaos magic weapons, and Hongmeng magic weapons. Among them, the chaos artifact is a magic weapon containing the power of chaos. The spirit of this kind of magical weapon can protect the owner and can also help people practice. Fang Qingran clenched her hands slightly. Can you take off the hat weft? I recalled in my mind that before the woman died, she told her to find Su Yanran, and also asked her to be on good terms with Su Yanran. Perhaps, everything is not as simple as the high priest deduced. Behind it is not only the Emperor of Heaven, but also the hand of Dao Dao. Fang Qingran even vaguely felt that there might be more than just Dao, and there might be something more powerful than Dao. What does Miss Fang want to do? The high priest asked in surprise. In order to survive these years, she has been changing souls, causing her soul and body to repel each other, so her appearance has long been ugly. Can you deduce something about her? Fang Qingran didn't mean to embarrass the high priest. Fang Qingran had her own guess in her heart. If the woman in the painting is really the daughter of the high priest, then she and the woman in the painting are definitely not in a mother-daughter relationship. There is a special connection between blood relatives, but at this moment Fang Qingran was very sure that she had no connection with the high priest at all. The most taboo thing about deduction is to use it on people who are close to you, especially blood relatives, otherwise both of you will suffer backlash. The high priest said seriously. This is a rule of heaven and earth that no deducer can violate. This rule is to restrain deducers from using the past of their relatives to speculate on their own affairs. Fang Qingran's eyes were sharp and she understood everything instantly. Fang Qingran said coldly, no, I remembered that the mermaid emperor once said that you had speculated that you wanted to get something in my hand and dedicate it to Su Yanran. What is the thing? Double spirit bracelets. The high priest was a little confused about Feng Qingbran's thoughts. I have news to tell you. Your daughter may have become a pawn of the Emperor of Heaven. I met her when I was a child. In the first life, she asked me to find Su Yanran and give the twin spiritual bracelets to Su Yanran. Feng Qingbran said with a serious expression. What did you say? The high priest lost his previous calmness. Miss Feng, are you sure you saw it right? No, in my memory, I met her twice, and both times were related to Su Yanran. Feng Qingbran did not lie. When she was reborn in this life, she only had memories of traveling through books. He has no feelings for the gentle and demure woman in the painting. After passing through the thunder tribulation, she opened a layer of seal and remembered the memories of a certain life. In that life, the woman was very kind to her at first. But when she was about to leave, the woman gave her 2 spiritual bracelets and told her that she must enter Tianjin sect and be friends with Su Yanran. Furthermore, when she was ascending the ladder to heaven, she saw Su Yanran getting something from a woman's mouth in a fantasy world, and her cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. Putting these things together, any fool can see that this woman is a pawn arranged by the Emperor of Heaven. After listening to Feng Qingbran's words, the high priest collapsed and sat on the ground. The high priest tremblingly took out the crescent moon, held it in his hand, and clasped his hands together. Feng Qingbran looked at the high priest's red eyes and bulging veins, and understood that the high priest must be forcefully deducing the woman's affairs. Feng Qingbran did not stop the high priest. The aura on the high priest's body became increasingly chaotic. Puff. The high priest suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, then coughed non-stop, and his breath became weak. It can even be debilitating. Feng Qingbran turned sideways to avoid the blood and looked at the shadow in the sky. What are your orders? Shuiying asked respectfully. Save her. Feng Qingbran was still wary of the high priest. Shuiying seemed a little embarrassed. Saving her will cost me at least several $100s. Feng Qingbran raised her hand and threw something to Shuiying. After Shuiying caught it, he said with joy, Don't worry, Miss Feng, thousands of years of cultivation are nothing. Saving people is important. After Shuiying finished speaking, he blew a breath of dragon breath at the high priest. Although Zhu Ying only has a soul, he is actually a 10,000-year-old demon with profound skills. It will not be a problem to transfer thousands of years of Taoism to the high priest. The high priest managed to recover with the help of the shadow. Cough, thank you, Miss Feng. The high priest said his thanks. Can you tell me what you saw? Feng Qingbran actually wanted to know about that woman. The high priest sighed. The Emperor of Heaven actually plotted Wen Yun. He is so cruel. Miss Feng, I want to cooperate with you to bring down the Emperor of Heaven. The high priest said firmly, with hatred in his eyes. Feng Qingbran's eyes were sharp and she looked at the high priest silently. The high priest understood what Feng Qingbran wanted to hear. When the Emperor of Heaven was making arrangements for his daughter, he met Wen Yun. Not only did he covet Wen Yun's beauty, but he also spied on the colorful mysterious bracelet in Wen Yun's hand. But due to the constraints of certain rules, the Emperor of Heaven did not dare to take the 7-color mysterious bracelet by force, so he designed a trap and wanted to exchange it for the double spiritual bracelet and Wen Yun. Wen Yun didn't agree, so the Emperor of Heaven deliberately gave Wen Yun the double spiritual bracelets. After that, he tricked Wen Yun into adopting you and made various arrangements. As soon as the twin spiritual bracelets fall into the hands of his daughter, the colorful mysterious bracelets hidden in the twin spiritual bracelets will naturally become his favorite. The high priest's eyes were filled with anger. Her innocent and kind-hearted daughter had turned into a chess piece. If not for the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven, Wen Yun would have had a chance to ascend. When Su Yanran appeared in front of you with the double spiritual bracelets, didn't you deduce anything about Wen Yun? Feng Qingbran's eyes were sharp, and a dark color flashed under her eyes. The high priest hid many things from her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 399 Reshaping the Flesh. When the high priest met Feng Qingbran's sharp eyes, his heart skipped a beat. The high priest realized that Feng Qingbran did not believe her at all. Before, the high priest didn't care whether Feng Qingbran believed in her or not, but now, the high priest was terrified. She still needed to use Feng Qingbran to revenge Wen Yun. There must be no quarrel with Feng Qingbran. The high priest shook his head, raised 3 fingers, and said firmly, Miss Feng, I can swear that I didn't see anything about Wen Yun when I was deducing it for Su Yanran. It must have been the Emperor of Heaven who did it. He must have been afraid that someone would infer the existence of the chaos artifact through Wen Yun, so he erased Wen Yun's shadow. The high priest said while observing Feng Qingbran's expression. Why doesn't your daughter have a contract with the chaos artifact? And you put her into a double spiritual bracelet, and then you deliberately asked me to give it to Su Yanran. Feng Qingbran stared at the high priest closely. Many things cannot be explained. The high priest said that the Emperor of Heaven had designed her daughter. But her daughter seems to have taken the initiative to get into the trap. Also, since Wen Yun is also a descendant of the priest, he must also know the art of deduction. How could he let the Emperor of Heaven plot against him without making any counterattack? After I handed the chaos artifact to Wen Yun, she left the mermaid tribe. I don't know these things, but I believe that Wen Yun must have done this for a reason. Panic flashed in the eyes of the high priest. The high priest did not dare to tell Feng Qingbran. Wen Yun fell in love with the Emperor of Heaven and took the initiative to help the Emperor's daughter. But after the Emperor of Heaven took advantage of Wen Yun, he killed Wen Yun, and even Wen Yun's dead body was not spared. Later, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven will take out Wen Yun's demon elixir. When the high priest thought of this, his heart was as sharp as a knife. Wen Yun was so confused. How can you have no regrets for others? Feng Qingbran took out the double spiritual bracelets in front of the high priest, rubbed his jade fingers on the bracelets, and sneered between his brows, High priest, you know better than me, all sacred objects have spirits, and only by obtaining the spirit only with the approval can we make a contract. The high priest's cloudy eyes widened. You contracted a double spiritual bracelet. What the Emperor of Heaven prepared for his daughter was contracted by Feng Qingran. Wrong. The hexagram clearly shows that the final owner of the twin spiritual bracelets is Su Yanran. Even in this life, the twin spiritual bracelets still fell into Su Yanran's hands. Why, the High Priest is surprised about my double spirit bracelet contract. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of cold light. The High Priest said frankly, the twin spirit bracelets have a unique mark left by the Emperor of Heaven to his daughter. Only his daughter can make a contract, and others cannot make a contract at all. Feng Qingran suddenly understood that Su Yanran would stare closely at the double spiritual bracelets, which must be related to the mark left by the Emperor of Heaven. Master, don't listen to her nonsense. Only you can contract these two spiritual bracelets and the void space. So even if Su Yanran contracts the two spiritual bracelets, she can only get an ordinary space in the outermost thing. Yuan Bao's voice transmission. Road. Feng Qingran's eyes darkened a bit. Yuan Bao, do you know how the Emperor of Heaven obtained the double spiritual bracelets? When I chose the dual spirit bracelets with the void space, the dual spirit bracelets were in a secret realm. After I entered the dual spirit bracelets, I fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until I made a contract with you that I woke up completely. Yuan Bao. Straightforwardly. Feng Qingran rubbed her eyebrows and decided to put these things aside for now. Whether it was Su Yanran or the Emperor of Heaven, they posed no threat to her at the moment. Her first priority was to become stronger. And when it comes to Wen Yun, the High Priest will definitely not tell the truth. Master, what the High Priest said about the colorful mysterious bracelet is wrong. That Wen Yun is not capable of hiding things in the void. Yuan Bao was afraid that Feng Qingran would feel guilty about Wen Yun because of the High Priest's words. Yuan Bao, if you think of anything again, just tell me. Feng Qingran finished her message and looked at the palace. The walls of this palace are made of white jade and the roof is made of colored glaze. All the decorations are exquisite, beautiful and elegant, and the whole palace looks dreamy. It would be nice if I could move the void space. The High Priest was still racking his brains, thinking about how to answer Feng Qingran's next question. When he looked up, he saw Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes looking at the palace with energy. The High Priest was even more confused about Feng Qingran's character. High Priest, I have one last question. Who poisoned the sea? Feng Qingran walked down as she spoke. The water is poisonous. Isn't it poisonous on the coast? The High Priest asked in surprise. My contracted beast cannot enter the water. After entering the water, it will lose all its strength, and it will not be able to enter the water again after detoxification. Feng Qingran's eyes were deep, and the High Priest really looked like he didn't know. The monsters in the sea cannot come ashore. Once they come ashore, they will lose all their strength. The High Priest looked shocked. This must be a trap set up by someone. Feng Qingran and the High Priest looked at each other and counted their breaths. The High Priest spoke first. There is an island above the sea, far away from the mermaid tribe. I have never been there, but I heard that the monsters that went there never came back. I tried to speculate on that island, but I didn't see anything. Only at this moment did the High Priest realize that there might be a more powerful being than her in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to deduce anything related to the island. We'll talk about the island later. You move the Mermaid Emperor out of the palace first. Feng Qingran and Yuan Bao discussed that the palace can be moved to the void space. High Priest. Aren't they talking about the sea area? Feng Qingran waved her hand to untie the palace's barrier. The High Priest walked up to the Mermaid Emperor with a stupefied look on his face, as he was the Mermaid Emperor after all, and it would be outrageous to drag him out. The High Priest raised his hand and used his spiritual power to drag the Mermaid Emperor up. Then he took the Mermaid Emperor out of the palace. Feng Qingran looked at the High Priest's leading figure, his eyes flickered, and he looked at the shadow. Shuing immediately approached Feng Qingran in a sensible manner and said to please her, Miss Feng, just give me whatever you want. Is there anything you want? Feng Qingran asked seriously. As long as I can follow Miss Feng, I don't need anything. Shuing understood this from Feng Qingran's actions. Then you leave. Feng Qingran waved her hand. She wouldn't use a magical beast without requirements. Without desires, she had no way to restrain it with anything. Wait a minute, Miss Feng, I actually want to reshape my physical body, and it would be even better to be able to transform into a dragon. Shuing hurriedly expressed his desire. There is no one who doesn't want to overcome the calamity and become a dragon. After it lost its body due to an accident 10,000 years ago, it has been hidden in the High Priest's scepter. The High Priest promised it as long as it protects the mermaid tribe. Then you will find a suitable body for it. As a result, the High Priest himself was left alive, fearing that he would not have the energy to find a body for it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 400 Ancient Soul Nourishing Jade. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a gleam. All the beasts around her wanted to be dragons. Why didn't Feng see like dragons? Reshaping the body is not a simple matter, but you really dare to ask for it. Feng Qingran's eyes were sharp and her whole body was overwhelming. A little bit of Xiao Juju in Shuing's heart completely disappeared. Miss Feng, you can't actually reshape your body, you can just help me take a dragon body. Previously, the High Priest wanted to let the shadow take over the body. But it wanted to transform into a dragon and decisively rejected the High Priest's request. Fortunately, it rejected the High Priest. Otherwise, Feng Qingran would probably make a fool of himself by now. Protect her well. As long as she is safe and sound in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, you will definitely have enough to rebuild her body. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes stared at the streamer, and she decided to abduct another contracted beast for Qin Hanyan. Ah, Shuing glanced at Qin Hanyan, who looked like a beauty of ice and snow. Shuing hesitated. Miss Feng, I want to follow you more. But the only one who can help you reshape your body is third senior sister. I can at most help you solidify your soul. Feng Qingran touched her chin with one hand, looking thoughtful. This, Shuing obviously didn't believe it. My third senior sister is an alchemist. She must be better than me at things like living dead human flesh and white bones. Tianhu. Similar language, different beasts. Fang Qingran is really a big liar. Fang Qingran didn't know what Tianhu was complaining about, so he continued, why don't you establish a temporary contract with third senior sister? You can regret it if you want to. Haijiao thought about it and realized that this was also the case. Anyway, Fang Qingran and Qin Hanyan have such a good relationship. Everyone who has a contract is a contract. So Qin Hanyan was still sleeping and got a temporary contracted beast for no reason. After Haijiao made a contract with Qin Hanyan, he discovered that Qin Hanyan's soul was seriously damaged and must have been injured by Baiji before. Haijiao thought for a moment and decided to use the cultivation of the 10,000-year soul to help Qin Hanyan repair his soul. In just a few breaths, the power of Haijiao's soul was running low. However, Qin Hanyan's soul returned to normal, and the power of his spiritual consciousness was greatly enhanced. Fang Qingran looked at the shadow that had almost disappeared in midair, with complex eyes showing a hint of guilt. She had long known that Baiji's seizure would cause extremely serious damage to the soul of third senior sister. This type of damage is extremely difficult to repair and difficult to see initially. The high priest dared to confidently say that Qin Hanyan was fine. It is also because the injury on the soul cannot be easily seen. Fang Qingran touched the ancient soul-nurturing jade in his hand. The best way to repair the soul is to replenish the soul with the soul. This soul cannot be an ordinary soul. It would be best to have a 10,000-year soul or a soul from another world. When the sea dragon came out, Fang Qingran's first thought was to use the sea dragon to replenish Qin Hanyan's soul. It was just Haijiao's subsequent behavior that made her feel a little compassionate, and she did not kill them all, leaving a glimmer of hope for Haijiao. Miss Fang, your third senior sister is okay, Haijiao said weakly. Haijiao, thank you. You enter this jade to cultivate. When we can reshape your body, we will ask you to come out. Fang Qingran's eyes were sincere. Materials for rebuilding the body are not easy to find. Even if it is a body that has been taken away from the body, the suitable one must go through thousands of selections. Ancient soul nourishing jade. Lord Fang, can I make another request? Haijiao said slightly excitedly. You said. Master Fang, since you have the ancient soul nurturing jade, can you give me an ancient spiritual stone? Haijiao said cautiously, observing Fang Qingran's face. Whenever Fang Qingran gets a little angry, Haijiao immediately changes his tune. After all, even the venerables in the god realm may not be able to obtain ancient spiritual stones. Fang Qingran, there is no one on the nose or face. She has a few ancient spiritual stones, but she is reluctant to use them. Fang Qingran glanced at Qin Hanyan, who had a rosy complexion, and finally handed Haijiao an ancient spiritual stone. The spiritual power contained in just an ancient spiritual stone is enough for a monk to use from the Qi training stage to the tribulation and ascension stage. Whoosh! The moment the spirit stone was handed over, the sea dragon took away the spirit stone with lightning speed. Haijiao was afraid that Fang Qingran would regret it if he took a breath too late. The sea dragon carried the ancient spiritual stone and happily entered the ancient soul-nourishing jade. Fang Qingran weighed the soul-nourishing jade. The time has come. Little junior sister, are you okay? Qin Hanyan opened her eyes and immediately asked about Fang Qingran's situation. Qin Hanyan has the memory of being taken away from him. Third senior sister, I'm fine, how are you? Fang Qingran put her hand on Qin Hanyan's pulse to check Qin Hanyan's physical condition. Fang Qingran was very afraid that Baiji would do something to Qin Hanyan's body. After discovering that Qin Hanyan was in good health, Fang Qingran handed the soul-nourishing jade to Qin Hanyan and told him about the sea dragon. Qin Hanyan touched the jade in her hand, her beautiful eyes showing gratitude. Thank you, don't worry, I will help you rebuild your body. The soul-nourishing jade moved in Qin Hanyan's hand, as if responding to Qin Hanyan. When Fang Qingran heard this, her beautiful eyes looked at the stream of light. If she wanted to reshape her body, she must become a god. Now the third senior sister should be more curly than her. When Fang Qingran and Qin Hanyan walked out of the palace, all the mermaids disappeared. There was no sound in this huge mermaid land. Fang Qingran raised her hand indifferently and put the palace in front of her into the void space. Qin Hanyan didn't ask anything when he saw this scene. I'm going to find the high priest, Fang Qingran said crisply. Miss Fang, there's no need to look for it, I'm right here. The high priest suddenly appeared in front of Fang Qingran and Qin Hanyan, and the mermaid emperor was held on the shoulders by the high priest. Where are the other mermaids? Fang Qingran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and looked at the high priest. In such a short time, the high priest had done a lot. The high priest placed the mermaid emperor in front of Fang Qingran. Miss Fang, the other mermaids are innocent. I helped you deal with the mermaid emperor, so why don't you deal with them again? Before the high priest finished speaking, a dagger appeared in his hand. The high priest raised his dagger and inserted it into the mermaid emperor's abdomen, dug out the mermaid emperor's demon elixir, and handed it to Fang Qingran. Take it. Fang Qingran did not pick up the mermaid emperor's demon elixir. Miss Fang, the other mermaids will be trapped here all their lives and cannot be your enemy, so just let them go. The high priest suddenly knelt down to Fang Qingran and kowtowed. Fang Qingran turned sideways, refusing to accept the high priest's kneeling, and said in a cold voice, Get up, you can let them go, but you must erase all the mermaids' memories of the spell. Of course you can. I'll go right away. Don't worry, Miss Fang, I will definitely clean up your hair. The high priest stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Fang Qingran looked at the high priest with sharp eyes and asked, How did you deal with the souls and bodies that you took away before? The high priest froze, as if nailed to the spot, and remained silent. Do they still have a chance to be reincarnated? Fang Qingran asked quietly. Miss Fang is joking. Everyone knows that a monk cannot be reincarnated after death. The high priest said sarcastically. Fang Qingran sneered, so you also know that monks cannot be reincarnated. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 401 Quietly empty the mermaid palace. Miss Feng, natural selection, survival of the fittest, we prey on monks just to stay alive. The high priest lowered his head and said in a muffled voice. A flash of sarcasm flashed in Feng Qingren's eyes. Really? If they were simply hunting for food, the mermaid clan would not need to use spells to seize the monks. I am afraid there is a deeper reason behind this. However, the way the high priest is acting now, it is obvious that he does not want to explain the reason for seizing the body. Miss Feng, our mermaid tribe is also helpless. If we don't attack the monks, they will attack me. Every once in a while, there will always be a group of men in black who come here to catch the mermaids. If we don't fight back, we will definitely be dead. It exists again, the high priest said helplessly. What are the characteristics of those people dressed in black? Feng Qingren knew clearly that the group of people mentioned by the high priest should be members of the Bailey family. The high priest carefully recalled it and said, they are all virtual gods, and they seem to be carved from the same mold. They all look exactly the same. It turns out that the mermaid tribe has no territory. But since those men in black came frequently to catch mermaids, the mermaid emperor led everyone to build the current mermaid palace. With the protection of the mermaid palace, the group of black people appeared again. They only need to activate the defensive formation to protect those weak mermaids. As for why they didn't take away those men in black, there are restrictions on the activation of their mermaid spells. As a high priest, she can only sing the Imperious Curse once a year. Any more will cause damage to herself. Do you have the portraits of those men in black? Feng Qingren's eyes were sharp, thinking of those pupa cocoons that had been removed. At that time, the fat fire erupted too quickly. She didn't have time to see clearly what was inside the cocoon. Yes, the high priest waved his hand, and a picture scroll was unfolded in front of Feng Qingren. The man in the scroll looks ordinary, but his wise eyes make people dare not underestimate him. Feng Qingren stared at the person in the painting for a moment, always feeling familiar, but after searching carefully, she couldn't find a matching face. Junior sister, she is very old and somewhat similar. I remember that the old lady also has an identical mole on her left ear. Qin Hanyan said. After Qin Hanyan reminded her, Feng Qingren carefully recalled her old appearance. It is really possible to look like this when you are old and young. At this time, the high priest unfolded another painting. The man in the painting this time has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a handsome face. His handsome face is as handsome as a knife. It was Yunhai who had once lost his mask. Miss Feng, a group of people in black came here not long ago. They all look like this. The high priest introduced softly. Feng Qingren and Qin Hanyan looked at each other. Kang Lao also died not long ago. After Kang Lao's death, Yunhai took Kang Lao's place. The appearance of this group of men in black turned into that of a sea of clouds. If you say there is no conspiracy in this, even ghosts will not believe it. Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly and she stared at the high priest for a long time with a serious expression. The high priest felt frightened when he saw Feng Qingren. He lowered his head and said respectfully, Miss Feng, if you have anything to say, just tell me. First go and erase the other mermaid's memories of the spell. I'm going to take third senior sister around this mermaid palace. It's up to you to decide whether the other mermaids can survive. Feng Qingren said crisply. The high priest relaxed a little when he heard Feng Qingren's voice. Miss Feng, you go first, I'll deal with the mermaid thing right now. The high priest said and disappeared. Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a cunning look. Third senior sister, let's go take a look at the mermaid clan's treasure house first. Qin Hanyan's eyes became deep and he understood what Feng Qingren meant. The high priest is in the period of transcending tribulations and has a cave. Although people disappear, they're still nearby. Sure enough, when Feng Qingren and Qin Hanyan walked away, the high priest and the mermaid appeared again. The high priest looked at the direction Feng Qingren and Qin Hanyan were leaving, and sneered, My emperor, there is no need to worry. No matter how powerful these two little girls are, it is impossible for them to find the real treasure house. Let them play for a while first. Why don't you let me kill her? The mermaid emperor's voice was cold and bone-chilling. My emperor, a little impatience can ruin a big plan. Now there are countless secrets hidden in Feng Qingren. We have to find a way to figure out these secrets before we have a way out. The high priest's eyes were cold, and she would not put her treasure on her. On one person. Feng Qingren had the support of a big shot behind him. But who is better between the big man and the Emperor of Heaven does not just depend on strength. After all, there are many great powers behind the Emperor of Heaven. There is only one young master. If it really comes to a fight, it's still unclear who will win. High priest, people's hearts are not as strong as snakes swallowing elephants. If you act on both sides, you may drag the mermaid tribe into a place of eternal disaster. The mermaid emperor still wanted to kill Feng Qingren. The high priest seemed to have everything in mind. My emperor, don't worry. I have calculated it. The future after Feng Qingren's ascension is blurry. There are only two possibilities for this situation to occur. One is that someone is protecting Feng Qingren's fate from being seen. One way is that Feng Qingren will die after ascending. In the first case, we continue to seek refuge with Feng Qingren. In the second case, it won't be too late for us to seek cooperation from the Emperor of Heaven. In short, our mermaid clan will not suffer. Feng Qingren has many enemies and many life-saving cards. We must choose the right moment to revenge the princess, otherwise we will alert the enemy. The high priest said with a smile. After Feng Qingren destroys the Emperor of Heaven, I must kill her. The mermaid emperor knew that the high priest wanted to use Feng Qingren to revenge Wen Yun. But she couldn't tolerate Feng Qingren for long. Don't worry, my emperor, everything is under control. Everything we have as a mermaid tribe can restrain the human race. After Feng Qingren kills the Emperor of Heaven, everything from the human race will be ours. The high priest smiled slightly cruelly. Feng Qingren just asked what to do with the bodies and souls of those monks. The soul is naturally used to nourish the soul of the human fish clan. The body was sealed for use when they landed. Especially the bodies of those in black, with a little cultivation, they will definitely become better containers. I hope so. The Mermaid Emperor was not as optimistic as the High Priest. And the longer Feng Qingbran left, the more uneasy the Mermaid Emperor became. Third senior sister, there is nothing in the treasure house. Let's leave here and go to the territories of other monsters. Feng Qingbran's clear and sweet voice suddenly came. Yeah, Qin Hanyan was still concise and to the point. The High Priest immediately took the Mermaid Emperor into the cave. Confusion flashed across the eyes of the High Priest. Feng Qingbran had only been away for half an hour, and he might have just reached the treasure house. Feng Qingbran and Qin Hanyan quickly came to the High Priest. Feng Qingbran looked at the streamer with her beautiful eyes and said seriously, High Priest, I thought the mermaids were all rich, but it turns out they don't have many treasures. Qin Hanyan stood aside, his eyebrows twitching slightly. The junior sister is really telling lies with her eyes wide open. The mermaid palace has been emptied by them, so there must be no treasure left. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 402 No trace left. When the High Priest heard Feng Qingbran's words, his eyebrows were filled with smiles. Sure enough, it was a film about two little girls, and it probably didn't even get into the outermost treasure house. But the High Priest knew not to be happy too early. The High Priest pretended to feel sad and said, Miss Feng, I'll tell you the truth, our mermaid tribe is living a miserable life. In this case, how about you, High Priest, stay with the mermaid tribe for now, and then I will come to you when I leave the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Feng Qingbran suggested. The High Priest's eyes showed a look of surprise. He was only happy to have more time to prepare things for the fish people, and did not notice the weirdness of Feng Qingbran's words. Thank you so much, Miss Feng, the High Priest said respectfully. In that case, let's take our leave first. Feng Qingbran returned the greeting with a cupped hand, and then winked at Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan's face was cold and his eyes were as cold as frost. High Priest, has the spell in my soul been lifted? The High Priest's expression froze, and he thought to himself, could it be that he was discovered? The High Priest raised his eyes to meet Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes, his eyes became dull and he stood there like a puppet. Feng Qingbran's crimson lips curled up slightly, a smile flashed across her crystal clear face, she raised her jade hands and placed them on the High Priest's shoulders, and called out in a crisp voice, High Priest, what's wrong with you? Ah, the High Priest seemed to wake up suddenly, oh, don't worry, Miss Qin, your body is absolutely fine. Thank you so much, High Priest. Qin Hanyan's expression was full of indifference and alienation. The High Priest was frightened at the moment and didn't care at all about Qin Hanyan's indifference. Until Feng Qingbran and Qin Hanyan disappeared for a long time, the High Priest was still thinking about that moment of distraction. There was something important that she had overlooked. The High Priest thought for a while, and without thinking, he released the Mermaid Emperor from the cave. After the Mermaid Emperor came out, he looked at the High Priest coldly, why are you blocking me? Did you talk to them alone just now? I didn't. The High Priest suddenly remembered the moment when he was absent-minded just now, and his expression was extremely bad. High Priest, I don't care whether you seek refuge with Feng Qingbran or the Emperor of Heaven, but you'd better not betray the Mermaid clan, otherwise you will never have the chance to see your daughter again in your life. The Mermaid Emperor threatened. The Mermaid tribe also has a forbidden technique that exchanges lives for lives. This forbidden technique was passed down orally from generation to generation by the Mermaid Emperor. The High Priest only knew about the existence of this forbidden technique, but did not know how to use it. The Mermaid tribe also relies on this forbidden technique. The strong men of the Mermaid clan were protected at the critical moment, which allowed the Mermaid clan to achieve its current status as the overlord of the sea. My Emperor, there is no need to worry. I will always be a member of the Mermaid clan and I will never abandon my race. The High Priest only regretted that he did not speculate about Wen Yun earlier. Otherwise, things would definitely not develop to this point. The Mermaid King stared at the High Priest and said in a fierce tone, it's best this way. My son has already been sacrificed for the Mermaid tribe, and I don't want to let go of the murderers who killed my son. The Mermaid Emperor was extremely upset at the moment. She should not have agreed to Yuji's mission. As the princess of the Mermaid clan, Yuji should be a carefree and happy heir to the Fish clan. My Emperor, let's go to the treasure house first to find some soul-solidifying things to prevent this body from causing backlash to you. The High Priest didn't want to talk anymore. Some things are meaningless now. But when the High Priest and the Mermaid Emperor stepped towards the treasure house, their expressions almost stopped. In the past, pearls paved the road and rare treasures decorated the road. Now it's all bare. The two looked extremely embarrassed and decided to move on. After walking for less than half a quarter of an hour, the Mermaid Emperor finally stopped angrily. The scepter in the Mermaid Emperor's hand made a clanging sound, and he gritted his teeth and asked the High Priest, this is what you said, no problem. The High Priest's eyes widened as he looked at the deserted Mermaid Palace, except for a few corals where they were standing before. There is not even a pearl left in other places. And if the corals behind them hadn't blocked her view, they would have ceased to exist. My Emperor, there must be a misunderstanding. We still have a lot of things hidden underground. I will go find someone to take a look immediately. The High Priest waved his hand and released all the mermaids from the cave, asking them to find the treasure hidden underground. It's best this way. The Mermaid Emperor's words came out from between his teeth. Finally, I remembered where the uneasiness I felt before came from. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the mermaids came back and forth one after another. My Emperor is in trouble. The soul-testing array at the entrance of the Mermaid Palace has been moved away, and even the palace gate is gone. The mermaid said tremblingly. The Mermaid Emperor's blood surged and he remained silent. My Emperor, everything in the jade and jewelry storehouse has been looted. Even the jade on the wall is gone. Everything in the hidden palace has disappeared, even the mermaid oil lamp used for lighting is gone. My Emperor, it's not good, my ancestor was knocked unconscious and even his clothes were taken off. There is also a 1,000-generation ancestor who was beaten with a bruised nose and face, and all the treasures on his body were looted. Following the news brought back by the mermaid, the high priest remained silent. Puff. The mermaid emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled with anger. High priest. Is this what you said is okay? This is what you arranged? My emperor, calm down. The high priest lowered his head and advised softly. The high priest only dared to say this, and did not dare to say the rest. She didn't expect Feng Qingren's gangster-like behavior. No one could have imagined that a little girl could break those formations. Feng Qingren's action of throwing the array plate flashed in the high priest's mind. Her heart skipped a beat, as she seemed to have overlooked that maybe the person using the array disc could also be an array master. But the formations in the underground palace are all formations that the human race doesn't recognize. How did Feng Qingren decipher those formations quickly and accurately? And not making any noise. The high priest was curious and couldn't help but admire Feng Qingren. High priest, high priest. The mermaid emperor called the high priest several times with a gloomy face, but the high priest suddenly burst into laughter. The kneeling mermaid almost buried her head in the sand. I want to escape. But the mermaid emperor was in a rage, so it was better not to draw attention to himself. When the high priest came back to his senses, he looked into the mermaid emperor's eyes that seemed to be breathing fire. My emperor, we can still find the treasure again. Look again. We have accumulated wealth for tens of thousands of years, and you tell us that we need to look again. The mermaid emperor almost couldn't hold it back and wanted to go up and strangle the high priest. If he were not alone, he would not be able to revenge Yuji. Why would there be a rebellious high priest left? The high priest was speechless after being asked by the mermaid emperor. Some things were no longer available even if he searched for them again. The treasures accumulated by the mermaid clan have taken the hard work of countless generations of mermaids. The high priest shook his head. Feng Qingren was really cruel. Not a single fish scale was left for them. At the same time, on the big ship, Feng Qingren was humming a little tune, eating spiritual food, and looking at the map in his hand. Qin Hanyan lowered his head and studied something. Junior sister, how come these spells are similar to runes? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 403 Ghost Purple Jellyfish. Feng Qingren raised her head and explained in a crisp voice. The mermaid spell is created by imitating the human runes, and the mermaid belongs to the demon clan, which happens to resonate slightly with the world, so they only need to recite the runes to use the power of the runes. Most of the human runes are used to draw talismans. Heaven and earth are inherently unfair to the human race, but fortunately their ancestors just fought their way out. Only then was there a moment of peace in the world of immortality. Junior sister, do you think the high priest would chase after her if she found out that her book of spells had been stolen? Qin Hanyan rarely became interested in the high priest's reaction. She wanted to chase her, but unfortunately she couldn't. Feng Qingren said calmly. They were tens of thousands of miles away from the mermaid palace at the moment, and no matter how fast the high priest was, he couldn't catch up. Moreover, at this time, they should be at the peak of their temper. After all the mermaid clan's treasures that lasted for tens of thousands of years disappeared. Where are we going next? Qin Hanyan didn't ask anything else, but after this, Qin Hanyan's admiration for Feng Qingren in his heart went to a higher level. Junior sister is simply an all-around talent for cultivating immortals. Feng Qingren could almost name the items in the mermaid clan's treasure house. There was also something that she thought was just a weed, but the junior sister was able to recognize it at a glance. It was the extremely precious Emperor's Spread grass. Feng Qingren handed the map in his hand to Qin Hanyan. Let's keep walking to the southeast and we can find the island that the high priest mentioned. Senior brother and I told us to meet there. When Feng Qingren said the last sentence, she felt like she was gritting her teeth. Secretly take a vacation with a beauty by yourself. Leave her a mess. He is really a good senior brother to her. Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a gleam, and she decided that she must trick Liu Kanglan. Feng Qingren looked at Qin Hanyan smiling cutely. Third senior sister, do you still remember Luin Jin? Yeah, Qin Hanyan nodded. Even if she no longer cares about worldly affairs. I still have a clear memory of Luin Jin, who could eat 100 pigs in one meal. Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes revealed a cunning look. Third senior sister, Luin Jin also followed senior brother into the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, and Luin Jin is actually a ferocious beast, a particularly powerful ferocious beast. When Qin Hanyan heard Feng Qingren, his expression was as calm as frost. Luin Jin is a ferocious beast, but it won't hurt them, and there's nothing noteworthy about it. Third senior sister, I feel that with Luin Jin's experience, I must have a deeper understanding of the matter of reshaping the body. After you meet, we can have more exchanges. Feng Qingren blinked her eyes and said with great anticipation. As long as third senior sister is willing to take action. It's not a problem to kidnap Luin Jin. Yes, Qin Hanyan's eyes flashed slightly, as if he was thinking about how to take the initiative to communicate with Luin Jin after meeting. Only then did Qin Hanyan realize that she had no experience of actively communicating with others. On weekdays, I practice in Lingyun sect. Ning Xiyu and her junior sister took the initiative to come to her if something happened. As for going out for training, she would always be alone and would not get to know fellow Taoists at all. Thinking of this, Qin Hanyan couldn't help but become nervous. When Feng Qingren saw Qin Hanyan's expression, her brows were full of smiles. Third senior sister, Luin Jin seems to be very interested in spells. You can actually use this spell record to communicate with her. Okay, Qin Hanyan spoke concisely and to the point. Feng Qingren smiled even more happily now. Third senior sister, why don't we capture some magical beasts and bring them to Luin Jin? Is Luin Jin used to eating food from the sea? Qin Hanyan said and stood up, observing the lurking monsters around him. The pressure of Tianhu drove away some weak monsters. The remaining monsters that want to get close to the ship are all monsters with similar strength to Tianhu. This is for you. Many people use this net. Fang Qingbran handed Qin Hanyan a finely woven fishing net. These fishing nets are woven from unknown dragon tendons. The aura above has a natural sense of oppression on Warcraft. Qin Hanyan looked at the fishing net that Fang Qingbran had stuffed in, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Why would the junior sister bring such a thing as a fishing net when she came to the secret realm to practice? And Qin Hanyan, who is devoted to cultivation and alchemy, really doesn't know how to use a fishing net. Qin Hanyan was still in a daze, while Fang Qingbran had already started fishing. The moment the fishing net was cast down, all the monsters around him fled in all directions, giving Fang Qing no chance to catch them. Nonsense. The dragon dares to pull out all its tendons to make fishing nets. Aren't these shrimp soldiers and crab generals going up to deliver food? In the blink of an eye, all the monsters around the ship ran away. Fang Qingbran. At least give me some face and bring one in. Fang Qingbran and Qin Hanyan looked at each other, and they couldn't help laughing. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes shone, and she felt that at this moment, the remaining sense of alienation between her and Qin Hanyan disappeared. A certain string in Qin Hanyan's heart was touched, and a hint of warmth flashed through his cold eyes. Third senior sister, it seems that the plan to net the monster has failed. Fang Qingbran spread her hands and took back the empty fishing net in the sea. The smile on Qin Hanyan's face suddenly disappeared, and he raised his hand to pull Fang Qingbran a little closer to the boat. At this moment, whoa! The huge waves were lifted up to a height of tens of feet. When it fell, it turned into water drops all over the sky. Fang Qingbran immediately raised his hand to activate the ship protection barrier. In an instant, countless water drops hit the barrier, making a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, the hull began to shake violently. There are some purple and transparent things floating on the sea around the ship. These things emit bursts of light. It's a ghost purple jellyfish. Master, hurry up and change the venom ship. Wan Ling's anxious voice came. Fang Qingbran's eyes became sharp. Something that could make all spirits nervous seemed difficult to deal with. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and released the Feihong ship. The Phenom ship is dozens of times larger than the current ship. And it can be clearly seen from the appearance that the Phenom is more refined than the boat. Little junior sister, who is the thing in the water? Qin Hanyan naturally knew that Fang Qingbran built the Feihong ship, and also realized that the thing in the water was not simple. Ghost purple jellyfish, third senior sister, I will cover you in a moment, and you can get on the Feihong ship first. Fang Qingbran said in a serious tone. Little junior sister, you go to the Feihong ship first. Naturally, Qin Hanyan would not abandon Fang Qingbran and escape first. Moreover, in Qin Hanyan's eyes, Fang Qingbran was only at the middle stage of nascent soul. Since she has a higher level of cultivation and is still a senior sister, there is definitely no reason for Fang Qingbran to fight the danger alone. Fang Qingbran's eyes darkened slightly, understanding Qin Hanyan's concerns. Fang Qingbran looked at the cracked ship barrier and directly faced Qin Hanyan. Third senior sister, I have transformed into a god, you don't have to worry about my safety, and I have Bai Zai's protection around me, so I will be fine. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes showed surprise. It had only been a month since she entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. The junior sister's cultivation level has actually reached a higher level. Fang Qingbran's divine pressure spread around him, and his temperament was noble. Qin Hanyan completely believed Fang Qingbran's words. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 404 Preparing Kebabs. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and released Tati. Tati takes third senior sister to the Feihong ship. Do you need to understand the movements quickly? Tati's eyes were confused and he swallowed the meat in his mouth. Didn't Fang Qingbran say that we don't have to work on the second level? Why do you have to order me around again? Shut up, work. After Fang Qingbran said that, he took out the Chanson needle and calculated how to get Qin Hanyan to the Feihong ship safely. The ghost purple jellyfish is the most difficult water monster. Not powerful. But they can release the power of thunder and lightning themselves. Specially designed to restrain that kind of enchantment. In addition, these ghost purple jellyfish are somewhat similar to the ghost spiders in the purple desert. The poison of the ghost purple jellyfish is also a cold poison. Moreover, the ghost purple jellyfish can bring the stunned monk into an illusion and suck the monk's essence until the person's essence is exhausted and dies. Then give me more food later. Tati was a little aggrieved, but he didn't show it. Tati came to Qin Hanyan and motioned for Qin Hanyan to come up. Junior sister, keep yourself safe, Qin Hanyan warned, and decisively got on Tati's back. Qin Hanyan was afraid that talking too much would delay Fang Qingbran's time. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and threw Qin Hanyan a cloak and several defensive weapons, and nodded to Qin Hanyan. The barrier on the ship is becoming more and more fragile, and the cracks are becoming more obvious. Tati, protect third senior sister, I will give you a Yuan Yang beast pill. Fang Qingbran said to Tati. Master, don't worry, if your third senior sister turns around, I'll show you my head. Tati's attitude changed instantly. Fang Qingbran felt completely at ease now. As long as third senior sister is safe, she can safely deal with this group of ghost purple jellyfish. Fang Qingbran didn't notice at all that there was a person glaring at him not far from the Feihong ship. But the being was not staring at Fang Qingbran, but Qin Hanyan on Tati's back. Fang Qingbran raised her jade fingers lightly and threw out the Chanson needle. The Chanson needle passed through the barrier and pierced a ghost purple jellyfish. After flying a certain distance, it was suspended in midair. He didn't care about the fleeting Chihiro needle ghost purple jellyfish. Fang Qingbran shouted to Tati, hurry. At this moment, the barrier protecting the ship was shattered. The jellyfish lying on the barrier fell onto the boat. Fang Qingbran held the Qingluan sword in his hand and held a sword flower in his hand. A phantom of Qingluan flew out and flew towards the Feihong ship. Wherever Qingluan's shadow passed, all the ghost purple jellyfish disappeared. Tati followed the gap left by Qingluan's shadow and passed through the ghost purple jellyfish. Soon, some ghost purple jellyfish reacted and chased Tati away. As a ferocious beast, Tati was not afraid of the poison of these jellyfish, but Feng Qingran was worried that Qin Hanyan would be harmed by the jellyfish. With a movement in Feng Qingran's hands, the Qingguan's sword was inserted into the ship's board, and her hands danced. The Chihiro needle suspended in midair started to rotate. In an instant, tens of thousands of fine needles shot out from Chanson. If you look closely, you can see that these tiny needles are actually made of fire. The poisonous spider is afraid of fire. Ghost purple jellyfish are also afraid of fire. Countless fire arrays were sent out, shooting towards the ghost purple jellyfish. Soon all the jellyfish that tried to block Tati's path perished. The blue water is also dyed black. However, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. While Feng Qingran was concentrating on dealing with the ghost purple jellyfish, a tentacle full of spikes stretched out from the sea. Feng Qingran felt the chill rising from behind, and her apricot eyes were filled with coldness. It seemed that the real enemy was coming. Feng Qingran did not turn around and continued to deal with the ghost purple jellyfish. At this moment, a green vine crawled out from Feng Qingran's sleeve, and the vine went directly to Feng Qingran's shoulder, seemingly staring at the tentacle. The tentacles froze in the air for a moment, just for a moment, and then approached Feng Qingran. The dragon's breath on the fishing net that Feng Qingran took out drove away countless weak monsters. But it also attracted powerful and greedy monsters. When something like a dragon, which had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, finally appeared, they naturally didn't want to let it go. Even a drop of dragon saliva can enhance the bloodline of a monster several times. Not to mention the dragon tendons that Feng Qingran took out were even more precious. Warcraft are naturally afraid of living dragons and do not dare to attack the dragon's tendons. But Feng Qingran definitely didn't want to let go of something in the hands of a god transformation monk. Feng Qingran's crimson lips curled up slightly, roughly guessing who was trying to attack her behind the scenes. Nothing can be caught by actively casting a net. As a result, there is delicious food delivered to your door. Later, she will roast the sea overlord. The ghost purple jellyfish were shot down one by Chanson Needle. There were only a few ghost purple jellyfish left in the sea. Feng Qingran couldn't deal with them, but he didn't care. Qin Hanyan and Tati have arrived safely on the Feihong ship. The enchantment above the ghost purple jellyfish cannot be broken. Feng Qingran clapped her hands and took back the Chanson Needle. At the same time, the huge tentacles struck Feng Qingran at the right moment. Swish! A seemingly soft vine blocked the way for the tentacle to attack Feng Qingran. The tentacle didn't pause for a moment, and still hit Feng Qingran fiercely. Chirp! The vines cut off the tentacles at the waist. The other half of the tentacles fell on the ship's board and rolled crazily, trying to enter the sea. Feng Qingran raised her foot, stepped on the tentacle, took out the fishing net, and caught the tentacle that wanted to escape. Feng Qingran then turned around and looked at the other half of the tentacle that was about to be retracted. Choo-choo, catch them alive, I want to eat fresh kebabs. Feng Qingran said with a smile. Good master. Feng Shichu was full of energy and wrapped his tentacles around him as he left. The ghostly purple jellyfish above the sea also swam towards this side one after another, as if they wanted to save the owner of the tentacles. Feng Qingran just glanced at the jellyfish and then looked away. Jellyfish doesn't taste good when grilled, so forget it. Less than a moment after Feng Shichu followed the tentacles into the sea, rough waves arose in the sea, and the water turned blood red. At the same time, the being who had been staring at Qin Hanyan before noticed that Feng Qingran had no intention of paying attention to what was going on the Feihong ship. He flew up and tried to enter the Phenom ship several times, but was blocked by the barrier. The man in black was annoyed. How could the little human's barrier resist his attack? Tati didn't even raise his eyebrows at the appearance of the man in black, and immersed himself in eating the magical beast Qin Hanyan threw to him. Qin Hanyan looked at the man in black, his cold eyes full of vigilance. Master, this man has demonic energy, the same kind of demonic energy that I sensed in the palace. Wanyan Jinsing reminded. The demon spirit tried several times but failed to open the barrier. Finally, he looked at Qin Hanyan, who was standing not far away, and said in a commanding tone, Miss Qin, I have something important to do with you, please let me in. Who are you? Qin Hanyan said coldly. My master is Tang Chongzhu, and he has something he asked me to give to Miss Qin. When the demon spirit spoke, he always had a superior attitude. At the same time, the demon spirit looked at the Phenom ship and felt greed in his heart. If such a defensive warship could be dedicated to Tang Chongzhu, it would be considered a great achievement. I don't need it. Qin Hanyan refused coldly. Miss Qin, my master has helped you so many times, how can you be so heartless? The demon spirit accused uneasily. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes were as calm as frost and she remained silent. Tati put down the food in his mouth and marveled. Your master has helped Miss Qin several times. What does that have to do with you? Why are you showing off your sense of superiority here? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 405 Rare Leisure Time. The demon spirit glanced at Tati and angrily said, You are just a beast, what do you know? Tati didn't care at all about Mo Lingyi's words and asked aloud, Is your master a man? The demon spirit was stunned for a moment. Why did the white tiger ask the demon king's gender? Could it be that it was trying to get something out of itself and find out everything about the demon lord? Looking at how stupid you are, it seems that your master must be a male beast. Tati said firmly, lowering his head and taking another bite of meat. What do you want to say? The demon spirit's eyes were cold, and he glanced at Qin Hanyan again, thinking that it was Qin Hanyan who instigated Tati to make things difficult for him. He kindly wanted to take Qin Hanyan back to the demon clan to become a demon concubine. In the end, Qin Hanyan found a beast to humiliate him. Outrageous. You just said that your master has paid a lot for Miss Qin, so he asked her to open the barrier to let you in. This theory is wrong, Tati said seriously. The demon's face turned darker now. He shouldn't be led by a beast. The demon spirit didn't look at Tati and turned to point his finger at Qin Hanyan. Miss Qin, my master is Tang Chongzhu. Don't you feel guilty for doing this? No, Qin Hanyan said coldly. Let's not talk about whether the person in front of us is Tang Chongzhu's. Even with his condescending and bossy attitude, she wouldn't feel any guilt. When Tati heard the demon spirit say this, he said angrily, Hey, yo, you have such an attitude and don't say anything. I thought you were the master. You. The demon touched the moonlight treasure box hidden in his sleeve, and his resentment towards Qin Hanyan rose to another level. The little guilt I felt about having to smoke Qin Hanyan's spiritual bones also disappeared. Tati raised his head and said extremely seriously, What's wrong with me? Even a beast like me understands one thing. As a male, your master is willing to pay for the female. How come you end up using it to kidnap and blackmail Qin? Where's the girl's excuse? Tati felt secretly happy. No wonder Fang Qinggran always liked to quarrel with him. It turns out that it's so fun to yell at people. Qin Hanyan. As for Tati, something feels weird. You beast. My master is the demon lord. How can I allow you to be so insulted? Demon Lingyi was also furious and directly told Tang Chongzhu's true identity. Qin Hanyan's face was instantly covered with frost. Humans and demons have been at odds since ancient times. Why did Tang Chongzhu, a demon king, come to the human world? And people who are specifically close to their Lingyun sect. Demon lord, if he doesn't stay well in the demon world, why would he come to this small world? Tati asked what Qin Hanyan was thinking. HMPH. It's just a place abandoned by gods. We demon lord can come here whenever we want. Since you know about demon lord, why don't you open the barrier quickly? Do you want us demon lord to come in person? Demon spirit said with an arrogant look. Tati's eyes were full of disdain. The demon lord didn't ask you to come, right? The demon lord has always been upright, and he will definitely not ask you to send things coquettishly. The demon spirit snorted coldly, not at all panicking after being exposed. The demon spirit glanced at Qin Hanyan, folded his arms and said, I would like to ask Miss Qin to come back with me as the demon concubine to give the demon king a surprise. Tati said disdainfully, surprise? Have you asked Miss Qin what she meant? And you don't look like you are inviting me, but you look like you are preparing to rob me. Play tricks in front of it. That's what these ferocious beasts disdain the most. So what? Being able to be the concubine of our demon lord is a blessing that Qin Hanyan will never be able to achieve in 8 lifetimes. Why does she still want to refuse? The demon spirit became even more arrogant. Tati took a bite of the monster's meat, his eyes showing mockery. This blessing is for you, do you want it? You. The demon spirit was struck speechless again. The shamelessness of the demons has really been brought out by you, and it's been done well. Tati saw through all the demon spirit's thoughts at a glance. It's nothing more than wanting to take credit. Tie people back to get rewards. The demon spirit gritted his teeth and was about to say something when a sound came into his ears. Boss, retreat first. The demon lord has changed his plan and is going to the 3rd floor to have a look. The plan to kidnap people has been delayed. As soon as the demon spirit heard what Demon General Wu said, he glared at Tati hatefully and turned around to leave. This time he was careless. You shouldn't come alone. Next time, bring a few more people to distract the people around Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan will be brought back to the demon clan. Tati was a little confused about the sudden departure of the demon spirit, and it chose to continue eating meat. Successfully guarded 3rd senior sister. Obtained a Yuanyang beast pill. Fang Qinggran also boarded the Feihong ship at this time. Fang Qinggran raised his hand, and an octopus about 10 feet tall was thrown on the deck, and several tentacles landed in front of Tati. The tentacles have fangs on them. Tati looked at the food all over the deck, his eyes shining brightly. Fang Qinggran, will you give me all this? Yes, Fang Qinggran nodded. When Tati heard that it belonged to him, he stood up and started enjoying the delicious food. Fang Qinggran walked up to Qin Hanyan and asked curiously, 3rd senior sister, who was the person who attacked the Feihong ship just now? He belongs to Tang Chongzhu, and he has already left. Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, thinking about whether to tell Fang Qinggran that Tang Chongzhu was the demon lord. Fang Qinggran did not intend to continue asking. Instead, he took out an iron shelf and put a piece of flame stone in it. 3rd senior sister, let's grill some skewers. Fang Qinggran hadn't eaten food that smelled like fireworks for a long time, and she missed it very much. Qin Hanyan has been practicing fasting since the beginning of his cultivation and has never eaten the barbecued skewers mentioned by Fang Qinggran. When Fang Qinggran handed the bamboo stick to Qin Hanyan's face was full of surprise. He didn't understand what he was doing. Fang Qinggran waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of the two of them. On the table were plates of fresh meat. 3rd senior sister, you can eat it with confidence. The demonic aura of these meats has been cleansed. Eating it will not affect your cultivation. Fang Qinggran answered all Qin Hanyan's concerns. Qin Hanyan was wearing a fluttering purple skirt, like a fairy who could not eat the fireworks of the world. At this moment, Fang Qinggran was pulling him to make skewers together. Qin Hanyan was a little doubtful about life, and also a little curious. Others are practicing hard, isolating themselves from fireworks, for fear of being contaminated by these influences on their practice. Only Fang Qinggran never minded this. Little junior sister, why did you embark on this path of cultivation? Qin Hanyan looked at the energetic Fang Qinggran and became curious. Of course it's for the freedom of a higher dimension. Fang Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes sparkled and she smiled calmly. Then why is 3rd senior sister practicing? Qin Hanyan's movements in his hands paused slightly. It's similar to that of junior sister. Fang Qinggran smiled and did not continue. Instead, he took out a table from the space, put various condiments on the table, grabbed a handful of skewers and started to act. Earlier when we were in Lingyun sect, Lu and Jin loved to make these for me. She also loved to eat them. We often ate kebabs together at the 10th peak. Fang Qinggran said crisply. Zizizi. Following the sound, Fang Qingran sprinkled the prepared condiments on the skewers one by one. In an instant, the entire ship was filled with the aroma of meat. Tao Ti smelled the aroma of barbecue coming from his nose, and immediately felt that the meat in his mouth was not so delicious. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 406 The Glutton Wants to Eat Kebabs. Tao Ti held the meat in his mouth, looked up at Fang Qingran, and spit out the meat in his mouth with great disgust. There were rumors earlier that the food made by humans was the most delicious. But during this time with Fang Qingran, he only saw Fang Qingran taking bigu pills. I thought those rumors were all false. But now the fragrance on the tip of his nose clearly told it that the rumors were credible. Tao Ti stood up quickly and ran to Fang Qingran's side. He stared intensely at the kebab in Fang Qingran's hand. Master, can you give me a taste of this meat? Tao Ti's attitude was extremely flattering. The food on that deck is not enough for you. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a smile. She had never seen a ferocious beast eating barbecue. I'm willing to trade that deck of food for a bunch of meat in your hand. Tao Ti's mouth drooled all over the floor, and he almost couldn't help but grab it. The skewers in Fang Qingran's hand smelled more and more fragrant. The glutton, which has eaten all things, can guarantee that it has never eaten food that tastes more delicious than Fang Qingran's hand. It's not impossible, but I remember that the food on the deck was also given to you by me. Fang Qingran's glass-like eyes were full of cunning. Tao Ti's eyes were spinning as a pile of rubble suddenly appeared beside him. I'll trade it with you for the time gem. This thing can be used to create a time formation. No. Fang Qingran raised her hand and handed the roasted meat to Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan took the skewers and took a bite, his cold eyes shining a little brightly. If everyone could make food like this, probably no monk would eat bigu pill. Gudong. Tao Ti swallowed furiously when he saw Qin Hanyan eating the skewers. Master, I still have many treasures. You can choose whatever you want. This is an immortal cauldron. Using it to make elixirs can get twice the result with half the effort. And this is a high-level spell that can be used in the immortal world. In less than a moment, there was a pile of treasures half as tall as a person at Fang Qingran's feet. Fang Qingran finally handed Tao Ti a skewer of grilled squid. Suck. Tao Ti opened his mouth and swallowed even the bamboo sticks. Tao Ti stared, then looked at the other skewers. It seemed to be eaten too quickly and not tasted. Master, my good master, can you reward me with another bunch? Tao Ti said eagerly. Fang Qingran is funny yet helpless. Tao Ti really embodies a person who is flexible and able to call her master when needed. When I was doing things for her, I called her Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran threw a few more skewers to Tao Ti. Tao Ti carefully caught the skewers, walked to the side, and licked them with the tip of his tongue. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he was reluctant to eat them. Fang Qingran picked up the immortal cauldron and handed it to Qin Hanyan. Third senior sister, always using the alchemy furnace to make elixirs will affect the efficiency. I will give you a cauldron. Can you try it? Fang Qingran said with a smile. Qin Hanyan said seriously, little junior sister, are you sure you want to send me off? There is no alchemist who does not desire to get a good alchemy cauldron. A good alchemy cauldron is equivalent to getting twice the result with half the effort for an alchemist. Of course, third senior sister may have to work hard in the future. Fang Qingran said and handed Qin Hanyan a kebab. Qin Hanyan's alchemy skills are very strong, but what he lacks is a good alchemy cauldron and strange fire. Now that the alchemy cauldron is available, all it lacks is the strange fire. Fang Qingran, can you grill this tentacle too? Tao Ti bit into a tentacle that was nearly 10 feet long and placed it at Fang Qingran's feet. When Fang Qingran heard the voice, she looked sideways and saw a bloody mess in front of her. The front end of the tentacle blocked Fang Qingran's view of Tao Ti. Fang Qingran took a step back, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Tao Ti, look at the meat I grilled, and look at what you handed over. To bake this tentacle, she would have to use at least 40 or 50 ovens. Then you can find a way to cut everything. Tao Ti knew that this was a bit embarrassing. But it just wants to eat grilled food. I never want to eat raw food again. Fang Qingran. She eats skewers to relax, not to seek guilt. Don't cut it. You have to eat it and bake it yourself, otherwise you'll be hungry. Fang Qingran was speechless. She was really used to it. With this roasting method, Tao Ti won't have to use her hands when she's full. Right now. The tentacles in front of Fang Qingran moved away. Tao Ti rolled in front of Fang Qingran and rolled on the ground. I don't care. If I don't care, I'm going to eat skewers. If you don't let me eat, I won't get up. Fang Qingran's eyebrows twitched and she reminded, Tao Ti, you're a ferocious beast, you're tens of thousands of years old. This was the first time she saw a ferocious beast acting rogue. I don't care, I want to eat roasted meat. If you don't roast it, I won't get up. The gluttonous face was gone. Then if you eat meat from now on, won't I have to roast it for you? Fang Qingran narrowed her eyes and asked in a dangerous tone. It's not impossible, Tao Ti subconsciously added. Fang Qingran rubbed her temples. She really didn't expect that a kebab could lure a vicious beast to its knees. When Qin Hanyan saw this scene, his lips curved slightly and he smiled, completely overturning his impression of the ferocious beast. At the same time, Mermaid Palace. The other mermaids next to them were so stunned that they didn't dare to take a breath. The mermaid emperor roared, Fang, King, Ran, I will cut you into pieces. The high priest will find me a spell that can make life worse than death. Hurry up. My emperor, don't worry. The high priest replied softly. She actually didn't care about the loss of the mermaid clan at all. Her things were all stored in the cave anyway. However, the high priest soon became embarrassed. Have you found it? The mermaid emperor urged impatiently. The high priest remained silent, trying hard to find the spell book in the cave. The high priest searched carefully in the treasure cave several times, but was surprised to find the book of spells. High priest, are you delaying time on purpose? The Mermaid Emperor's eyes were cold, and when he continued to look for him, Fang Qingran ran away and disappeared. The High Priest's lowered eyes were dark and dark. The Fish Emperor must not know about the loss of spell book. Her status rests solely on the Book of Spells. Once the Mermaid Emperor knows that the record of spells is lost, he will definitely not cooperate with her to save Wen Yun. My Emperor, I need to go over the spell you mentioned again. When Fang Qingran is about to leave the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, she will come to our mermaid clan. It will be too late to cast a spell on her at that time. The High Priest said softly. Ha, you're giving her an advantage. The Mermaid Emperor scratched his head angrily, but he was still worried about the reconstruction of the Mermaid Palace. She turned around and looked at where the palace had disappeared. Another surge of energy and blood. Such a big palace. Just let Fang Qingran move away. Suddenly, the Mermaid Emperor's vision went dark and he fell back. Noisy voices and the shouts of the High Priest rang out around him. Immediately, the Mermaid Emperor completely lost consciousness. The High Priest supported the Mermaid Emperor with his scepter, and glanced at the mermaids around him with deep eyes. Why don't you quickly go find the materials to rebuild the Mermaid Palace? Do you have to wait for our Emperor to wake up and do it yourself? The other mermaids didn't have time to reply. A mermaid who went out to inquire for information appeared in a panic. High Priest, all the magical beasts near us have disappeared, and. Panic appeared on the mermaid's face. And what? The High Priest's face was gloomy, and he always felt that Fang Qingran had done nothing good. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 407. It doesn't eat much. And we are trapped in a barrier and can never get out. In addition, I also found this jade slip. The mermaid carefully handed the jade slip to the High Priest. The High Priest raised his hand to take the jade slip and opened it. The content on the jade slip: High Priest, the outside world is not safe. All mermaids who have lost their memory are better off staying in the Mermaid Palace. In addition, food has been prepared. In the underground palace decorated with luminous pearls, remember to eat sparingly. Leave a name, Fang Qingran. After the High Priest read the content on the sword, his hands were shaking. At this moment, she could finally understand the Mermaid Emperor's mood just now. The High Priest glanced at the kneeling mermaid and asked aloud, did you find any food when you checked the underground palace? The mermaids looked at each other and shook their heads. The High Priest's turbid eyes narrowed slightly, and asked in a different way, is there an underground palace filled with luminous pearls? All the mermaids still shook their heads. The High Priest's face was filled with ice. Fang Qingran dared to play tricks on her. At this time, a mermaid whispered, High Priest, you may be talking about our Emperor's private treasure trove. The Mermaid Emperor does have a private treasury. And the Mermaid Emperor likes Night Pearl very much. Where is my Emperor's treasure house? The High Priest always felt a pain in his head, and it was estimated that the Mermaid Emperor would faint again when he woke up later. I wonder if the body I just found can't bear it. High Priest, we don't know this. The kneeling mermaids shook their heads. Even Princess Yuji has never been to the Mermaid Emperor's private treasure house. Of course they don't know either. The High Priest took a deep breath and waved to the mermaids, take my Emperor down, I'll go take a look at the barrier. An isolated island in the sea. There is a jungle in the middle of the isolated island, which is lush and green as far as the eye can see. When Fang Qingran's Feihong ship stopped at the island, he saw many disciples from Kyushu gathered on the island. The disciples from various states looked up at the Feihong ship, their eyes widening. That disciple is so extravagant that he actually rides a battleship across the sea. Besides Diling State, which other state do you think has such financial resources? It's not necessarily true. You can tell from the appearance that this battleship is of extraordinary quality. I'm afraid only Master 1000 machines can build this battleship. You mean the people on the boat are from Chu Beizu and Huolingzhu? Are you blind? Chu Beizu and the people from Huolingzhu are over there. Are their souls sitting on the boat? Fuck, look, what's in the sky? There was an exclamation from the crowd, and everyone looked up. A white tiger was seen flying over the battleship. What surprised everyone even more was that there were two people standing on the back of the white tiger. We can't even fly with a sword, why can this contracted beast fly? What those two people are wearing on their shoulders seems to be Qingyun Prefecture's Peugeots. They're Qingyun Prefecture's disciples. I heard that in this street fighting competition, Qingyun Prefecture has a lot of dark horses. I don't know who the two people above are. Someone from Qingyun Prefecture said in surprise, it must be Miss Fang and the others. When they heard it was Fang Qingran, people from various states had different expressions. Among them, the ones with the ugliest faces were the disciples from Dailingzhu and Netherworld State. The disciples in Dailingzhu, headed by Lu Changchan, had all seen Bai Hu and had suffered losses at Fang Qingran's hands, so they naturally didn't look good. The experience of the group of people in Netherworld State dealing with Fang Qingran was not very pleasant. When Lu and Jin met, he beheaded one of the disciples. In addition, Qinyu and Chanhuan were tricked by Ning Shiyu into wearing only one set of clothes. If Mengji and Jiang Wu had not appeared in time, their lives would have been lost. Among the people in Hailingzhu, Su Yanran had the worst expression. The moment the white tiger appeared, Su Yanran guessed that the person on the white tiger must be Fang Qingran. Among Huolingzhu, only Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu showed joy, while the others were indifferent. The remaining Tiangshuan Prefecture, Chuanyuan Prefecture, and Miyun Prefecture only have 2 or 3 people entering the second level. They have no direct conflict with Qingyun Prefecture, and their focus is more on battleships. Ning Shiyu looked at Fang Qingran and Qin Hanyan who got off the back of the white tiger, and said happily, it's Hanyan and the junior sister. It's great, we, the Lingyun sect, are finally together again. The 5th senior sister is wrong, there is still a 7th junior brother left. Bailey Wen Yu said. 7th junior brother said that he had something to deal with when he entered the mysterious territory of Yuxuan. We asked you not to worry about him. He will meet us on the 5th floor. Lu Kanglan said warmly. So that's it. Ning Xiu nodded, immediately looked at Qin Hanyan and Feng Qingran, waved her hands, and shouted loudly, Hanyan, junior sister, here, here. Feng Qingran put away the Feihong ship and scanned the people in Qingyun Prefecture with her apricot eyes, but could not find Mo Jinggong. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, knowing that with Mo Jinggong's strength, it was impossible not to reach the second level. But Feng Qingran looked several times in succession and found no trace of Mo Jinggong. While Feng Qingran was stunned, Ning Xiu had already arrived in front of the two of them. Hanyan, junior sister, you are finally here, Ning Xi said happily, her eyes filled with light. Fifth senior sister, everyone is here, why don't you see seventh senior brother? Feng Qingran asked crisply. Senior brother seventh has something to deal with. After Ning Xiu finished speaking, she went up to hold Qin Hanyan's arm and said in a voice like a silver bell, Hanyan, how did you and your junior sister pass through the second floor? Qin Hanyan's cold eyes showed a touch of warmth, and she raised her hand and handed Ning Xiu a storage ring. This is the gift you chose. Ning Xiu took the storage ring with brilliant eyes. Hanyan will be taken care of by you, and I will definitely be the richest woman in Kyushu from now on. Bailey Wenyu stared at Tati for a while. Tati glanced at Bailey Wenyu, lowered his head and continued to look unhappy. Little junior sister, what's the strength of your contracted beast? Bailey Wenyu asked curiously. I don't know either. Feng Qingran didn't tell lies. She only knew that Tati was an ancient ferocious beast. As for its true strength, she really didn't know. Little junior sister, your contract is not simple, and it can change its shape freely, but it seems a bit dull. Bailey Wen wanted to touch Tati's head more, but he didn't dare to do it. Helplessness flashed in Feng Qingran's eyes. Tati was not stupid, it wanted to eat skewers, but failed. Feng Qingran saw that Bailey Wenyu was very interested in Tati, and a smile flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. Sixth senior brother, why don't you help me ask about its strength? Me. Bailey Wenyu vaguely felt that there was a trap. Yes, for some reason, it wants to eat skewers. I know how to skewer them. Feng Qingran waved her hand helplessly. As soon as Tati heard about grilled skewers, he immediately raised his head and stared at Feng Qingran with burning eyes. Bailey Wen touched his chin more and more curiously. It was not uncommon for beasts to like to eat human things, but it was rare to see people who only liked kebabs. Sixth senior brother, I have prepared a lot of ingredients for skewers here, but I don't have a strange fire, so I can't grill them. Feng Qingran sighed. Bailey Wenyu's beautiful fox eyes rolled, and he glanced sideways at Mu Chanjue next to him, and had an idea in his mind. Little junior sister, in this case, you give me the things, and I will bake them. Okay. Feng Qingran quickly handed a storage ring to Bailey Wenyu. Thank you, sixth senior brother. So much. Bailey Wenyu looked shocked at the dozens of tons of meat in the space. You can bake it as you like, it won't eat much. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with slyness. The more Bailey Wen thought about it, the white tiger was only as tall as him and could only eat that much. Bailey Wenyu happily pulled Mu Chanjue to help light the fire and grill the skewers. However, after the two of them grilled skewers day and night for a month, Bailey Wenyu realized how pitiful the phrase, not much to eat, was. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 408 The Secret of Gluttonous Blood. Of course, Bailey Wen at this moment is even more ignorant. He coaxed and coaxed Mu Chanjue over to grill skewers together. When Bailey Wenyu barbecue stall was just set up, Luin Jin also came over. Feng Qingran saw Luin Jin and asked in a crisp voice, Luin Jin, have you and senior brother met the seventh senior brother on the road? No, but don't worry, the master is safe. Luin Jin replied casually, focusing entirely on the skewers Bailey Wenyu took out. Feng Qingran lowered her apricot eyes when she heard Luin Jin. Everyone knew the whereabouts of the seventh senior brother, but she didn't. So it turns out that she doesn't have anything special in Mo Jinggong's heart. Feng Qingran's expression was full of disappointment, and she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Luin Jin, get out of here, who asked you to compete with me for food? Tati's loud roar reached Feng Qingran's ears. Feng Qingran looked sideways and saw Luin Jin holding a large handful of skewers with his raised hand, and stuffing skewers into his mouth with the other hand. Tati jumped up and tried to grab the skewers in Luin Jin's hand, but Luin Jin dodged them. Don't worry, I'll eat a little first, and you'll have yours later. Luin Jin comforted him while eating. Fart, I can't eat as much as you want. You eat a little, right? Tati yelled angrily. Luin Jin said indifferently, it's just a little bit, why are you so worried about it? Tati's eyes were red and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, he didn't ask Luin Jin to be his wife, otherwise he might not have anything to eat in his life. Tati's only thoughts about Luin Jin disappeared. This is for you. Bailey Wenyu really couldn't stand Tati's aggrieved look, so he handed the baked one to Tati first. Tati took it in his mouth because he was too anxious. He actually took Bailey Wenyu's hand into his mouth. Hiss. Bailey Wenyu took a breath of cold air and felt a burning pain in his hands. Tati, loosen your mouth. Two stern voices sounded at the same time. Tati's saliva is corrosive to everything. As long as human skin is contaminated with Tati's saliva, it will rot. Hearing Feng Qingran's voice, Tati opened his mouth obediently. When Bailey Wenyu took his hand out of Tati's mouth, it was already a bloody mess. Seeing this, everyone in Lingyun sect immediately gathered around. Qin Hanyan took out a pill and fed it to Bailey Wenyu, who was still in a daze. Ning Xiu is looking for medicine that can treat trauma. Luin Jin felt a little guilty when he saw Bailey Wenyu being injured. At this time, a hand fell on Luin Jin's head, and then a warm voice sounded, Don't worry, my junior sister is here, it will be fine. Kanglan, their medicine can't cure its poison, Luin Jin said in a message. There are many people with mixed ears, so Luin Jin did not directly mention Tati's name. Tati swallowed the skewers in his mouth and waited for Feng Qingran's accusation. Feng Qingran indeed said coldly, What are you doing standing still? If you don't cure the poison of 6th senior brother quickly, who else will brew you skewers? Tao Ti's eyes were dazed. It hurt Feng Qingbran's senior brother. Shouldn't Feng Qingbran be angry? Snapped. Feng Qingbran slapped Tao Ti on the head. Go quickly. Yes. Tao Ti immediately came back to his senses and wanted this feeling. Tao Ti took 2 steps forward, and Mu Chanjue suddenly looked on guard, blocking Tao Ti's path. I'll heal his wounds, please give in. Tao Ti looked arrogant. He couldn't even take a bite of him, but he had the nerve to block the way. Mu Chanjue raised his eyes and looked at Feng Qingbran, and when she nodded, he gave way. Tao Ti walked up to Bailey Wenyu and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally hurt you. You can talk. Are you a holy beast? Bailey Wenyu didn't care at all whether he was injured or not, but was more concerned about Tao Ti's level. Tao Ti ignored Bailey Wenyu, raised his paw, and made a cut by himself. The blood flowed along the wound and poured onto the ground where Bailey Wenyu was injured. The skin that the blood touches instantly returns to its original state. Soon, a large part of the injury on Bailey Wenyu's hand healed, while the remaining small part was not stained with blood and was still in a state of ulceration. Tao Ti looked at the blood that had flowed away and felt extremely painful. This blood contained at least tens of thousands of years of power, which really gave this kid an advantage. Tao Ti put away his paws and said, just touch the blood evenly and it will be fine. Bailey Wenyu was still in a daze. He had never seen blood healing injuries. Bailey Wenyu was now more curious about Tao Ti's rank. Are you a holy beast or a divine beast? Tao Ti rolled his eyes. Heal your wounds quickly and grill me some skewers. Seeing this, Ning Xiu took out a piece of jade, grabbed Bailey Wenyu's hand, and gently touched the blood to Bailey Wenyu's wound with the jade. A small amount of blood soaked into the jade. The jade gave off a burst of light, becoming more crystal clear. Ning Xiu's movements in her hands paused slightly, and the majestic power within the jade shocked her. Ning Xiu glanced at Tao Ti, then at Feng Qingbran, and her expression tightened. If others knew that this blood could increase strength. I'm afraid both the junior sister and her contracted beast are in danger. After Bailey Wenyu recovered from all his injuries, Ning Xiu put away the jade and fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, you all give way, I seem to be advancing. Bailey Wenyu's eyes flashed with shock. He had obviously just advanced to the middle stage of nascent soul not long ago. He was about to be promoted so soon, could it be? Bailey Wenyu looked at Tao Ti and had a bold guess in his mind. 6th junior brother, this is a blessing in disguise for you, you can advance even if you get injured. Ning Xiu was afraid that Bailey Wenyu would say something else, so she hurriedly interrupted. Bailey Wenyu met Ning Xiu's bright eyes and instantly understood what Ning Xiu meant. Bailey Wenyu crossed his legs, closed his eyes and began to circulate the spiritual power in his body. The expressions of all the disciples in Qingyun Prefecture were numb. Lingyun sect disciples are seriously involved in the involution. I have seen it all, and they still want to practice even though they're injured. People from other states were even more confused. Did they hear correctly? Just now Bailey Wenyu said he wanted to advance. Aren't you injured? Why do you want to advance again? Most people's attention is focused on Bailey Wenyu's promotion. Only a few people were keenly aware of the smell of blood in the air. Combined with what he heard just now, Lu Changchan stared at Tao Ti with dim eyes, and it seemed that this beast was really different. The greed in Hailing Zhu Meng Jime's eyes reappeared. Only Su Yanran's focus was on Feng Qingbran. Su Yanran looked at Feng Qingbran's empty wrists and looked extremely embarrassed. Where did that jade bracelet go? How could Feng Qingbran lose her things? The more Su Yanran thought about it, the colder her eyes became. Maybe it was hidden by her. Do you want me to help you investigate? A voice sounded in Su Yanran's ears. Get lost. How many times have I told you? It's impossible for me to share my body with you. Su Yanran conveyed the message easily. Li Yushi smiled and said, don't be so irritable. As long as you share your body with me, I guarantee that your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds and you will be able to ascend soon. Stop fooling me here. Do you think I'm that idiot from Luo Xiao? Su Yanran's voice was extremely sarcastic. If you don't agree, forget it. You'd better not get hurt along the way anyway, Li Yushi said nonchalantly. Anyway, Su Yanran's weirdness hasn't been fully studied yet. She would never leave Su Yanran's consciousness. Su Yanran gritted her teeth with hatred, but there was nothing she could do about the soul in the sea of consciousness. The soul cannot take her away. She couldn't drive away the spirits either. Su Yanran was suffocating in her heart, and the more she looked at the group of people in Qingyun Prefecture, the more displeased she became. How about you help me seize Feng Qingbran? Li Yushi decided to change the target. Su Yanran's poisonous eyes glanced at Feng Qingbran, and then glanced at Qin Hanyan, Ning Xiu and Luan Jin. If Feng Qingbran can't do it, you can choose another one. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 409 The entrance to the 3rd floor. By the way, you and Feng Qingbran have such a deep hatred, why don't you let me take her away? Li Yushi asked curiously. No comment. Do you want to seize Feng Qingbran yourself? Li Yushi asked casually. Su Yanran's beautiful eyebrows knitted together, feeling extremely irritated. Do you want to choose? If not, go to sleep. Who I choose depends on who you can deal with, Li Yushi said bluntly. The best time to seize the body is when the monk is injured or his consciousness is weak. Now Luan Jin, Qin Hanyan, and Ning Xiu are doing well. She is going up to seize the house now. Is that just a gift of food? Su Yanran took a deep breath and said, please be quiet for a while. I'll think of a solution after we get to the 3rd floor. There are only 6 disciples in Haolingzhu who have entered the 2nd level including her. There are as many as 10 in Qingyun Prefecture, so this is not a good place to start. A large group of you have been here for half a month, right? No one has found the entrance to the 3rd floor. When can we go to the 3rd floor? Li Yushi was very unhappy and stayed in Su Yanran's consciousness. Not only was her movement restricted, but more importantly, she could only watch Fang Qingran become stronger. Shut up. Su Yanran was extremely annoyed, and suddenly she understood how Fang Qingran felt when she pestered Fang Qingran. If you ask me, you group of ants have little knowledge. It's obvious that you can't do it alone, so why don't you unite? Li Yushi suggested. Su Yanran's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and she glanced at the remaining people in Deling State and Netherworld State. If the three upper states unite, the disciples from other states will surely surrender obediently. Su Yanran thought for a moment and decided to gather people from Shangsanzu together. Brother Yushi, let's go find the disciples from Emperor Lingzhu and Netherworld State and form an alliance. Su Yanran said in a low voice. Ah, what dream. Luo Yushi seemed to wake up suddenly and didn't hear what Su Yanran said at all. Su Yanran patiently repeated what she said before. Luo Yushi's eyes lit up instantly. Sister Yanran, your proposal is great, otherwise we would also call people from Qingyun Prefecture to come in. There is strength in numbers. Su Yanran. When you say that, can you look away from Qin Hanyan? Although she understood Luo Yushi's thoughts, Su Yanran still suppressed her temper. Brother Yushi, there are 10 people in Qingyun province. If you take them with you, you will be held back. Contempt flashed in Su Yanran's eyes. People in the middle 3 states are not worthy to be with their upper 3 states. But they have 2 transformation gods, and the others are Yuanying. And Sister Yanran, you are the golden elixir, Luo Yushi asked in confusion. Su Yanran's face darkened. She was a golden elixir, and she had many life-saving magic weapons given by her master. What do those people in Qingyun Prefecture have? Of course, Su Yanran didn't say such words, as it would affect her image too much. Then Brother Yushi will ask Lingzhu and Netherworld State for their opinions. Su Yanran was sure that Luo Yushi would get a negative answer. Luo Yushi nodded. Sister Yanran, just wait, I will go and negotiate with them. Luo Yushi swaggered up to Lu Changchan and Meng Ji to discuss the alliance. For unknown reasons, Lu Changchan and Meng Ji agreed to form a team. By the way, should we ask the disciples from Qingyun province to form a team with us? Luo Yushi asked tentatively. Lu Changqian's expression turned cold. It's okay if you can persuade them. Meng Ji thought with her charming eyes, I have no objection, but they probably don't want to form a team with us. Then it's settled. I'll go negotiate and they will definitely agree. Luo Yushi confidently patted her chest and assured. Lu Changchan and Meng Ji looked at each other as if they were fools, and looked at Luo Yushi who was walking towards Qingyun Prefecture. This person probably has never suffered a loss at the hands of Qingyun State. Luo Yushi walked up to everyone in Qingyun province with a haughty expression. I'll give you a chance to go to the 3rd floor. Do you want it? There are a total of 10 people in Qingyun Prefecture. 9 of them were from Lingyun sect, and the remaining one, Su Yubai, naturally had no intention of responding to Luo Yushi's words. Fang Qingran practiced cross-legged and sank into the world of cultivation. Lu Kanglan was grilling Luan Jin on skewers and had no need to pay attention to Luo Yushi. Degu Jianyi and Yan Miyu glanced at Luo Yushi, turned their heads, and concentrated on protecting Fang Qingran and Bailey Wenyu. Qin Hanyan and Ning Xiyu were holding a book and immersed themselves in studying it, as if they didn't hear Luo Yushi's voice. Only Mu Chanjue gently swayed his folding fan, showing off his noble air and asked, Who are you? Luo Yushi saw that someone was paying attention to him, his eyes fell on Mu Chanjue, and he said proudly, I am Luo Yushi from Heilingzhu, a descendant of the Luo family. I understand, you should go back first. Mu Chanjue said calmly. Luo Yushi paused slightly and asked with a hint of anger, I came to find your group. Qianju, lower the fire, it's going to burn. Luan Jin's delicate voice interrupted Luo Yushi's words. Luan Jin, you dislike paste, I'll eat it, you go away. Tao Ti squatted aside and said unhappily. Kang Lan baked this for me, don't even think about snatching it away. Luan Jin said happily. Luo Yushi. What? Have you guys forgotten something? However, no one paid any attention to Luo Yushi. Lu Kanglan said warmly, like coaxing a child, don't worry, we have everything. Luo Yushi was completely ignored and became angry. Didn't you come to Yuxuan's secret realm to experience and practice? How can you be so leisurely? Is something wrong, Mr. Luo? Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes flashed with a sharp luster. Have you found the entrance to the 3rd floor? Are you grilling skewers here? Luo Yushi accused loudly. Young Master Luo said that he found it. Mu Chanjue asked funnily. I must not have found it, that's why I'm so anxious. It's not like you have no ambition at all and will just mess around. Hearing this, Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes flashed with sarcasm. The cultivators didn't see it, but they finally saw it after a while, and they came to accuse them of being a mess. What a rarity. How does Mr. Luo know that we have not found the entrance to the 3rd floor? Mu Chanjue chuckled. As soon as Mu Chanjue's words came out, everyone turned their heads and stared at Mu Chanjue. Luo Yushi's eyes showed shock. Have you found the entrance? No, Mu Chanjue said matter-of-factly. Everyone immediately looked away, only Luo Yushi seemed to have been tricked, and was even more angry. You are so kind, Luo Yushi said and turned around to leave. Hey, Mu Chanjue called Luo Yushi, I just said that I didn't find the entrance, and I didn't say, I don't know where the entrance is. Where is the entrance? Luo Yushi asked excitedly. On this island, if I guessed correctly, it should be in the jungle. Mu Chanjue pointed to the jungle behind everyone with his folding fan. Luo Yushi's face turned dark this time. Could he not know where the entrance was? He is the one with the map. Your name is Mu Chanjue, right? Luo Yushi asked bitterly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 410 Four Great Ancient Races. Yes, Mu Chanjue waved his hand and opened the folding fan, showing his chic and nobility in every move. Very good, I will remember you. Luo Yushi's eyes gradually turned cold. He put down his harsh words and turned to leave. Luo Yushi walked back to Lu Changchan and Meng Ji and sent a message. When I was chatting with people from Qingyun Prefecture just now, I discovered a secret. Lu Changchan and Meng Ji both looked at Luo Yushi in silence. Why don't you ask me what the secret is? Luo Yushi was a little depressed. Is aloofness popular in Yakshuan mystery? None of them spoke at all. Say, Lu Changchan spoke concisely and concisely. There are a total of 10 people in Qingyun Prefecture who have entered the second level. 8 of them are disciples of Lingyun sect. The remaining one, Su Yubai, is a casual cultivator, and there is a girl. Do you know any of them? Who has seen them? Luo Yushi asked. I know her. Her name is Luan Jin, and she killed one of our netherworld people. Meng Ji said coldly. When did that girl show up? Lu Changchan asked. Meng Ji's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint light. She appeared right after we left the dense forest, seemingly out of thin air. I suspect that she is probably not a human being. Lu Changqin's eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that a strange beast had transformed into something? Luo Yushi didn't understand what Meng Ji meant. Miss Meng, are you jealous that others are more beautiful than you, so you deliberately curse them? Meng Ji glanced at Luo Yushi and was too lazy to pay attention to Luo Yushi. Meng Ji continued, that Ning Xiu has a particularly powerful giant python next to her. Her strength is at least at the tribulation stage. Everyone in the Lingyun sect is very weird. When my eldest brother left home, he had no cultivation and his spiritual roots were destroyed. Now, only more than 10 years have passed, but he has turned into a god. I suspect that he may be an evil cultivator. Lu Changchan told what he knew. Evil cultivator. Is there any evidence? Meng Ji's eyes showed a cold look. Evil cultivators are existences that cannot be tolerated by any race. There will be soon. Lu Changchan and Meng Ji had a tacit understanding, and at the same time they looked at Bailey Wenyu who was practicing. Luo Yushi on the side looked confused. It was obviously a chat between 3 people. Why did he feel like a light bulb? Have you forgotten me in your message transmission? Luo Yushi gritted his teeth. Meng Ji and Lu Changchan once again chose to ignore Luo Yushi and smiled at each other, seeming to have reached some kind of consensus. Young Master Lu, there are 7 people left in Dailing State, 9 people in Netherworld State, and 6 people in Hailing State. If we form a team, it seems that we, Netherworld State, will suffer the loss. Meng Ji smiled charmingly. Su Yanran, who was waiting quietly, heard these words and understood that the time she wanted had come. Su Yanran came over and took the initiative to say, I understand the weaknesses of everyone in Lingyun sect, so you won't suffer any loss. Meng Ji looked at Su Yanran with interest. Miss Su, are you serious? Su Yanran nodded, of course. Sister Yanran, how could you know? Luo Yushi asked in confusion. My master told me. Then do you know Mu Chanjue's weaknesses? Luo Yushi immediately asked. Su Yanran's watery eyes seemed to have quenched poison. Mu Chanjue is a member of the Mu family, the 8 ancient clans of the past. I don't know his weaknesses, but I know that he must want to get back what belongs to the Mu family. The Mu family was as famous as the Chu family back then. Weren't they wiped out by the Bailey family? How could there be any fish that slipped through the net? Luo Yushi said in shock. The Chu family sacrificed a direct disciple to save Mu Chanjue. Su Yanran said softly. Luo Yushi said in confusion. Sister Yanran, that's wrong. Mu Chanjue is only in his 30s, but the Mu family has been exterminated for thousands of years. Jing Luo Yushi asked. Su Yanran fell into silence. She saw things in her dream intermittently, and she had no way of knowing the specific details. The Chu family initially protected Mu Chanjue's ancestors, and Mu Chanjue came later. More than years ago, the Bailey family did suspect that the Chu family had descendants of the evil party, and conducted a thorough investigation of the Chu family. Lu Changqin's eyes were dark, remembering what he overheard when he was a child. Bailey family 30 years ago, the Chu family was not the only one who conducted a thorough investigation. Large families in all states were thoroughly investigated. Luo Yushi turned his eyes in a circle and held his chin with his hand. You said this and I remembered that it was Taoist priest Wuji who did this at that time. The Mu family, Qin Hanyan. Luo Yushi suddenly asked, do you think Qin Hanyan is a remnant of the Qin family? Who were the 8 families at that time? Su Yanran had a smile on her brows and said nothing. There are some things that just need to be clicked to the point where someone will pick them up. It seems that out of the 8 families of Chu, Lu, Ning, Luo, Qin, Dugu, Mu, and Yan, only 4 families, Chu, Lu, Luo, and Ning, were lucky enough to survive in the hands of the Bailey family. Lu Cheng when Qian said this, his expression was extremely complicated. The family that managed to survive paid an extremely heavy price. Snapped. Luo Yushi clapped her hands in surprise and finally found the strangeness of Lingyun sect. First disciple Lu Kanglan, second disciple Dugu Jianyi, third disciple Qin Hanyan, fourth disciple Mu Chanjue, fifth disciple Ning Xiu, and 8th disciple Yan Miyu, these 6 people are not all remnants of the 6 clans, right? Luo Yushi said, as if he didn't believe it. There are 10 people in Lingyun sect in total. In addition to the remaining sect leader Yi Wenshan, the 6th disciple Bailey Wenyu, the 7th disciple Mo Jinggong, and the 9th disciple Feng Qingran. These 4 people are not related to the 8 families. The remaining 6 all have the same surname as the 8 tribes. What a coincidence. Luo Yushi looked at the other 3 people in shock. Meng Ji's face was calm. The battle between humans and monsters had nothing to do with it. But back then, the head of the Bailey family borrowed Wenren Jushao's power to help him destroy the 8 major families. This gave them the opportunity for the demon clan to travel across Kyushu. Naturally, Meng Ji would not mention this matter and just listen to Luo Yushi's words quietly. The Dugu family has been practicing swordsmanship for generations, and Dugu Jianyi is also a swordsman. I suspect that Dugu Jianyi is a remnant of the Dugu family. Luo Yushi said with certainty. Ning Xiu is a talisman master, and the Ning family is famous for its talismans. However, the Bailey family now has 2 talisman masters named Ning. Lu Changchan is a conspiracy theorist. The Bailey family seems to have destroyed the 8 major families. But it was those families that were destroyed only after taking away all the family's inheritance. The Ning family's talismans are not easy to pass on. Maybe the Bailey family is afraid that the talisman masters will fail. At the same time, he was afraid that other families would complain about it, so he secretly cultivated Ning Shiyu and did not publicize it to the outside world. Su Yanran and Meng Ji understood the meaning of Lu Chengqin's words. Only Luo Yushi didn't understand. Luo Yushi said, the 2 members of the Bailey family are under control. They have no chance to give birth to offspring. They can only choose successors from the Bailey family. Then, Luo Yushi said quite confidently, anyway, we have a handle on New Chanjue. We can use New Chanjue to open a hole and deal with the rest slowly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 411. The stupider you are, the better you can take advantage of it. Luo Yushi's confident tone finally made Meng Ji couldn't help but roll her eyes. Meng Ji and Lu Changchan looked at each other, as if to say, do you really want to cooperate with such a big teammate? Lu Changchan smiled. Many times, a stupid person is needed to take the lead. Meng Ji blinked, thinking the same thing, the stupider he is, the easier it is to take advantage of him. Meng Ji glanced at Su Yanran again, and saw that Su Yanran's beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. She seemed to disagree with Luo Yushi's proposal, but she was a little satisfied. As long as there is one sober person in Hailingzhu. Su Yanran felt Meng Ji's gaze keenly and raised her eyes to look at the naturally charming Meng Ji, with a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Right now. Li Yushi jumped out again. Su Yanran, this Meng Ji is not bad, she is also a demon, and she is also very powerful. Can you think of a way for me to seize Meng Ji's body? She is a demon. Su Yanran was shocked, but her expression remained unchanged. She is still a cat demon. If you can get her demon pill, your strength will be greatly increased. Li Yushi said seductively. When Su Yanran heard Li Yushi's words, she looked at Meng Ji seriously. What does a demon tribe want to do after sneaking into the human race? What is Meng Ji's strength? Su Yanran's eyes dimmed. Maybe she could use Meng Ji to deal with Feng Qingran. Mahayana period. Then you can seize the body by yourself, I can't deal with it. Su Yanran felt that Li Yushi regarded her as a big grievance. Li Yushi became anxious when she heard this. I have a way to deal with her. The cat demon is easy to deal with. You can think of a way later to lure her to a place where no one is around, and then lend me your body for a quarter of an hour. I guarantee it. Help you get the demon pill. Get lost. Su Yanran suppressed the anger in her heart. She was still seriously thinking about Meng Ji being a demon. It turned out to be Li Yushi's plan. Su Yanran blocked Li Yushi directly with a thought. No matter what Li Yushi said, Su Yanran was not going to pay attention anymore. Here, after Luo Yushi finished his analysis, he waited for the 3 people to praise him, but half a quarter of an hour passed quickly, and no one spoke. Luo Yushi couldn't help but said, why don't you say anything? Isn't my proposal acceptable? Master Luo, this is the secret realm of Yakshuan. If we tell the secrets of the Mu family, we may anger Mu Chanjue. When the people from Qingyun Prefecture unite to deal with us, it will be a bigger trouble. Lu Changchan said. Road. What should we do? Luo Yushi asked a little frustrated. Wait. Luo Yushi looked at Lu Changchan puzzled. What are you waiting for? Lu Changchan looked at the gentle and elegant Lu Kanglan, his eyes cold. Wait for the opportunity that comes to your door. You mean to wait until they're alone and defeat them one by one? Luo Yushi became happy instantly. Lu Changchan nodded. Luo Yushi clapped his hands. We can only deal with them after entering the 3rd level. The question is, how do we enter the 3rd level? Lu Changchan responded. Let's wait. The entire island is formed by formations. We must find a way to break the formations on the island before we have a chance to enter the 3rd level. Luo Yushi felt helpless when he heard that he waited again. Young Master Lu, Bailey Wenyu has advanced to become a god. Meng Ji's voice interrupted what Luo Yushi wanted to say next. What? Luo Yushi exclaimed. That Bailey Wenyu has only been sitting down for less than half an hour, right? How can he advance to become a god? Now not only Luo Yushi, but also people in Zhengzhou looked at Bailey Wenyu in shock. I remember that when Bailey Wenyu entered the secret realm, his cultivation level was only at the early stage of nascent soul, right? Something's wrong. It will take hundreds of years at least to advance to the early stage of nascent soul to become a god. How could Bailey Wenyu be promoted from the early stage of nascent soul to the transformation of god within half a year? Could it be that he practices evil skills? Have you noticed? The cultivation level of everyone in Lingyun sect is not normal. They're not an evil cultivating sect, right? Luo Yushi shouted deliberately. Luo Yushi's words made everyone's expressions change suddenly. That Bailey Wenyu just sat down for a while and advanced from the early stage of Yuanying to the early stage of divine transformation. There must be something wrong. I'm really worried that such a person exists. Luo Yushi continued to add fuel to the fire. In an instant, all the disciples chose to stay away from the people in Qingyun state. Among these disciples, Chu Beizu looked extremely embarrassed when he was pulled by Jiang Chanyu. Chanyu, why are you doing this? Chu Beizu asked via voice transmission. Beizu, you have only come into contact with Mr. Lu and Miss Feng. You don't know the rest of the Lingyun sect. I believe Miss Feng, her senior brother, is certainly not that kind of person. Chu Beizu said firmly to Jiang Chanyu. Jiang Chanyu shook his head and sent a message. Beizu, you are the captain of Huolingzhu. You are responsible for the other people in Huolingzhu. They do not trust the people of Lingyun sect. Chu Beizu turned his head and saw the other 4 people from Huoling state, all of whom were wary of the people from Qingyun state. Chu Beizu wanted to explain something, but finally chose silence. On the other hand, the 10 people in Qingyun prefecture did not care about the actions of the various states. Bailey Wenyu stabilized his realm, stood up with great excitement, stepped forward and hugged Tuti. I love you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely feed you. The Hug Tati's eyes were full of confusion. This ant smells wrong. It smells like the blood of the nine-tailed fox. Tati was about to take a closer smell. Luin Jin stepped forward and grabbed Bailey Wenyu by the collar, lifting him in front of the oven. Wenyu, it's your turn to grill the skewers. Bailey Wenyu. This is very shameless, okay. Luin Jin put a skewer in front of Tati. Do you want to eat it? Tati's attention shifted instantly, and the matter of blood was instantly forgotten, and he opened his mouth to bite the skewer in Luin Jin's hand. Luin Jin's delicate eyes became dark, and she looked at each other with Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan immediately understood what Luin Jin meant. Liu Kanglan handed the thing in his hand to Bailey Wenyu. Sixth junior brother, thank you for your hard work. The rest depends on you. Bailey Wenyu took what Liu Kanglan handed over with a confused look on his face and started grilling skewers. I obviously have to work harder, right? Mu Chanjue said dissatisfied. Chanjue, of course you are the most important among them. Without you, this stall would have collapsed long ago. Liu Kanglan said warmly. This is natural. Mu Chanjue glanced at Bailey Wenyu with her peach blossom eyes, and a smile flashed across her face. After such a fuss, Tati completely forgot about the blood aura, and only saw the kebabs in Bailey Wenyu's hands. At this time, Qin Hanyan and Ning Xiyu also turned to the last page of the record of spells. Qin Hanyan raised her eyes and looked at Luin Jin, who was standing next to them. She was a little nervous when she remembered what Fang Qingran said on the battleship. Elder brother, when will you enter the third floor? Ning Xiyu looked at Liu Kanglan, who had just walked over, and asked. The second level is the safest place in the entire Yuxuan secret realm. We will stay here for at least 200 years. Liu Kanglan said warmly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 412. Ning Xiyu stood up in shock. 200 years. Yes, Liu Kanglan confirmed. Ning Xiyu's bright eyes flashed with a gleam. Only those who cultivated as nascent soul could enter the third level, and his own cultivation happened to be in the late stage of Jindan. Senior brother and the others couldn't have stayed here for so long just to wait for him, right? Ning Xiyu felt very guilty and said, Elder brother, please don't delay your schedule for me. Luin Jin and I have already gone to the third floor to check. There is an endless dark realm. The higher your cultivation level, the safer it is to enter. So it's not that I'm delaying the trip for you alone, but it's the result of my measurement. Liu Kanglan said with a serious look. Ning Xiyu's eyes widened. You and Luin Jin have already been to the third floor. Well, the third level is very dangerous. Even the consciousness cannot see things. There is only a kind of fluorescent brass that can shine and illuminate. Ning Xiyu showed an extremely surprised expression. Senior brother, what kind of monsters are there on the third floor? Please explain them to me in detail, and I will prepare the talismans later. Okay. Liu Kanglan nodded patiently and told Ning Xiyu about what he saw on the third floor. He didn't notice at all that at this time, Qin Hanyan was already chatting with Luin Jin. After Liu Kanglan finished telling Ning Xiyu, he wanted to look for Luin Jin, but found that Luin Jin had set up a small barrier. In the small barrier, Luin Jin and Qin Hanyan were chatting seriously about something. Liu Kanglan lost his feeding target, so he decided to practice like Fang Qingran. However, as soon as he sat down cross-legged and before closing his eyes, he felt something rushing towards him. Liu Kanglan immediately stood up and avoided the cheetah's pounce. Master, you are so heartless. You abandoned me after using me. How could you do this? Cheetah Leopard complained. Liu Kanglan looked at the cheetah with his face on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Why are you following me? Of course I brought him here. My good senior brother. A gloomy voice sounded behind Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan's back stiffened, and a guilty look appeared on his face. He had tried to avoid it, so why did he still have to confront his junior sister alone? Liu Kanglan turned around and said with a smile, Little junior sister, it is a magical beast on the first level and cannot be brought to the second level. Really, but it has to come with it, the Golden King Lion, and the Fat Yi. Fang Qingran waved his hand and set up a separate barrier for everyone in Qingyun State. People outside could no longer see what was going on inside. But they can know everything about the outside world. Only then did Fang Qingran release the Golden King Lion and Fei Yi. Elder brother, you don't even want your contracted beast. That's right, you can even want your junior sister, let alone a contracted beast. Fang Qingran said with a strange air. HMPH. Fei Yi snorted coldly at the scene. Liu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed with guilt, and she decided to change the topic. Little junior sister, have all the poison eggs in that cave been dealt with? I'll take action, young master. Is there anyone else who can't be dealt with cleanly? Fei Yi asked coldly. Liu Kanglan. Fei Yi glared at Liu Kanglan and entered the contract space, not wanting to pay attention to Liu Kanglan. I want to make a contract with you, Cheetah Leopard said. I also want to make a contract with you. The Golden Lion followed closely behind the cheetah. Liu Kanglan didn't want to make a contract with the leopard and the Golden Lion. One beast was already difficult to deal with, but he couldn't take two more. And if he raises two more monsters, what will he feed Luin Jin? Actually, you still have many choices. There is no need to make a contract with me. For example, my fourth junior brother is good. Liu Kanglan pointed at Mu Chanjue, who was concentrating on lighting the fire. The leopard glanced at Mu Chanjue and shook his head. I'm a weakling, so I don't want it. Mu Chanjue, I didn't provoke you. Yes, my wife doesn't want this weakling. The Golden Lion firmly supported the cheetah's decision. Ahem. Mu Chanjue choked on her saliva. It felt like a knife had been stabbed in the heart. Is he so unkind? Then my sixth junior brother, with dragon and phoenix looks, is extraordinarily handsome. Liu Kanglan introduced again. The cheetah looked at Bailey Wenyi a few times and said, You look silly and not very smart, don't do it. Yes, no, Jin Wangshi responded. Bailey Wenyu was so immersed in eating skewers for Tati that he didn't even hear what the two beasts said. Liu Kanglan had no choice but to change his target again. My second junior brother has outstanding swordsmanship, and my eighth junior brother has outstanding talent. He is already in the middle stage of becoming a god at a young age. Leopard shook his head again. The World of Warcraft chooses its master, and only one person can be chosen. There is no reason for things to change midway. Something flashed through Cheetah's mind. I want to exchange the treasures of heaven and earth for the opportunity to make a contract with you. I don't want it. Liu Kanglan refused clearly. No matter what treasure you give him, he won't be able to raise 3 contracted beasts. The most important thing is that if you raise a contracted beast, there will be no food to feed Luan Jin. That treasure of heaven and earth was mentioned by Miss Fang to increase strength. I know where there are many, a large area. I'm the only one who has ever gone in. Leopard still refused to give up. Liu Kanglan glanced at Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran also looked confused. She couldn't remember. Seeing that Liu Kanglan was silent, the leopard changed his mind and said, well, you go take a look at the stuff first. If you're still not willing to make a contract with me after reading it, forget it. Liu Kanglan didn't want to see it. But Cheetah Leopard strongly urged Liu Kanglan to go. In the end, Liu Kanglan could only agree, but he agreed to see it before leaving. Taking a cheetah into the jungle is too ostentatious now. The cheetah also agreed. Little junior sister, you are really my good junior sister. When Liu Kanglan spoke, there was a sense of gritting his teeth. Similarly, you are really my good senior brother. Fang Qingran looked at her with beautiful eyes, not feeling guilty at all. The cheetah wanted to come to the second level, and it was Bai Zhe who agreed. After Fang Qingran was angry with Liu Kanglan, she felt much better and continued to practice cross-leggedly. In the blink of an eye, the Qingyun Prefecture group spent 200 years in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. In the past 200 years, Bigu Jianyi, Qin Hanyan, and Mu Chanjue have all advanced to the late stage of divine transformation. Liu Kanglan, Yan Miyu, and Fang Qingran successfully entered the early stage of virtual god. Ning Xiyu, Bailey Wenyu, and Su Yubai were slightly worse, in the early stages of becoming gods. They have been cultivating within the barrier for 200 years, while people from other states have been exposed to the wind and sun for 200 years outside the barrier. When Fang Qingran opened the barrier, everyone outside looked at the people from Qingyun State with resentful faces. If you didn't just say a few words, why are you still in quarantine? People from other states have been in and out of the jungle many times over the past 200 years, but they have never found an entrance to the third level. I can only stay here and practice with all my heart. There are also a few people who have successfully advanced. But none of them are as exaggerated as the people in Qingyun Prefecture. Su Yanran was still proud that she had advanced to 2 levels in a row and was already in the middle stage of nascent soul. As a result, when she went to investigate the cultivation levels of everyone in the Lingyun sect, her expression instantly stiffened and she couldn't see through any of them. Even Ning Xiyu, whose cultivation level was lower than hers, she couldn't understand at all. At this time, Meng Ji's voice rang out, the people in Lingyun sect are indeed abnormal. Except for Fang Qingran and Luan Jin, who I can't see through, the rest of them are already above the level of gods. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 413 Spiritual Roots full of spiritual power. That's not right. How come Bailey Wenyu is still at the early stage of becoming a god? Luo Yushi's focus is obviously different from Meng Ji's. Meng Ji looked stunned. Time passed too long and she had ignored many details. However, I heard Luo Yushi say this. Meng Ji investigated Bailey Wenyu's cultivation alone and found that Bailey Wenyu's cultivation was indeed in the early stage of becoming a god. Moreover, Bailey Wenyu seemed to be very tired, yawning and looking like he was about to fall asleep. Bailey Wenyu stared at Fang Qingran with a pair of fox eyes full of resentment. Little junior sister, do you have some wrong understanding of not eating much? What's wrong with sixth senior brother? Fang Qingran also felt guilty. You have been practicing for 200 years, and I have been roasting this guy for 200 years. It is really delicious. If the food hadn't been gone, I would have had to continue roasting. Bailey Wenyu pointed to the side. Tutti gritted his teeth and said. Fang Qingran touched the tip of her nose, her eyes flashing slightly. Sixth senior brother, haven't you noticed any changes in your body in the past 200 years? Change. Does becoming tired count? Bailey Wenyu yawned again. He really didn't have the diamond to do the porcelain work. It seems that contracted beasts are not contracted casually. Bailey Wenyu secretly decided that he would find a contracted beast that would neither eat nor drink. Sixth senior brother, can you feel the danshan more carefully? Fang Qingran reminded. Bailey Wenyu tried to circulate the spiritual power in his body, and suddenly his eyes lit up. My spiritual roots are all full of spiritual power. Junior sister, what's going on? Hush, don't say it, you can figure it out yourself. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with a mysterious luster. Could it be? Bailey Wenyu glanced at the barbecue grill that had not been put away. Junior sister, can you give this to me? Fang Qingran. Sixth senior brother, are you addicted to baking? No, little junior sister, you also know that I'm a lazy person in cultivation, and my spiritual power can only be fully cultivated in one spiritual root. As a result, the other two spiritual roots in my body have no spiritual power. Bailey Wenyu paused slightly, a little embarrassed. Fang Qingran blinked her apricot eyes, not understanding what Bailey Wenyu meant. But now I discovered that grilling skewers more often can make my spiritual roots automatically full of spiritual energy. I decided to grill skewers more in the future, Bailey Wenyu said with high spirits as he swept away his previous fatigue. Fang Qingran was completely speechless this time. How should she tell sixth senior brother? His spiritual roots are full of spiritual power because he absorbed the power from Tati's blood, not because of the skewers. That sixth senior brother, why don't you think about it more carefully? Fang Qingran reminded. Little junior sister, what else do you need to think about? I'm lazy to begin with. With this grill, I can just concentrate on cultivating one spiritual root talent from now on. Bailey Wenyu said proudly. Feng Qingran. Do not want to talk. Bailey Wenyu saw Feng Qingran's strange look on his face and asked, Junior sister, do you need this barbecue grill more than me? After all, you have the 5 spiritual roots and it is more difficult to cultivate. I don't need it, 6th senior brother, please keep it properly. Feng Qingran had a headache, thinking of her unreliable master Yi Wenshan. Perhaps, it was because master didn't tell 6th brother how to cultivate multiple spiritual roots at all, so things turned out like this. 6th senior brother, haven't you ever thought about cultivating other spiritual roots? Feng Qingran asked. Bailey Wenyu said happily, master said that you must choose the way you like to practice, so I chose to practice my favorite wind spirit root practice. Flying with a sword is not only faster, but also very useful in fighting. Feng Qingran held her forehead, what else did master say? Also, Bailey Wenyu thought for a long time and finally said, I also said that although the path of cultivation goes against nature, we must also follow the trend. Gone. Feng Qingran's face was full of disbelief. Yi Wenshan at least talked to her about the issues of cultivation level and magic weapon. No more. Bailey Wenyu spread his hands, 7th junior brother often teaches me some cultivation techniques, but I don't learn much. Hearing Bailey Wenyu mention Mo Jinggong, Feng Qingran was distracted for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. Feng Qingran came to her senses and decided to talk to Bailey Wenyu about the spiritual roots in another way. 6th senior brother, you are now cultivating to become a god, right? Early stage of becoming a god. Think about it, if you fight with an early stage god with 2 spiritual roots, and you only have the wind spirit root filled with spiritual power, what will you do when the spiritual power in your wind spirit root is exhausted? Escape, Bailey Wenyu said matter-of-factly. Feng Qingran's mouth twitched, as if she couldn't continue talking. Master's roundabout way is not suitable for your 6th brother, I suggest you hit the straight ball. Feng Zhiqiu sensed Feng Qingran's depressed mood and said through a message. Feng Qingran thinks so. 6th brother, in the world of immortal cultivation, the qualifications of single spiritual roots are highly regarded as the best, because single spiritual roots are the easiest to advance to ascension, while the path of cultivation with multiple spiritual roots is slower and more difficult. After all, condensing multiple kinds of spiritual energy at the same time always consumes a lot of energy. Of mind and time. So I chose to cultivate only one spiritual root, which is quick and effective and saves time. Bailey Wenyu said quite proudly. But brother 6th, have you ever thought that the aura of multiple spiritual roots is several times that of a single spiritual root? If 2 people with the same level of cultivation fight, the multiple spiritual roots will definitely last longer. Bailey Wenyu's fox eyes flickered. Except for the Lingyun sect, all the outstanding monks he had encountered were those with single spiritual roots. In addition, the world of immortal cultivation has always promoted that single spiritual roots have the best qualifications. He naturally ignored what Feng Qingran said. He also subconsciously believed that there was no problem in cultivating only one spiritual root. Feng Qingran saw that Bailey Wenyu was deep in thought and didn't speak again. Just click on some things. After half an hour, Feng Qingran and others packed up and entered the jungle. People from other states saw this and looked at each other. Only one person from Chuanyuan Prefecture and Miyun Prefecture entered the 2nd level, and they decisively chose to get up and follow everyone in Qingyun Prefecture. Evil practitioners are evil practitioners, at least they are not harmed. The 3 people from Tiangshuanzu discussed for a while and then followed into the jungle. Qingyunzu obviously knows the entrance to the 3rd floor, and he would be foolish not to follow. Only the 4 states of Dailing State, Haoling State, Netherworld State, and Huoling State were left standing indecisive. Some disciples suggested following Qingyun State. Some disciples objected. The people in Qingyun Prefecture were evil cultivators. What if they were attacked? In short, several people in one state may come to a discussion, but no common idea can be reached. Chu Beizu was also helpless. He looked at Lu Changchan and said, Young Master Lu, what are your plans? What about you? Lu Changchan asked. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 414 Re-entering a different space. In the jungle. Feng Qingran and others stopped in front of an ancient tree. Lu Kanglan said, this ancient tree is the center of the teleportation formation. You must prepare the best defensive weapons first. The moment you enter the 3rd level, you must be ready for battle. Mr. Lu, I would like to ask, is it true that on the 3rd level, as Dai Lingzhu said, one cannot see things with spiritual consciousness? The disciple of Chuanyuanzu asked. No, once you release your spiritual consciousness, something will take the opportunity to get into your sea of consciousness and seize you. Lu Kanglan said with a serious face. The Chuanyuanzu disciple's face turned pale, and his eyes were full of horror. Mu Yunzu's disciples asked nervously, since the spiritual consciousness cannot see objects, and we cannot use lighting, what should we do? Look for the fluorescent grass and carry it with you at all times. As long as the fluorescent grass is there, those monsters will not attack you easily. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed dark. But the captain of Tiangshuanzu heard something different. Captain Tiangshuanzu stared at Lu Kanglan and asked, listening to Mr. Lu's tone, have you been to the 3rd floor? Why did you go back to the 2nd floor? No comment. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes turned cold. Captain Tiangshuanzu's face darkened, and then asked, young Master Lu doesn't hide any dirty secrets, does he? You really live by the sea. Why should I tell you my senior brother's itinerary? Mu Chanju's peach blossom eyes showed murderous intent, and he opened and closed the folding fan. The 3 people in Tiangshuan province felt chills running down their spines at the same time, and a sense of death threat came over them. Lu Kanglan saw Mu Chanju's movements and understood Mu Chanju's intention. Lu Kanglan winked at Mu Chanjue and stopped Mu Chanjue from releasing the hidden weapon. Immediately, Lu Kanglan looked at the people in Tiangshuan province and asked, do you want to enter the 3rd level? What? Mr. Lu wants to prevent us from entering the 3rd level? Tiangshuanzu's captain asked, but he regretted his tentative question just now. No, since you want to go in, you come first, and we will follow. Liu Kanglan led others to step aside. Captain Tiang Xuanzu looked embarrassed. He didn't understand the formation. Tiang Xuanzu still wanted to speak, but found that King Yunzu and his party moved very quickly and retreated 5 feet away from them. Captain, what should I do? Asked a disciple in black from Tiangshan province. Why don't we study it first? Maybe by destroying this tree, we can directly enter the 3rd level. Another disciple of Tiangshan province said. The disciple of Chuanyunzu spoke to stop it. What if after it is destroyed, we can no longer enter the 3rd level? The disciples from Miyun Prefecture couldn't stand the behavior of the people from Tiangshan Prefecture. Why do you insist on irritating the people from Qingyun Prefecture? Don't you see that they are the big ones? HMPH, what kind of thighs? A group of evil cultivators. I will punish them after they get out. Captain Tiang Xuanzu said angrily. The disciple from Chuanyun Prefecture rolled his eyes. Evil cultivators are all ruthless and murderous without blinking an eye. If they were evil cultivators, how could you still be standing here? They would be gone long ago. While a few people were talking, people from the other 4 states also came over. When the captain of Tiangshan Prefecture saw Liu Changchan, his thoughts suddenly came to life. Young Master Liu, you are finally here. This is where we find the center of the teleportation array. As long as we activate this, we can enter the 3rd level. Chuanyunzu and Miyunzu both looked at Tiang Xuanzu's captain with disdain. Did you find it? Gu Cheng asked in disbelief. That's right, we have searched several times before and finally found the right one. Captain Tiang Xuanzu straightened his back and said proudly. Liu Changchan glanced at Liu Anling, who walked to the ancient tree to check it out. Jiang Wu also walked over. A quarter of an hour later, Liu Anling walked back to Liu Changchan. Senior brother, there is no doubt that it is a teleportation formation, but this formation is a 7th level formation. I am only at the 3rd level, so there is no way to activate it. Jiang Wu stood next to the tree. Sister Meng, it is indeed a 7th level formation, and it is still a high level formation that requires a formation plate and formation to be activated. 7th level formation. It seems there is no hope of getting to the 3rd level. A disciple from Heilingzhu said in frustration. At their age, it is already extraordinary to be able to become a 3rd level formation mage. Jiang Wu, is there any way to activate the teleportation array? Meng Ji ignored the words of others and asked Jiang Wu directly. Yes, but my method is a bit cruel. Jiang Wu glanced around. Why don't we ask someone to help us activate it? Someone asked in surprise. Young Master Jiang, are you saying that there is a 7th level formation master hidden among us? Isn't it possible? Within 500 years of age, it is very rare to become a 3rd level array mage. How can anyone among us be a 7th level array mage? On our continent, there are no more than 3 7th level formation mages, and those 3 will never come here. Jiang Wu crossed his arms. Why did you all automatically ignore my previous sentence? Everyone looked at Jiang Wu at the same time, with different expressions. In the world of immortality, everyone can guess what the cruel method is. They didn't want to hear Jiang Wu say that way, because they were afraid that the person who would be sacrificed would be them. We actually don't need to use an array master to activate the array. We only need to sacrifice 9 lives to activate the array. Jiang Wu still said what everyone least wanted to hear. The 2 people from Chuanyun Prefecture and Miyun Prefecture automatically came together. They will definitely be pushed out first. After all, their state only has itself to rely on. Jiang Wu, don't show off. Meng Ji's charming eyes flashed with a faint light. Jiang Wu pouted. He originally wanted to watch a drama about the ugly battle between human nature, but Sister Meng wouldn't let him. Jiang Wu coughed twice. The life I am talking about does not refer to monks. Warcraft can also be used. But there are no monsters on this island. Someone asked in confusion. Aren't you stupid? There are none on the island. They are all in the sea, not to mention 9, there are 90. The level of the monsters in the sea is not low. If we go into the sea to catch them, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Although the disciple of Chuanyun Prefecture said this, his face became visibly relaxed. Suddenly, one of them said with bright eyes, hey, if we can borrow a battleship from Miss Feng, our fishing will definitely become easier. Will Miss Feng borrow it? After hearing Feng Qinggran, these people thought of looking for everyone in Qingyun Prefecture. Were they still there just now? Why have they disappeared now? Said a person from Tiangshuanzu, pointing not far away. When young Master Lu and the others came, the people from Qingyun province were still there. How come they were all gone even after we had a conversation? Have the people from Qingyun state already gone to the 3rd level? Someone murmured. Impossible. That Liu Kanglan said that there is only one entrance. He has never activated the formation. How can he enter the 3rd level? Captain Tiangshuanzu retorted. At this moment, everyone in Qingyun Prefecture followed the leopard into the deepest part of the jungle. The cheetah searched for a long time, but could not find the entrance to the different space. Everyone waited patiently and did not rush the leopard. They were just extremely curious about what the leopard was looking for. Master, I remember there is a stone here. That stone is the key to entering the alien space. The cheetah became anxious. Liu Kanglan said warmly, will someone take it away? Many people have entered here during these days. Tutti not far away said, is it this stone? Everyone looked along the sound and saw a completely black stone at Tutti's feet. Yes, this is it. How did you find it? The cheetah asked happily. There is a special barrier on this stone. If it is too weak, there is no way to find it. Tutti said bluntly. No wonder, the leopard suddenly understood. It was just pregnant at that time, and its strength was still at the level of a holy beast. It must not be difficult to find this stone. Cheetah leopard recalled the steps to activate the formation. Stand closer, I will take you to the Lingji garden now. The cheetah raised its claws and pressed down on the black stone. A burst of white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. When they opened their eyes again, everyone felt that their eyes were completely black. Not seeing things. But everything that can be seen is black. Han Yan, isn't this the alien space you mentioned? Ning Shiyu said in surprise. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 415 The Imprint of the Lee Family. The cheetah's eyes were filled with surprise. When have you been here? Qin Hanyan looked around and found that there were only black dead trees. He said coldly, a few months ago, I entered here from the first floor. Where is the entrance to the first floor? Cheetah seemed shocked. In a secret passage in a deep valley. Qin Hanyan recalled the terrifying and cold secret passage and never wanted to walk it a second time. Fang Qingran heard Qin Hanyan's words and asked, Third senior sister, do you still remember the characteristics of that secret passage? I remember, there were many bulges on the stone wall of the secret passage, and I even encountered a 10th level centipede at that time. Fang Qingran and Liu Kanglan looked at each other, their eyes darkening. Qin Hanyan mentioned that there must be a secret passage with many goo eggs. Since this place is connected to a secret passage, will there also be many goo eggs hidden there? Did the third junior sister encounter anything dangerous when she entered here? Liu Kanglan asked warmly. There is nothing thrilling, but I met the group of people from Hailingzhou on the way. Qin Hanyan stated with calm eyes. Liu Kanglan understood instantly, no wonder the group of people from Hailingzhou suddenly appeared on the second floor. They must have gone directly to the second floor from here. In other words, this space is directly connected to the first and second floors, so can it go directly to the third floor? Ning Shi said curiously with a voice like a silver bell. At this time, Fang Qingran took out the map and compared it, but couldn't find this place on the map. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were thoughtful. Do you think the Bailey family knows this place? When you heard about Bailey's family, his fox eyes began to look around. If Bailey's family has been here, they will definitely leave a special mark. We will know after looking for it. What kind of mark? Liu Kanglan asked. Bailey did not reply, but set out to search. Bailey's steps were very special, as if he was measuring something. Fang Qingran looked at Bailey with a serious expression, and something flashed through his mind. Senior brother 6 is from the Bailey family, and he must know something about the Bailey family. Fang Qingran was about to ask about the mark, but suddenly found that the faces of the Lingyun sect members were not good. Liu Kanglan looked at Bailey with extremely complicated eyes. De Gu Jian's eyes were like an eagle in the night sky, his lips were pursed tightly, and his breath was extremely cold. Qin Hanyan's face was as cold as frost, and her beautiful eyes were shining with a sharp light. Mu Chanju's face was half covered with a folding fan, and a pair of peach blossom eyes were exposed. There was a dark meaning hidden in the charm. Ning Shiyu's bright eyes lost their brilliance, showing suspicion, and her face was full of tangles. Yan Moyu's dangerous eyes like a cheetah were still as usual, but after all, they were a little more probing. Fang Qingran looked at everyone's expressions and thought to herself that it was terrible. The eldest brother and the others all have a deep grudge against the Bailey family. The actions of the sixth brother today will definitely arouse everyone's suspicion. Why does young master know the mark of the Bailey family? Su Yubai asked directly. No one spoke, their eyes were dark. I saw it at Bailey's house when I was a child. After Bailey heard this, he subconsciously answered Su Yubai's question. Is Mr. Wenyu from the Bailey family? Otherwise, why did he stay at the Bailey family when he was a child? Su Yubai asked in confusion. When Su Yubai asked this question, Fang Qingran was keenly aware that the surrounding atmosphere was somewhat solidified. Bailey Wenyu was a little angry and said, I have no relationship with the Bailey family. If you have to say a relationship, you can say that we have never been in contact with each other until we die. Bailey Wenyu's answer was not what the question was asked, but seemed to be deliberately justifying something. Fang Qingran couldn't help but hold her forehead. The sixth senior brother's covered answer made everyone in Lingyun sect look bad even more. Even Ning Shiyu, who was closest to Bailey Wenyu, showed an inquiring gaze. At this moment, Bailey Wenyu pointed to a tree and said, This is the Bailey family's unique way of writing the word, 100. Wherever this mark appears, it means that the Bailey family has been here. Ning Shiyu walked over quickly and looked at the mark pointed by Bailey Wenyu. If you don't look carefully, you will just think it is a tree pattern and you will not realize what kind of mark it is. Sixth junior brother, do you really have nothing to do with the Bailey family? Ning Shiyu's bright eyes flashed with a dark color, recalling what happened at Shunghu Ridge last time. Could it be that the Bailey family deliberately put on a big show? Fifth senior sister, what do you mean by this? Bailey Wenyu didn't seem to understand. Why is Ning Shiyu so sensitive about Bailey's family affairs? Bailey Wenyu would have followed Yi Wenshin into Lingyun sect. The only requirement is not to ask about his identity. The last thing Bailey Wenyu wanted to mention was that the memory of Bailey's family was too painful. The murderer of his mother turned out to be his biological father. He wanted to revenge his mother, but he couldn't. I just want to ask about the relationship between junior brother sixth and the Bailey family. Why do you know so much about the Bailey family? Ning Shiyu asked stubbornly. Once trust is torn, it is extremely difficult to repair it. I don't want to say it, I can only tell you that the Bailey family and I have never had any contact with each other. Bailey Wenyu said, suppressing the irritation in his heart. Is this really the case? That's not what Ning Shiyu wanted to hear. Bailey Wenyu met Ning Shiyu's questioning eyes and felt uncomfortable. He didn't understand why Ning Shiyu was so aggressive. Fang Qingran on the side saw this scene and rubbed his eyebrows. Liu Kanglan was not included in the original work. The remaining second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior brother, fifth senior sister, and eighth senior brother all have a deep hatred against the Bailey family. As the heirs of the 8 ancient clans, they were exterminated by the Bailey family, so they naturally hated the people of the Bailey family. If it were before, they would have automatically ignored the connection between Bailey Wenyu and the Bailey family. After all, there are quite a few people with the surname Bailey in Kyushu. But Bailey Wenyu just took the initiative to tell the Bailey family's mark, which was tantamount to igniting a thunder. Now all the senior brothers and sisters have doubts about the identity of the sixth senior brother. What fifth senior sister probably wants to hear is sixth senior brother's assurance that he is not from the Bailey family. But the sixth senior brother didn't understand that the fifth senior sister and the Bailey family had a hatred of genocide. It was impossible for the others to tell their identities. The sixth senior brother definitely doesn't want to uncover the scars of the past. Fang Qinggran had a headache. It was impossible for both parties to confess their past. The problem had reached this point and it had fallen into an endless loop. What's even worse is that they don't know each other's past. The person who has more headaches than Fang Qinggran is Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan agreed to go with Leopard to find the spiritual plant garden to avoid Lu Chunkin's group. He never thought things would turn out like this. Ning Shiyu's attitude towards Bailey Wenyu made Lu Kanglan certain of one thing: Ning Shiyu was a descendant of the Ning family. When he was the young master of the Lu family, he heard a lot about the Ning family's deeds. On the mainland, the conditions for becoming a talisman master are extremely demanding. The Ning family has always had talisman masters from generation to generation, and they are all high-level talisman masters. This talent is the envy of the world. The excellence of the Ning family gradually attracted the prying eyes of the Bailey family. The Bailey family wants to subdue the Ning family as a subsidiary family. But as one of the 8 ancient clans, the Ning family could not agree to become a subsidiary family. This refusal undoubtedly angered the Bailey family. The Bailey family is ruthless in dealing with things. Anyone who disobeys them will be exterminated without leaving a single person alive. Coupled with the powerful power of the Bailey family, there are so many powerful virtual gods. Even though the Ning family was an ancient clan with extremely profound heritage, they could not avoid the tragedy of being exterminated. After the Ning family was exterminated, other ancient clans either chose to submit to the Bailey family or stayed in seclusion. But those ancient tribes that remained hidden in the world were not able to avoid being exterminated. Lu Kanglan's mood was extremely complicated. There was no way to reconcile this hatred of genocide. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes swept over the people with different expressions, and his eyelids jumped crazily. Maybe he wanted to be simple. Something is wrong with the second junior brother, third junior sister, fourth junior brother, and eighth junior brother. Do they all have a grudge against the Bailey family? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 416. Lu Kanglan looked through the memories of his time in Lingyun sect. When they were practicing in Lingyun sect, the second junior brother and the eighth junior brother had a close friendship and often practiced together. The third junior sister and the fifth junior sister entered the school together. The two are like sisters, and the third junior sister treats the fifth junior sister like a princess and always pays attention to the fifth junior sister's affairs. It's just that the fifth junior sister was timid, and even after the third junior sister became a disciple, she was reluctant to speak. That's why Qianju became the fourth son of Lingyun sect. It wasn't until the third year after Ning Shiyu came to Lingyun sect that she spoke and agreed to join Lingyun sect. Yi Wenshan was not in Lingyun sect at that time, and it was Ning Shiyu who agreed to become the fifth disciple with the consent of the seventh junior brother. So Qianju naturally chose to get close to him. Later Bailey Wenyu entered Lingyun sect and became the sixth disciple. But at that time, except for the seventh junior brother who had no abnormality towards Bailey Wenyu, most of the others were unwilling to talk to Bailey Wenyu. There was nothing unusual about Bailey Wenyu. When no one played with him, he would go out to practice on his own and challenge other sect disciples. Later, the eighth junior brother Yan Miyu joined the sect. The eighth junior brother also took the initiative to avoid the sixth junior brother and chose to practice with the taciturn second junior brother. In fact, the loneliest person in the sect is Bailey Wenyu. The seventh junior brother actively chose to be alone. The more Bailey was forced to choose to be alone. Until Fang Qinggran appeared, the seventh junior brother no longer lived alone. Of course, it was only after Fang Qinggran came to Lingyun sect that Bailey Wenyu was isolated. The little junior sister's desperate cultivation method made everyone understand each other better. We often get together to exchange cultivation experiences, which brings us closer to each other. The sixth junior brother also integrated into everyone at that time. But now, just because of a mark, the gap between the sixth junior brother and everyone has appeared again. Lu Kanglan knew that the hatred of genocide was irreconcilable. There was no way he could mediate this. But Lu Kanglan wants to believe that Bailey Wenyu is not a pawn planted by the Bailey family. Lu Kanglan, who was gentle, elegant and slightly deep, said to Ning Shiyu, Shiyu, our Lingyun sect has rules. We don't care about personal privacy. We should leave the Bailey family's affairs alone first. Elder brother, I just want to say something. There are some things that I can't ignore. Ning Shiyu's eyes flashed with pain. Betrayal by someone you trust is absolutely fatal. The ancestors were deceived by the chess pieces inserted by the Bailey family. This resulted in the deaths of thousands of people in the Bailey family, and no one survived. She doesn't want Lingyun sect to make the same mistake again. Bailey Wenyu finally understood what Ning Shiyu meant. Bailey Wenyu felt a chill in his heart. So fifth senior sister, are you suspecting that I'm an undercover agent sent by the Bailey family? Sixth junior brother, whether you are or not, I have only one request, don't betray us. Ning Shiyu said with a complicated mood. You don't believe me, right? Bailey Wenyu's fox eyes were filled with sadness. Sudden. Bailey Wenyu seemed to have understood clearly. So before the junior sister came, you didn't take me to practice, was it also because my surname is Bailey? Everyone had different expressions when they heard this sentence and said nothing. Bailey Wenyu scanned everyone's faces and found that except for Fang Qinggran and Lu Kanglan, everyone else was still somewhat wary of him. Bailey Wenyu looked at Ning Shiyu again. He didn't care about other people's suspicions. He just wanted to hear Ning Shiyu's answer. Fifth senior sister, no matter how I explain, you still don't want to believe me, right? Wenyu, I'm sorry. Ning Shiyu lowered her head under Bailey Wenyu's burning eyes. Okay, very good. Bailey Wenyu clenched his hands into fists. We will go our separate ways when we get to the third floor. No. Ning Shiyu objected subconsciously. Bailey Wenyu suddenly felt happy. Could it be that Ning Shiyu still believed in him? It's better to wait until you get out of the Yukshuan secret realm. Whether you return to the sect or Bailey's family then has nothing to do with me. Ning Shiyu's words were like a knife thrust into Bailey Wenyu's heart. Bailey Wenyu looked at Ning Shiyu and said, "It's not necessary." Ning Shiyu's bright eyes flashed with a gleam. "Sixth junior brother, is there anyone else in the Bailey family that you miss?" "No," Bailey Wenyu responded in a bad tone. "That's good. What's the meaning?" "It's not interesting, as long as the sixth junior brother doesn't tell lies." Ning Shiyu's mood suddenly improved. Bailey Wenyu was furious. "If you don't believe me, don't talk to me again." Ning Shiyu said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Anyway, there will always be an explanation for some things. Why is it not important? You actually doubt me. This is a huge insult to me." Bailey Wenyu gritted his teeth. Ning Shiyu looked at Bailey Wenyu's hurt expression and made a decision in her heart. Instead of suspecting that his junior brother was an undercover agent sent by the enemy, it would be better to eradicate the enemy. Ning Shiyu sent a message to the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, "Shaokai, when we get out, we will go to Bailey's house, and then we will directly search for the soul of Bailey's head." Others in Lingyun sect. It was obviously a tense conversation, but why did it get weirder the more I listened to it? Seeing their endless quarrel, Cheetah Leopard said helplessly, "I brought the master to find Lingji, are you going off topic?" Liu Kanglan continued, "The leopard is right, let's put aside other things for the time being. The most important thing for us when we come to Yukshuan secret realm is to practice. As long as we are strong, many things can be settled after we leave." "Elder brother, you said a lot." Ning Shi responded with a smile. "Come on, I'll take you there right now." After saying this, the cheetah immediately walked forward and led the way, for fear that the group of people would start arguing again. The cheetah really didn't understand what they were arguing about. "Let's go," Liu Kanglan said warmly. About half an hour later, a black and magnificent palace appeared in front of everyone. "The master's spiritual plant garden is under this palace. You go in alone with me." The leopard looked at the others warily, fearing that they would steal things from Liu Kanglan. "Is there any danger inside?" Mu Chanjue asked worriedly. The cheetah said dissatisfiedly, "Of course not. I have gone in before and have not encountered any danger, otherwise I would not take the owner in alone." Qin Hanyan's eyes as pale as frost looked around, as if looking for something. "Chanjue, it's okay. I'll go in and take a look. You guys wait for me here." Liu Kanglan specially handed Luin Jin some spiritual food. "Wait for me here. I don't trust you to enter such a weird palace alone." Luin Jin's figure flashed and disappeared. Liu Kanglan's gentle and elegant eyes were filled with a smile, and she followed the leopard towards the palace. The golden lion in the middle wanted to follow, but was glared at by the leopard and retreated honestly. "Come and see, what is here?" Su Yubai exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of Su Yubai. Qin Hanyan looked at where Su Yubai was standing, his eyes flashed, and he walked towards Su Yubai. Su Yubai raised his hand to push the grass away from the ground, and he could see traces of gnawing, as if it had been eaten by something. Not just here, but also in other places. Su Yubai looked at several places in succession, and there were such traces. There was even a drop of dark green liquid left in a few places. "It looks like traces of some poisonous insect crawling over it," Ning Shiyu said. "Somewhat like a ghost poisonous spider," Bailey Wenyu responded. "Purple desert. A completely black alien space." Mu Chanjue whispered to the side, thinking about something. When Fang Qingran heard the purple desert, something flashed through her mind. Qin Hanyan raised his eyes and looked at the palace, weighed it up, and determined that this was the place where Hailing Zhu's disciples died. The corpses of those disciples were not taken away, but were eaten by something. "Han-Yan, have you ever seen any poisonous insects when you were here?" Ning Shiyu's bright eyes flashed with cold light. Could it be that this place is also connected to the purple desert? Qin Hanyan shook his head. "I haven't encountered it. She came with Tang Chongzhu, and she didn't pick up the black grass on the ground to look at it like Su Yubai did." Right now, there was a sudden rustling sound all around. Several people stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. Ning Shiyu, Bailey Wenyu, and Mu Chanjue all changed their expressions as they thought of the ghost poisonous spider hiding underground in the desert. "Everyone, go into the palace and don't stay here," Mu Chanjue said seriously. "However, we don't have to wait for everyone to set off yet." Su Yubai cried out in horror, "We seem to be surrounded." "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 417 Ancient Blood Demon Insect. When Fang Qingran heard this, she reacted very quickly. She raised her hand and the array plate fell to the ground, forming a barrier. The moment the barrier was formed, countless poisonous insects flew out of the soil and hit the barrier. The poisonous insect looks like a spider and is completely black, almost blending in with its surroundings. Everyone looked at the densely packed poisonous insects lying on the barrier and felt chills running down their spines. No one noticed that Bailey Wen paused as he moved forward. Bailey Wenyu was still in a daze until Ning Shiyu thrust the talisman into his hand. "Ancient blood demon insect. Fang Qingran, you guys are so lucky." Tao broke the weird atmosphere. "Do you know them?" Fang Qingran asked in a deep voice. "This thing is as difficult to deal with as the red-yellow ants, and it is disgusting. As long as the blood demon emperor is not destroyed, they will continue to multiply." Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. "Can you deal with them?" "No, I hate dealing with these little bugs the most in my life. If they're large monsters, I can still deal with them, but I really have no way to deal with them like the blood demon bugs. Just ask for your blessings." After Tao finished speaking, he chose to enter the contract space. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes darkened slightly, and even Tao didn't want to face the blood demon insect. It seemed that this thing was difficult to deal with. Fang Qingran raised his hand and took the golden king lion into the space, and sent a message to Baizhe. What are the weaknesses of the Baizhe blood demon insect? Destroy the blood demon emperor. No more. Fang Qingran couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of weakness is this? It might be better if Fei Yi was here, but it's a pity that it went in with your senior brother. Right now. Bailey Wenyu took out the Fushi chin and lightly plucked the strings. Zhang. The blood demon insects on the barrier heard the music of the piano, and there was a short period of silence. But soon they continued to release venom, corroding the barrier. I'll hold them back first, and you guys can figure out a way together. Bailey Wenyu sat cross-legged and played the beast-taming song. The blood demon insect put away its claws, and the two sharp fangs on its head still glowed coldly. Everyone looked at each other, and Su Yubai asked, what exactly are ancient blood demon insects? Wherever the ancient blood devil insects go, there is no grass. No matter how powerful the beast is, they will not want to fight against them. Their venom is extremely corrosive. Once a person is exposed to the venom, his skin will fester and die. If he is attacked by them, if bitten, you will die instantly. Yan Miyu said. Are they afraid of strange fire? A cluster of flames appeared in Yu Chanjua's hand. I'm afraid, but your strange fire can only burn to a limited extent, but they're constantly multiplying. If you don't believe it, look carefully and you will see that the blood demon insects are still gathering in the distance. Yan Miyu calmly pointed to a place not far outside the barrier. Following the direction Yan Miyu pointed, everyone discovered what kind of hill that was there. They are all blood demon insects. Su Yubai's face turned pale and he said in a trembling voice, then can we still be alive? It's only a matter of time before this barrier is broken. Maybe we can find a way to take refuge in that palace. Qin Hanyan suggested. Yan Miyu shook his head. It will be difficult to get through, unless the blood demon insects along the way can be eliminated. Or someone went to attract them. Yan Miyu didn't say this. He would not choose to survive at the expense of others. Ning Shiyu's face was solemn, her bright eyes were shining, she took out the talisman paper and talisman ink, and decided to draw some high-level self-defense talismans for everyone. The red gold talisman can block fatal danger once, 10 of them per person. There are 20 spiritual talismans per person. If one is used up when the spiritual power is exhausted, most of the spiritual power can be restored in an instant. Ellipsis. Su Yubai was dumbfounded by Ning Shiyu's scribbling strokes. Su Yubai's eyes widened, as if he had never seen the world before, and he asked Mu Chanjue, does the Missing always draw talismans like this? Not entirely. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes were deep, and he couldn't make weapons like drawing talismans, and it was too late to make them now. But his strange fire can protect at most one person. At this time, Digu Jian, who had always been taciturn, opened his mouth and said, we can't continue like this. Sixth junior brother will not be able to handle them. We must find a way to deal with them. Fang Qingran looked at the palace in the distance, a cold light flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. Places that the blood demon insects dare not approach does not mean that they're safe, but rather that there are more dangerous things there. Fang Qingran remembered what Bai Zhe said about destroying the blood demon emperor. Master, you can't go, it's dangerous. Fang Zhichu said worriedly. Don't worry Chu-Chu, I have a way. Fang Qingran comforted him. Chu-Chu, you go to the first space. No, I want to protect my master. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened. In the beginning, all things are interdependent. No matter how powerful you are, you can't overcome your natural fear of blood demon insects. Bai Zhe told her this. Feng Zhichu could deal with the blood demon insect, but at a high cost. Master, it's okay, as long as my roots are alive. Feng Zhichu didn't want to go in. Fang Qingran thought and sent Feng Zhichu back to space. After Fang Qingran made her decision, she took out the star mirror from the space and handed it to Mu Chanjue. Fourth senior brother, if the barrier is broken, using this and your strange fire can protect everyone for a short time. Little junior sister, what do you want to do? Mu Chanjue didn't pick up anything. I'm going to destroy the blood demon emperor. No, Digu Jianyi disagreed. It's better for me to go, little junior sister, protect the barrier well. Yan Miyu said. He is the only false god who should protect everyone. Ning Xiyu put away her talisman brush and said, why don't we hide in the palace together first? I've already drawn the talismans. Fang Qingran's eyes shimmered like moonlight with warmth, and her whole body released the coercion belonging to the virtual god, and her aura was actually a bit stronger than that of Yan Miyu. Fuck, junior sister, you, Mu Chanjue didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Digu Jian and others opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Qingran in disbelief. Little junior sister, aren't you a little too perverted? Ning Xiyu looked at Fang Qingran with envy. What a false god. 20-year-old virtual god. The only one in Kyushu. Little junior sister, you are simply not giving us a way to survive. Mu Chanjue's expression was sad. He was a senior brother. At this moment, everyone's fear of the blood demon insects has diminished a lot. Fang Qingran heard the crisp voice. The blood demon emperor must be eliminated. These things must not be released here. Han Yan, did you not encounter the blood demon insect last time you entered here? Ning Xiyu asked doubtfully. Qin Hanyan shook her head. She came with Tang Chongzhu. Tang Chongzhu was a demon lord, and his strength might have been so strong that these blood demon insects were afraid of him. Ning Xiyu asked in confusion. They didn't come out last time third senior sister came in, but they came out this time. Can they still be controlled by others? Could someone have locked the blood demon insect here specially? Su Yubai murmured softly. Everyone suddenly changed their faces. If someone can control the blood demon insect, then why not attack the people in Hailing Province? Ning Xiyu heard Qin Hanyan talk about things here. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 418 Find Ways to Escape. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed sharply, remembering what Gu Cheng had mentioned. The Bailey family has a plan against everyone in their Lingyun sect. Perhaps these things are prepared to deal with us, in order to catch us all in one fell swoop. Mu Chanjue glanced sideways with her peach blossom eyes, looking at the black palace. Wouldn't the leopard hunt? No, the cheetah is just a coincidence. If there were no cheetah, there might be other things that would attract us here. Fang Qingran shook his head. It's from the Bailey family. They must have discovered my identity, Ning Xiyu said with determination. After Ning Xiyu finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. Only Su Yubai asked, does Miss Ning have a grudge against the Bailey family? Fang Qingran didn't want to bring up the past grudges at this time. Fourth senior brother, your strange fire and fifth senior sister's talisman should be able to protect everyone as they walk to the palace. And after entering the palace, we must not take it lightly. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she flew away from the barrier. As soon as Fang Qingran came out of the barrier, the blood demon insects that had been quiet before suddenly became agitated and rushed towards Fang Qingran. However, the height to which the blood demon bug can jump is limited. Fang Qingran stood in midair, overlooking the entire alien space. Everyone looked up at Fang Qingran, who was standing in the sky. That light cyan dress, dancing and hunting, is the only touch of color between heaven and earth in this space with only black embellishments. Fang Qingran was holding a sharp blue sword in his hand. The ripples of light flowed on the sharp blade, making Fang Qingran's whole body unique. Fang Qingran held the sword secret with one hand and swung a sword blade with the other. The sword cut down. A piece of blood demon worm fell down. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of blood demon insects swarmed towards the corpses of their companions, devouring them whole. Seeing this, Fang Qingran drew several sword blades one after another, and half of the blood demon insects besieging the barrier were diverted away. Fang Qingran observed the direction of the new blood demon insects from the air. Soon, Fang Qingran flew towards the north. Within the boundary, everyone looked at Fang Qingran's figure walking away. De Gu Jian said, we can't just sit back and wait for death, we must break out. Yan Moyu's eyes glowed with danger. Fang Qingran was protecting everyone as if he was risking his life. He shouldn't do anything just to hide his identity. Second senior brother, I'm going to help junior sister kill the blood demon emperor. Take care of yourself, Yan Miyu said seriously. Before anyone could say anything else, Yan Miyu stepped out of the barrier in a flash. When Yan Miyu went out to form a barrier, those blood demon insects rushed toward him like crazy. He raised his hand to kill all the approaching blood demon insects, then flew into the air and chased Fang Qingran. Eighth junior brother is hiding so much, Mu Chanjue said in shock. The eighth junior brother is the most low-key among us, Ning Xiyu continued. As soon as De Gu Jian looked at Yan Moyu's back, the sentence, if I keep walking at the front and wait for you to move forward, wouldn't it be enough, flashed through his mind. Single quote. De Gu Jian pursed his lips tightly. Yan Miyu deliberately chose to keep a low profile. Sixth junior brother, come here and let's discuss countermeasures. De Gu Jianyi decided to come out of his own little world. When Liu Kanglan is away, as the second senior brother, he should shoulder the responsibility. Bailey Wenyu's slightly red and swollen hand paused. You guys discuss it, I will continue to stop them, otherwise the barrier won't hold up. Sixth junior brother, you don't want your hand anymore. Ning Xiyu walked over and held down Bailey Wenyu's hand. Bailey Wenyu lowered his head, his eyes were red, and he remained silent. Sixth junior brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it before, but I was really afraid that you were from the Bailey family, because I have a mortal enemy with them. In this tense atmosphere, Ning Xiyu chose to tell some things. What a coincidence, I also have a grudge against the head of the Bailey family. Bailey Wenyu's voice was muffled. Can't I have said this earlier? Ning Xiyu slapped Bailey Wenyu on the head. I don't want to mention him, he makes me sick. Then don't mention it, don't worry, I will kill him after we get out, and you won't have to think about him anymore. Ning Xi's eyes were filled with joy. Bailey Wenyu clenched his hands into fists, and his mood suddenly became complicated. Fifth junior sister, sixth junior brother, stop flirting, we are still in danger. Mu Chanjue said helplessly. A child is a child. But this time, there are other things on my mind. Fourth senior brother, what are you talking about? Ning Xiyu stuffed a stack of talismans into Bailey Wenyu's hand. Mu Chanjue held the star mirror and approached the barrier. In the blink of an eye, most of the blood demon insects there disappeared. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes widened, thinking that he had seen it wrong. Mu Chanjue held up the star mirror and touched the barrier. Immediately, all the blood demon insects in that area disappeared. But the blood demon insects in other places are still eyeing Mu Chanjue. Mu Chanjue touched his chin. This thing is a good treasure. Second senior brother, take this and protect the others while I open the way in front. Mu Chanjue handed the star mirror to De Gu Jianyi. Even though they were only a few feet away from the palace. But the blood demon bugs all over the ground outside had no place to set foot. If you want to reach the palace safely, you must eradicate all the blood demon insects on the road and walk up the steps of the palace before they swarm up again. During this process, it is also necessary to prevent being splashed by the venom of the blood demon insect. A little carelessness can result in death on the spot. Give it to sixth junior brother, his hand is injured, De Gu Jianyi said calmly. Mu Chanjue didn't hesitate and stuffed the thing directly into Bailey Wenyu's arms. Sixth junior brother, you and fourth junior brother are walking in the front, third junior sister, fifth junior sister, you are on the left and right, Su Yubai, you are walking in the middle, pay attention to the blood demon insect above, I am walking at the back. De Gu Jianyi arranged. Ning Xiyu blinked her smart eyes and stuffed the talisman into De Gu Jianyi alone. She can only draw one of Taiyi's golden body talismans now. The kind that can maintain an invincible state for several breaths and cannot be approached by any attack. De Gu Jian accepted the talisman and said, thank you, fifth junior sister. Take action. Ning Xiyu clenched her fists. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes closed and opened, and her gaze suddenly became sharp. With a flip of her wrist, the folding fan turned into a sword. Mu Changjue was wrapped in flames and walked out of the barrier first. Blood demon insects rushed towards him from all directions, but were all destroyed by the flames. Mu Changjue waved his hand, and the fire spread. The surrounding blood demon insects were covered in pieces, but from a distance, thousands of blood demon insects were swarming towards here. Bailey Wenyu on the side dragged Fu Xichen with one hand and used sound kill to deal with the following blood demon insects. Qin Hanyan and Ning Xiyu followed closely behind. Qin Hanyan used the fire technique to deal with the blood demon insects approaching her. Ning Xiyu kept throwing talismans, killing one after another of blood demon insects running towards them. The golden amulet given to them by Ning Xiyu has helped them block the poisonous erosion several times. But something went wrong when Su Yubai came here. As soon as Su Yubai walked out of the barrier and looked at the blood demon insects in the distance, his legs felt weak and he couldn't walk anymore. When Degu Jian saw this, he didn't have much time to hesitate. He could only raise his hand to hold Su Yubai on his shoulders, and while dealing with the blood demon worms behind him, he was careful of the blood demon worms that jumped over. Degu Jianyi was so focused on two things, but ultimately he didn't have enough energy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 419. Hidden among the swarm of blood demon insects, there was a blood demon insect as big as a palm. It seemed to be wise and had been observing the situation without moving. It saw that the people in front were all on guard. So he focused on Degu Jianyi, who needed to do two things at once. When everyone else had already stepped onto the steps of the palace, Degu Jianyi was several steps behind because he had Su Yubai with him. But these few steps put Degu Jianyi into crisis. The blood devil insects that had disappeared before had all swarmed over in a moment. Degu Jian looked at the approaching blood demon insect and pushed Su Yubai up the steps on his shoulders. Fourth junior brother, catch him. Mu Chanjue's face was serious, and he supported Su Yubai whose legs were limp. He pursed his lips and did not speak, for fear of distracting Degu Jianyi's attention. Qin Hanyan and Ning Xiyu looked worried and held their breaths. Bailey Wenyu glanced at his hand that was about to be skinned, and then at the increasing number of blood demon insects under the steps. Perseverance flashed in his fox eyes, and he sat cross-legged along the steps. Clank. The piano sound full of murderous intent sounded. The blood demon insects seemed to be frightened by the sound of the piano, and seemed to have a fear of the sound. Their movements became extremely slow, and some even turned around in circles. A gap was opened on Degu Jianyi's path leading to the steps. Everyone held their breath. Su Yubai, who had just recovered, was feeling guilty. When he saw a glimmer of hope, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted happily, "Brother Degu, come up quickly. Hurry up." However, Su Yubai's exclamation suddenly woke up all the blood demon insects. The blood demon insect became extremely violent. Although it still stopped in place, it sprayed venom frantically towards Degu Jianyi. When Qin Hanyan and others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Su Yubai's eyes widened and he said in horror, "Brother Degu, be careful of the venom." Mu Chanjue glanced at Su Yubai with a very sad expression. If he hadn't known Su Yubai's background, he would have really suspected that Su Yubai was sent by the Bailey family to harm them. The moment Degu Jian saw the venom attacking him, a talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman emits bursts of golden light. The venom that came close to Degu Jianyi was directly bounced back. Zizizi. The venom contaminated the blood demon insect, and the blood demon insect's body actually began to smoke. The venom of different blood demon insects also has a corrosive effect on each other. Chirp. The painful sound of the blood demon insect was heard. Degu Jian took this opportunity to turn over and wanted to step onto the steps. At this moment, Degu Jianyi was in the most defenseless state. The palm-sized blood devil insect from before jumped up and flew towards Degu Jianyi. Due to the extremely fast speed of the blood demon worm, Qin Hanyan and others saw that when they wanted to remind Degu Jianyi, the blood demon worm was already lying on Degu Jianyi's arm. Degu Jianyi certainly felt the danger, but at this moment he had to go up the steps first. One blood demon insect is naturally easier to deal with than the tens of thousands of blood demon insects under the steps. Degu Jianyi had just fallen down the steps and had not yet stood firm. Su Yubai ran towards Degu Jian excitedly. "Brother Degu, that's great. Fortunately, you're fine, otherwise in my life." "Ah, Brother Degu, on your arm. Is." Su Yubai walked halfway and saw the blood devil bug on Degu Jianyi's arm. Suddenly, his face turned pale with fright, and he even took out his magic weapon and prepared to attack the blood devil bug. A bone-chilling chill flashed through Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes. Su Yubai cannot be brought to the third level, otherwise more people will be affected. Sixth junior brother, throw the star mirror to second senior brother. Mu Chanjue quickly thought of the blood demon insect's fear of the star mirror. Bailey Wenyu raised his hand and threw the star mirror towards Degu Jianyi. At this moment, no one dared to attack the palm-sized blood demon insect, fearing that it would suddenly go crazy and attack Degu Jian. Qin Hanyan even took out the only bone-melting blood pill and held it in his hand. "If you are really bitten, feed this to the second senior brother as soon as possible. It should be able to delay some time and study the antidote." Qin Hanyan stared at the blood demon insect nervously. The star mirror also happened to fall at Degu Jianyi's feet at this time. The blood demon insect lying on Degu Jianyi's arm felt the eyes from many sides and did not bite Degu Jianyi immediately, because it gives a more fragrant taste. Bailey Wenyu, who was holding Fu Xichen, suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, as if he was being stared at by something. Bailey Wenyu's fox eye seemed to be on a still blood demon insect. Is it targeting me? So why not attack directly? The blood demon insect is also weighing something. There are existences in the palace that it is afraid of, and it does not want to disturb the things inside. It only has one chance to attack people, so it must be careful and careful. Bailey Wenyu's bloodline power is much stronger than this sword cultivator. Mu Chanjue and others looked at the quiet blood demon insect and did not move rashly. Su Yubai fell to the ground, terrified. Hurry up and find a way to get rid of it. Everyone ignored Su Yubai. Su Yubai didn't understand how the Ling Yun sect could remain calm in the face of life and death. Su Yubai had no experience in Shifang domain. He has never experienced being chased by ferocious beasts, nor has he experienced the tragedy of life and death, or the tragedy of his family being wiped out. Naturally, his character and courage cannot be compared with those of Ling Yun sect. Ning Xiu probably couldn't stand Su Yubai's voice, so she unceremoniously put a mute note on Su Yubai. Su Yubai opened her mouth, but no sound came out as she wanted to say something. Ning Xiu's smart eyes looked at the blood demon insect again, and she keenly noticed that the fangs on the top of the blood demon insect's head seemed to have changed. Previously, the fangs were prepared to pierce the second senior brother. But now the fangs are standing up, seeming to be facing Bailey Wenyu. Soon, the blood demon insect on Dagu Jiany's shoulder moved, as if it was about to leave. Everyone still did not relax their vigilance and stared at the blood demon insect defensively. Except for Ning Xiu, everyone's attention was on Dagu Jianyi. The moment the blood demon insect moved, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Only Ning Xiu felt something, and walked quickly to Bailey Wenyu, and smashed an explosive talisman at the blood demon insect. The moment the blood demon insect touched the talisman, it turned into anger from embarrassment, and a stream of venom spurted straight towards Ning Xiu. Immediately, the blood demon insect dodged and flew away from the steps and disappeared. Seeing that venom was about to touch Ning Xiu, everyone was anxious. Crucial moment. Whoosh. A 9-colored snake sprang out from Ning Xiu's sleeves, opened its mouth and sucked in the venom. Soon, the 9-colored snake slipped back into Ning Xiu's sleeve. There was no blood on Ning Xiu's face, her eyes were heavy, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Fifth senior sister, what's wrong with you? Bailey Wenyu asked anxiously. Ning Xiu shook her head and said nothing. She was afraid that the blood would spill out when she opened her mouth. Xiao Kai is not afraid of any venom. But the venom of the ancient blood demon insects can even corrode themselves. Even if Xiao Kai can resist this toxic venom, he will still have to pay a huge price. Xiao Kai was injured, and Ning Xiu was naturally going to suffer backlash. Master, don't worry, I'll be fine as soon as I'm asleep and digested. Xiao Kai said weakly. Xiao Kai, I'm sorry. Ning Xiu felt guilty. Master, during my absence, please remember to stay with Feng Qingran as much as possible. Only she has the ability to ensure that the master is safe and sound along the way. Xiao Kai did not forget to remind her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 420 Grass Pregnancy Ju reappears. At this time, Qin Hanyan came over and raised his hand to wipe away the blood on Ning Xiu's mouth, his beautiful eyes full of worry. Ning Xiu swallowed the blood in her mouth and whispered, I'm fine, don't worry. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Was Ning Xiu swallowing blood just now? Dagu Jianyi's handsome cold eyes were filled with self-blame. If he had been stronger, wouldn't he be facing the current situation? Fifth junior sister will not be hurt. Su Yubai sat up from the ground and said guiltily, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been afraid, things would definitely not have turned out like this. No one answered Su Yubai's words. Mu Chanjue's beautiful peach blossom eyes glanced at the steps below, ready to attack the blood demon insect. They want to climb the steps, but they seem to be afraid of something. Mu Chanjue's expression changed slightly. We'd better go in quickly to find the senior brother. The senior brother may be in danger. Why is Mr. Lu in danger? Su Yubai asked puzzledly. The blood demon insects dare not approach the palace. Have you ever thought about why? Mu Chanjue looked at Su Yubai coldly. Su Yubai met Mu Chanjue's eyes, her heart skipped a beat, and then continued, is it because he is afraid of disturbing a more dangerous existence? It's not too stupid, Mr. Su. We are all disciples of the same state. It is impossible for me to do anything to you, but in the next actions, I hope you will not implicate us. Mu Chanjue warned. If there is a more powerful monster inside, Su Yubai's behavior will kill everyone. Inside the palace, Liu Kanglan and Leopard passed through a secret door and entered the underground passage. After entering the tunnel, Liu Kanglan became wary. This place reminded him of the chrysalis tunnel full of goo insects. How far is it? It's not far, but next, you must follow me closely, and you must not go wrong. I walked here for probably several years before I found the right path. Every step here is a different world. Ah. Liu Kanglan's eyes were deep. There was no atmosphere of formation here. How did the cheetah get lost? Cheetahs take every step carefully, and they have to observe for a long time when choosing a path. Liu Kanglan didn't say a word the whole time. About half an hour later, the cheetah stopped in front of a stone wall, raised its paw and pressed it on a certain position. Rumble. A thick stone door opened. Master, this is the spiritual plant garden. There are many precious spiritual plants in it, Leopard said, asking for credit. Liu Kanglan stood there, looking at the colorful world inside, silent. In a completely dark place in a different space, an unexpected spiritual plant garden appears. How does it look like a trap? The cheetah was unaware of the danger and walked straight in. Master, why are you standing there? This is my gift to you. There is no need to feel any pressure. The cheetah looked at the garden full of spiritual plants and was very happy. When Liu Kanglan was still hesitating, Luin Jin has fallen beside the leopard. Luin Jin's extremely charming face turned cold. Liu Kanglan looked at Luin Jin's back and could clearly feel the bone-chilling chill from Luin Jin's body. Liu Kanglan walked in quickly. Boom. The stone door behind him closed instantly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire spiritual plant garden became cold, and an extremely uncomfortable sense of voyeurism came over. Liu Kanglan looked around and found no danger. His attention fell on Luin Jin again, following the direction of Luin Jin, looking at the red spiritual plants in the distance. Luin Jin, what's wrong? Liu Kanglan asked warmly. Luin Jin's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and she looked sideways at the leopard with murderous intent. You, what do you want to do? Li Bao also noticed Luin Jin's murderous intention for the first time. Did you discover this thing? Or did you grow it? Where else can it be found? Luin Jin asked 3 questions in a row, releasing a strong pressure from his body. The cheetah was too frightened to have any thoughts of resistance. I found it. I was pregnant with Zai Zai at the time and accidentally broke into the 2nd floor. Then I came in here and found this. I also saw a small seedling in the One River Valley on the 1st level. Feng Qingran took it away. I don't know the rest. Luin Jin's expression softened a little when he heard Feng Qingran's name. How did you, a holy beast, cross the endless sea to reach the island? Luin Jin asked coldly. I actually came here in a daze. I coincidentally entered the 2nd level and fainted in the sea. When I woke up, I arrived at the island. How many of those red spiritual plants did you eat when you were pregnant? The cheetah lowered his head and said, I only ate 1 plant. At that time, there was only 1 mature plant, and the rest had just grown. Luin Jin's murderous intent on hunting leopards has not diminished. As long as you eat 1 plant of this herb, it will remain in your blood. If the cheetah is left alive, sooner or later the other beasts will discover the existence of the herb. By then, the other female beasts are afraid that they will fall into a hellish situation again. Luin Jin, is there something wrong with this spiritual plant? Liu Kanglan was really afraid that Luin Jin would kill the leopard directly. Kanglan, you really don't know what the leopard brought you to find. Luin Jin's eyes were sharp. She didn't want to doubt Liu Kanglan. I don't know. Liu Kanglan answered affirmatively. Luin Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if you don't know. Just close your eyes first and I'll deal with some things. I'll find a better spiritual plant for you in the future. Liu Kanglan really closed his eyes obediently. There was no way he could stop what Luin Jin wanted to do. The cheetah lay on the ground depressed. It had offended someone. After the interrogation, he received death threats again. What's even more outrageous is eating dog food. Luin Jin raised his hand to create a barrier for Liu Kanglan, glanced at the cheetah, and decided to deal with it later. This garden is full of spiritual plants. In addition to paragon grass, there are also various love medicinal plants. As long as the female takes these medicinal plants, she will lose any ability to resist and be at the mercy of the male. There are even some medicinal plants that can help male animals collect yin and replenish yang. Luin Jin's eyes flashed darkly. He must find out who planted the spiritual plant and kill him together. Luin Jin formed a seal on her hand, and majestic power gathered around her. Ha ha ha. Luin Jin, are you going to destroy my hard work again? An evil voice suddenly sounded. Luin Jin raised his eyes and saw a man in black appearing above the Lingji garden. The man has 2 horns on his head and a pair of wings on his back. The man exuded an extremely evil aura and looked at Luin Jin with a smile on his face. Luin Jin's eyes were slightly focused, staring at the man as if he had reached the point of hatred. Xiao, you are indeed not dead. I also asked you to give birth to a cub for me. Of course it won't die. Xiao's extremely dark eyes showed a look of determination. Luin Jin smashed the seal in his hand at Xiao, then you die now. Xiao easily dodged Luin Jin's attack. Luin Jin, you don't think you are the only one who can fall into a ferocious beast, do you? We are both ferocious beasts this time. How are you going to defeat me? As soon as Xiao finished speaking, a strong aura pressed towards Luin Jin. Luin Jin's movements to form the seal again slowed down, and his whole body was under strong pressure. Luin Jin's beautiful eyes were lowered, with a look of surprise flashing across his face. Xiao's strength is actually superior to hers. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 421 Xiao's ambition. Before the seal in Luin Jin's hand was formed, it was shattered under a ray of white light. At the same time, Luin Jin found that his whole body seemed to be shackled by something, unable to move at all. Luin Jin, you are so good at hiding. I almost missed your whereabouts. Xiao's face was full of pride. How did you find this place? Luin Jinzhao asked coldly, her face as usual. Xiao Fei landed next to Luin Jin, looking up and down at the exquisite Luin Jin, and chuckled, to be honest, I have to thank the Lord Tianyu. If it weren't for him, I would definitely not be able to find your traces. Xiao came close to Luin Jin's ear and took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. Luin Jin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his whole body was filled with ice. Get out. I haven't seen you for so long, Luin Jin. The scent of your body still makes me fascinated. It seems that you must give birth to a baby for me. Xiao's lips curved into an evil smile. He completely didn't notice Liu Kanglan staring at him in the barrier behind him. Xiao stretched out a hand and lifted Luin Jin's chin. How about it? Have you considered how many cubs you will give birth to for me? I planted all the herbs in the garden for you. Luin Jin's eyes changed, and blood surged up. You are still as disgusting as ever. Xiao smiled indifferently and regarded Luin Jin as his treasure. Luin Jin, even though I like your stubbornness, I still think it's worth all the effort I put into researching bear cow pregnancy due for you. Luin Jin's face showed sarcasm. Don't be disgusted with me. You were already cultivating this thing before you and I met. No, it was you who gave me the best inspiration. With the blessing of bear cow pregnancy due, those cubs will be holy beasts when they're born, even the level of mythical beasts. It is really an excellent thing. Xiao seemed to be very proud. Look like. Luin Jin looked at Xiao, with a biting coldness in his eyes. What you call good is obtained at the expense of the female. You haven't considered the consequences for other female beasts, right? Shouldn't females give birth to cubs for our male beasts? Otherwise, why would heaven and earth go to such trouble to create female beasts? Xiao said matter-of-factly. If I had known that I would give birth to a thing like you, I probably wouldn't have given birth to you. The cheetah's voice was slightly abrupt. A smile appeared in Luin Jin's eyes, and the leopard scolded him well. On the other hand, Xiao looked stunned, as if he didn't expect that a 10th level monster like leopard would dare to attack him like this. The cheetah looked at the owl calmly. They were going to die anyway, so it would be better to die happily. The cheetah roared, "What are you looking at? Heaven and earth have created so many species, and you are probably the one who failed the most. If heaven and earth knew of your existence, they would definitely regret it. How could such a disgusting thing like you exist?" The owl's eyes seemed to be quenched with poison as he stared at the leopard. "You deserve to die." Xiao waved his hand and slapped the cheetah. Boom. The cheetah flew far away and lay on the ground. "A drug-testing chess piece, do you really think I will condone you?" Xiao looked at the dying cheetah with cruelty in his eyes. When Xiao looked at Luin Jin again, he looked at his prey again. "Luin Jin, your sister's death was an accident back then. I never thought that the evil dragon would target your sister. Why can't you let go after so many years? You still have the nerve to mention my sister." Luin Jin's eyes welled up with hatred. "I'm very grateful to you sisters for saving me. When I brought the evil dragon to you, I actually wanted it to give you the dragon's bloodline, so that you could get rid of the shackles of hierarchy and not be subject to other beasts." Xiao said slightly, apologized. "Ha, you know that the evil dragon is lustful and all the females it likes will not end well, yet you still bring it here. Xiao, stop pretending. You have already made up your mind to sacrifice my sister to the evil dragon. Do you want to take credit?" Xiao's face looked a little unnatural, but later, the evil dragon was also kind to your sister, and your sister will die later. It was completely voluntary, and no one forced her. My sister is a divine beast. Without the bear cow pregnancy essence you provided, she would not have been pregnant with the evil dragon seed, nor would she have been sucked into a white skeleton by that egg. Luin Jin's eyes turned red, and she said more to Xiao its hatred that burns to the bone. If Xiao hadn't helped the evil dragon for that little bit of power and benefit, it is impossible for the evil dragon clan to become stronger and stronger, let alone monopolize a realm and harm countless living beings. I'm sorry for your sister, okay. Then I helped you escape from the Warcraft clan and saved you several times. These two things are enough to balance it out, right? Xiao doesn't understand at all why Luin Jin turned into a ferocious beast for the sake of the dead. Are you still making countless enemies in the fairy world and the divine world? Luin Jin's eyes were full of ridicule. In the eyes of a person like Xiao, there was probably only profit and power, and no emotion at all. Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Luin Jin, I have sacrificed so much to find you, can't you think about what I have lost? Why are you always so selfish? Get out." Luin Jin closed his eyes, too lazy to look at Xiao again. Being with such a selfish lunatic will only make you half angry to death. Luin Jin, you were still cute before, but now you are covered in thorns, sound like you. Xiao looked at Luin Jin's delicate appearance, his eyes gradually changed color. The reason why he studied bear cow pregnancy due was because he had seen many female beasts that resisted male beasts and would change as soon as they gave birth to cubs. So he thought that as long as the female animals gave birth to cubs, the problem of disharmony between male and female animals could be solved. What's more, reproduction is a great blessing. Only by finding ways to make future generations stronger can the Warcraft clan become stronger. Besides, there are very few female beasts that are powerful. It is better to give birth to cubs and preserve the inheritance of the beast clan. This is the meaning of the existence of female beasts. Female animals should not resist male animals. We should not give female beasts a chance to practice and become stronger, otherwise all the other female beasts would become Luin Jin, and wouldn't it mean that they wouldn't be able to give birth to a cub for 10,000 years? It's a pity that female beasts cannot be cultivated and can only be practiced within the scope of the evil dragon's control. He must find a way to create a stronger offspring and implement the rule prohibiting female beasts from practicing in every beast clan. He started this plan when he learned that Luin Jin had turned into a powerful beast. Only a mother as powerful as Luin Jin could give birth to a beast with such peak strength, so he kept looking for Luin Jin's whereabouts. He also accidentally discovered that the Lord Tianyu seemed to be obsessed with wandering around the small world. He followed him here and discovered the aura of Luin Jin. But as soon as he entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, he instantly felt the threat of death. He could only choose to live in peace and use the ancient space container given by the evil dragon to create this alien space. Later, a group of men in black accidentally entered a different space. He originally wanted to kill the men in black, but their boss offered to cooperate with him. They sent him humans to help him improve his strength. But he didn't need to do anything, he just needed to ensure that the group of bugs outside were not discovered. After he ate the monks provided by the man in black, his strength increased dramatically, and his realm reached a level above that of a god. He also successfully transformed into an adult. But the appetite of the men in black is also getting bigger and bigger. They actually want him to go out and help them interfere with the affairs of the small world. Interfering with the affairs of the small world without authorization would disturb heaven, so of course he can do it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 422 Universe Mirror. However, he can intervene in those matters indirectly. He provided the men in black with powerful magical weapons and techniques, making them far stronger than others. In this way, the cause and effect of contamination will be very few, and it will not attract the attention of heaven. But the only regret is that he can't take the initiative to go out to find Luin Jin. So he thought of using bear cow pregnancy due to induce Luin Jin to come to him. Now that Luin Jin is here, he will definitely not be able to let Luin Jin go easily, if he can let Luin Jin conceive and give birth to his cub here. Then when he returns to the territory of the Warcraft clan, he no longer has to fear the evil dragon. Xiao's eyes gradually revealed a lustful look as he looked at Luin Jin. The owl stretched out his hand towards Luin Jin's belt, and glanced at Liu Kanglan, deliberately showing a proud smile. Luin Jin seemed to care about this person. The hands in Liu Kanglin's sleeves were clenched into fists, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. His gentle and elegant eyes were filled with cold murderous intent at this moment. How dare you, an ant like you, spy on Luin Jin? Xiao looked at Liu Kanglin with contempt. Liu Kanglin said nothing, but his expression became colder and colder. Xiao suddenly felt that Liu Kanglin was interesting. An ant, facing him, could not show any timidity. He still had some courage. Luin Jin, how about I help you kill this ant? Xiao asked tentatively. Luin Jin looked at Xiao with disdain. Are you okay? If you want to kill someone, don't involve me. Xiao stared at Luin Jin's every change of expression. You really don't care about him. Luin Jin chuckled and said indifferently, I just received the order from the master to protect him. Why do you think you can threaten me with an ant? Since you don't care, then I'll kill him, and then there will only be two of us left here. Xiao continued to take a step closer to test. It would be a good thing for him if Liu Kanglin could be used to threaten Luin Jin into submission. Luin Jin burst into laughter. Xiao, you have only grown in strength over the years, not in brains. I have become a ferocious beast. How can I be with a monk? You. Xiao's face suddenly darkened, his palm surged, and he slapped Liu Kanglin with one palm. Luin Jin's expression changed suddenly, and the barrier she set up could not stop Xiao's attack at all. Boom. The owl struck out with one palm. Boom. Sound of heavy objects falling. It was the leopard that flew over and blocked the blow for Liu Kanglin. Liu Kanglin lowered his eyes and looked at the dying cheetah. He felt touched in his heart and possessed himself to send spiritual power to the cheetah. Master, although I can't make a contract with you, dying for you is still worth it. Cheetah leopard finished speaking intermittently, becoming even weaker. When you get better, we will make a contract, Liu Kanglin said warmly, and continued to send spiritual power to the cheetah. Xiao looked at the scene with a face full of ridicule. There is always this kind of show of hypocrisy between ants. The owl raised his hand and headed towards the leopard again. Such monsters are very embarrassing to the orcs, so they should be destroyed. Swish. Xiao's attack was actually blocked by a beam of light. At the same time, there were several light pillars surrounding him. Liu Kanglin stood up, covered with brilliance, raised his sleeves to wipe the blood from his mouth, and stared at Xiao with his eyes like swords. The shackles all over Luin Jin's body also disappeared at this time. Xiao extinguished the beam of light around him with a wave of his hand. Only then did Xiao realize that he was in the formation. When did you set up the formation? Xiao asked in shock. When you enter here. You are really scheming, but you don't think that a low-level formation can deal with me, do you? Xiao mocked. Boom. Luin Jin kicked Xiao down. Luin Jin put his hands on his hips and said, how dare you think that the formation is arranged for you? Xiao was lying on the ground, his face red. He hadn't been insulted like this for many years. Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Luin Jin. Snapped. Call auntie. The whip in Luin Jin's hand hit Xiao's body hard, targeting Xiao's weak points. Luin Jin seemed to want to vent all the anger he had suffered before. Every whip that fell on the owl would draw a trail of blood. Xiao's strength is now superior to hers. Just killing him is useless. Xiao's soul must be destroyed to eradicate the root cause. Luin Jin's eyes flashed, thinking about whether to contact Master Mo to come over and destroy Xiao's soul. At the same time, the 7th level of Yuxuan's secret realm. The picture of Feng Qingbran and the others has disappeared. Mo Jinggong's eyes sank slightly and he stood up. She looked sideways at the black mirror in the distance and said, don't worry. With the configuration of Feng Qingbran and the others, their lives are definitely not in danger. They probably just went to the 3rd floor. Qi Zhen was afraid that Mo Jinggong would be angry and destroy this mysterious realm. Qi, are you hiding something from me? Mo Jinggong thought of Qi's recent actions, and his cold eyes gradually deepened. Qi's eyes flashed, and he seemed to feel a little guilty. I didn't do anything. I just added a restriction on the 3rd level. The monks cannot use spiritual power after entering the 3rd level. They can only find ways to use their spiritual consciousness to fight against evil spirits. No. The aura around Mo Jinggong became dangerous. Mo, don't be angry, don't worry, I will find out the reason why Feng Qingbran and the others disappeared right now. Qi waved his hand and pinched a spell. A burst of white light flashed across the mirror, but it was still pitch black. Qi also seemed a little surprised and said, it shouldn't be. Is there something beyond my control in the Yuxuan secret realm? FCK. Qi suddenly exclaimed, his expression lost in King Feng Jiu, that Li Yushi's soul has disappeared. Is it her fault? No, Li Yushi doesn't have the ability to shield the universe mirror. Qi said to himself. Mo Jinggong's jade-like eyes flashed with a breathtaking luster, and something was looming between his brows. When Qi saw it, he was immediately shocked. Mo, stop it quickly, my secret realm can't stand you like this, I will zun Feng Qingbran for you. Qi didn't dare to delay any longer and could only do it by himself. Soon, Qi said, I found it. A mouse opened a space under my nose. Feng Qingbran and the others should be there. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure disappeared in front of Qi in an instant. Qi shook his head, this guy, I promised not to care. I still can't help it, this guy who values sex over friends didn't run away. Qi moved his fingers and decided to deal with the mouse first. When Qi appeared in the Lingji garden, bursts of wailing could be heard in his ears. Qi raised his eyes and saw an exquisite girl whipping someone. The girl's skin is as white as jade, her appearance is extremely delicate, and her pair of delicate eyes are as fierce as a wave at the moment. Qi was stunned on the spot. What is going on? Who are you? Liu Kanglin immediately noticed Qi's presence. Liu Kanglin was indeed protected by Qi in Shifang domain. But Qi had never shown up at that time, so Liu Kanglin naturally did not recognize Qi. Passerby. Qi's lips curled up slightly, his smile was gentle and humble, and he exuded the aura of a humble gentleman. Master Qi, you are here. Luin Jin recognized Qi immediately and was even a little nervous. When she was in the Yuxuan secret realm, thanks to Qi's great care for her, otherwise she would have been locked up in the fierce beast village and not allowed to come out. Surprise flashed in Qi's eyes. Are you the little crane? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 423 God Suppressing Clan 1. It's me. Luin Jin had a cute smile on his face and put his hands behind his back, looking extremely well behaved. If it weren't for Luin Jin stepping on a bloody person, Qi may have been deceived by Luin Jin's appearance. Lu Kanglan looked at the scene of the two interacting, his warm eyes flashing through the dark colors. This man and Luin Jin were obviously old friends. And its importance in Luin Jin's heart is not low. Your name is Luin Jin. Qi felt Lu Kanglan's appraising gaze, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Even ferocious beasts dared to like him. After all, he was Mo's eldest brother, and he was very courageous. Yes, Mr. Qi, didn't Lord Mo come with you? Luin Jin's charming eyes were full of charm and extremely gorgeous. Qi paused slightly. He has gone to do some work. Luin Jin nodded and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he pointed at the owl and said, Master Qi, he is an owl beast, but somehow he turned into a ferocious beast. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Qi's eyes fell on Xiao, and his handsome eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder he could hide for so long. It turned out that he had become a rotten person. Under normal circumstances, the aura of a rotten person is very similar to that of a ferocious beast. If he hadn't dealt with evil spirits, he wouldn't have recognized that Xiao had become a rotten one. Qi raised his slender hand and grasped the void, and a black mist floated in his palm. The person at Luin Jin's feet was completely lifeless. Please help Mr. Lu burn the body. Qi's voice was gentle and he looked at the gentle and elegant Lu Kanglan. The moment Lu Kanglan and Qi looked at each other, the sharpness in their eyes disappeared. Lu Kanglan summoned Fei Yi to help dispose of Xiao's body. Fat Yi, who usually talked a lot, now had his tail lowered and didn't dare to take a breath. He blew out a mouthful of flames to burn the owl's body, and then hurriedly returned to the contract space. Fei Yi didn't dare to look at Qi the whole time. Lu Kanglan pursed her pale lips. From Fei Yi's actions, she could tell that the cool-looking man in front of her was not as harmless as he seemed. A smile flashed in Qi's eyes. He was dressed in white and looked spotless. He said, the bodies of the creatures you encounter in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan must also be disposed of. Thanks for the reminder, Lu Kanglan said warmly. Luin Jin on the side blinked, feeling that something was wrong with Kanglan. Qi put away Xiao's soul and said, I'm leaving first. This alien space is ownerless now. The ethereal spirit is nearby. Look for it. Consider it a meeting gift from me. Before Qi Li left, he threw another pill to Lu Kanglan. It's not cost-effective to use lifespan to activate the formation. Lu Kanglan took the pill given by Qi and pursed her lips tightly. He concealed it very well, but this person still saw it. Only then did Luin Jin realize that Lu Kanglan was in a bad state. She grabbed Lu Kanglan's wrist and probed Lu Kanglan's condition. Why were you holding on just now? You have hatred for Xiao, and you must vent it out, otherwise it will affect your state of mind. Lu Kanglan explained. I thought you activated the Zhutian star formation, but I didn't expect you actually used the 9 stars star formation. Luin Jin's eyes were full of heartache. Not even a god dares to use the 9 stars array indiscriminately. Lu Kanglan is a talented person, so you can imagine the price he paid for using this formation. It's okay. Fei Yi lent me part of his strength. I can handle it. Lu Kanglan comforted him. Luin Jin glared at Lu Kanglan, took the elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. You refine the power in the elixir first, and I'll find where the spirit is. Why are you just watching and not going to help? After Qi disappeared from the Lingji garden, he appeared next to Mo Jinggong. Mo Jing's eyes were deep and gleaming with cold light. He glanced at Qi and remained silent. Qi seemed not to notice the eye knife that Mo Jinggong handed over, and said in wonder, I didn't expect that after the Ghost King reincarnated, he would develop sympathy for the human race and take the initiative to save people. Mo Jinggong's whole body was covered with a layer of frost. Qi, you don't want the secret realm anymore. Don't. Qi immediately gave up. I'll tell you something interesting. I just discovered a Dao Dao conspiracy. Do you want to hear it? Say. I found that Dao Dao was really thoughtful. In addition to depriving the human race of their luck, it also wanted to use the evil dragon clan to control all the orcs. Unfortunately, the appearance of Luin Jin disrupted Dao's plan and helped other orcs get rid of the control of the evil dragon clan. Is there more? Mo Jinggong said in a cold voice. There is also a collusion between the Emperor of Heaven and the evil dragon clan. The Emperor of Heaven cooperated with the dragon clan and plotted against the suppressing divine beast clan, which is why the 3000 small world became chaotic. Dao Dao was also happy to see this happen. Qi said slightly regretfully. The existence of the god-suppressing beast can protect the stability of a dimension. If the Genshin clan still existed, Dao Dao would not dare to be so arrogant. The evil dragon is not considered a dragon clan. The real dragon clan has long since left this plane. What remains here are some dragon clan descendants. Naturally, they cannot compete with the evil dragon, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Qi sighed helplessly. Hey, if the Genshin clan was still there, it would be much easier to replace Dao. They're still there. Did you find the black egg? Qi Jun's eyes lit up. Why did the black egg disappear silently? He searched for a long time in Shifang domain but couldn't find it. It has a contract with Feng Qingran. Qi. Mo, are you going too far? In order to pave the way for your little lover, you actually forced Zhen Shen to make a contract with her. Qi gave Mo Jinggong a thumbs up. The nobility of the Genshin clan is far above that of dragons and phoenixes. Even the Golden Crow is only assigned to them as subordinates. It's voluntary. You're a liar. Qi obviously didn't believe it. Dao Dao, who always had to be courteous when meeting him, would fall in love with a little girl. Qi Jun's eyes fell on Feng Qingran in front of him. Fang Qingran was holding the Qingduan sword, with a pair of apricot eyes that were shining brightly and awe-inspiring. She did not show any timidity when facing the ancient Blood Demon Emperor. The ancient Blood Demon Emperor was as big as a hill. Fang Qingran's attack could only damage his flesh, but not his vitals. Fang Qingran's figure was like a swimming dragon, as graceful as a startling giant. While avoiding the venom of the Blood Demon insect, she was also distracted from dealing with the Blood Demon Emperor's attack. Several times, Fang Qingran was almost touched by the venom. Fortunately, Yan Miyu took action in time every time and helped her resolve the crisis. The two of them attacked the Blood Demon Emperor from the left and from the right, and they cooperated very well. How long do you think the two of them are going to fight like this? Qi seemed to be deliberately irritating Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong's eyes turned dark as he looked at Qi. You seem to be very happy. Not happy, Qi said with a handsome face, pretending to be serious. You don't know there are people raising poisonous insects in your secret realm, and you don't know there are people raising blood demon insects in your secret realm. How do you become happy as the master of the secret realm? Can you please stop poking me where it hurts? Qi was helpless. The so-called secret realm is a small world. The world operates in its own way, and he is only responsible for setting the rules and maintaining balance. He can't cover all those details. Seeing that Qi was anxious, Mo Jinggong changed the topic. You asked me before why I didn't go up to help. Have you figured it out now? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 424 The Conspiracy to Occupy 9 States. I'm asking you, why are you asking me again? Qi was speechless, looking at the fiercely fighting group below with his handsome eyes. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep. The Blood Demon Emperor's strength is far superior to them. Qi understood in an instant, the strength is far superior to them, and he still wants to deal with them. Is the Blood Demon Emperor waiting for something? Mo Jinggong's consciousness spread and he did not answer Qi's question. Mo, no, I remember that the Blood Demon Emperor is a single monster, shouldn't it be able to think? Not only this, the poison the little junior sister killed before contained the Rotten One, and even Tati had the seeds of the Rotten One in his body. After hearing this, Qi opened his eyes and observed the Blood Demon insects. The head of the spider-like Blood Demon Emperor was actually covered with densely packed decayed ones. Qi couldn't help but shudder. This disgusting thing was really disgusting. Qi raised his hand, and a magic seal appeared, wanting to destroy the Blood Demon Emperor. Don't do anything yet. I want to see what it is waiting for. Mo Jinggong flicked his sleeves and the seal disappeared. I really can't stand this group of rotten people. They don't create planes themselves, nor do they practice. They just want to steal other people's achievements all day long. They always want to pick up what's already available. Qi Mulu said with disdain. Since the birth of the Decayer, many planes have been without peace. He tried many times to kill all the Decayers, but many of the cunning ones always escaped. Right now. Fang Qingran and Yan Miyu stopped fighting, flew upward, and stood in midair. 8th senior brother, something is wrong. The Blood Demon Emperor seems to be delaying time on purpose. Fang Qingran analyzed calmly with a sweet voice. It's not an option to continue like this. Let's go back to find senior brother and the others first, and then bring Fat Yi over. Yan Miyu nodded, okay. She looked at Fang Qingran and Yan Moyu's leaving figures and asked, Mo, do we want to follow them? Before Mo Jinggong could respond, she turned around and found that Mo Jinggong had disappeared. Just as Qi was about to leave, a man wrapped in black gauze appeared in front of the Blood Demon Emperor. Qi stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mo Gui really got it right. I saw the man in black walking up to the Blood Demon Emperor, and with a wave of his hand, the Blood Demon Emperor became as big as a palm. The threat is gone. Go to the palace quickly to deal with Fang Qingran and others, and leave a complete corpse for Qin Hanyan. This matter must be done successfully, otherwise the plan to rule Kyushu will fail. The voice of the man in black was dull and harsh. Chirp. The Blood Demon Emperor seemed to be responding to something. Don't worry about the ferocious beasts. I have already made arrangements. The seeds they eat will soon germinate. Once they are controlled, the owner of this mysterious realm will naturally come out. The wooden bottle thrown by the man in black had various runes painted on it. Remember, after eating Fang Qingran and others, put Qin Hanyan's body here, I will be useful. The Blood Demon Emperor bit the bottle and nodded. Chirp. The Blood Demon insect made a strange sound again. You want to see our Demon Lord? The Demon Lord is still in the Demon Clan, so you will definitely not be able to see him. When you occupy this small world, our Demon Lord will naturally meet you. By the way, don't tell us Demon Lord, otherwise our cooperation plan will be cancelled, and your whereabouts will definitely be exposed by then. The man in black threatened, looking aloof. Chirp. The Blood Demon Emperor seemed very angry, and his body became as big as a hill. The man in black is only as big as a palm in front of it. The man in black did not panic at all when facing the giant Blood Demon Emperor. Why are you anxious? Our Demon Lord is naturally cooperating with you with sincerity. Don't forget, if your king wants to wake up, he still needs our Demon Lord. The man in black is not afraid of the Blood Demon Emperor at all. The Blood Demon Emperor was instantly discouraged when he heard the king. Yelled softly. Okay, I will definitely convey your wishes to the Demon Lord. Remember to leave Qin Hanyan's body behind. I will take it for use. The remaining people will not be left alive. After giving the warning, the man in black turned and left. The Blood Demon Emperor sprayed a stream of venom at the place where the man in black left. Then he shook his body and let out a piercing cry. Boom boom boom. The entire alien space shook, and a creepy aura spread. After listening to the exchange between the Blood Demon Emperor and the man in black, Qi's lips curled into a sneer. It was really interesting to plot against him on his territory. Borrow the name of the Demon Lord to cooperate with the Decayer. He also attacked the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, and even wanted to get rid of a group of people from the Lingyun sect. It seems that there are many participants in this plan. Qi was dressed in white, hidden in midair, with a restrained aura, quietly watching the Blood Demon Emperor summon all the Blood Demon insects to head towards the palace. As long as Mo is here, nothing will happen to the Lingyun sect's group. Qi's figure flashed and appeared in the ferocious beast village. Suddenly, the bustling fierce beast village fell into silence. Chaos looked up at Qi Fangjiu, his eyes rolled, and then he became confused. Qiongqi, look up to the sky. Qiongqi looked up and saw that the whole beast was trembling. Chaos took advantage of this time and ran away quickly. Damn it, am I dazzled? Why did Qi come here? I must have not woken up, I went back to sleep. Dafeng turned around and walked into the house. Dafeng, you're not dazzled, you're blind. Let me treat your eyes. Zhu Yan got into Dafeng's house. Hey, I'm getting old, so I have to go back and take a nap. The aunt who changed her form shook her head and walked into the house holding her waist. I'm not hungry, I'll eat anything. The red-yellow ant murmured, trying to leave. All the ferocious beasts were talking to themselves, not daring to look at Qi, and crawled into the house. Qi's posture is tall and straight, and his whole body is spotless. He stands in midair, quietly admiring the various expressions of the beasts. Qi's spiritual consciousness spread, and his breath fell on the beasts. Suddenly, the beasts froze and did not dare to move, for fear that they would be ground into mincemeat in the next moment. After all, when Qi kills ferocious beasts, he always kills them quickly and accurately. After Qi saw the situation of the beasts, his whole body was filled with ice. It was very good. Except for the golden cicada goo, all the ferocious beasts were not spared, and all of them contained the seeds of the rotten ones in their bodies. If he hadn't come to see it in advance, it would be really troublesome to wait for all the ferocious beasts to turn into rotten ones. After all, these are the clones of ferocious beasts. If the clone becomes a corrupt person, the main body will definitely be affected. At that time, the only way to do this is to cut off the connection between the beast's body and these clones and give up this part of its power. Qi, what do you want to do? Came a majestic voice, but it still showed respect for Qi. Yinglong, Zhu Juyan, show up quickly, Qi Leng said. Two dragon bodies flashed in front of Qi. Zhu Juyan was slightly dissatisfied and said, Qi, don't go too far. Just lock us here, what else do you want to do? Qi didn't talk nonsense and raised his hand to restrain the two giant dragons. Qi, what do you want to do? Yinglong asked in shock. Save you. Qi raised his slender hand, and the talisman sank into Yinglong's body first. The talisman followed the dragon's tendons and landed on the beast elixir. Yinglong felt the burning pain on the beast pill. Qi, you want to kill me? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 425. When Zhu Jian heard Yinglong's painful voice, his eyes that were originally open suddenly closed. In an instant, the entire ferocious beast village turned from day to night. The unknown ferocious beast below did not dare to take a breath in response to this. Qi, are you finally going to attack us? Zhu Jian's eyes that seemed to see everything showed a sad look. Qi King glanced at Zhu Jian and sneered, I don't know, this is my image in your mind. You locked all the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast village, didn't you do it to steal our power? Zhu Jian said the doubt buried in his heart. The corners of Qi's lips were slightly raised, and his smile was like the sun rising in the first snow. I still look down upon your little strength. Isn't your majestic strength coming from us? Why are you pretending to be here? Zhu Jian stared at Qi with an angry look. How do you say this? Qi Lai looked at Zhu Jian with interest. Where has our body gone? The main body naturally stays where it should be. Qi, stop pretending, we all know the truth. You locked us here and deprived us of our memory of the main body, just to trap us. Zhu Jian sneered. Qi was even more curious now, who told you this? You finally admitted it. Zhu Jian was extremely disappointed. It was obvious that what he said before was just a test. Zhu Jian, blame me. I should have let the main body leave some brains for your clone. Qi's eyes gradually sharpened, and he looked down at the trembling beasts. Fang Qingran told you about the master and clones, so who is spreading rumors that I took away your power? The beasts were as silent as cicadas. Can this be said? I can only pretend not to know. Qi's 5 fingers tightened, and Yinglong let out a cry of pain again. Don't tell me, do you want to be like it? A playful smile appeared on Qi's lips. Mo was right, he really needed to clean up his territory. To prevent any mice from wandering around his place. The beasts looked at each other, but no one spoke first. The two great chaotic beasts were unable to resist Qi. If they speak out now, they may die in front of Yinglong. Qi stood in the sky, dressed in white clothes, clean and unstained by dust, like a branch of a tree, with an innate sense of nobility all over his body. Roar. Yinglong's roar contained extreme pain. The ancient Ming snake overcame his fear, flew to Qi, and said seriously, Qi, what do you want to do? As long as you let Yinglong go, I can give you all my power. Qi Mianwubo looked at Zhu Jian, I don't like your little strength. Qi waved his hand and a white light sank into Yinglong's body. The stronger the beast, the more seeds are in its body. The process of removing the seeds is naturally more painful. Yinglong is pretty good, Zhu Jian has more in his body. Moreover, those seeds had already swallowed up part of Zhu Jian's power, which made Zhu Jian think that he was depriving each ferocious beast of its power. The ancient Ming snake seemed to be willing to risk everything. Qi, what are you going to do to let Yinglong go? Qi looked at the anxious look of the ancient Ming snake, with a glimmer in his eyes. Who said ferocious beasts don't have emotions and desires? Isn't there? It seems that the arrival of the Decayer has also brought about good changes. When ferocious beasts develop emotions and desires, they will have weaknesses, and having weaknesses means they are easier to control. Maybe it's time to consider merging the clone with the main body. Qi plans to start with Tao Ti, recall all the clones of Tao Ti, and merge them with the main body. Taiku, don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Chi's words made all the ferocious beasts panic. Chi, are you going to kill us? Red Yellow Ant asked in a trembling voice. After Red Yellow Ant asked, Chi didn't say anything. The other beasts soon lost their composure. Kyongchi rushed out and said, no need to ask, he just wants to kill us. Even Yinglong has been killed by him, can we still be far away? We can't sit back and wait for death, we must fight. Deng agreed. But we can't defeat Chi, how can we fight? Six-armed ape asked. Chaos said, no matter how hard he can be beaten, he is almost dead, why not drag Chi to die together? Yes, let's combine all our forces to deal with Chi. I don't believe he can compete with the power of all our ferocious beasts. Count me in, Bai Fang said excitedly. Kyongchi was even more excited. Brothers, let's work together before we die, and we will definitely leave our names on the beast record in the future. All the ferocious beasts seemed to be aroused by Kyongchi's words. Ferocious beasts cannot reproduce and have no offspring, but this does not mean that they do not have their own inheritance. The beasts mustered up the courage and burst out with all their strength. Come on, Kyongchi yelled the loudest, but he was the one lagging behind. All the ferocious beasts used their strongest strength and attacked Chi, looking as if they were bound to knock Chi down. Facing the extremely terrifying power, Chi remained calm and calm. When the beasts discovered that Chi had no intention of dodge, they were all excited. This Chi was so inflated. He doesn't think that he alone can really resist the power of all our beasts, right? We have never cooperated before, and no one has seen this kind of power. They're probably scared to death, right? Hey, if we had thought of a way to join forces earlier, we would definitely not be trapped in the ferocious beast village. We probably only thought about eating at that time, why would we think about so many things? In the past, if you did this, you would definitely be attacked by a sneak attack, and only a fool would drain all your power. Ying Zhao sighed. The beasts were extremely looking forward to the scene of Chi being crushed by their power. No matter how bad it is, Chi will be injured and he won't dare to do anything to them. But the development of everything was beyond the expectations of all the ferocious beasts. Chi just raised his eyes slightly and looked at the terrifying power that was gradually approaching. Then, he gently raised his wrist to easily neutralize all attacks. The beasts were stunned. He seemed to think he was dazzled. After all, that was their full blow. Chi Jun looked at Zhu Jian and asked, I told you that I don't value your strength. Do you believe it now? Then why are you still killing us? Zhu Jian looked at Chi in the clear breeze and said in confusion. Who told you that I was going to kill you? Chi asked curiously. The demon lord of the demon clan. Zhu Jian gave the answer. Is he the one who delivers food to you? Chi recalled what he had seen in the Shanken mirror. It seemed that there were always countless men in black who had become the food of the ferocious beasts. The person who brought them food was the man in black who met the blood demon emperor. Zhu Jian seemed surprised. Did you arrange it? Chi shook his head. You dare to eat the food that comes to your door for free. We ferocious beasts eat the same thing and don't care about the source of the food. Zhu Jian didn't hear Chi's voiceover. There is no pie in the sky. If it is, it must be a trap. How happy you were when you ate it, you should be in so much pain now. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 426 You're almost riding on me. What do you mean by that? Zhu Jian rolled around, giving birth to a bad feeling. Chi smiled and raised his hand, and a flame quickly flew into Yinglong's body. Yinglong's huge body was immediately roasted in the flames, and his whole body was covered with black gas. Yinglong could not break free from Chi's restraints, and could only bear the pain of the fire. When Zhu Jian saw this scene, he also smelled something different. Yinglong's body still seemed to have seeds thrown by evil spirits. But with Yinglong's strength, it's impossible for him to be subdued by evil spirits. Could it be that Chi didn't want to kill Yinglong, but was removing those seeds for Yinglong? Zhu Jian seemed to have figured out everything in an instant, who planted the seeds in Yinglong's body. It's in the food. As soon as Chi said this, everyone seemed to realize something. Someone set a trap for us. It must be the devil. We were actually plotted against by a group of people who couldn't see the light of day. What a shame. So Chi was pulling out the seeds for Yinglong, so Yinglong was in such pain. Then do we also have to bear Yinglong's pain? Ellipsis. While the beasts were discussing, the flames on Yinglong's body gradually extinguished, and when Yinglong came back to his senses, he felt a sudden sensation all over his body. All the power that had disappeared before returned to the body. Thank you, Mr. Chi, Yinglong said respectfully. Chi's spiritual consciousness passed over Yinglong's body, confirming that the seeds in Yinglong's body had been cleaned, and understood that this method was feasible. Chi formed seals with his hands, and one after another the seals flew into the bodies of the beasts. The beasts suddenly became miserable and rolled on the spot. Only Zhu Jian and Tegu Mingxie were frozen on the spot, and they could only see pain in their eyes. The corners of Chi's lips were slightly raised, and his face was kind. Don't worry, your lives will be safe. Master Chi, can I ask for relief from the pain? Kyongchi wailed below. The beast's body is powerful. In the past, when everyone was injured, it was just a scratch. But now this kind of pain is simply more painful than cramps and pulling out bones. It can even be said to be more painful than putting your soul on the fire. Just be patient for a while, so you won't have the energy to yell. Chi raised his hand like a free and elegant young man. What he said was extremely ruthless. When some animals heard Chi's words, they suddenly understood the deep meaning of Chi's words. Chi obviously took this opportunity to avenge the offense they had just caused. Master Chi, I was wrong. Just do your best and I will always follow your lead in the future. Dafeng seemed to be in unbearable pain and begged for mercy again and again. It won't hurt, and it won't last long. Don't worry, I'll evaporate the water in your brains later, so you won't be stupid in the future. Mysterious runes flew out from Qi's hand and fell into the bodies of the beasts. At the same time, someone raised his hand, and clusters of flames burned in the bodies of the beasts. Qi's method at this moment was not as gentle as when Yinglong was removing the seeds. Bah, bah, bah. Some ferocious beasts even smell the scent of meat. When he turned around, he found that his own meat was being roasted. Qiongqi was speechless. What Tao Ti said was not a lie. Qi really holds a grudge. Yinglong waited in silence. Thankfully he didn't say anything too harsh to anger Qi, otherwise he would have been in more pain than Zhu Juyan. Soon, the seeds in all the ferocious beasts were pulled out. My power is back. We misunderstood the big devil before. So that guy lied to us. Why did he lie to us? Ellipsis. Qi's spiritual consciousness spread, and after checking the conditions of the beasts, he called for the golden cicada goo. Golden cicada goo entered his mysterious realm later, and he sent it to the ferocious beast village without much questioning. Now that there are groups of rotten people in this mysterious territory, it's time to close the net. Qi, golden cicada goo transformed into a human being and stood opposite Qi. Have you already known about the situation in ferocious beast village? I understand, but I can't change it. I want to find their king, but I haven't been able to find it yet. Golden cicada goo answered truthfully. Follow me. Qi looked at the seemingly ordinary golden cicada goo. Jin Changu's attitude was respectful. Okay. Qi glanced at the beasts again. I have dealt with all the evil spirits in the underground. There is no need to worry about being attacked by them. In the future, I hope you can keep your mouth shut and don't want to eat everything. After Qi warned him, he took the golden cicada goo and left. He also wanted to take a look at the situation on Mo Jinggong's side. As a result, Qi found that the different space had disappeared, and Fang Qingran and the others entered the third level. Mo Jinggong had returned to the 7th floor courtyard. Qi. He didn't wait long, so why did it end? Qi had no choice but to return to the courtyard with the golden cicada goo. Mo Jinggong was playing chess alone, and his movements were still pleasing to the eye. Qi sat opposite Mo Jinggong, looked at Mo Jinggong's stunning face and said, "Did you take care of that Blood Demon Emperor?" "No. They killed the Blood Demon Emperor themselves." "How did they do it?" Qi was surprised. Mo Jinggong raised his dark eyes lightly, glanced at Qi, and remained silent. Jin Changu stood respectfully behind Qi, not daring to look at Mo Jinggong. Juan appeared on Mo Jinggong's shoulder, looking at the golden cicada goo, his eyes glowing golden. "Master, can I eat it? It's a great tonic." Golden cicada goo trembled all over and buried her head lower. "Juoyan, you are not a foodie. Don't make any decisions about the beast I brought." Qi Zhen was speechless. "You let me eat it, and I'll tell you, how did Fang Qingran and the others deal with the Blood Demon Emperor? Is it cost effective?" Juoyan negotiated. "You tell me first." Qi's eyes flashed slightly. He was really curious. Juoyan raised his head and said, "The situation at that time was called a crisis. Fang Qingran and the others were trapped in the Black Palace by the Blood Demon insects. The Blood Demon Emperor was so heavy that the palace collapsed. The Blood Demon insects instantly surrounded them, spraying countless venom at them, and the barrier couldn't protect them at all. And there are still 10 Blood Demon insects with intelligence activated in the Blood Demon insect swarm, plus the Blood Demon insect Emperor. It's a dead end." Juoyan stopped talking here. "What's next?" Qi Jui asked. "You let me take a bite of it, and I'll continue talking." Juoyan's eyes were shining brightly. Golden cicada goo was cultivated from insects, and it was Juoyan's favorite food. "Qi." Jin Changu honestly stretched his arm over. Qi stopped Juoyan, who was about to peck at the golden cicada goo. "Juoyan, it's useful, but I can't give it to you. If you want to eat bugs, I'll get you a pound later." "No, that thing is boring to eat. I just want to eat it." Juoyan refused to give in. Qi was completely speechless. "Mo, you don't care about your beast. It's about to ride on my head." Scorching flames. Mo Jinggong called out softly. Juoyan was immediately discouraged. "Master, I understand." Juoyan glanced at the golden cicada goo with regretful eyes, and said with low interest, "Fang Qingran and the others worked together to fight against the Blood Demon insect." At the critical moment, Luin Jin happened to contract a different space and used the power of space laws to kill the Blood Demon Emperor and the Blood Demon insect. After that, they entered the third level directly from the different space. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 427, A Big Pocket. The third level of Yuxuan's secret realm. Total darkness. Fang Qingran and others walked forward cautiously, having to release their spiritual consciousness to detect danger. "It's strange, we've been walking for so long, but we still haven't encountered the monster you mentioned, senior brother." Ning Xiyu asked. When Liu Chanjue wanted to light the strange fire, he realized that all his spiritual power had been lost. "Senior brother, when you came up before, were you able to use spiritual power?" "Yes," Liu Kanglan affirmed. "Maybe something happened in the middle, so we'd better be careful. I don't know if people from other states have come up. Look, there's light there. Come quickly, it must be the fluorescent grass that senior brother mentioned." Fang Qingran and the others quickly walked toward the light. When Fang Qingran stretched out his hand towards the fluorescent grass, a white hand also stretched out. Fang Qingran glanced sideways and saw Su Yanran. "This is my thing, Fang Qingran, are you trying to steal something from me again?" Su Yanran said, looking meaningfully at Fang Qingran's wrist. Su Yanran always had a feeling in her heart that she must get that jade bracelet. "Your things. Everything in the secret realm is ownless, how come it becomes your thing?" Fang Qingran saw the look in Su Yanran's eyes. Su Yanran said firmly, "Things in the secret realm are ownless, but if I see them first, they should be mine." Fang Qingran's eyes were sharp. "Really? It's a pity that I held it first, it should belong to me." Fang Qingran raised her other hand, grabbed Su Yanran's wrist, and tightened it hard. Su Yanran's face turned pale in pain. Fang Qinggran, let go. Let go of the fluorescent grass first. Fang Qinggran smiled innocently and harmlessly. If it weren't for the divine will behind Su Yanran, she would have killed Su Yanran right now to take revenge. Impossible. What belongs to me must be mine. Su Yanran meant something. Fang Qinggran sneered and said, if you like it, just use your ability to get it, instead of stepping on other people's hard work and taking it for yourself. Behind Su Yanran were people from several other states. Standing behind Fang Qinggran were people from the Lingyun sect, and Su Yubai was placed on the second floor by them. Both sides looked at each other warily. Fluorescent grass is very important to them. Without it, it would be difficult to move forward on the third level. Look around us, Mu Yunzu's disciple whispered. Everyone looked around and saw countless green spots of light. How come there are so many fluorescent grasses growing all at once? The confused disciple asked in confusion. You are so stupid. What fluorescent grass? Those are the eyes of a wolf. The third level isn't just filled with soul-devouring monsters, so how come there are wolves? You ask me, I ask who is going. The key now is what should we do if we have no spiritual power and are surrounded by monsters? Everyone took out their magic weapons one after another. Even if they had no spiritual power, they still used their magic weapons to resist. I don't know what kind of wolf this is. What level is it? How should we deal with it? Doesn't anyone have a map? Take it out and look at it. The map describes soul-eating monsters, and there is no mention of wolves. However, there are 3 kinds of wolves in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan. One is the white-eyed wolf. This kind of wolf looks harmless, but is extremely bloodthirsty and vicious. It likes to plot against monks. The second type is the ghost fire wolf. These wolves appear in groups. It is best to avoid them if you encounter them. If you make enemies with them, you will fight to the death. The third type is the cold wolf, which only moves on the 5th level. It is white in color and likes to eat the inner elixirs of monks. I can understand the latter 2 wolves. What the hell is the first white-eyed wolf? This is what the map says. I didn't make it up. Don't you believe it? Luo Bingwen directly handed the map to everyone. After reading the introduction on the map, everyone's eyes were really opened. Damn it, these 3 are all heaven-level monsters, how can we deal with them? Then what kind of wolf did we encounter? Who can tell me? As long as you don't encounter the second kind of ghost fire wolf, you can hope to escape. The ghost fire wolf is the kind that will never stop dying when it encounters food. Someone prayed. But, what we encountered was the ghost fire wolf. How do you know about the ghost fire wolf? Only the nether fire wolf's eyes are dark green, the white-eyed wolf's eyes are light green, and the cold nether wolf's eyes are brown green. Damn it, it's really over. God is going to destroy everyone's path. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the third level. The disciple of Miyunzu said in despair. Stop howling, they're getting closer and closer to us. A disciple scolded coldly. The more scared you are when facing a monster like a wolf, the more they attack it. Mr. Lu, how about we shake hands and make peace, and get through the current difficulties first? Mengji looked at Lu Kanglan, her charming eyes turning slightly. Can you represent everyone's wishes? Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed darkly and glanced at Lu Changchan. Mengji witnessed the confrontation between Lu Changchan and Lu Kanglan. He instantly understood the chill in Lu Kanglan's words. Young Master Lu, what do you think? Mengji asked. According to Miss Meng's wishes, we will get through the immediate difficulties first, but can Miss Meng guarantee that they will not attack us? Lu Changqian's face remained as usual, but he was planning other things in his heart. Mengji's eyes were full of smiles. Young Master Lu, don't worry, the covenant is bound by an oath. What do you think, young Master Lu? Lu Kanglan looked at Mengji with a searching look. Given Ms. Meng's status, she shouldn't be afraid of monsters, right? Mengji's expression suddenly changed, and Jiang Wu also stood beside Mengji. Lu Kanglan's words clearly showed that he knew Mengji's identity. The 6-tailed cat demon's bloodline power is far superior to that of the ghost fire wolf. How could he be afraid of the ghost fire wolf? I am bound by the same laws as you, Mengji said frankly. All bloodline suppression on the 3rd level disappeared. She and everyone in the Netherworld state must use their strength to fight against the Nether Fire Wolf. Lu Kanglan was a smart man and understood the deep meaning of Mengji's words. His eyes flashed slightly. Could it be that Luan Jin's inability to appear had something to do with it? I agree to cooperate, but after dealing with the ghost fire wolf, the team will disband. Lu Kanglan said warmly. Luo Yushi stepped forward. Yes, but who will be the captain and command? Luo Yushi's eyes were shining brightly. Lu Kanglan and Lu Changchan had a grudge and would definitely not recognize each other as captains. Mengji is a woman, let alone a captain. Now, he is the only one left who is most suitable to be the captain. Luo Yushi was very excited and gearing up, waiting for everyone to elect him as captain. However, after listening to Luo Yushi's words, everyone looked at each other in confusion, and they all understood that captaincy was a thankless job. But not being a captain means leaving life and death in the hands of others. Many people are in a dilemma. I am not capable of being the captain, but if I let someone else be the captain, I am afraid that I will die. Mengji's red lips raised slightly. Young Master Lu or Young Master Lu, who do you think is suitable to be the captain? Do you still need to say it? It must be my senior brother who is suitable, Mu Chanjue said. What is your senior brother? It must be our senior brother who is suitable. The people from Dilingzhu said not to be outdone. At the critical moment, the two sides quarreled over this issue. Looking at the ghost fire wolf approaching step by step, someone stopped him. Stop making noise, no matter how loud you are, it's just a joke. Miss Meng, can you tell me who will be the captain? We all listen to you. Lu Changchan smiled. Meng Jime's eyes were slightly cold. Lu Changchan was digging a hole for her to jump into. Jiang Wu, who was beside Meng Ji, took a step forward and said, I have a good idea. Which of you dares to go over and give the Yuhuo Lang a hard time, and if you come back smoothly, we will choose who will be the captain. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 428. She gives too much. Everyone looked at Jiang Wu dumbfounded. Is this an idea that anyone can come up with? Not to mention that they had lost all their spiritual power, but with so many ghost firewolves, no one would dare to step forward. Once you go up there, you will definitely not be able to come back. Some people also gave Jiang Wu a thumbs up. High. It's too high. This not only helped Meng Ji solve the crisis, but also got rid of the suspicion of offending others. Eldest brother, come on. I support you. Ning Qiyu raised her pink fist, her eyes were shining, it was nothing to give the wolf a big slap, the eldest brother even fed the ferocious beast himself. Lu Kanglan. Now he has lost all his spiritual power and has no cultivation of false god. Upon hearing Ning Qiyu's words, Dai Lingzhu also shouted, yes. Senior brother Lu, hurry up and go up, we can't let the Lingyun sect's people take the lead. Lu Chunkin's mouth twitched, wishing he could give Luo Bingwen a slap. Fang Qingran, do you dare to make a bet with me? Su Yanran grabbed the fluorescent grass and asked with her eyes full of calculation. Bet you slap the nether fire wolf. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a cunning look. Yes, whoever dares to go, this fluorescent grass will belong to him. Then who goes first? Of course you go first, because you are unwilling to give up the fluorescent grass. Su Yanran said matter-of-factly. Fang Qingran sneered, I'm going, so this belongs to me. When Su Yanran was stunned, Fang Qingran raised her hand to pull up the fluorescent grass, grabbed the fluorescent grass with her other hand, threw it to Degu Jiani, and said crisply, second senior brother. Degu Jian took the fluorescent grass in one step as quickly as everyone else. Seeing this, the people from Heilingzhu wanted to grab it, but Degu Jian flipped his wrist and Han Jian blocked everyone's approach. The spiritual power disappeared, but Degu Jiani's sword intent was still there, intimidating everyone. When Su Yanran saw this scene, she gritted her teeth and said, Fang Qingran. Are you cheating? It's okay. Fang Qingran stood up, holding the sky-opening axe in his hand, and walked towards the nether firewolf resolutely. Several people in Lingyun sect have long been aware of Fang Qingran's evil side. No one spoke to stop Fang Qingran. Others opened their mouths and stared, how dare she? Later, if she is eaten, shall we take the opportunity to escape? Why run away? It's good that she doesn't anger the wolves. Obviously, no one except Lingyun sect is optimistic about Fang Qingran. Yuhuo Lang could clearly see Fang Qingran, and when he saw her approaching, he wanted to attack. Fang Qingran deliberately weighed the sky-opening axe in his hand. This thing did not require any spiritual power and could still frighten the beasts. Ow. The Wolf King of the Ghost Fire Wolf felt the aura of the sky-opening axe. In an instant, a warning was issued to the wolves, who carefully guarded Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran walked up to the Wolf King and said with a smile, can you let me slap you? Ow. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. The Wolf King stared at Fang Qingran with anger in his eyes. Just give you a slap and I won't care about you anymore. It's a good deal. Fang Qingran followed the instructions. Woohoo! Wolf King, my majesty is inviolable. Fang Qingran looked a little helpless and took out an extra beast pill in his hand, then I can only throw away this ancient beast pill, hey. Fang Qingran shook his head, looking quite regretful. Ow. The Wolf King stared greedily at the beast elixir in Fang Qingran's hand. The wolf's blood is boiling all over. If it eats this beast pill, it will definitely become an emperor beast. Ow. Wolf King, little fairy, you can smoke as you like, I was disrespectful just now. How about I do it myself? The Wolf King's humbleness makes all the wolves blind. Some wolves even covered their eyes in an exaggerated manner. Ow. The Wolf King noticed the emotions of the wolves and barked again. Wolf King, I don't want to agree, but for the development of our wolf clan, I can only endure the humiliation and bear the burden. Ow. The she-wolf responded, bear the humiliation. Can I do it for you? The Wolf King shook his head decisively. Snapped. Fang Qingran was not polite, slapped the Wolf King, and threw the beast pill to the Wolf King. How about we discuss something? The Wolf King shook his head, we have received orders from your lord, we must besiege you, and we cannot let you go easily. No, we are naturally willing to accept the necessary experience. I only have one request. Open an opening for me in the southwest later and let me take away a few people. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Wolf King, no, this is cheating. Then I want to fight you. Can you beat my axe? Wolf King. This girl is too arrogant. I don't want you to give in for nothing, I'll give you a reward. Fang Qingran stuffed a few more beast pills into the Wolf King. The Wolf King's eyes almost popped out. Wolf King, damn it, where did you pick up so many beast pills? Tell me about it. It was given by someone else. The Wolf King turned his eyes slightly, thinking that Fang Qingran didn't want to say anything, so he didn't ask any more questions. In fact, Fang Qingran did not tell lies. These were sent by the ferocious beasts from the Shifang domain. Even if you accept my things, you agree. Don't worry, I will never interfere with other people's experiences. You can do whatever you want. You adults don't know this anyway, right? The Wolf King thought for a moment and decisively agreed to Fang Qingran's request. The Wolf King said that he didn't want to do this either, but Fang Qingran gave him too much. I'll give you a sign later. Fang Qingran finished speaking in a low voice, stood up and left. After Fang Qingran walked back to the crowd, people from other states didn't seem to realize how Fang Qingran came back smoothly. Little junior sister, have you really done it? Ning Xi's eyes were filled with stars. Little junior sister, if I'm not mistaken, the one you drew was just the Wolf King, right? Fang Qingran smiled and said nothing. Su Yanran stared at Feng Qinggran with vicious eyes. Feng Qinggran, what did you say to that wolf? I didn't say anything, just exchanged a few words. Meng Ji winked at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu stood up and said, Miss Meng has completed the task perfectly and deserves to be the captain. Do you have any objections? Everyone looked at each other, who dared to have an opinion. Everyone didn't say anything. Did they acquiesce that Miss Feng became the captain? Jiang Wu said. They agreed and I haven't spoken yet. At the same time, Qi saw everything Feng Qinggran did through the universe mirror. She really knows how to take advantage of loopholes, Qi said with a bit of gritted teeth. Zhuo Yan said contemptuously, it's not your unauthorized modification of the rules of the secret realm that has led to the current situation. On the screen, Feng Qinggran and others sneaked away. Only when the Lingyun sect got out of the wolf clan's encirclement did anyone discover them. Some people wanted to leave with Lingyun sect, but before they could reach the gap, they were surrounded by wolves again. Helpless, they could only concentrate on dealing with the ghost fire wolf. Looking at Feng Qinggran and others, they took this time to enter the 4th floor. Qi watched helplessly as Feng Qinggran and the others had a pleasant experience on the 4th floor, as if they were in a deserted state. A total of 10 kinds of strange fires were produced on the 4th floor. The Lingyun sect alone took away 7 of them. Qi, isn't it just for them to break into your secret realm? Why aren't you happy? Are they breaking into a secret realm? This is a sweep. Qi looked at the noble Mo Jinggong beside him, and suddenly became even more angry. He has to be on the 5th floor to separate them. Error code 502. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 429 Scene Reproduction. Qi moved to change the teleportation array on the 4th floor. After Feng Qinggran and others entered the 5th floor, everyone fell into a random place and were not together. Qi watched with satisfaction as the 8 members of Lingyun sect parted ways. Qi looked carefully at the picture in the Chang'an mirror, always feeling that something was missing. In the mirror, Feng Qinggran summoned Tuti and took out the sky-opening axe. Qi Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. Since it is an experience, it should be more difficult. Using these external forces is nothing. Only when you get through the difficulties yourself can you call real strength. Qi waved his hand again, and the 5th level forbidden contract beast appeared. The use of magic weapons is also prohibited. If you want to survive, you must rely on strength and brains. Qi, are you doing too much harm? In an environment like the 5th floor, you actually don't allow the use of magic weapons and contracted beasts. Although Zhuo Yan said this, he looked at it even more enthusiastically. That woman Feng Qinggran still wants to make soup with it. Snort. She was about to get her comeuppance. Feng Qinggran's strength is in the Void God, and he also wants to try the leapfrog challenge. If he always relies on contracted beasts and magic weapons, how will he face stronger enemies alone in the future? Zhuo Yan heard Qi's words and immediately disagreed. She has the help of the contract beast, why should she face it alone? If she can defeat all enemies by herself, then why does she need the contract beast? Is it just a show? Qi. He was speechless to refute. Zhuo Yan, where are you from? HMPH. I'm standing in the middle. You can criticize Feng Qinggran, but don't involve the contracted beast. Without the contracted beast, you can't experience that kind of happiness. Zhuo Yan said arrogantly. What if the master listens to Qi's words? What to do if you discover that its existence is dispensable? Qi was stunned by the burning flames and was speechless. He looked at Mo Jinggong and said, Mo, you should take care of your contract. What Zhuo Yan said makes sense. Mo Jinggong raised his starry eyes slightly and said in a deep voice. Qi Gang wanted to say something. The burning voice came. No, look quickly, look at the universe mirror. Mo Jinggong and Qi looked at the universe mirror pointed by Zhuo Yan at the same time. In the mirror, after Su Yanran escaped from the siege of the ghost firewolf, she jumped directly from the 3rd floor to the 5th floor. Qi's face darkened slightly. Why does she know about this teleportation array? Each floor does have an independent teleportation array for each floor, but they are all set up in extremely hidden places and have barriers. Why was Su Yanran able to find the transmitter? Even taking advantage of the barrier. Qi, you won't open the back door for Su Yanran alone, will you? Zhuo Yan stared at Qi, obviously not believing that Su Yanran had reached the 5th floor by herself. Qi said firmly, no. That shouldn't be the case. With Su Yanran's strength at the nascent soul stage, it is impossible for her to successfully enter the 5th level. And her strength will not allow her to survive on the 5th level for long. Why does she dare to enter the 5th level? Yan raised doubts. Qi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. It seems that there are quite a few rats entering the secret realm. If I don't deal with them, they will really treat me as a soft persimmon. The secret realm is too big. It's normal to have 1 or 2 rats, Zhuo Yan said. Mo, you keep an eye on this place for now, I'll leave for a while. Qi's voice fell and his figure disappeared. Zhuo Yan looked at the golden cicada goo that was left behind with burning eyes. Jin Changu lowered his head with a humble attitude, not daring to say a word. Zhuo Yan glanced at Mo Jinggong several times and found that Mo Jinggong's attention was entirely on Feng Qinggran, so he flew down and landed on Jin Changu's shoulder. Zhuo Yan looked at the golden cicada goo, looking for a suitable place to start. At this moment, Qi, who had left, came back again, taking away the golden cicada goo who was like a little daughter-in-law. Duo Yan wanted to curse, but Mo Jinggong was the only one present. Duo Yan didn't dare to say anything after all, and quietly watched Feng Qingren's experience with Mo Jinggong. Feng Qingren was fighting two snowfield grizzly bears. Qi still had some conscience and did not restrict Feng Qingren's cultivation. The snowfield grizzly bear is already a half-step divine beast, with a cultivation level comparable to that of a human race monk in the tribulation stage, while Feng Qingren only has the cultivation level of a virtual god. Fighting with a half-step divine beast with bare hands, he was always at a disadvantage. Feng Qingren seemed to like this kind of challenge. Even in this suppressed state, Feng Qingren still happily responded to every attack from the grizzly bear in the snowfield. Duo Yan looked at it for a while and finally figured it out. Feng Qingren treated these two bears as buffs. Feng Qingren fought with the two bears for a full hour, and Duo Yan even looked sleepy. But Mo Jinggong's eyes never left the screen. The fifth floor of Yuxuan's secret realm. After fighting for an hour, the snowfield grizzly bear's attack on Feng Qingren stopped abruptly. Shung said, "Ceasefire, the reward you paid is only enough for us brothers to work for an hour, and you also have many injuries on your body, which may easily attract more dangerous monsters." Feng Qingren stopped where he was, panting. "Did you not use all your strength?" Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed and she asked doubtfully. "We also want to use our full strength, but big sister, you're a virtual god. If we use our full strength, we can beat you to a pulp with one palm." The boss of the snowfield grizzly bear said bluntly. The second child also continued to say naively, "My elder brother is right. Cross-level challenges are no joke. Sister, don't be reckless in the future. If you encounter other beasts, you may have been swallowed long ago." "Thank you, I understand," Feng Qingren said modestly. Feng Qingren knew very well the dangers of challenging beyond the level. "That's why I negotiate terms with them at the beginning. This is beneficial and harmless, and at the same time, I can understand the gap between myself and the tribulation stage." After Feng Qingren handed the reward to the two bears, he turned and walked higher. And Juoyan looked at everything that happened in the mirror and became speechless for a moment, closing it and worrying in vain. Why does Feng Qingren always have strange ideas? And those two bears, what's going on? It was clear that the relationship between the warcraft and the human race was incompatible with water and fire, yet they actually chose to be Feng Qingren's sparring partner. When Mo Jinggong saw this scene, he smiled. "Master, this immortal Feng Qingren is really a bit all-rounder in cultivation." Duo Yan couldn't help complaining to Mo Jinggong. "Isn't this good?" Mo Jinggong's cold eyes showed a warm color, and he seemed very happy. Duo Yan was even more speechless. It's not praising Feng Qingren. It was insinuating that Feng Qingren was cunning. Feng Qingren didn't hear a word of Duo Yan's complaints. She had just stepped onto the top of the snow mountain and stood there in a daze. This place turned out to be exactly the same as the scene she saw on the ladder to heaven. Feng Qingren looked around with sharp eyes and put an invisibility charm on herself. It was also at this time that Su Yanran stepped onto the top of the snow mountain, holding a purple token in her hand, as if she was looking for something. The tokens seen in reality and in the fantasy world of climbing the ladder are exactly the same. However, this time Su Yanran was missing the group of people from Hailingzhu. Su Yanran was looking for something in the snow alone and complained, "When I get the demon pill and my strength increases, I must take back what belongs to me." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 430 The Man Behind. Feng Qingren hid in the dark and knew that Su Yanran was looking for a trap. Feng Qingren glanced at the mechanism not far away. She remembered that it was the dark secret room that Luo Yuxuan entered with Su Yanran. "It's all your fault, Feng Qingren. If it weren't for you, how could I be reduced to looking for a trap alone?" Su Yanran complained through gritted teeth, and had to accept her fate and look for a trap. Feng Qingren stood there, watching Su Yanran miss the real trap several times. Feng Qingren couldn't bear it and rolled her eyes, guiding Su Yanran to find the mechanism. The agency was found. Su Yanran used the token to activate the mechanism. Soon, Su Yanran and Feng Qingren found themselves in a dark secret room. The secret room was surrounded by walls. Su Yanran quickly opened the door to the secret room this time. Feng Qingren once again saw the bridge he saw in the illusion. There was no protection on either side of the bridge, and it seemed more dilapidated than what she had seen in the fantasy. Su Yanran stood in front of the bridge, looking at the opposite side, but did not dare to step onto the bridge. In the end, Su Yanran gritted her teeth and walked onto the bridge. Su Yanran lowered her head and glanced under the bridge, but this glance made Su Yanran's hair stand on end. Under the bridge is endless darkness. There seemed to be a dangerous giant beast hiding in the darkness, staring covetously at her. Su Yanran seemed to be extremely frightened and muttered in a low voice, "No matter, the person in the dream told me that things under the bridge will not hurt me. They exist to protect things." Feng Qingren and Su Yanran walked across the mountain and bridge together. Hearing Su Yanran's words, Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were stained with frost, and she began to wonder who the person behind Su Yanran was. It is impossible for heaven to arrange everything. Could it be that behind Su Yanran is the person from the upper realm that Fei Yi once mentioned? Fei Yi once said that those in the upper realm often send juniors down to deprive other people of their destiny and luck in order to complete the so-called experience. When Feng Qingren thought about this, her body floated up slightly, without actually stepping on the bridge. The two walked across the bridge and came to a hanging coffin. Su Yanran stared at the coffin with burning eyes. As long as she got the contents inside, she could become the youngest virtual god on the continent. Su Yanran took out a bottle from the space and poured the blood in the bottle onto the iron chain hanging on the coffin. Whoa! The coffin slowly descended and landed on the ground. Su Yanran poured all the remaining blood onto the hidden groove on the side of the coffin. Boom! The lid of the coffin opens automatically. Lying inside was a woman with skin like snow and a beautiful appearance. Fang Qingran looked at this woman and suddenly felt a special feeling deep in her heart. Fang Qingran covered her heart and her lips lost color. She intuitively told Fang Qingran that the woman in the coffin was very important to her. Wrong. She had seen the portrait of a woman from the hands of the high priest. The woman is Wen Yun, the daughter of the high priest. When I saw Wen Yun's portrait, I didn't feel this way. I even felt a vague sense of disgust. And why do you feel this way about the woman in the coffin? Fang Qingran clenched her hands into fists and pursed her lips, watching Su Yanran walk towards the coffin step by step, raising her hand to take out the beads from the woman's mouth. Fang Qingran couldn't bear it anymore. Boom. Fang Qingran slapped Su Yanran with her palm. Su Yanran hit the wall without any surprise. Ahum. Su Yanran vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at the sudden appearance of Fang Qingran in disbelief. Why are you here? Who is the person lying in the coffin? Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the memories of her past life flooded into the sea of consciousness again. You don't know her? Su Yanran asked in surprise. Sudden. Su Yanran seemed to have thought of something and released Li Yuxi. Su Yanran said to Fang Qingran, aren't you Fang Qingran? Otherwise, why don't you even know your own mother? Are you the body snatcher? Why did you know she was my mother? Fang Qingran had a complicated mood and her whole head was in chaos. Wen Yun is the daughter of the high priest. It couldn't be her mother. If her mother is Wen Yun, it only proves that the high priest is lying. Still not right. The woman in the painting looked exactly like the person in front of her, and the high priest's sadness didn't seem to be fake. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. She thought she was getting closer to the truth, but now it seems that she has simplified things. You are definitely not Fang Qingran. Who are you? Su Yanran suddenly understood that Fang Qingran must be a body snatcher if he has such strong strength. Fang Qingran's face showed sarcasm. Su Yanran, you, a person who steals other people's luck, what qualifications do you have to call me a body snatcher? What do you mean? Shock flashed across Su Yanran's eyes. Fang Qingran must have known something. Su Yanran's eyes were full of gloom. Fang Qingran couldn't stay. Su Yanran sent a message to Li Yuxi in her consciousness. Can you kill Fang Qingran for me? Okay, but I need your body. Li Yuxi said. You don't need an entity to kill someone with your strength. Su Yanran still remained vigilant. Li Yuxi said sternly, there is a beast in this space that specializes in devouring the soul. My soul cannot appear without the body. Believe it or not. Su Yanran believed Li Yuxi's attitude. But if she had to lend her body to Li Yuxi, she might not have the chance to take it back, so Su Yanran was still a little reluctant. However, Fang Qingran had murderous intentions towards Su Yanran. Fang Qingran initially wanted to keep Su Yanran as the person behind the scenes. But what happened today gave Fang Qingran a warning. The methods of the people behind it were too unfathomable, and it was very dangerous to have Su Yanran hanging around. Even if Su Yanran dies and the person behind her sends another chess piece, at least the situation will not be worse than the current situation. Fang Qingran gathered spiritual energy in her hands and raised her hands to pinch Su Yanran's neck. Su Yanran looked horrified and shouted loudly, Li Yuxi, I am willing to give you the right to use my body. The aura on Su Yanran's body changed suddenly. Fang Qingran's gleaming apricot eyes turned cold, and she quickly exerted force on her hands. Click. Su Yanran's neck was broken. The souls of Su Yanran and Li Yuxi both came out of Su Yanran's body. Fang Qingran flipped his wrist, and a cluster of flames appeared all over his body. Li Yuxi shouted in fear, get away quickly, this flame can destroy the soul. However, Fang Qingran did not give them a chance to escape. The flames quickly surrounded the surroundings and wrapped their souls. The souls of the two screamed in agony. When Fang Qingran listened to their cries, she did not feel happy, but instead felt more solemn. The methods of the people behind it are difficult to detect. It seems that we still need to speed up to become stronger. Just when the souls of Su Yanran and Li Yuxi were about to be burned to ashes, a roar of a giant beast came. Fang Qingran suddenly looked wary and saw a black mist rising from the bottom of the bridge. The black mist enveloped the two souls with lightning speed and returned to the bridge. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 431 Things in the Immortal World. The black mist only took away the souls of Su Yanran and Li Yuxi, but did not attack Fang Qingran. But when the black mist appeared, Fang Qingran found that she was imprisoned in place. She could only watch as the black mist took away their souls. No movement is allowed. However, long after the black mist disappeared, the shackles on Fang Qingran still remained. Fang Qingran tried to break through the restraints several times, but failed. Zhuo Yan saw this scene in the universe mirror and said, Master, that black mist is the nightmare beast. How could it appear in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan? Mo Jinggong's cold starry eyes flashed with light, and the formation under his feet unfolded. For a moment, a realization flashed in Mo Jinggong's eyes. The Emperor of Heaven had such a profound design, and everything was interconnected. The nightmare beast was brought in by the daughter of the mermaid priest. Isn't the daughter of the high priest lying in the coffin? Why didn't the nightmare beast protect its master? Instead, it helped Su Yanran. Zhuo Yan was very puzzled. Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice, the one lying there is Fang Qingran's mother. After the high priest's daughter killed Fang Qingran's mother, she transformed into her mother's image, so the two of them look exactly the same. If the person lying in the coffin is Fang Qingran's mother, who is Fang Qingran's father? Zhuo Yan's head was in confusion. Ever since his master helped Fang Qingran reincarnate, there were more and more things that puzzled Zhuo Yan. It is not that human monks cannot be reincarnated after death. It was the Dao Dao that deliberately closed the yin and yang road of the monks, which resulted in the monks not having an afterlife. The master forced Fang Qingran's reincarnation path, and paid a considerable price in the process. Therefore, the master could not know the truth of everything. The mysteries surrounding Fang Qingran are piling up. Fang Qingbran has 5 color spiritual roots and a chaotic body. His father is definitely not simple. Mo Jinggong did not answer Duo Yan's question, and flicked his sleeves to remove Fang Qingbran's restraints. Duo Yan, go and stay with my junior sister to ensure that she will not be in danger. Duo Yan. Fang Qingbran now has strange fire and weak water. What if it gets stewed? Master, can you let me go to the ruins? Duo Yan bargained. What do you think? Mo Jinggong was full of dignity and looked at Duo Yan with a pair of starry eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. As soon as Gahu comes out, the masters of those planes will definitely notice it. It also means that his whereabouts are exposed. By then, this small plane will face endless prying eyes and troubles, and will also alert the people behind the wall of the plane. Duo Yan obviously thought of this too. Duo Yan lowered his head in frustration. Master, don't worry, I will definitely protect your little junior sister. Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qingbran in the mirror, his eyes flashed with brilliance. Fang Qingbran would probably ascend to the fairy world soon. The fairy world is no better than the small world, and this strength is not enough to protect her. Mo Jinggong decided to restore half of his strength first. At the same time. Fairyland. Imperial Palace. Clap clap. The sound of things being thrown was heard one after another. Damn Fang Qingbran, how could I, the majestic princess of the fairy world, be plotted against by a mortal? And I failed to overcome the tribulation. Su Yanran picked up the things in the bedroom and smashed them all on the ground one by one. Princess, you just woke up and your body is still relatively weak. Don't get excited yet, Xie on the side advised tremblingly. I heard earlier that the Emperor of Heaven had a daughter who was arrogant and domineering. Now it seems that the rumors are true. As soon as he came back from the tribulation, he started smashing things, including some innate treasures. Get out, Su Yanran kicked Xiao Xie. Little Xie didn't dare to resist. Princess, the Emperor of Heaven wants you to wake up and see him. Su Yanran calmed down a lot when she heard about the Emperor of Heaven. Her father had set such a big trap, but she failed to escape the catastrophe, so the punishment would be inevitable. But why didn't Emperor Father deal with Fang Qingbran directly? If Fang Qingbran died, she wouldn't be so unlucky. What major events happened in the immortal world while I was away? Su Yanran didn't want to go directly to see the Emperor of Heaven. It is important for her to understand the situation in the fairy world. Little Xie said softly, there are 3 more Taoist immortals in the immortal world. In addition, the Buddha in the Buddhist world died unexpectedly. Now the Buddha is looking for a suitable successor all over the world. The princess also knows that there are many requirements for becoming a Buddha, and it is difficult to find a suitable candidate. And the Li family didn't know how. The whole family was wiped out, and no one survived. The ancestor of Yuqing Palace came out of the mountain inexplicably and traveled all over the immortal world. In addition, the scholar Danqing created Chang Pavilion. Now he is the only one who supports it. There is also Goddess Qingqiong. It is said that she has refined a magical elixir that can restore the damaged soul to its original state. In order not to offend anyone, Goddess Qingqiong will auction this elixir after 100 years. Ellipsis. Xiao Xie told a lot of news in succession. What Su Yanran was most interested in was the last magic pill. Her soul was injured by Fang Qingbran, and it would take at least tens of thousands of years to recover through practice. She needs this magic elixir very much. Su Yanran's eyes flashed. Go and find out about Goddess Qingqiong's hobbies and see if she has the magic pill hidden on her body. Yes, little Xie nodded. Princess, when will you go to see the Emperor of Heaven? Su Yanran's face suddenly turned cold. Father, you don't know when I woke up, why do you always rush me? Princess, you don't know. During the hundreds of years you have been sleeping, many experienced disciples in the fairy world have not been able to come back safely, so someone created a soul lamp. Your soul lamp is in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. The first time you wake up, the Emperor of Heaven just know it. After Xiao Xie finished explaining, Su Yanran's face became even more embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing earlier? Su Yanran looked at Xiao Xie coldly with piercing eyes. Bang bang bang. Xiao Xie's face turned pale and she cut out to Su Yanran 3 times in succession. In the past few years since Su Yanran left, the rules and hierarchies in the fairy world are getting stricter and stricter. The superior can easily decide the life or death of the inferior. Xiao Xie's status was low and she was afraid that Su Yanran would have someone throw her off the immortal killing platform. HMPH, you go to the dungeon and think about it for a year before you come out. Su Yanran didn't want to kill someone just after waking up. Thank you, princess, for sparing your life. Xiao Xie was extremely grateful. Su Yanran stood up and appeared in the Emperor's hall in a flash. On the steps of the main hall, the Emperor of Heaven was sitting there with a majestic look on his face, as if he had been waiting for Su Yanran for some time. Su Yanran bent down and bowed to the Emperor of Heaven, then softly shouted, Father. Yanran, what's wrong with your cultivation? My father, the Emperor, and my sons could have ascended smoothly, but I didn't expect that they encountered a villain's plot, which led to the failure of the tribulation. Su Yanran lowered her head, not daring to let the Emperor of Heaven see her expression. Immortal cultivation levels: Earth Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Golden Immortal, Superior Immortal, Immortal Lord, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Lord, Taoist Immortal. If Su Yanran normally transcends the tribulation and ascends to the human world, then her cultivation when she returns to the immortal world should be at the level of Taoist Immortal. As long as she finds a way to break through, she can enter the divine world. It's a pity that she returned to the immortal world when she was in the nascent soul stage, so her cultivation level was only that of the Golden Immortal. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 432 Guarding the Immortal River. The Emperor's eyes were slightly cold, but his expression did not change at all, a villain plotting. Yes, father, you must make the decision for me. That Fang Qingbran robbed me of my luck one after another, and finally wanted to kill me. Su Yanran gritted her teeth. He didn't notice the coldness on Emperor Chan's face at all. Su Yanran continued, Father, there is also Soaring Snake. It sneaked into the lower realm and almost ruined my chance to practice. Bastard, the Emperor of Heaven shouted. Su Yanran paused in her words and looked at the Emperor of Heaven. Yanran, I have paved all the roads for you, but you can still fail. You have disappointed me so much. Father, I have tried my best. Su Yanran felt aggrieved. This Emperor has even changed the way of heaven in the small world for you. The luck and opportunities of the Son of Luck belong to you. You say you try your best. If you try your best, you shouldn't just come back as a golden immortal. The Emperor of Heaven's eyes were fixed. Yan looked at Su Yanran with great disappointment. The royal family in the fairy world needs a Taoist immortal to support their affairs. Among the 7 palaces, he is the only one with only 2 Taoist immortals. If things continue like this, his position as the Emperor of Heaven may not be guaranteed. Father, I have no luck at all in the lower realm. I have always been in bad luck. First, Soaring Snake tortured me for 3 years. Later, I finally managed to cultivate, but was killed by Fang Qingbran in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Su Yanran didn't want to take the blame at all. Fang Qingbran is surrounded by senior brothers and sisters to help her. They're all a group of hypocritical people, except Master of course. The Emperor's consciousness swept across Su Yanran's body. Where are the things I left for you? What? The things in your storage space are all the things I left for you. The Emperor looked a little bad. Storage space. Su Yanran looked at the ring on her hand. She took it from a child. There was no special treasure inside. When the Emperor of Heaven saw that Su Yanran had not taken out the jade bracelet for a long time, his expression became even worse. Where is your double-strut bracelet? Double-strut bracelets. Su Yanran's eyes widened, remembering the jade bracelet Fang Qingbran wore on her wrist. Su Yanran described the double spiritual bracelets. Since you've seen it, why don't you take it from me? The Emperor's eyes were dark. His plans were all interlocking and there would be no mistakes. Even if there are discrepancies in the middle, things will eventually return to their original place. Why would my father wear the things he gave me on other people's hands? Su Yanran was very unhappy. She wanted to take it away. But she never had a chance. The Emperor of Heaven snorted coldly. The first lesson in cultivating immortality is to learn to fight for it. If you don't fight for it, you will end your relationship with immortality. And I have also left you a lot of hints. With your strength, you will definitely be able to get it. Double spirit bracelet. When the Emperor of Heaven said this, his eyes were full of disappointment. Father, I have no chance to get close to the double spiritual bracelets. Fang Qingbran's strength has always been superior to mine. Are you serious? The Emperor's expression suddenly changed. The 5-colored spiritual root had long since lost its cultivation technique. Why could Fang Qingbran be able to practice it? Everything is true, Su Yanran affirmed. The Emperor waved his hand. You go down first. After Su Yanran left, the figure of the Emperor of Heaven suddenly appeared in a secret palace. Wen Yun, please think about Fang Qingbran's affairs again. A woman in white who looked gentle and quiet lifted the curtain and walked out. Why is it Fang Qingbran again? She almost killed half of my life hundreds of years ago, and she still hasn't recovered yet. The Emperor of Heaven stepped forward, hugged Wen Yun, and coaxed, Good Wen Yun, I'm doing a calculation for you. I need to understand. What happened? Do you have to take charge of me? Wen Yun saw something strange about the Emperor of Heaven. Yanran came back from the tribulation, but she didn't get anything I left for her from Fang Qingbran. It's impossible. I told her many times that Fang Qingbran would never disobey my orders, and I also gave Fang Qingbran hints. You have always done things safely, but you also know that the road to immortality is ever-changing, and someone may intercept you along the way. If Yanran takes away the double spiritual bracelets first, then you can help me do the math. I don't want to have an enemy inexplicably. What is wrong with the Emperor of Heaven? Wen Yun broke away from the Heavenly Emperor's arms angrily. Humph. I was just wondering why the wind brought you here today. So that's what happened. The Emperor patiently explained, Even if I am fine, I will come to see you often. I have been hiding here for hundreds of years. How long will I continue to hide? Wen Yun's lowered eyes flashed with light. You also know that this Emperor still needs the help of the Queen's family. When this Emperor truly controls the real power, he will definitely let you out. Wen Yun seemed dissatisfied with the answer given by the Emperor of Heaven and sobbed in a low voice. I am the daughter of the Great Mermaid High Priest, and I am acting as your shady lover. If this spreads out, I am afraid I will be speechless in front of my mother. Don't cry. After I unify the immortal world, I will definitely make you my queen. How about that? You won't stop me. This Emperor swears an oath. The Emperor of Heaven raised 3 fingers and said firmly. Wen Yun burst into tears and smiled, You get out of the way, and I will do the math for you. As long as you have me in your heart, I will have no regrets about anything I do for you. The Emperor of Heaven was slightly touched. If the Queen of Heaven could be as gentle and quiet as Wen Yun, he wouldn't have to hide Wen Yun. Wen Yun took out something from the space, put his hands together and threw the thing in the air. Raise your hand to catch something that falls. Wen Yun looked at the crescent moon in her 2 palms, closed her beautiful eyes, and muttered something. Puff. Ding. Wen Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and dropped the things in her hands to the ground. The Emperor stepped forward to support Wen Yun. How is it? What did you calculate? God, I just figured out. Figured out. Cough cough cough. Wen Yun turned pale halfway through her words and kept coughing up blood. Your Majesty, there are some things you cannot say. Fang Qingbran will definitely become a disaster in the future. You must find a way to kill her before she becomes strong, and you must also kill everyone around her. No one can be left alive. What else? Fang Qingbran will soon be able to overcome the catastrophe and ascend to the immortal world. What happens after she enters the immortal world is all nothingness. I can't pry into it. This means that she will become more and more difficult to deal with. After Wen Yun finished speaking laboriously, he fainted. The eyes of the Emperor of Heaven are deep, and people who cannot spy rarely appear. Once they do, it means that the person's destiny is mysterious. It seems that some careful planning is necessary. Come here. The Emperor of Heaven summoned his confidants. The Emperor of Heaven has commanded. The man in black knelt down and said, "Send heavenly soldiers to guard all the immortal rivers. Once any ascended person approaches the immortal river, no matter the reason, I will arrest them all. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Take your orders." The man in black was respectful. If there are other palaces involved in the affairs of the immortal river, just take this token. Anyone who wants to bathe in the immortal river must be personally agreed by this emperor. The emperor's eyes were filled with coldness. The ascended person must soak in the immortal river to absorb the immortal chi. If the immortal river is not soaked for more than 3 months, the ascended person will explode and die. He wanted to see how Fang Qingran, who could not truly cultivate immortality, became his enemy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 433, The Seventh Palace of Immortal Realm. Take the order. The confidant's face was expressionless throughout the whole process, without any trace of doubt. The Emperor of Heaven waved his henchman to leave, picked up Wen Yun and carried her into the dark room, placed Wen Yun on the bed, fed Wen Yun the elixir, and turned around to leave the dark room. The Emperor of Heaven appeared in the palace and called his subordinates. How is the matter with the scholar of painting? Back to the Emperor. My subordinates have offered many good conditions, but the painter scholar is still unwilling to join our Tianqian palace. A subordinate replied. The Emperor's face was dark and his body pressure was extremely low. The painting scholar's talisman can change the situation of the battle, and the painting scholar must not be allowed to become a member of other palaces. A leader of the heavenly soldiers said, Your Majesty, the painting scholar doesn't know what is good and what is good. Let's invite him politely. If he doesn't come, why not just tie him up? No, wouldn't this push people into other palaces? One person retorted. HMPH, he is a person with no cultivation. As long as we take down the 5-clawed golden dragon next to him, he has to submit obediently. Said the leader of the heavenly soldiers in dissatisfaction. Why do you think the 5-clawed golden dragon is willing to make a contract with him? I heard that he can draw talismans that can increase the dragon's cultivation. If you arrest him so recklessly, if you offend the golden dragon clan, the gain will outweigh the loss. Ellipsis. Emperor Chan felt a little headache when he listened to the arguments below. Among the group of subordinates, even Wen Yun could make up his mind. Is there any specific news about the magic pill? The emperor asked. Everyone stopped arguing. Your Majesty, we have sent countless spies, but we still haven't found the hiding place of the divine elixir, but we can be sure that the elixir is not with the goddess. When we were staring at the goddess, we also discovered another thing. The goddess especially likes to visit the fairy river recently. The emperor's eyes changed slightly when he heard, Xianhei, Su Qi, watch every move of the goddess. If any stranger appears around her, report it immediately. Yes, Su Qi bowed her hands and walked out of the palace. The emperor's majestic eyes swept over everyone. Has there been any change in the 6th palace recently? Back to the emperor, Yuqing Palace has been very abnormal recently. At this time in previous years, they would start preparing for the disciple recruitment meeting, but this year, Yuqing Palace has not taken any action at all. Also, Yuxu Palace has always acted in a high-profile manner. Recently, they have just been promoted to a Taoist immortal, but their acting style has suddenly become low-key. Yukon Palace and Yuzhu Palace used to be incompatible with each other, but recently, the palace masters of the 2 palaces have been in close contact with each other, and they even have the idea of marriage. There is nothing unusual in Tianhan Palace, but the deputy palace master always goes to Shank Pavilion, and seems to want to win over the painting scholar. The ancestor of Tianling Palace came forward to depose the palace master and announced that he would re-elect the palace master. Therefore, Tianling Palace is in chaos. It is a good time to attack Tianling Palace. After hearing the news from the 6th palace, the emperor's eyes shimmered. Have the Yi family and the Chu family made any moves? In the fairy world, except for the 7th palace, the only remaining ones are the Yi family and the Chu family. He sent Yi Wenshan of the Yi family and Chu Chanji of the Chu family to go down to the realm to help Yan Ran overcome the disaster. However, such a big accident happened, and they didn't even report it to him. It seems that the Yi family and the Chu family have dissatisfaction with Tianqian Palace. There is nothing special about the Yi family and the Chu family. They are as low-key as ever. Several palace masters came to ask for advice, but they were all turned away. A heavenly soldier responded. The Yi family and the Chu family continued to watch, and the other people monitoring the 6th palace withdrew. As soon as the Emperor of Heaven said these words, all the subordinates looked at each other. It is clear that the 6th palace is the biggest threat to them. Why is the Emperor of Heaven more concerned about the affairs of the Yi family and the Chu family? The Emperor of Heaven looked at the people below with a cold expression. Do you have any doubts about this Emperor? Don't dare. Everyone immediately knelt down. The Emperor of Heaven looked down at everyone. He had to deal with Fang Qingran's affairs recently and had no intention of paying attention to the 6th palace, let alone becoming his enemy. He would not do anything that would hurt the enemy 1,000 times and damage himself 800. Even though Tianling Palace seems to be in civil strife, there are 3 Taoist immortals and 5 immortal lords inside. Tianqian Palace only has 2 Dao ancestors and 3 immortal lords, which is not enough to fight against Tianling Palace. If Wen Yun's words flashed through the Emperor's mind, Fang Qingran would definitely become a disaster. If Fang Qingran cannot be killed, then it would be a good idea to use Fang Qingran to destroy the 6th palace. While the Emperor of Heaven was thinking, his confidant suddenly appeared and said, Your Majesty, the Queen of Heaven entered the dark room and took Miss Wen Yun away. The Emperor's expression suddenly changed and he stood up suddenly. At the same time, Ling Yunzong. Yi Wenshan woke up from his dream, as if he sensed something, and said to himself, Damn it. It's not good, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven has actually returned to the heaven. Yi Wenshan pinched his fingers to calculate the time. His 100-year agreement with Luo Wuji had just expired. Yi Wenshan's eyes flickered. The other disciples haven't taught me for a few days, so let's go to the mountain where the little disciple is to break through. The little disciple is cute, and he will definitely not blame me. Yi Wenshan suddenly appeared on Feng Qinggren's 10th peak. The rich spiritual energy from the 10th peak immediately penetrated into his body. Yi Wenshan sat cross-legged and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Soon, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above Lingyun sect, and the entire Qingyun prefecture's spiritual power came towards Lingyun sect. Not only Qingyun prefecture, but all the spiritual energy of Juzhou came to Qingyun prefecture. Just when Juzhou's spiritual power was about to be exhausted, dark clouds gathered above Lingyun sect and thunderstorms rolled in. All the old monsters from various families and factions who had been locked away in seclusion crawled out. Staring at the vision in the sky, he said excitedly, "This is the thunder catastrophe of the fusion stage. Finally someone has broken through the fusion stage. There is hope for our Kyushu to ascend. I hope the Venerable One can withstand these thunder disasters. Someone in our Kyushu is going to break through the integration stage. Why hasn't there been any news before? Hey, don't think about it, there must be someone from the Bailey family who is going through the tribulation. Their family has the most people at the peak of the false god. No, that direction is obviously Qingyun prefecture. What's going on with Guan Bailey's family? Stupid, who will stay in their own territory before passing through the tribulation? There are nearly 54 thunder tribulations, and the entire territory has not been destroyed." Countless strong men from all over the 9 provinces rushed to Qingyun state, hoping to bathe in the spirit of the strong men in the integration stage after they had overcome the tribulation. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. The integration period is 54 thunder tribulations. We have already completed 52 strikes. Why are the thunder clouds getting denser and denser? Idiot, the last thunder is the heaviest, so naturally more power must be gathered. 53. 54. 55. No, this is not the thunder calamity of the integration period, but the Mahayana period. At this moment, everyone in Juzhou was excited. First, he was promoted to the combined stage, and then to the Mahayana stage of transcending tribulations. It was simply unbelievable. Fortunately, I only crossed 2 levels in a row. If I went directly from the integration to the tribulation stage, I would definitely be scared to death. As soon as the man finished speaking, he discovered that the thunder calamity had already struck 63 times. Still no intention of stopping. Everyone knows that the virtual god needs to withstand 45 thunder tribulations to overcome the tribulation, the integration stage requires 54 thunder tribulations, and the Mahayana stage requires 63 thunder tribulations. Further up is the tribulation period, which requires surviving 72 thunder tribulations. When it ascends, 81 thunderbolts will fall. Those who survive the thunder tribulation can ascend to the fairy world. Throughout the ages, countless monks have died on the way to overcome thunder tribulations. Fortunately, although there are many thunder tribulations each time you advance, you do it slowly. As long as the monk's physical fitness is strong enough, there is still a way to survive the thunder tribulation.